Chapter 1. Hinata Hayashi. In the 12th year of Konoha, the atmosphere in the Grand Hall of the Hyuga clan was grave. Esteemed members, I have just received reliable news. The first Hokage, Lord Hashirama Senju, has sustained numerous injuries from prolonged battles and is nearing the end of his life, declared Hayashi Hyuga, the clan leader, as he regarded the 6 esteemed elders present with a somber expression. Should Lord Hashirama pass away, it is highly likely that the other 4 nations will plunge into conflict, he continued, his tone reflecting the weight of the situation. Hayashi, there is no need for alarm. The Senju clan invited us to join Konoha, and now that Lord Hashirama is in trouble, whatever transpires, the Senju clan will stand in our defense. We must simply observe the unfolding events, replied the eldest elder in a calm demeanor. What the elder says is indeed true. Hayashi, there is no need for excessive worry. Regardless of whether Konoha thrives or is destroyed, the Hyuga clan, with its millennia of legacy, will not fall under our watch, added the second elder, smiling reassuringly at Hayashi. I am well aware of your sentiments, esteemed elders. However, the consequences of Lord Hashirama's demise could be significant, and we, as the Hyuga clan, must prepare to mitigate any potential losses to our kin, Hayashi asserted with gravity. Very well. We shall arrange for our respective branches to prepare war supplies and establish evacuation routes, the eldest elder contemplated before responding to Hayashi's concerns. With that, I can rest easy, Hayashi replied, a smile breaking through at the elder's agreement to take proactive measures. You're still quite young. You could easily issue such orders yourself, the eldest elder remarked gently, observing Hayashi's newfound ease. At over 20, Hayashi felt a sense of bashfulness at the elder's words and sheepishly scratched his head. I still feel too inexperienced that in the face of such events, I find myself uneasy. I sought the counsel of you esteemed elders, as my father advised me before his passing to consult you in matters rather than act impulsively. Your father encouraged you to seek our opinions, but he did not imply that you should consult us on every matter. You are the leader of the Hyuga clan. There are times when you must make decisions independently. This will help establish your authority and earn the loyalty of your clansmen, the eldest elder encouraged, patting Hayashi on the shoulder with a smile. Although Hayashi's innate talent for ninjutsu was modest, the elder had always recognized the boy's diligence. Is there anything else, leader? If not, I shall take my leave. My young grandson, Hinata, is waiting at home, and I cannot help but worry, interjected the third elder, Hinata Kaimizu, as the elders continued their conversation. I apologize. Elder 3. Please return home. You must take extra care of Brother Mu Yuan's only son, the clan leader, Hinata Mu Ping, said, scratching his head in embarrassment as he addressed Elder 3, Hinata Chingmu. Not at all, clan leader. It's merely a trivial matter. You and Elder 1 may continue your discussion. I shall take my leave. Elder 3, Hinata Chingmu, replied, rising from his seat and bidding farewell to the other elders before departing. Before he could reach his own home, Hinata Chingmu called out loudly as he approached the door, Asya, Asya, where is Xiaoan? Where is Xiaoan? As he shouted, a young girl of 16 or 17 emerged from the nursery, cradling a toddler of merely 1 or 2 years in her arms. She smiled at Hinata Chingmu, saying, Father, Xiaoan is here. Please lower your voice, you might wake him. The girl, Hinata Mu Xia, spoke softly while holding the child. My precious grandson is still awake. Come here, let Grandpa hold you, Hinata Chingmu exclaimed with a beaming smile, rushing over to the 2 and playfully coaxing the toddler in Hinata Mu Xia's arms. The child, upon seeing the elderly man, turned his face away in protest. This little one is upset. Elder 3, Hinata Chingmu, chuckled heartily as he gently patted the child's head. The toddler, hiding in the girl's embrace, could only roll his eyes in resignation at the sound of Hinata Chingmu's laughter. His grandfather's affection was undeniable, yet the boisterousness and the frequent poking of his beard made it unbearable for Chen An, who possessed the soul of an adult. Indeed, the child cradled by the young girl, Hinata Mu Xia, was the transmigrant Chen An, now known as Hinata Rian. However, in terms of lineage, Chen An was of the same generation as Hinata's father, Hinata Riji. Before his transmigration into the world of Naruto, Chen An had been an ordinary individual in society. One day, he encountered a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared disoriented and was on the verge of being struck by a car without even realizing it. In a bid to save her, Chen An pushed her aside, but was himself hit by the vehicle, losing consciousness in an instant. When Chen An awoke again, he found himself in the Naruto world, having become the grandson of Elder 3 of the Hinata clan. His father was the eldest son of Elder 3, Hinata Mu Yuan, while his mother hailed from the Senju clan. The union between his parents was a strategic alliance. Senju Tobarama had quietly brokered a deal with the Hinata clan to assist Senju Hashirama in ascending to the position of Hokage. A relative of Senju Hashirama was betrothed to the son of Elder 3 of the Hinata clan, in exchange for the Hinata clan support for Hashirama to become the first Hokage. Regrettably, just a few months prior, both of Chen An's parents were tragically slain by a mysterious assailant during an external mission. Hinata Rian harbored significant suspicions, pondering whether the notorious Uchiha Madara was behind this act, seeking vengeance against the Hyuga clan for their ancestral union that had once supported Senju Hashirama in becoming the first Hokage. However, Chen An did not dwell in sorrow. Instead, he reflected on the peculiar fate of a transmigrator, aligning with the trope of being orphaned. Yet, within his heart, he resolutely vowed that once he was capable of cultivating his abilities, he would endeavor to uncover the truth behind his parents' demise and avenge their untimely deaths. Unfortunately, as a mere child, Chen An was restricted from even walking outside due to his status within the clan. His grandfather, Hinata Kayamori, had appointed his aunt, Hinata Makia, from the branch family to attend to him. Chen An's existence resembled that of an aristocrat, where everything was provided for him without effort. He yearned to mature swiftly, to engage with chakra, and to become a formidable force within the shinobi realm. Chapter 2. A Tribute Panel. Before long, Senju Hashirama succumbed to illness, the specifics of which remained shrouded in secrecy, closely guarded by the Senju clan. The absence of Hashirama's authoritative presence soon precipitated chaos among the 5 great nations and their respective villages. The peace treaty disintegrated, and the villages hastened to declare war on Konohagakure. In this precarious moment, Senju Tobarama stepped forth. During Hashirama's tenure as Hokage, Tobarama had adeptly assisted in managing all administrative matters pertaining to the village. He navigated through various clans and swiftly secured the position of second Hokage. Faced with the onslaught of the 4 great nations, Tobarama employed every stratagem at his disposal. Techniques both divine and forbidden, including the reanimation jutsu, manifested on the battlefield. The first to be defeated was the Sand Village of the Wind Country, whose first Kazekage had already passed. The second Kazekage, lacking any remarkable abilities, hastily negotiated a new peace treaty with Konoha within merely half a year of conflict, in confronting the remaining 3 nations. Tobarama concentrated his efforts against the Lightning Country, while concurrently offering substantial resources to the Water and Earth countries to secure peace with them. However, the treaty lacked clarity regarding the allocation of these resources, leading to conflict between the Iwa and Kiri villages. The situation culminated in a devastating confrontation that resulted in the mutual demise of the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage. Nevertheless, the turmoil of war did not greatly affect Chen An. Within the Hyuga clan of Konoha, aside from a contingent of clan ninja dispatched for search operations, the main branch largely remained within the village, including the young Hinata Rian, or Chen An himself. Grandfather, I'm now 4 years old, may I not begin to harness chakra? The 4-year-old Chen An stood before his grandfather, Hinata Kayamori, earnestly inquiring that, Shao, and perhaps you should wait another year before extracting chakra. Premature extraction can cause harm to your body, Hinata Simu gently advised, stroking his grandson's head with great care. Over the years, Hinata Simu had observed that his grandson possessed a rather stubborn temperament. Once he set his mind on something, he could ignore others for an entire month if they opposed him. That is not an option, grandfather. The other children of the Hinata clan begin their chakra extraction at the age of 4. I cannot fall behind them. Chen An shook his head, addressing his grandfather with utmost seriousness. Alas. Very well, then come with me, and I shall teach you the chakra extraction technique. Hinata Simu sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he pointed toward Chen An. Thank you, grandfather. Rest assured, I shall strengthen the entire Hinata clan in the future. Chen An beamed with joy upon hearing his grandfather's consent to his chakra extraction, rather than a refusal cloaked in concern for his safety. In truth, many within the Hinata clan had extracted chakra at the tender age of 3, guided by their parents. However, his grandfather understood that extracting chakra was a significant drain on one's vitality, and thus had steadfastly refused to allow Chen An to begin at 3. Finally, relenting at 4. It is worth noting that a year prior, Chen An had already mastered the script of the Naruto world and was capable of comprehending the chakra extraction technique independently. Shao An, the chakra extraction technique is now entrusted to you. However, during this period, I shall have a Xia return to specifically care for you. It is essential to maintain proper nutrition while extracting chakra, otherwise it may lead to physical damage, his grandfather reiterated, still apprehensive even as he entrusted the technique to Chen. And having my little aunt return is acceptable, but she should only attend to my meals. At other times, she should return home. After all, she has only been married for a year, and this period is ideal for her and my uncle to consider starting a family. Chen An thoughtfully replied to his grandfather's suggestion. His little aunt was 4 years younger than his father and was thus a member of the branch family. However, having grown up under socialist ideals, Chen An did not wish for her to serve him as a servant. The formality of bowing each time they met seemed overly burdensome, and he felt a sense of guilt about it. Very well indeed. His grandfather, Hinata responded with a nod of joy, pleased that his grandson had finally agreed after many discussions. That is good, but when you speak to your aunt, remember to communicate respectfully, rather than issuing commands as if she were a servant. Though the branch family is tasked with our protection, they're family, not servants, Chen advised, looking at his grandfather with concern. Understood, grandfather, I shall go at once, Chen replied. After Hinata received Chen An's consent, he turned and dashed outside, unaware of whether he heard Chen An's subsequent words. Once his grandfather, Hinata departed, Chen retreated to his room and promptly unfurled the scroll his grandfather had given him, scrutinizing the contents regarding the chakra extraction technique. The technique itself was not overly complex. Most of its teachings revolve around how to perceive one's spiritual and physical strength, followed by the fusion of the two to yield chakra. However, it contained no further instructions on how to enhance or cultivate chakra. Gazing at this manual, Chen An could only shake his head in resignation. It was no wonder that the chakra in the world of Naruto was so inadequate. Even the soul power cultivated in the fantastical world of Dolua continent could extend one's lifespan. In contrast, the chakra in the Naruto realm not only failed to prolong life, but, as depicted in the original work, even the formidable Uchiha Itachi suffered from a blood disease at a young age. This led to the unsettling suspicion that extracting chakra might inflict harm upon the body. Fortunately, chakra was a form of extraordinary power, and after years of living without such knowledge, Chen An was fervently eager to extract his own chakra. Seated cross-legged, he clasped his hands together and quietly followed the instructions from the scroll, beginning to sense his physical and spiritual strength. In less than half an hour, Chen An successfully discerned both his spiritual and physical powers. He then commenced the delicate process of merging these two forces. As he guided the powers, they gradually began to coalesce. That moment, Chen An was astonished to discover a purple orb the size of a walnut residing within his sea of consciousness. This purple orb, upon the emergence of Chen An's chakra, began to slowly absorb the chakra stored within his body. That a flash of purple light illuminated his surroundings, and a screen formed from purple luminescence appeared before him, displaying information that was all too familiar to Chen An. Name: Hinata Rian Chen An. Age: 4. Physique: 6. Spirit: 17. Bloodline: Intermediate Byakugan, Beginner Sage Body. Technique: Chakra Extraction Technique, 5100. Skills: Beginner Gentle Fist, Tai Chi 13 forms, Writing. Energy: 230. Chapter 3. The System of the Unremarkable. Overwhelmed with excitement at the sight of the system, Chen An eagerly shouted, "System, system." However, his calls yielded no response. The screen remained unresponsive, leaving Chen An feeling quite disheartened that it appeared that his system lacked any intelligent programming. Subsequently, Chen An began to search the screen for any introduction to the system's functionalities. However, after a thorough search, he found no descriptions of its capabilities. Damn it, my system is nothing but a product devoid of features. Chen An lamented as he lay back on his bed, glancing helplessly at the screen that was merely a solitary display. Yet, the events that followed only deepened his disappointment. After a thorough examination, Chen An discovered that his system possessed an experience bar feature solely for the chakra extraction technique. While other capabilities were conspicuously absent, particularly within the skill section, he could not help but ponder whether his system was indeed flawed, or perhaps even defective. However, upon scrutinizing the purple orb residing in his sea of consciousness, he noted that it bore no visible signs of cracks or damage. How am I supposed to dominate the ninja world with such a half-broken system? Chen An exclaimed in frustration, striking the ethereal screen before him. To his surprise, the screen was but an intangible presence. His hand passed through it effortlessly, resulting in a sudden tumble to the ground. Feeling disheartened, Chen An rose from the floor and returned to his bed. After a spell of despondency, he stubbornly sat up once more, unwilling to succumb to despair. Never mind, having a system is certainly better than having none. Perhaps this system could deduce a formidable technique. If I endure and persevere, who knows? I may eventually transcend even the existence of the 6 paths of mortals. Chen An consoled himself with quiet murmurs. With this self-affirmation, He began to explore the upgrade requirements of the system. Noticing that only the martial arts section contained upgradable data, he devoted himself to the practice of chakra extraction technique. After over 20 minutes of diligent training, Chen An opened his eyes once more to gaze at the luminous screen of the system. Name: Hinata Rian. Age: 4. Physique: 6. Spirit: 17. Bloodline: Intermediate Byakugan. Initial Sage Body Martial Art. Chakra Extraction Technique: 6100. Skills: Basic Soft Fist. Tai Chi: 13. Forms Energy: 250. Chen An did not expect that after 20 minutes of cultivation, he had only gained a slight increase in experience points on the data panel. This realization momentarily dampened his spirits. However, he soon resumed his testing. This time, rather than practicing the chakra extraction technique, he meticulously reread the technique and began to reflect on his previous practice, contemplating any potential missteps. Remarkably, this reflection yielded additional rewards. After thoroughly revisiting the technique, the experience points in the cultivation section of the data panel increased once more. Chen An understood that mastering this technique required not only practice but also a deep comprehension of its principles. Only by fully grasping and understanding the technique could he advance the progress bar in the cultivation section. Subsequently, Chen An experimented with manipulating the chakra within his body. He discovered that with each precise maneuver, the data panel reflected yet another increase in experience points. It became evident that continuous practice, earnest comprehension of the technique, and adept control over his own power were essential to elevate the progress bar. Achieving success in all three aspects was vital to filling the bar to its maximum capacity. With this newfound insight, Chen An began to read the chakra extraction technique repeatedly. After all, cultivating the technique demanded both physical and mental energy. Given his youth, excessive extraction of chakra could potentially lead to ailments akin to those suffered by Uchiha Itachi, resulting in an untimely demise. Although chakra could bestow extraordinary power, preserving his life was equally paramount. He would not forsake his own existence for fleeting strength. Xiao An, your grandfather and aunt have returned. Just as Chen An was becoming acquainted with his 3-in-1 system, his grandfather, Hinata Simu, had already returned with his aunt, Hinata Muxia. With a mere thought, Chen An's consciousness caused the violet light screen before him to vanish in an instant. Chen An rose to his feet, adjusted his attire, and then made his way towards the door. Aunt, you have arrived. I shall trouble you from now on. Chen An stepped outside and beheld his aunt standing at the entrance. With a warm smile, Chen An addressed his aunt Hinata Makuya, who stood at the door. There is no need for such formality, dear An. I am more than willing to come and care for you, she replied kindly. This young nephew of hers, though still quite young, possessed remarkably sound judgment and exhibited great politeness. He was particularly amiable towards the members of the Hyuga clan, never exhibiting the airs often displayed by other children from prominent families. It could be said that he was the most cherished among the entire Hyuga lineage. Even if she were not present, other members of the branch family would eagerly vie for the opportunity to attend to him. And you have already extracted chakra, suddenly spoke the silent grandfather, Hyuga Kiyomu, turning his attention to Chen An. Really? In his already extracted chakra? Hinata Makuya exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and delight. It was worth noting that even her elder brother took a full 2 days to successfully extract chakra, earning him the title of a contemporary genius of the Hyuga clan. Indeed, I just extracted it a moment ago and have already begun to practice how to manipulate it, Chen An replied. Chen An nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed his grandfather Hinata Simu and his aunt Hinata Muku. Ha ha ha, my grandson is indeed extraordinary. He shall surely surpass Hinata Tennin in the future, becoming yet another formidable member of our Hinata clan, Hinata Simu declared joyfully as he lifted Chen An into the air, brimming with excitement. All right, Grandpa, it's nothing to fuss over. Let us speak of future matters when the time comes. Chen An gently patted his grandfather, Hinata Simu, requesting to be set down. Very well, today we shall celebrate Xiao and successful chakra extraction with a feast of grilled meat, Hinata Simu declared joyfully, gesturing towards Hinata Muxia and Chen An. Excellent. Father, when shall we depart? Hinata Muxia inquired with a smile directed at her father. We shall set off at once, Hinata Simu proclaimed with great enthusiasm, taking Chen An's hand and leading him outside. Chen An did not refuse. A person who once relished meat in their past life could not possibly resist the prospect of indulging in it. The Hyuga clan, being the third most prominent family after the Senju and Uchiha clans, has a rather expansive residence in Konoha. As Hyuga Kaimuku escorted Chen An out of the Hyuga estate, anyone they encountered from the Hyuga clan would joyfully share the news that their grandson had successfully extracted chakra in merely half a day's time. Many offered their congratulations to Hyuga Kyomuku, praising him for having such a remarkable grandson. Now, under the reign of the second Hokage, it was a different scenario. Had it been during the tenure of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, one could easily envision Shimura Danzo knocking on his door the very next day, eager to recruit him into the Root organization as one of his subordinates. Chapter 4. The Development Path of Medical Ninjas under the grand demeanor of his grandfather, Hyuga Kyomuku. Chen An relished a special barbecue prepared by the Akimichi clan alongside his aunt, Hyuga Muku. Chen An and his aunt, Hinata Muku, indulged in a sumptuous meal, leaving them both thoroughly satisfied. In the end, it was his grandfather, Hinata Simu, who carried Chen An home. The following morning, Chen An slowly opened his eyes at the sound of his aunt, Hinata Muku, calling him. She had prepared breakfast, eagerly awaiting his awakening to share the meal. After enjoying the breakfast, Chen An could hardly contain his anticipation, urging his aunt to return home. After all, with her presence, how could he possibly focus on his own training? Chen An harbors numerous secrets within himself. Throughout the morning, he diligently familiarizes himself with the system. Although, as a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, his safety is relatively assured, it is not absolute. In the original narrative, a certain figure from the Mist Village possesses a Byakugan. According to the regulations of the Hyuga clan, that Byakugan is likely derived from the eyes of the main family. Thus, even as the head of the Hyuga clan, one cannot guarantee complete safety in the ninja world. Consequently, Chen An must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself, lest he find himself in peril and reliant on the protection of others. After all, the safeguard offered by others cannot be perpetually relied upon. At noon, his grandfather, Hyuga Kiyomu, returned home, while his aunt, Hyuga Muku, had already come by at 11 to prepare lunch for Chen An and his father. Little An, what direction do you plan to pursue in the future? Grandfather wishes to be prepared, he inquired with a smile while enjoying his meal. The Hyuga clan generally has two primary paths for development within the village of Konoha. One path is that of the Taijutsu-type ninja, given the clan's unique gentle fist technique. Although it may not shine at the level of a Kage, the gentle fist style is renowned among both Jounin and Chunin of the village. The other path is that of reconnaissance-type ninja. The long-range eyesight provided by the Byakugan allows the Hyuga clan to detect enemies in advance, enabling them to prepare for both defense and offense. In this regard, even the Inuzuka clan and the Yamanaka clan cannot match the convenience of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Grandfather, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu and become a medical ninja. With a smile, Chen An addressed his grandfather, Hinata Simu, medical ninja? Grandfather Hinata Simu cast a puzzled glance at his grandson, for the term medical ninja had yet to emerge within the entirety of Konoha village. Grandfather, does our clan not possess a technique known as healing jutsu? I aspire to delve into the realm of medical knowledge and cultivate it into a novel ninja vocation, which I shall designate as medical ninja. Chen An smiled at his grandfather, Hinata Kiyomu, and remarked that during this period, Tsunade Senju was merely a child of his own age. With diligent effort and the advantages of Byakugan, he was certain he could elevate the field of medical ninjutsu to unprecedented heights. In time, he would become the founder of medical ninjas. Medical ninjas? Pray, share your plans with me, and I shall offer my guidance. His grandfather, Hinata Kiyomu, responded thoughtfully. I intend to acquire extensive knowledge in various medical practices, establishing a foundation with basic healing and hemorrhage control techniques. I shall continuously develop antidotes and organ transplantation methods. Initially, medical ninjutsu lacks offensive capabilities, so I plan to supplement my skills with the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan, ensuring that I do not meet an untimely demise before reaching my full potential. As my understanding of human anatomy deepens in the later stages, I will be able to devise medical ninjutsu akin to the chakra blade, which would not only expedite the healing of wounds but also serve as a lethal weapon against adversaries. With a smile, Chen Lei shared his vision for the future development of medical ninjas with his grandfather, Hinata Simu. Your idea is excellent. I wholeheartedly support you, said his grandfather, nodding with great delight. Noting that medical ninjas lack offensive capabilities in their early stages, Chen Lei expressed his hope that his grandfather could suggest the establishment of a hospital in the village dedicated to the training and practice of medical ninjas. Observing his grandfather's agreement to his pursuit of medical ninjutsu, Chen Lei further proposed, very well, I will take care of this matter. But you must be diligent in developing your medical ninjutsu. Hinata Simu assured Chen Lei that it would not be an issue. Thank you immensely, grandfather. Chen An, brimming with excitement, addressed his grandfather Hayashi Hyuga. With the unwavering support of his grandfather, Chen An could mobilize all the branch family members belonging to the faction of the Third Elder to assist him. It is noteworthy that while the Hyuga clan comprises 6 main families, the majority consists of branch family members. In the original narrative, the profound discord between the Hyuga branch and the main family largely stemmed from the clan's gradual integration into Konoha, leading to an increasingly stable existence. Members of the main family began to shift from their original role of guiding the Hyuga clan towards a more prosperous continuation to merely pursuing a more comfortable life. Faced with their inability to compete with other clans in Konoha, the Hyuga clan turned to exploit the branch families within their own lineage. Chen An felt that since he had arrived in this world and become a member of the clan, he must strive to alter the original narrative wherein the Hyuga clan was in opposition to the main family. The role of medical ninjas emerged as a significant factor in the competition between the Hyuga clan and other families. After all, possessing the Byakugan grants the Hyuga clan a distinct advantage in accurately identifying the ailments afflicting patients. By the way, grandfather, I heard that recently Lord Hokage has invited members from various clans to join the Umbu. Is that true? While enjoying his meal, Chen An suddenly recalled a conversation he overheard yesterday during a barbecue and turned to his grandfather, Hyuga Simu, to inquire. Indeed, that is the case. Why do you ask? Grandfather Hyuga Simu replied nonchalantly to Chen An. Has our clan sent anyone to participate? Chen An placed his chopsticks down and curiously turned to his grandfather, Hinata Chingmu, inquiring. Oh, it seems our family has not sent anyone over. Our primary focus now should be on gaining control over the Taijutsu class and the reconnaissance team, while leaving the Umbu to those smaller clans. Grandfather Hinata Chingmu replied nonchalantly to Chunlei. Grandfather, I propose that our clan should still send a few individuals. It need not be many, just enough to secure a few positions. Even a team leader's position would suffice. Chen An's demeanor suddenly turned serious as he addressed his grandfather. That place is responsible for assassinations. It has no connection to our family. Hearing Chen An's words, his grandfather, Hinata Simu, hesitated before responding. Grandfather, the Umbu is a force exclusive to the Hokage. If the Hyuga clan lacks representation within it, the clan will be utterly defenseless should the Hokage turn against us in the future. Furthermore, neither the Taijutsu division nor the reconnaissance unit can be dominated solely by the Hyuga clan. It is impossible for our clan to monopolize both teams entirely. Instead, we might consider a more magnanimous approach, securing positions at the higher echelons while allowing those lesser clans to occupy the lower ranks. By doing so, the Hyuga clan would not only gain a favorable reputation but also effortlessly acquire additional privileges. In the future, if a member of the Hyuga clan seeks to compete for the Hokage position, they would garner greater support from the community. Chen An spoke calmly to his grandfather. Yet his tone was imbued with earnestness, compelling the venerable elder Hinata Kiyoma to take heed. Shun, you are indeed correct. After I finish my meal, I shall confer with the clan leader. It appears we have discovered a means for our family's transformation. The third elder Hinata Kiyoma nodded in agreement, greatly valuing Chen An's words. Chapter 5. The Marvelous Tai Chi Chuan. After their meal, grandfather Hinata Kiyoma proceeded to the clan leader's residence, while Chen An ventured outdoors, intent on honing his martial skills. Within his skill repertoire, aside from the basic soft fist technique, there existed another combat-ready skill, the 13 forms of Tai Chi. The 13 forms had been introduced to Chen An during his previous life when a new physical education teacher, in a moment of enthusiasm, taught it to his entire class. Initially, Chen An was drawn to Tai Chi primarily because it frequently appeared in Jin Yang's martial arts novels, prompting him to practice the 13 forms for a period. However, as he matured and outgrew his youthful fantasies, he ceased to practice it actively. It was only later, under the guidance of his grandfather, that he resumed. Each time Chen An visited his grandfather's home, the following morning, his grandfather would invariably rouse him to accompany him in practicing the 13 forms. Gradually, the essence of Tai Chi became ingrained in Chen An's very being, never to be forgotten despite the passage of years. Now, Chen An was eager to explore how the 13 forms might manifest in this extraordinary world infused with chakra. After his aunt Hinata Makuya departed, Chen An stood in the courtyard and began to gracefully perform the 13 forms. Many texts elucidate that Tai Chi emphasizes intention over form, advocating the principle of yielding to overcome strength. Initially, Chen An executed the movement slowly and deliberately, one posture at a time. However, as time passed, he closed his eyes and began to recall the methods of perceiving both physical and spiritual strength as described in the chakra extraction techniques. Chen An gradually began to relinquish his original movements, instead opting to gently sway his arms in accordance with the distribution of strength within his corporeal form. Initially, his actions retained their form, closely resembling the essence of the 13 postures of Tai Chi. However, as time passed, Chen An's rendition of the 13 postures began to evolve. Not only did the tempo quicken, but the movements also became increasingly fluid and natural. While still reminiscent of the original 13 postures, subtle variations began to emerge. Finally, after repeating the sequence 3 times, Chen An came to a gentle halt. Chen An discovered that merely practicing the Tai Chi 13 forms 3 times had significantly enhanced his chakra extraction technique, increasing his experience by several points and even improving his physical constitution by a notch. Truly, the legacy left by our ancestors is remarkably potent. Chen An gazed in astonishment at the latest data displayed on the screen, exclaiming in shock. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, he had practiced the Tai Chi 13 forms for many years. Due to the lack of tangible perception, he had long abandoned the practice. However, upon traversing into the world of Naruto, he unexpectedly found that merely picking up the Tai Chi 13 forms for the first time yielded results more formidable than the chakra extraction technique. One cannot help but wonder what extraordinary realm the immortal Zhang Sanfeng, creator of Tai Chi, had attained during its inception. Regrettably, had he known of his impending journey to another world, he would have brought along all the treasures left by his ancestors to witness how they might transform under the enhancement of chakra. Having confirmed the efficacy of the Tai Chi 13 forms, Chen An stood excitedly in the courtyard, practicing the forms repeatedly. Yet, to his dismay, despite his relentless efforts, he did not achieve the same remarkable progress in subsequent practices as he did during his initial attempt. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that, although the advancements in his practice of the Tai Chi 13 forms were not as pronounced as before, there was still notable progress. Moreover, this progress surpassed that of his independent training in the chakra extraction technique. After all, in the case of the chakra extraction technique, one must eventually halt their training upon reaching a certain threshold, otherwise, excessive extraction could harm the body. In contrast, with the Tai Chi 13 forms, Chen An could sense his physical strength gradually enhancing with each practice session. Unless he were to exhaust his stamina, he would not cease his practice of the Tai Chi 13 forms. By the time his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, returned in the afternoon, the experience points in the skill section of the system panel had already reached 57. Initially, Chen An had been concerned that mastering the chakra extraction technique to its utmost would require at least a year. However, now he firmly believed that with just a month of dedicated effort, he could elevate the technique to its highest pinnacle. How about his grandfather? Had he managed to persuade the clan leader? Chen An poured a cup of tea and placed it beside his grandfather's table. Smiling as he inquired about the matter with Hyuga Kiyomo, the clan leader has consented. We shall proceed as you suggested. The Hyuga clan shall occupy the esteemed positions, while the ordinary roles beneath will be entrusted to the members of the smaller families. Grandfather Hyuga Kiyomu took a sip of tea, nodding in contentment, before addressing Chen An. It is essential for the Hyuga clan to integrate deeply into every facet of Konoha, lest we be excluded from the circles of power within the village. Chen An nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction. In the original narrative, Senju Tobarama had assigned the entire Uchiha clan to the Konoha Security Department. However, with the progression of Konoha Village, the Uchiha clan found themselves ostracized by the very community they once served. Nearly all the clans harbored disdain towards the Uchiha, who held the authority of law enforcement within Konoha. Ultimately, when the Uchiha clan faced their demise, their existence elicited little concern from others, even their own kin. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi perceived their family members as overly selfish and prideful, failing to assimilate into Konoha Village. In truth, upon graduating from the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha clan found no roles outside of the security department, rendering their integration into Konoha Village nearly impossible. Only Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi managed to join the Umbu, thus standing in their privilege without understanding the struggles of the clan. Shaoan, do you truly hold Konoha in such high regard? Inquired his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu. With a smile. Grandfather, it is not that I have faith in Konoha, Chen An replied. It is merely that with the establishment of the 5 great shinobi villages, the predicament of the ninja clans outside has become perilous. Regardless of the size of one's clan, the might of the entire shinobi village diminishes their influence significantly. The adage unity is strength resonates with truth. From the moment the shinobi villages were founded, even clans as formidable as the Senju and Uchiha could no longer survive independently. Unless one's clan boasted exceptional figures akin to Shinja Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, survival in isolation becomes an inviting target for hostility. If a clan possesses little of value, they may endure a tad longer. However, should they hold unique jutsu or bloodlines of significance, the 5 great shinobi villages will undoubtedly devise means to seize these external clan resources, strengthening their own power. Chen An calmly addressed his grandfather, Hinata Simu. As a time traveler, Chen An possessed a profound understanding of the impending developments within the ninja world, thus his words were imbued with unwavering confidence. "Oh, little one, you are quite knowledgeable," his grandfather, Hinata Simu, inquired with curiosity. Which clan among those outside will be the first to face annihilation? Listening to his grandson's self-assured statement, he awaited the response. The Uzumaki clan. Chen An boldly addressed his grandfather. The Uzumaki clan. How is that even possible? After all, that is the family of Mito Uzumaki, the wife of the first Hokage. Upon hearing Chen An's words, his grandfather, Hyuga Simu, was taken aback and inquired with astonishment, "Grandson, do you still remember the tailed beasts?" Calmly, Chen An inquired of his grandfather, Hinata Chingmu. "Are you suggesting that other ninja villages would seek to seize the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan in order to better contain the tailed beasts?" Hinata Chingmu gazed at his grandson, astonished. It was remarkable that no one in the entirety of Konoha had yet recognized this truth, while his grandson had discerned it. "Grandfather, you should convey this hypothesis to Lady Uzumaki Mito, the wife of the first Hokage. Seek a way to obtain some sealing techniques from her that could enhance our own abilities." Chen An smiled as he spoke to his grandfather, Hinata Simu. "What do you need that sealing technique for?" His grandfather inquired with curiosity upon hearing his grandson's request. "I have my own plans. You need not concern yourself with this matter, Grandpa." Chen An shook his head, indicating that he had no intention of revealing to his grandfather the existence of Hinata Chingmu. The primary reason Chen An seeks the sealing technique is his desire to alter the caged bird curse seal of the Hyuga clan. Chen An wished to alter the caged bird seal so that once it was sealed, no one could manipulate him again. This was to prevent future generations from allowing the main family to enslave the branch family. After all, in the original narrative, Hyuga Niji was indeed a remarkably talented individual. It was astonishing that merely sharing the conflicts with the main family could lead to his utter destruction. Had it not been for Naruto Uzumaki's guidance, it is likely that Hyuga Niji would have met his demise at the hands of the main family. Chen An wished to prevent such tragedies from recurring in his world. Chapter 6. Acquiring the Yin Seal. Although he did not receive an answer from Chen An, his grandfather, Hinata Simu, felt no disappointment and refrained from further inquiries. Since birth, this grandson had exhibited remarkable qualities. Therefore, the third elder, Hinata Simu, tacitly accepted Chen An's words and resolved to seek out Uzumaki Mito from the Senju clan the following day. Following Chen An's suggestion to his grandfather to send members of the Hinata clan to participate in various teams within Konoha, Chen An did not see his grandfather for several days. Essentially, each morning, before Chen An rose, his grandfather had already departed. And by the time Chen An retired for the night, his grandfather would return. Fortunately, with his aunt Hinata Mukes preparing 3 meals a day for him, Chen An continued to fare well. On this day, after completing the patriarch's commissioned task, the third elder, Hinata Simu, set off towards the Senju clan, bearing a gift. "Hello. I come to pay a visit to Lord Mito. Might I trouble you to announce my arrival?" Hinata Simu smiled at the Senju ninja standing at the entrance of the clan. "You wish to visit Lord Mito? My apologies, please wait a moment while I notify him." The Senju ninja replied, smiling upon recognizing the third elder of the Hinata clan. "Very well, do go ahead," Hinata Simu nodded, gesturing for the Senju ninja to proceed. "Thank you for your understanding." The Senju ninja smiled at Hinata Simu before swiftly heading to the chamber of Uzumaki Mito. "Lord Mito, the third elder of the Hinata clan wishes to see you." The Senju ninja carefully knocked on the door and addressed Mito. "Simu, please invite him in." Uzumaki Mito, upon hearing the name Hinata Simu, paused momentarily before instructing the Senju ninja to admit him. After all, Hinata Simu could be considered a relative of the Senju clan. "Lord Simu, Lord Mito invites you in." The Senju ninja warmly welcomed Hinata Simu into the Senju territory. "It has been a long time, Lord Mito." Hinata Simu entered Mito's residence, smiling as he addressed the esteemed elder seated at the head of the table. "Indeed, Simu. It has been quite a while since we last met," Uzumaki Mito remarked, looking at Hinata Simu with a sense of nostalgia. Since the passing of Hinata Simu's son and daughter-in-law, he had lost contact with the Senju clan and had not visited their stronghold again. "By the way, Simu, is there something you wish to discuss today?" The Whirlpool Water Lord shook his head and then inquired of Hinata Kiyuki. I have come today to exchange some information for sealing techniques from Lord Water. Hinata Kiyuki spoke directly to the Whirlpool Water Lord. Sealing techniques? What kind of news could compel you, Kiyuki, to come in person? The Whirlpool Water Lord looked at Hinata Kiyuki with a puzzled expression. It pertains to your maternal clan. The Uzumaki clan, Hinata Kiyuki replied solemnly, locking eyes with the Whirlpool Water Lord. The Uzumaki clan. Kiyuki, what news have you received? The Whirlpool Water Lord gazed intently at Hinata Kiyuki. It concerns the survival of the Uzumaki clan, information that many have overlooked, Hinata Kiyuki stated with a slight smile. Recognizing the determination in Hinata Kiyuki's eyes, the Whirlpool Water Lord understood that the information he held was likely credible. Very well. As long as you share the information and it proves true, I shall retrieve all the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan for you to choose from, he responded earnestly. With the Whirlpool Water Lord's consent, Hinata Kiyuki began to relay the details explained by Chen An, piece by piece. Who would have thought that the tailed beasts distributed by Hashirama for the sake of peace would become the very source of my Uzumaki clan's destruction? The Whirlpool Water Lord lamented. Lord Water, the situation is not as dire as it seems. You can write to the Uzumaki clan now, informing them of the reasons behind these events and urging them to relocate to Konoha village sooner rather than later. In this era of ninja villages, individual clans cannot contend against the 5 great nations and their ninja villages, Hinata Kiyuki urged seriously. Kiyuki, I understand. Thank you for your assistance in this matter. I shall transcribe the enhanced sealing techniques and send them to your home, the Whirlpool Water Lord replied, having composed his emotions. I am deeply grateful to you, Lord Water. With his objective achieved, Hinata Kiyuki stood to express his gratitude. Kiyuki, it is I who must thank you, were it not for your timely revelation of your findings. The Uzumaki clan might indeed face annihilation due to my husband's actions, the Whirlpool Water Lord said, shaking his head. This matter was not my discovery. You should express your gratitude elsewhere, not to me. Hearing the Whirlpool Water Lord's words, Hinata Kiyuki smiled and shook his head, unwilling to usurp his grandson's merit. Knowing that cultivating a good relationship with the Whirlpool Water Lord would greatly benefit his grandson's future growth. Oh, if not you, then who could it be? Is it the leader of your Hinata clan? The Whirlpool Water Lord pondered. The Hyuga clan had not discovered the subtle nuances. Who could possibly notice such minute details? Certainly not the clan leader, but rather my grandson, Hyuga Hayashi. I was quite taken aback when I heard this news. Hyuga Kayamori smiled as he spoke to Uzumaki Mido. Hayashi, I recall that little fellow is about the same age as Tsunade, isn't he? Uzumaki Mido gazed at Hyuga Kayamori in astonishment, hoping to discern a jest in his eyes. Indeed, he is my grandson. Not only is he exceptionally clever and resourceful, but he also possesses keen observational skills. As Hyuga Kayamori spoke of his grandson, he became increasingly effusive about the boy's remarkable qualities. That's quite impressive. Uzumaki Mido nodded in resigned acknowledgement of Hyuga Kayamori's praises. When Hyuga Kayamori noticed that Uzumaki Mido seemed disinclined to continue the conversation, he rose to bid farewell and departed. After Hyuga Kayamori left, Uzumaki Mido swiftly began to compose a letter detailing the potential consequences of the tailed beasts that could lead to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. He meticulously penned everything on the parchment and dispatched a ninja from the Senju clan with orders to deliver the letter to the Uzumaki clan post-haste. This was to avert an unprepared assault by the other 4 great ninja villages that could result in their demise. Following the notification to the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido transcribed all the sealing techniques he knew that could enhance their defenses onto a scroll. The next day, he sent the scroll containing all the enhancement techniques to the Hyuga clan, delivering it directly into the hands of Hyuga Kayamori. Here you go. This is the sealing technique exchanged from Lord Uzumaki Mido, everything you need. Upon receiving the sealing techniques, Hyuga Kayamori did not hesitate to pass the scroll directly to Chen An. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen An excitedly unrolled the scroll, and the first thing that caught his eye was the renowned sealing technique, the Ein sealing method, from the world of Naruto. It seemed to pertain to the safety of the Uzumaki clan. The reward offered by Uzumaki Mido was indeed quite generous. Chen An gazed contentedly at the 9 sealing techniques inscribed on the scroll. Chapter 7. The Art of Chakra Manipulation. Since determining the path he would tread in the future, his grandfather, Hinata Kayamizu, had specifically dispatched knowledgeable members from the branch family to instruct Chen An. Although chaos reigned outside, life within the Hinata household remained delightfully serene. Moreover, during these past few days, Chen An discovered that even without actively practicing the chakra extraction technique, His system would incrementally increase his experience each day. This revelation came about one day when, while engrossed in studying medical knowledge, he neglected to practice the chakra extraction technique. To his surprise, upon awakening the following morning, he found that his data panel had miraculously gained an additional point of experience. Chen An also noted that as he progressed further in mastering the chakra extraction technique, the rate of advancement began to slow. However, the daily increment of experience alleviated his concerns regarding potential bottlenecks that could hinder his breakthroughs. On this particular day, Chen An remained at home, not venturing out. Even as the clock struck 11 in the evening, he was still awake, eagerly staring at his system panel. Just yesterday, he had successfully elevated the experience points for the chakra extraction technique to 99, tantalizingly close to reaching the coveted 100 points. Chen An was particularly eager to witness the transformation of his system upon reaching the coveted score of 100. As time ticked away, the clock finally struck midnight, signaling the arrival of the hour. In an instant, the experience points on the data panel surged from 99 to a remarkable 100. Name: Hinata Hyori. Age: for physique, 8 spirit, 18 bloodline. Intermediate Byakugan initial sage body technique skill, chakra extraction technique, 100100. Abilities: basic gentle fist. Tai Chi 13 forms energy, 300. Chen An clearly observed the presence of a plus sign button in the column of public law. Chen An cautiously extended his hand and pressed the plus button. In an instant, a beam of light flashed, and the cultivation technique section was successfully refreshed, revealing a new name. Unfortunately, the other sections remained unchanged. Only the cultivation techniques had transformed. The original chakra extraction technique had evolved into the chakra operation technique. The experience, once at its peak, had reverted to 0. However, the path to advancement had become considerably more arduous, as Chen An clearly observed that the previously required 100 points of experience had now escalated to 10,000 points. Yet, Chen An was not anxious. Instead, he was profoundly astonished. Just moments ago, all information regarding the chakra operation technique had surged into his mind. Remarkably, this new technique included methods for channeling the freely circulating chakra within oneself into the dantian, thus storing one's chakra and preventing it from dissipating naturally within the body. This unexpected development left Chen An in a state of profound shock. If this progression continued, it was only a matter of time before techniques related to the cultivation of immortality would emerge. Chen An sat cross-legged on the bed, joyfully commencing his practice of chakra manipulation. As he delved into his training, streams of chakra coursed through his meridians, flowing into his dantian. It might have been mere illusion, but Chen An felt an unusual power within him, gradually extending the length of his life as the chakra settled in his dantian. Remarkably, the physical and mental energy that had been depleted from extracting chakra began to resurge, evoking a sensation of restoration. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Chen An opened his eyes, only to find no discernible changes within either the data panel or his own body. With this realization, he reclined upon his bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Chen An stood in the courtyard, practicing the 13 forms of Tai Chi while simultaneously cultivating his chakra manipulation technique. This method of practice had been discovered during his previous training in chakra extraction. Such an approach not only accelerated the progress of his chakra extraction but also greatly enhanced his understanding of Tai Chi as Chen An engaged in his Tai Chi practice. His esteemed instructor, Hinata Shizuka, stood quietly nearby, observing him. Hinata Shizuka had been appointed as his medical ninjutsu teacher by Chen An's grandfather, Hinata Simu. Among the entire Hinata clan, Hinata Shizuka possessed the most exquisite medical ninjutsu and the most comprehensive medical knowledge. As she watched Chen An's slow and deliberate movements, a faint smile graced her lips. She wondered where her young master had acquired such a languid style of martial art, speculating it must be a technique employed by elderly monks in some temple for the sake of health preservation. Master Chen An, the time has come for us to commence our training in medical ninjutsu, Hinata Shizuka remarked, glancing at the clock and addressing Chen An. Very well, Teacher Shizuka, he replied. Chen An effortlessly concluded his final movements, then gradually assumed a poised stance. Teacher Jingxiang, may we officially commence our studies in medical ninjutsu today? With a smile, Chen An approached Hinata Shizuka and inquired. Of course, young master. And Hinata Shizuka replied with a grin. Today, we shall first learn the art of hemostasis. She procured a rabbit, its limbs bound tightly. Without hesitation, she drew a small knife and made a decisive cut on the creature's leg. Blood immediately flowed from the wound. Hinata Shizuka then formed a hand seal, and a faint green glow emanated from her palms, which she placed upon the bleeding area. Within 3 seconds, the flow of blood ceased, though the wound remained. Young Master, do give it a try, she encouraged, once again making a cut on the rabbit's leg. Smiling as she addressed Chen An observed this scene with a peculiar gaze directed at Hinata Shizuka. It seemed that his teacher was indeed a physician, demonstrating a ruthless approach in the practice of medical ninjutsu. Chen An, emulating Hinata Shizuka, recalled the information regarding the medical ninjutsu for hemostasis and formed hand seals. Subsequently, a pale green glow, reminiscent of Hinata Shizuka's, manifested upon Chen An's hands. Chen An placed his hand upon the wound of the bleeding rabbit. In but a mere second, the blood from the rabbit's legs ceased to flow. Young Master Rian truly is a prodigy, accomplishing such a feat with remarkable ease. Nara Shizuka gazed in astonishment at Chen An's deftness, unable to believe that the mere 4-year-old had mastered the art of hemostasis in such a brief span of time. Yet, Chen An found himself lost in contemplation as he regarded his hand. Logically, he had previously attempted to control chakra, but for reasons unknown. Today the manipulation of chakra felt particularly effortless. Could this be the advantage of storing chakra within the dantian? In the depths of his heart, Chen An pondered. Since I have mastered the art of hemostasis, let us now embark on the study of healing techniques. Hinata Shizuka smiled warmly at Chen An and replied. With such a talented disciple, Hinata Shizuka felt an immense joy. She was eager to seize the moment and impart more knowledge to Chen An. Very well, Teacher Shizuka. Let us delve into the art of healing. Chen An raised his head and smiled at Hinata Shizuka. Chapter 8. The Medical Genius Seeing Chen An's Agreement. A joyful smile graced the face of his teacher, Hinata Shizuka. Although she held the title of teacher, she belonged to a branch family, thus requiring Chen An's consent before imparting any relevant ninjutsu. If Chen An were unwilling to learn, Hinata Shizuka could not compel him as other instructors might. In her excitement, Hinata Shizuka swiftly made another incision on the rabbit, which had previously ceased bleeding. Under Chen An's peculiar gaze, she formed hand seals, channeling her chakra into healing ninjutsu with a focus on the yang attribute. This time, the green glow emanating from her hands was significantly more vibrant than during the earlier hemostatic technique. As she brought her hands closer, the wound on the rabbit's leg began to heal rapidly. Although the scar remained visible, the injury itself had completely closed. What do you think, young Master Chen? Would you like me to demonstrate once more? Hinata Shizuka inquired with a smile, seemingly on the verge of making another cut on the rabbit's leg. There's no need. Teacher Shizuka, may I attempt it myself? Chen An shook his head with a smile and said to Hinata Shizuka, very well. Then let young Master Rian give it a try. Hinata Shizuka smiled faintly, then once again, the scalpel in her hand swiftly sliced open the rabbit's leg. Chen An has become utterly exhausted from criticizing his teacher. He merely yearns to master the healing arts swiftly, lest his instructor, Hinata Shizuka, inflict further harm upon the innocent rabbit. Chen An held his breath, concentrating intently, as his hands swiftly formed intricate seals. Soon, a vibrant green chakra radiance, akin to that of Hinata Shizuka, manifested in his palms. Chen An placed his hand upon the rabbit's leg, and the once inflicted wound began to heal rapidly, even more swiftly than that of Hinata Shizuka. Young Master Rian, you are truly remarkable, having mastered it so quickly. Hinata Shizuka exclaimed in astonishment as she gazed at Chen An. If the difficulty of the hemostasis technique is classified as D level, then the healing technique surely possesses a minimum level of C. Although Chen An had previously perused information regarding ninjutsu, he had never ventured to experiment with it. To his surprise, he succeeded effortlessly on his very first attempt. This left Hinata Shizuka feeling both elated and somewhat disheartened. The joy arose from the emergence of a prodigy within the Hyuga clan, while the sorrow stemmed from the realization that she had no further medical ninjutsu to impart to this gifted young master. Young Master Hinata, I have nothing more to teach you. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, please feel free to seek my guidance, Shizuka respectfully stated, bowing to Chen An. There is no need for such formality, Teacher Shizuka. I will certainly approach you whenever I find myself in need of clarification, he replied. Chen An halted the gesture of salutation from Hinata Shizuka and kindly addressed her. Very well, young Master Rian, I shall take my leave. Hinata Shizuka nodded slightly, and then turned to depart. After her exit, Chen An did not relinquish his pursuit of medical ninjutsu. Instead, he picked up a pen and began to document all his reflections from his prior studies in medical ninjutsu. Both the techniques of hemostasis and healing were applicable to the surface of the human body. Chen An's aspiration is to develop the mystical technique of palm healing, as originally conceived by Tsunade in the source material. This technique is remarkable not only for its ability to mend external wounds, but also for its capacity to heal internal injuries. Additionally, there exists the chakra scalpel, a unique ninjutsu that possesses both offensive capabilities and the precision of a surgical instrument, employed for the treatment of internal ailments. Meanwhile, Hinata Shizuka, after departing from Chen An's residence, did not immediately return home but sought out the elder, Hinata Kayamori. Lord Kayamori, Shizuka requests an audience, she murmured. Kneeling outside the office of the esteemed elder, Shizuka, please enter, came the response from Kayamori, who, upon recognizing her voice, beckoned her inside. Shizuka, were you not instructing youngin in medical ninjutsu today? What brings you here so soon? Kayamori inquired, setting aside the documents he had been perusing, his expression turning serious. Indeed, Lord Kayamori, youngin has completely mastered the techniques of hemorrhage control and healing. What remains now is merely the refinement through continuous practice. There is no further need for me to instruct him, Shizuka replied with utmost respect. Has he learned so swiftly? Kayamori exclaimed, astonished, gazing at Shizuka in disbelief. Yes, Lord Kayamori. Youngin is a true genius. He successfully performed both the hemorrhage control and healing techniques after observing my demonstration just once, she affirmed. Haha, splendid. Shizuka, you may return now, but remember, do not disclose this matter to anyone, Kayamori instructed, his demeanor brightening with joy. Of course, Lord Kayamori. I shall take my leave. Shizuka replied, bowing respectfully before excusing herself. With a lightened spirit, Kayamori swiftly attended to the family affairs and prepared to head home. Grandfather has returned, he exclaimed joyfully upon entering his home, spotting Chen An engrossed in writing at the table. Grandfather, you're back. Please wait a moment. I wish to record my insights from today before we converse, Chen An replied. Chen An cast a glance at his grandfather but did not rise to approach him. After completing the medical ninjutsu, Chen An once again embarked on the dissection of the caged bird seal, as a legacy passed down through the Hyuga clan for millennia. He had attempted to decipher the caged bird seal numerous times, yet he still found himself at an impasse. The seal consisted of interlocking rings, and it was imperative to preserve its ability to seal the eyes upon death while eliminating the flaw of external control. Given his current capabilities, it seemed a formidable challenge for Chen An to accomplish this task. It's all right, Chen, take your time. Your grandfather will wait for you here, Hinata Kiyoma reassured him, not expressing any reproach. Instead, he settled down quietly, patiently awaiting Chen An's completion of his work. Finally, as Chen An inscribed the last stroke, he set down his pen and made his way toward his grandfather. Grandfather, what brings you back so early today? Chen An smiled as he inquired of his grandfather. Hinata Simu, haha, grandfather, isn't this a joyful occasion? Jingxiang mentioned that you have mastered both the art of hemostasis and the healing technique. Is that true? Hinata Simu chuckled as he responded to Chen An. Although he was already aware of his grandson's progress, he still yearned to hear it directly from him. Indeed, the two medical ninjutsu techniques are rather straightforward. I have already begun to employ them with a preliminary level of proficiency. Chen An nodded and spoke to Hinata Simu. Indeed, my grandson is quite astute. Hinata Simu, satisfied, nodded in agreement and addressed Chen An. By the way, little An, your grandfather is unaware of what you have been diligently writing and drawing lately. Suddenly, it dawned on grandfather Hinata Simu that Chen An had been engrossed in his notebook every day, and out of curiosity, he inquired further. Grandfather, I am studying the sigils of caged birds. Chen An did not conceal anything. He directly conveyed to his grandfather, Hinata Simu, his intentions regarding the caged bird seal. What purpose do you have in studying it? His grandfather inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. If Chen An were a member of the branch family, one might surmise that he sought to unravel the seal in hopes of attaining greater freedom, unshackled from the constraints of the main family. However, as his grandson was a member of the main family, and thus not bound by the caged bird seal, it was perplexing that he would suddenly aspire to study it. Nevertheless, recognizing his grandson's intelligence from a young age, Hinata Simu felt an urge to comprehend his grandson's thoughts. Grandfather, I wish to alter the aspect of the caged bird seal that subjects us to the control of the main family. Chen An gazed steadfastly at his grandfather, Hinata Simu, as he articulated the rationale behind his research on the caged bird seal. To lift the control is simply not feasible. How could you possibly think that? Hinata Simu exclaimed, rising abruptly in astonishment at his grandson's words. Grandfather, while the caged bird seal has endowed the entire Hinata clan with formidable execution capabilities, it has simultaneously deprived us of the opportunity for unity within our family. Chen An gazed quietly at his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, as he spoke. In the original era of the Warring States, a family-centric period, the caged bird seal could have aided the Hinata clan in preserving their lineage for generations to come. However, the present age has transformed into that of the ninja villages. Should the caged bird system, which enhances control over the branch families, persist, it is highly likely to incite a schism between the main house and the branch families. Chen An clearly conveyed the issues surrounding the Hyuga clan from the original text to his grandfather, Hyuga Kiyomu. Are you suggesting we abandon the caged bird seal that confines the main family? Grandfather Hyuga Kiyomu quickly grasped the meaning behind Chen An's words and inquired. Indeed, grandfather. That is precisely my intention. Chen An nodded, affirming his grandfather Hinata Qingmu's words. Ah, my little one, you certainly think far ahead, sighed Hinata Qingmu as he addressed Chen An. In the eyes of his grandfather, the concerns his grandson pondered would not emerge for at least 2 generations. Such issues would require a span of no less than 60 years to manifest. However, Hinata Qingmu remained unaware of the profound transformations brought about by the arrival of the hidden village. The rift between the main and branch families had escalated rapidly within a mere 30 years. Well then, if you wish to make amendments, go ahead. Your grandfather supports you. Hinata Qingmu mused, ultimately choosing to back his grandson. By the way, what discoveries have you made after all this study? Hinata Qingmu suddenly inquired of Chen An. He recalled that his grandson had obtained the scroll of the caged bird seal 10 days prior, curious to know what progress had been achieved since then. Alas, I have yet to uncover anything. The caged bird seal is exceedingly complex, each layer intricately linked to another. To preserve its protective capabilities over the Byakugan while eliminating its controlling aspects is simply impossible to achieve simultaneously, Chen An replied, feeling quite disheartened in response to his grandfather's inquiry. Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. If all else fails, you could always create a new seal, right? Hinata Qingmu burst into hearty laughter upon hearing his grandson's words. He never anticipated that his astute grandson would struggle with the caged bird seal. Grandfather, why do you find amusement in my misfortune? Chen An furrowed his brows as he gazed at his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, and promptly voiced his displeasure. Frustrated and embarrassed, Chen An turned on his heel and made his way to his room. Oh, my dear grandson, Xiao An, please do not be angry, his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, called out, feeling a wave of remorse as he observed Chen An's irritation. Yet, Chen An paid no heed and retreated to the sanctuary of his room. Chen An sat in his chamber, thoughtfully reflecting on his grandfather's words. Since the original curse seal of the caged bird could not be altered, he resolved to create an entirely new seal to safeguard the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. As he pondered this, Chen An retrieved the 9 sealing techniques previously bestowed upon him by Uzumaki Mido, each capable of amplifying one's own power. If innovation was the goal, then he would aim for something grand. Chen An was quietly formulating a plan in his mind. For the Hyuga clan, the greatest treasure lies in the potential to evolve their Byakugan into the Rinnegan. Although in the original narrative, the Rinnegan of Kagaya Otsutsuki was a fusion of the Otsutsuki clan's physiology and Hinata's Byakugan. The emergence of the colossal Rinnegan on the moon was a result of the cumulative essence of countless Byakugan. This implies that if the ocular power of the Byakugan is sufficiently potent, there exists a possibility of birthing the Rinnegan. Contemplating this notion, Chen An resolved to utilize the Ein sealing technique, which stores chakra, as a foundation, and to combine it with the ability discovered within the caged bird seal that automatically seals the host's eyes upon death, in order to create a novel variant of the caged bird seal. Enlightened by this realization, Chen An inscribed his hypothesis in his notebook. Although he was uncertain when his talents would allow him to develop this concept, at the very least, he had charted a new course. After all, this new direction appeared significantly simpler than his previous endeavor of merely studying the caged bird seal. The original caged bird seal was the culmination of years of research by the Hyuga clan, and for a novice like him, deciphering it would undoubtedly pose considerable challenges. Xiao An, it's time to come out for dinner, called Hyuga Muxia gently as she tapped on Chen An's door, interrupting his reflections. Understood, Xiaogu. I will be there shortly, he replied. Chen An set down his pen and addressed the twilight beyond the window. Xiao An, are you no longer upset? Grandfather did not mean it. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu cautiously approached Chen An and said, if I were to mock you in such a manner again, my dear grandson, I shall no longer acknowledge your presence. Chen An furrowed his brows as he gazed at his grandfather, responding with irritation. In truth, He did not take his grandfather's words to heart. What primarily irked him was the fact that his grandfather had the audacity to mock him. This provoked a slight sense of defeat in Chen An, who had always prided himself on being a genius among traversers. Chen An did not specifically target the old gentleman's intentions. After all, his grandfather had always treated him with kindness. "Rest assured, my dear grandson. I shall never mock you again," the elder reassured him, nodding repeatedly. "Father, please allow Xiao to remain silent for now. Let us eat," urged his aunt, Hinata Makuya, addressing the father who was still trying to please his grandson. "Indeed, let us partake in our meal." With the forgiveness granted by Chen An, the elder Hinata Qingmu joyfully shared the meal with him. Chapter 10. The ninja school time flew by swiftly, and a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Chen An diligently enriched his medical knowledge while ardently practicing the chakra control techniques. Although he had yet to master the A-level technique of the mastery of the gods, he accomplished a series of chakra control exercises, such as tree climbing and water walking. Throughout this year of training, Chen An's Tai Chi 13 forms evolved into a rudimentary form of Tai Chi. Chen An has now mastered the ability to relinquish the traditional movements of the 13 postures of Tai Chi, allowing him to practice a harmonious blend of softness and strength tailored to his own physical condition. Xiaoan, in just a few days, the ninja school will commence. Are you considering attending? On this particular evening, as they shared dinner, grandfather Hinata Simu suddenly addressed Chen An. "The ninja school, you say?" Chen An hesitated as he glanced at his grandfather, uncertain whether to go. "Among those from your generation attending, there is Tsunade of the Senju clan. She shares a lineage with your mother. It would be a wonderful opportunity for you to meet her." With a smile, grandfather Hinata Sima set down his chopsticks and spoke to Chen An mother's kin. "You say? Tsunade? Very well, I shall go." Chen An feigned hesitation as he pondered for a moment, then addressed his grandfather, Hinata Simu. "If Tsunade is part of this generation, then Orochimaru and Jiraiya must also be students of this cohort. I shall strive diligently. Perhaps I could ascend to the position of the fourth Hokage." In his heart, Chen An quietly contemplated that the primary reason why Namake's Minato ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage was the direct withdrawal of Tsunade Senju and Jiraiya. They also refrained from supporting their old comrade, Orochimaru, which allowed Minato, a mere junior, to seize the title of fourth Hokage. Now, it was Chen An's turn, and he would not afford Minato the same opportunity. The Uchiha clan's reputation had been tarnished due to their involvement in the Konoha Guard. When he assumed the role of Hokage, he could easily ally with the Uchiha clan, revealing the shortcomings of the Konoha Guard to them and promising to assist in resolving these issues. He could even take in figures like Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi as disciples, firmly believing that the Uchiha clan would not refuse such an offer. Time swiftly passed to the opening day of the Ninja Academy. "Qingmu, is this your grandson?" Uzumaki Mito inquired with a smile as she led Tsunade Senju to the front of Hinata Qingmu and Chen An. "Greetings, Lady Mito." Chen An smiled and greeted Uzumaki swearing, saying, "Greetings to you as well, Hinata Hayashi." Uzumaki swearing returned the smile and replied to Chun and smiled but remained silent. "Konoha, this is Hinata Rian. He can be considered your cousin, so you may address him as brother." Uzumaki Mito indicated Chen An and spoke to Senju Tsunade. "Greetings, I am Senju Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage." Tsunade proudly declared to Chen An, "Hello, Tsunade, I am Hinata Rian." Chen An spoke calmly to Tsunade Senju. It was unexpected that at her current age, Tsunade would flaunt her identity in front of others. Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly, observing the two children without adding much to the conversation. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ninja Academy, Uzumaki Mito released Tsunade's hand and, with a smile, addressed Chen An. "Little An, you are more sensible than Tsunade. During your time at the ninja school, could you please keep an eye on her for me?" Mito said with a smile. "Lord Mito, at the ninja school, there are teachers to manage us. If you wish to know about Tsunade's performance, you may inquire directly with the teachers. I also need to focus on my studies at school and do not have the extra time to supervise how Tsunade is doing." Chen An flatly declined the request made by Uzumaki Naruto. In Chen An's perspective, Naruto's demand was tantamount to expecting him to constantly report on the performance of Tsunade Senju. However, from Tsunade's viewpoint, he would be rendered a mere informant, which led Chen An to opt for refusal. "Very well, I shall not trouble you further." Naruto cast a significant glance at Chen An, choosing not to elaborate further. In that moment, Chen An realized that his previous words to Naruto may have carried an undertone of disdain. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto possessed the ability to sense both goodwill and malice in others. Alas, it was of little consequence now, for the situation had already unfolded, and discussing anything further would serve no purpose. Chen An walked purposefully towards the ninja school. Oomph, young one, consider yourself fortunate for your previous awareness. Tsunade Senju quickly caught up, giving Chen An a cold huff. Although the ninja school employed entrance examinations, these tests predominantly targeted civilian students. How could students from renowned ninja clans, such as the Hyuga clan, be subjected to such requirements? After all, most of these students had already awakened their chakra within their families. Conversely, ordinary civilian ninjas were merely selected based on their physical prowess, as only the robust could harness chakra. Thus, the entrance examinations for the ninja school existed. In this era, ninja clans held unparalleled dominance, which is why both Chen An and Tsunade Senju bypassed the entrance exams and directly became students of the ninja school. On the first day of classes, Chen An perceived little difference between the ninja school and his former educational institution. They merely engaged in brief self-introductions before distributing textbooks. Chen An successfully met the other two members of the legendary three ninjas, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. During this period, Orochimaru had already lost his parents and was living alone, relying on the financial aid and pensions from the Hidden Leaf Village. Hey, good day. Aren't you going home after class? As soon as the bell rang, Tsunade Senju stood up and rushed towards the classroom exit. As she passed by Chen An, she inquired, going home, are you? Why the rush? Even if you are heading home, there's no need to be in such a hurry, is there? Principal Chen An placed his books into his backpack and urged Tsunade. Hurry, hurry. Today, out of the kindness of my heart, I shall accompany you home. Tsunade grasped Chen An's hand and dashed toward the school entrance. Upon reaching the fork in the road where they were to part ways, Tsunade abruptly halted, gazing earnestly at Chen An. Good day, we are friends, are we not? She implored with a touch of vulnerability. We are friends, but not yet close friends, Chen An replied. Chen An pondered for a moment before addressing Tsunade Senju. Very well. Since we are friends, should Granny Mito inquire about me in the future, I trust you will speak favorably on my behalf. Tsunade clasped Chen An's shoulder with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, so your intent in accompanying me home was for this purpose. Chen An smiled at Tsunade Senju and jestingly remarked, Humph, you have no idea how strict Granny Mito is. If she were to discover even the slightest blemish in my conduct at school, she would undoubtedly cut off my allowance, forbidding me from visiting the casino. Tsunade Senju, displeased, responded to Chen An, very well. I shall speak favorably of you in the future. Chen An gazed at Tsunade Senju in speechless astonishment. He never anticipated that such a young Tsunade had already acquired the art of gambling. Indeed, Hashirama Senju was truly reprehensible. So it is settled then, he declared. With a joyful heart, Tsunade sprinted towards the homeland of the Senju clan. Chen An could only helplessly shake his head and choose to return home. Chapter 11. Confrontation with Tsunade. During the first month of the ninja school's opening, there were no particularly significant courses. Essentially, it was merely a series of lessons on how to extract chakra. These classes were primarily designed for the children of commoners, while individuals from ninja families like Chen An found the experience quite uncomfortable. Given the time, he would rather practice Tai Chi or cultivate his chakra manipulation techniques. With nothing else to occupy his mind, Chen An could only daydream in his seat. It is important to note that the experience required for mastering chakra manipulation is 100-fold that of chakra extraction. If he did not seize the moment, how could he swiftly acquire the next, more potent cultivation technique? In the classroom, Chen An cautiously delved into the study of sealing techniques. Hey, what are you doing? Tsunade Senju, seated beside him, curiously observed as Chen An scribbled notes. She gently tapped his shoulder and inquired, is there something on your mind? Nothing much. Just studying some knowledge about sealing techniques. Do you need something? Chen An raised his head to gaze at Tsunade and inquired, do you not find the lessons delivered by our teacher rather tedious? Shall we consider skipping class? Tsunade blinked her eyes and cautiously asked Chen An, no. I think I shall remain in the classroom obediently lest the teacher discovers our absence and reports us. Chen An shook his head, dismissing Tsunade's proposal. At his age, he preferred not to have his teacher visit his home to speak with his parents. Tsunade slumped helplessly onto the desk, her gaze blankly fixed on the teacher delivering the lesson at the front. Fortunately, a month passed swiftly. The ninja school had augmented its curriculum with combat classes and fundamental ninjutsu training, transforming Chen An's previously monotonous class time into something more engaging. During the training session, he stood leisurely at the back of the crowd, patiently awaiting the teacher to call his name. Next, Hinata Hayashi against Tsunade, the instructor announced, raising his right hand and addressing the group of students loudly. Upon hearing his name, Chen An maneuvered through the throng and made his way to the central competition area. Hayashi, let's see how I'll defeat you today, Tsunade provocatively remarked, clenching her fists as she gazed challengingly at Chen An. In response, he lowered his eyelids nonchalantly. Observing her demeanor, the two formed their respective stances, and noting Tsunade's heightened fighting spirit, the instructor chuckled and called out. Following the command, both Chen An and Tsunade simultaneously established their stances. Begin. At the instructor's signal, they swiftly advanced towards one another. Bang! Their fists collided, and Chen An was instantly knocked back by Tsunade's strike. When it comes to strength, Hinata Hayashi, you still have a long way to go. Tsunade taunted as she observed Chen An's retreat. Oh, is that so? He retorted. Chen An's lips curled into a subtle smile as he addressed Tsunade Senju with an enigmatic expression. He had not anticipated that the 5-year-old Tsunade could already wield the fundamentals of the strength of 100 technique. However, Chen An did not dwell on this surprise. Instead, he resolved to showcase the formidable power derived from the rich heritage of Chinese civilization to Tsunade. Chen An assumed the initial stance of Tai Chi, smiling as he gestured to thousand-hand Tsunade, inviting her to approach. Upon meeting Chen An's provocative gaze, Tsunade was instantly consumed by rage and charged at him. She launched a punch towards him, but Chen An, having prepared himself, gently placed his hand on her wrist and, with a swift motion, redirected her force in a circular arc, turning her momentum against herself. Thud! He effortlessly sent Tsunade sprawling to the ground. This is impossible. I refuse to accept this. Tsunade exclaimed as she rose from the ground, determined to charge at Chen An once more. However, the force generated by her monstrous strength was still insufficient. Against Chen An's Tai Chi, she found herself unable to break through his defenses and was repeatedly toppled to the ground. After Tsunade fell yet again, Chen An decided to end the encounter. He seized the opportunity to pin her down while she was still on the ground, preventing her from turning over. The victor is Hinata Chen An, exclaimed the teacher overseeing the match. Hearing the teacher's declaration, Chen An released Tsunade, allowing her to rise once more. The two then performed the reconciliation seal. Observing that they had both regained their footing, the teacher addressed them again. Reluctantly, Tsunade stepped forward to complete the reconciliation seal with Chen and Hinata Chen An. I will not concede. I shall return to challenge you again, she declared as she walked away from the competition area, still brimming with defiance. Very well, I shall welcome your challenge at any time, Chen An replied. Chen An gazed calmly at Tsunade, addressing her directly. In response to Chen An's demeanor, Tsunade merely snorted dismissively and walked aside. Chen An paid little heed to this. After all, Tsunade, despite her competitive spirit, possessed a fundamentally amiable nature. It would not be long before she reconciled with herself and returned to seek his company once more. The next bout was between Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Following the departure of Tsunade and Chen An from the stage, the instructor summoned Jiraiya and Orochimaru to engage in combat. However, Jiraiya was not yet a match for Orochimaru. Shortly after the match commenced, he was thrown to the ground and forced to concede defeat. Nevertheless, much like Tsunade, Jiraiya refused to accept defeat gracefully, vociferously challenging Orochimaru, eliciting laughter from their classmates. Below the stage, Chen An allowed a slight smile to grace his lips before returning his focus to his research. He found Tsunade's use of the strange strength fist quite impressive. Although he did not intend to specialize in it as she did, he recognized its utility. After all, the foundation of the strange strength fist involved enveloping oneself in a layer of chakra, akin to how the formidable beings of the pirate world utilize haki to empower themselves. He could intertwine and enhance his abilities with haki using chakra. As a time traveler, his greatest asset was the plethora of imaginative concepts he had encountered. Realizing even a couple of these concepts could suffice for him to navigate the ninja world with ease. Moreover, he possessed a system that allowed him to intuitively discern the areas in which he needed to grow. The match concluded swiftly, and as they made their way back to the classroom, Tsunade, still unsatisfied, inquired about the origins of the gentle fist technique that Chen An had utilized. As it was not mentioned in Uzumaki Mito's teachings, Chen An remained silent, merely gazing at Tsunade with a smile. Upon witnessing his expression, Tsunade felt too embarrassed to press further. Chapter 12. The Seal of the Moon. Soon, Chen An's 6th birthday arrived. That day, he was engrossed in practicing chakra control techniques. His recent training had deepened his understanding of these methods. Furthermore, he discovered that practicing Tai Chi while honing his chakra control brought about a peculiar sense of harmony among his chakra, physical strength, and mental fortitude. As Chen An repeatedly performed Tai Chi, he suddenly felt the chakra within him surge towards his eyes, causing the veins around them to swell. In an instant, His perspective transformed from vibrant colors to a stark black and white clarity. The people passing by outside his home morphed into unique shapes composed of chakra. My Byakugan has awakened. Chen An halted in surprise, observing his surroundings with his distinctive ocular prowess. Chen An, have you awakened your Byakugan? His aunt, Hinata, emerged from the house upon hearing the commotion. Noticing the pronounced veins around Chen An's eyes, she exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, aunt, my Byakugan has been awakened." Chen An smiled at his little aunt and gradually retracted his Byakugan. Although the Hyuga clan's Byakugan has a remarkably high activation rate, the age at which one awakens it often determines their potential for cultivation. Awakening the Byakugan at the tender age of 6. Chen An undoubtedly possesses a far superior aptitude compared to his little aunt, who activated hers at the age of 8. Our little one is truly exceptional. Chen An's aunt, Hinata, embraced him warmly and joyfully exclaimed. However, Chen An displayed little reaction. Just as he awakened his Byakugan, he discerned a distinct sensation between the chakra in his eyes and that within his body. Initially intent on devising a new sealing technique, he was suddenly inundated with inspiration. Previously uncertain about how to modify the sealing technique, he now experienced a surge of creativity. His aunt went to prepare ingredients for a grand feast to celebrate his Byakugan awakening. Gently releasing Chen An, Aunt Hinata smiled brightly and said, "All right, dear. You go ahead." Chen An waved his hand, urging his sister-in-law Hinata to depart swiftly, so he could promptly document all the thoughts that had just crossed his mind. Chen An's aunt lifted the basket and made her way towards the courtyard's exit. Upon witnessing the departure of his aunt, Chen An swiftly retreated to his chamber, where he began to deftly sketch a new sealing technique in his notebook. Before long, an innovative sealing method emerged upon the pages. This novel technique centered around the duality of human eyes and the pineal gland, forming 3 distinct yet interconnected spaces for the storage of empathy. These 3 realms, while independent, were intricately linked. Notably, the space situated within the pineal gland possessed the ability to absorb and store ocular energy, as well as to gather the yin attribute chakra present within the human body. By nurturing the ocular energy with the yin chakra, one could significantly enhance their ocular prowess. Moreover, as the sealing process initiated from the pineal gland, it posed no harm to the human eyes. On the contrary, the energy nurtured within the pineal gland would fortify the eyes, rendering them even more formidable. This sealing technique was not only suitable for the Hyuga clan, but could also be employed by the Uchiha clan. Chen An has designated this sealing technique as the Seal of the Moon. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke, who inherits the Sage's Eye, ultimately manifests a pattern resembling the moon on his left hand, formed by the dark power he acquires. In nature, the moon symbolizes darkness, and the ocular power is a unique manifestation of dark attribute chakra. Chen An gazed at the new sealing technique he had devised, nodding in satisfaction. Although the moon sealing technique still required some refinement, it was largely complete. After finalizing the sealing technique, Chen An curiously opened his system panel. Name, Hinata Hyori. Age, 6 Physique, 12 Spirit, 30 Bloodline. Advanced Byakugan Initial Sage Body Technique. Chakra Manipulation, 542-31000. Skills, Intermediate Gentle Fist, Beginner Tai Chi. Intermediate Sealing Technique Energy, 3,600. The changes on the system panel were minimal. The only notable difference was the upgrade of his previous beginner sealing technique to an intermediate level. It seems that with the awakening of the Byakugan, his comprehension of sealing techniques has also significantly improved. Chen An nodded, contentedly closing the system panel. As only the martial arts section could be upgraded, while the other aspects required personal effort to yield results, he typically refrained from frequently checking his system panel. Generally, he would only open it once every week or 2 to assess his progress in cultivating his martial arts. Chen An, come out quickly. Unbeknownst to him, evening had crept upon him. Suddenly, his grandfather, Mu, called from outside the house. Upon hearing the voice, Chen An rose swiftly and hurried out of his room. Was there something urgent that his grandfather needed? Chen An believed that his grandfather, Hinata, might have encountered some urgent matter, which prompted him to call out. "I have heard that you have opened your eyes. Let your grandfather take a look." Grandfather Hinata hurriedly approached Chen An and said, "Grandfather, I am right here and will not run away. Why are you in such a rush?" Chen An cast a resigned glance at his grandfather, yet he complied with his request and opened his eyes wide. Indeed, it was evident that his eyes had been opened. Grandfather Hinata gazed contentedly at the prominent veins surrounding Chen An's eyes and chuckled. "Father, I was not mistaken, was I? Little An has indeed awakened." You were skeptical of my words before. At that moment, Aunt Hinata Mushia, who was busy in the kitchen, poked her head out and smiled at grandfather Hinata. Haha. It is my fault. Our little An is a prodigy. It is only fitting that he awakens his Byakugan at such an early age. Grandfather Hinata Chingmu replied to his aunt, affirming her sentiments. Chen An awakened his Byakugan at an age that shattered the Hinata clan's millennium record for the earliest manifestation of this ability. Grandfather, your timing is impeccable. I have matters to discuss with you. Please, follow me. Despite the joy radiating from his family, Chen An felt no such elation. After all, only the strong could dominate the world. If a genius failed to realize their potential, they were utterly worthless. Oh, you have something to discuss with your grandfather? Where shall we talk? Hinata Kiyomu turned to Chun and with a smile. Let us go to my room, grandfather. This is of utmost importance. With that, Chun guided Hinata Kiyomu towards his chamber. What is it that is so secretive, you cannot even share it with your aunt? Upon entering Chun An's room, Hinata Kiyomu remarked with a grin. This is for you to see, grandfather. Please observe it closely. Chun An solemnly handed his notebook to his grandfather, Hinata Chingmu, and said, All right, grandpa, please take a look. With a smile, Hinata Chingmu accepted the notebook from Chen An. What? Chapter 13, The Astonished Elder. Hinata Chingmu exclaimed in shock, staring at the notebook in his hands. Has something happened to father? Outside, Hinata Mushia, upon hearing her father's exclamation, cautiously knocked on Chen An's door, inquiring from within. Mushia, everything is fine. Please, go prepare dinner. Hinata Chingmu quickly calmed his emotions and replied to his daughter outside. Oh, I understand now. Hearing her father's assurance, Hinata Mushia turned and walked towards the kitchen. Xiaoan, is the sealing technique written here truly authentic? Hinata Chingmu asked, gazing at Chen An in astonishment. Grandpa, of course it is genuine. I have invested considerable effort into the sealing technique. How could you doubt me? With a smile, Chen An addressed his grandfather, Hinata Kayamori. Grandfather, isn't this astonishing? You have managed to create such a formidable sealing technique, truly exceeding your own expectations. Hinata Kayamori took a deep breath, responding to Chen An. If the moon sealing technique within truly aligns with your original vision, then the Hinata clan may indeed give rise to ninjas surpassing even Uchiha Madara and Senja Hashirama. Grandfather, this sealing technique is precisely what I intended to develop as a replacement for the cage bird seal, although the sealing method to protect the eyes remains unfinished. The foundational aspects aimed at nurturing the eyes have already been completed. Chen An solemnly addressed his grandfather, expressing his desire to pass on this sealing technique to him. He urged his grandfather to present it to the clan leader and to strive for further refinement of the technique's intricate details. In the future, the clan could implement this sealing method, as it possesses the remarkable ability to nurture one's eyesight, enhancing its strength and, consequently, elevating one's prowess. Chen An gazed earnestly at his grandfather, Hinata Kiyomu, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Very well, my dear An, replied his grandfather. Rest assured. Tomorrow, I shall take this sealing technique to the clan leader, and together with your other grandfathers and uncles, we will refine it. Hinata Kiyomu nodded vigorously, solemnly assuring Chen An. With your promise, grandfather, I can rest easy. Chen An nodded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Early the next morning, grandfather Hinata Simu arrived at the office of clan leader Hinata Muping, carrying Chun An's notebook. Clan leader, I have something of utmost importance to discuss. Please summon the other elders. Hinata Simu stated without hesitation. Is it truly significant? Asked the third elder. Understood. I will send for them at once. Upon hearing that Hinata Simu had urgent matters to discuss, clan leader Hinata Muping instructed the nearby Hinata clan members to notify the other elders. Soon, within the confines of the Hinata family's secret chamber, the clan leader and the 6 elders had gathered. Third elder, what pressing matter has compelled you to summon us? The first elder inquired immediately. Please hold your comments for a moment and first take a look at this, Hinata Simu said, producing Chun An's notebook and handing it to the first elder. What? This is impossible. The first elder exclaimed in astonishment after perusing the notebook for a short while. Calm down, first elder. Let the others take a look as well, Hinata Simu replied with a smile. Oh, indeed. Second elder, please have a look. The first elder promptly passed the notebook to the second elder. The notebook circulated among the elders and the clan leader, and soon all 7 had perused its contents. Simu, where did you acquire the sealing technique? The first elder asked, the first to voice his curiosity after examining the moon sealing technique. Yes, third elder. From where did you obtain this sealing technique? Clan leader Hinata Muping inquired with intrigue. This sealing technique was created by my precious grandson, Hinata Rian. Third elder Hinata Simu announced proudly to the assembly. Rian, that little one? It cannot be. The second elder exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible? How can it be impossible? My dear grandson is a genius. Hinata Sima retorted, visibly displeased with the second elder's skepticism. Now, third elder, there's no need to be upset. Clan leader Hinata Muping interjected hastily, attempting to calm the situation. All right, third elder, please elaborate on how this sealing technique came to be, the first elder urged, redirecting the conversation with a serious tone. Previously, my grandson believed that the caged bird seal possessed the ability to punish branch family members at our discretion. Concerned that future main family members might exploit this power for their own enjoyment, he sought to develop an uncontrollable seal to protect the Byakugan. However, who could have anticipated? The new sealing technique was not yet complete when my grandson drew inspiration from the art of sealing, creating the moon seal. Recognizing the paramount importance of this technique, my grandson decided to present it to me, hoping that I could assist in perfecting it for the members of our clan. This enhancement would bolster our clan's strength and prevent any future incidents where members might have their Byakugan seized by outsiders. At that point, the caged bird would become a mere jest. Elder Hizashi, upon mentioning his grandson, eagerly began to elaborate to the other elders. So that's how it is, murmured clan leader Hayashi, nodding slightly with a smile. Very well, elder, we are now aware of this. Let us take over the refinement of this sealing technique. Oh, clan leader, you speak of perfecting my grandson's remarkable sealing technique, but what of any rewards for him? Elder Hizashi expressed his discontent at clan leader Hayashi's lack of acknowledgement towards his grandson's contribution. You must understand, the moon seal is an invaluable asset for our eye-based clan. Rest assured, elder, I have already considered the reward for young Hayashi, clan leader Hayashi replied with a grin. In terms of ninjutsu knowledge, he may access our family's resources freely without seeking my approval. As for material rewards, I shall leave that to the elder in charge. Very well. Young Hayashi shall receive an additional monthly stipend of 100,000 Ryo, the elder proclaimed with a grand gesture towards Elder Hizashi. Haha. My thanks to both the elder and the clan leader. Elder Hizashi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing of the reward for his grandson. By the way, elder, we should also explore the possibility of integrating the sealing techniques for the eyes into this moon seal, as suggested by young Hayashi. His foresight is commendable, for there may inevitably be descendants in the future who lack filial piety, potentially turning the original protective caged bird seal into a tool for subjugating our kin. Clan leader Hayashi suddenly recalled something, his expression turning serious as he addressed the elder. Rest assured, clan leader, I have already planned for this aspect. The elder nodded solemnly in response. Chapter 14. The completion of the moon seal. Thanks to the foundational moon seal, the 6 elders, along with clan leader Hayashi, swiftly perfected the sealing technique. The sealing technique has been refined. Who among you wishes to be the first to test it? The elder inquired, gazing at the perfected moon seal inscribed upon the scroll, smiling as he addressed the other elders. I shall go first, as I am the clan leader. If there is any danger inherent in this technique, it is best that I be the one to ascertain it. Hinata Makahira gazed solemnly at the other elders and spoke in a deep voice. I disagree. This matter should be entrusted to me. After all, you are the clan leader. And this sealing technique is aimed at the eyes. If the esteemed leader of the Hyuga clan were to lose his sight, how could he represent our lineage to the outside world? The second elder resolutely rejected the notion of having clan leader Hinata Makahira be the one to undergo the test. Very well, then let the second elder proceed first. The rest of us shall remain on standby for assistance. The elder remarked with a smile as he observed the second elder stepping forward. Under the concerted efforts of the elders, the moon sealing technique was swiftly set in motion. Moon sealing, seal. With a resounding cry from the second elder, countless sealing runes surged towards his forehead. On his brow, these runes intertwined and ultimately formed a lunar symbol. Although the moon sealing was completed, the second elder did not utter a word. The clan leader and the other elders assumed that the sealing had failed. Second elder. Clan leader Hinata Makahira was the first to express distress. Why are you crying? I am not dead, the second elder snapped, coming to his senses from the exquisite sensation of the moon sealing, only to find the others weeping as if they had lost their minds. And you? Why do you not speak up if there is no issue? You startled us, the elder retorted, looking at the second elder with disbelief. I just completed the moon sealing and was savoring its power, the second elder sheepishly explained to the others. In truth, at the moment the sealing was completed, he felt as though his soul had been elevated. The area around his eyes and brow felt extraordinarily pleasant, and he was lost in that wondrous sensation. It seems the moon sealing has indeed succeeded. The third elder, Hinata, nodded in satisfaction. He was confident that the sealing technique developed by his grandson could not possibly fail. Now, let us seal this technique away. Each of you should proceed with your own sealing arts. Additionally, instruct your firstborn and eldest descendants to utilize the sealing technique as well. The elder rolled up the completed sealing scroll and handed it to the clan leader. Rest assured, we shall keep this confidential, the clan leader, Hinata Makihira, replied with a smile as he accepted the scroll from the elder. All right, everyone has toiled for 7 days straight. Let us tidy up and return home to rest. The elder, without a glance at Hinata Makihira, turned and pushed open the door to the secret chamber, stepping outside. The others exchanged glances and departed one by one. The following morning, after rising, Grandpa Hinata Kayamori summoned Chen An, who was attending classes at the ninja school. Grandpa, is there something urgent that requires my return? Upon returning home from school, Chen An curiously inquired of his grandfather, Sun Xiangqingmu. Ah, the sealing technique has been completed, his grandfather replied calmly. Oh, it has been perfected? Then, grandfather, please show me. Upon hearing his grandfather Hinata Qingmu's words, Chen An joyfully replied, Hee, here it is. This is the perfected seal. Remember to hide it away after you finish reading. It must be sealed with the sealing technique to prevent discovery by others. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu handed a small scroll to Chen An, smiling as he spoke. I understand, Grandpa. I will be careful, Chen An assured him. Chen An took the scroll and, with a smile, addressed his grandfather, Hinata Kiyomu. He then turned and slipped into his own chamber, sitting before his desk. Chen An cautiously unfurled the scroll of the moon seal. Enhanced by the clan leader and the 6 esteemed elders, the moon seal now boasted numerous protective runes, rendering its use far more effortless and fluid. It appears that grandfather and the other elders possess quite a remarkable skill after all. Chen An nodded in satisfaction. After perusing the entire scroll, he began to inscribe the moon seal to bestow the sealing technique upon himself. Upon completing the seal's runes, Chen An positioned his hands in a series of intricate gestures, continuously channeling his chakra into the seal. Soon, he successfully manifested the moon seal, as countless runes emerged across his body, ultimately converging at the center of his brow. In an instant, a lunar emblem materialized on his forehead. At that moment, Chen An felt his soul transcend. The cool, ethereal chakra began to gather within the space of his pineal gland, flowing into his eyes and then returning to the pineal gland once more. The moon seal was a resounding success. Chen An gazed contentedly at the lunar seal adorning his forehead, a faint smile gracing his features, as the lunar seal became widely recognized within the Hyuga clan. The villagers of Konohagakure were astonished to observe that every member of the Hyuga clan, whether from the main family or the branch family, donned forehead protectors. Even the students attending school could be seen sporting black cloth bands to conceal their foreheads. When inquired about this, most members of the Hyuga clan would assert that it was a measure for the peace between the main and branch families, ensuring that the latter did not perceive the former as their oppressors. Meanwhile, the 6 elder members and the clan leader were diligently striving to augment the lunar seal with additional restrictions to conceal the eyes, hoping to replace the bird in a cage seal with the lunar curse seal at the earliest opportunity. As the intensity of the war escalated, many ninjas began to gradually ascend to the battlefield, with the Senju clan being the most prominent among them. The Senju clan's territory now had numerous vacant rooms, a somber testament to the lives lost in battle. Fortunately, the sacrifices of these individuals were not in vain, as the once fiercely aggressive Kumogakure had been forced into retreat. Despite the relentless resistance from the second Reikage and the formidable duo of Kinkaku and Ginkaku, they found themselves overwhelmed by the ninjas of Konohagakure. Yet, amidst the turmoil of war, the Ninja Academy remained unscathed, allowing Chen An to attend school punctually each day. Occasionally, at the invitation of Tsunade Senju, he would visit the Senju clan's grounds. Curiously, it seemed to Chen An that Uzumaki Mido was intentionally fostering a connection between Tsunade and himself, aiming to sustain the bond between the Senju and Hyuga clans. This led Chen An to ponder whether there were pressing issues on the battlefield that necessitated the deployment of Hyuga ninjas. However, fortunately, this matter did not require his immediate attention. Chapter 15, The Approach of Graduation. After a year at the ninja school, Chen An was suddenly taken aback by the news that the graduation examination was to take place tomorrow. Chen An had initially believed that he would have to wait until the age of 9 to face his graduation assessment. To his surprise, he learned that students were required to graduate from ninja school at the tender age of 6. Fortunately, The graduation examination at that time did not involve complex ninjutsu like the shadow clone technique. Instead, it required the graduating students to engage in combat with a lower-ranked ninja, either enduring for 10 minutes or achieving victory to earn their ninja headband and become a genin of Konohagakure. Oh, little one, you're back. Is it true that your ninja school will hold its graduation exam tomorrow? His aunt, Hinata Muku, greeted him with a smile as he returned. Yes, aunt. Tomorrow is the day of graduation. Afterward, I will most likely be heading to Konoha Hospital to serve as an apprentice, continuing my studies. With a smile, Chen An addressed his aunt Hinata Muku, saying, Oh, it's not that complicated. You will simply return home when the time comes. After all, you are destined to inherit your grandfather's position and become an elder of the Hyuga clan. Aunt Hinata Muku chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Chen An's hair, responding, What? I will actually return home to take over the family business right after graduation? Chen An gazed at his aunt with astonishment, exclaiming, What do you think? You are the future heir of the Zong family. If you were to be harmed, the entire Hyuga clan would face significant turmoil. His aunt, Hinata Musha, shot him an irritated glance before replying, Oh, I was merely hoping to experience what a ninja mission entails. Are you suggesting that I should return home and do nothing? Chen An helplessly collapsed onto the sofa, lamenting to his aunt. Just lie down and stop worrying. Although you are destined to return home to inherit the family position, it is still imperative that you engage in diligent study each day. Your grandfather will eventually return to impart the various skills of our clan, particularly the soft fist techniques. Hinata Makuya observed her nephew with amusement, yet spoke to Chen An with a sense of resignation. I still aspire to become Hokage, yearning to enhance my achievements and garner greater support from the people. Little did I know this would confine me to Konoha village. Oh, heavens! Chen An feigned sorrow as he cried out to his aunt, Hinata Makuya. If you wish to become Hokage, there is indeed a way. But perhaps this time it is not meant for you. We shall discuss it when you have grown. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hinata Makuya responded with an air of mystery. What opportunity are you referring to, dear aunt? Chen An curiously inquired of his aunt, Hinata Muku, regarding the matter. Observing Chen An's keen interest, and Hinata Muku did not withhold the information and candidly shared it with him. She explained that when the Hyuga clan joined Konoha village, it was stipulated that the main family of the Hyuga clan would not partake in battle unless faced with a ninja world war. With a smile, Aunt Hinata Muku remarked to Chen An, What difference does it make if there are no opportunities? Chen An collapsed feebly onto the bed and spoke to Hinata Muku. Chen An harbored suspicions that the stipulations set forth initially were likely designed with a keen insight into the Hyuga clan's main family. Even should they achieve remarkable feats on the battlefield, their accomplishments would not surpass those of other ninjas who commenced from humble tasks. Consequently, this effectively extinguished any prospects for the Hyuga clan to ascend to the position of Hokage. There exists no support for the branch family to attain the role of Hokage in Konohagakure. Senju Tobarama truly demonstrated remarkable decisiveness, singularly resolving the influence of two of Konoha's most prominent clans. Chen An silently thought to himself, Well, there is no need to be disheartened. Perhaps you could seek assistance from your grandfather when the time comes. Hinata Makuza, noticing Chen An's despondency as he sat there, felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, offering words of comfort. Aunt, rest assured, I am not so easily discouraged. The position of Hokage is mine for the taking. Once again invigorated, Chen An smiled at his aunt and declared, Indeed, I shall become the greatest Hokage in all of Konoha. Aunt Hinata Makuza gazed into Chen An's resolute eyes and smiled, responding, Yes, our little one will undoubtedly achieve greatness as Hokage. The following morning, Chen An arrived early at the Ninja Academy. Good morning. So early. By the time Tsunade Senju arrived at the academy, Chen An was already seated, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his classmates. Tsunade approached with a smile and greeted Chen An. Good morning, Tsunade. Chen An nodded and gestured towards Tsunade. What brings you here so early? Are you concerned that today's ninja graduation exam might not be passed? Tsunade leaned closer to Chen An, smiling as she inquired. How could that be? I am destined to be the future Hokage of Konohagakure. Such a trivial graduation examination hardly weighs on my mind. Chen An gazed at Tsunade, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Why did you arrive so early? Shouldn't you have rested a little longer at home? Tsunade, puzzled, inquired of Chen An. He replied, I simply woke up early this morning, and with nothing to occupy my time at home, I decided to come to school ahead of schedule. Chen An smiled as he explained to Tsunade. Well, I don't believe it, Tsunade replied, skepticism evident in her tone. I have already mastered your powerful fist technique. If you aren't worried about failing the exam, why should I be? Noticing Tsunade's disbelief, Chen An felt compelled to draw a comparison between them. Hello. You've secretly learned my powerful technique. No wonder I struggled more during our previous matches. Tsunade, taken aback by Chen An's direct comparison, felt a surge of anger and retorted, turning her back on him, refusing to engage further. Witnessing Tsunade's irritation, Chen An could only shrug helplessly, realizing that her doubts about his abilities were the cause of her skepticism. Soon, the time arrived for the graduation examination, and all were prepared. As the teachers, who regularly oversaw the assessments, entered the classroom, they addressed the assembly of ninja school students with gravity. This examination has the attention of the Hokage. Everyone must perform at their best, one teacher declared sternly. The students, upon hearing the teacher's words, responded with enthusiastic agreement, their voices rising in unison. With a smile gracing his face, Chen An gazed at the teacher, remaining silent. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the teacher remarked, "Besides Tsunade is none other than the grandson of the Hyuga clan's third elder, Hyuga Hayashi." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood beside Senju Tobarama, curiously observing the crystal ball where Tsunade and Chen An appeared. Indeed, he is the valedictorian of this year's Ninja Academy, Senju Tobarama confirmed earnestly. I wonder how long this young lad will withstand the challenges posed by the genin? To this, Shimura Danzo interjected with an air of cynicism. Ordinary genin are no match for this young prodigy. I dare say he could defeat them within 3 minutes. Senju Tobarama lifted his gaze to Danzo, responding in a subdued tone. What? He could actually overcome a genin? Danzo exclaimed in astonishment. Silence, Danzo. The examination is about to commence, Senju Tobarama admonished him sharply. Chastened, Danzo lowered his head, refraining from uttering another word. The surrounding Uchiha Kagami, Mito Minju, and others fell into a hushed reverence, choosing not to speak further. Chapter 16. The graduation examination. After the teacher delivered an impassioned speech, he led the students to the training ground, which had been meticulously prepared for the examination. Upon arriving at the assessment area, the supervising instructor produced a list and, with a smile, called out to the assembled students. First up, Hyuga Hayashi. Please step forward for your evaluation. Chen An initially believed that he would rank somewhere in the middle or perhaps even towards the end, much like other time travelers. To his astonishment, he found himself placed at the very top. Teacher, why am I the first? Chen An walked into the assessment arena with a heavy heart and addressed his teacher. Since you are the chief student, it is only natural that you begin first. The teacher replied with a smile. Good day. However, the teacher belonged to the humble ranks of common ninjas, while Chen An was a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan. The teacher had only become a ninja due to the benevolence of Hashirama Senju, who had taken in wandering ninjas like him, allowing them to train and eventually serve as instructors at the Ninja Academy. He had no desire to offend the members of those prominent clans, fearing that he might one day be covertly harmed. Very well, let us commence. Chen An cast a solemn glance at the lower ninja who was about to engage him in battle and spoke with utmost seriousness. As both parties took their positions, the instructor overseeing the assessment proclaimed, "Please form the opposing seals." Noticing that Chen An was prepared, the instructor raised his voice. Upon hearing the command, Chen An silently raised his right hand and formed an opposing seal, standing resolutely in place. Begin. With the sound of the command, Chen An surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Chen An unleashed his formidable strength, propelling the genin who battled against him out of the competition arena. Hinata Hyori emerged victorious. The genin, having been thrown, tumbled to the ground, lying helplessly. Fortunately, Chen An moderated his power during the strike, allowing the genin to merely catch his breath before he managed to sit up. The supervising teacher promptly announced Chen An's victory with great enthusiasm. You are quite formidable, Chen An. Now, prepare to witness my performance. Chen An descended from the assessment arena. Tsunade swiftly approached him and said, Well, now it is your turn to shine. With a smile, Chen An spoke to Tsunade Senju. Unexpectedly, while the two were conversing, the instructor began calling out names for the next contestant. And it happened to be Tsunade Senju. Unlike Chen An, Tsunade's formidable strength was matched by a speed that remained within the realm of an ordinary genin, even slower than some elite genin. Thus, upon entering the arena, Tsunade did not defeat her opponent with a single punch as Chen An had. Instead, after delivering several powerful blows, her opponent, unable to withstand her immense force, was compelled to surrender. Consequently, Tsunade successfully earned the Leaf Village's genin headband. Following this, the students proceeded to take the written examination in succession. Among them, Orochimaru achieved an effortless victory, while Jiraiya struggled, barely managing to last 10 minutes, ultimately earning the title of the last in rank. However, Jiraiya's abilities were, in truth, superior to those of his contemporary, Naruto Uzumaki. After all, Jiraiya graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 6, whereas Naruto, at 12, failed the graduation exam due to his inability to perform the shadow clone technique. Tomorrow, the school would organize teams. Many of you will be forming squads to undertake missions. Those who wish to form a team should consult their parents and arrive early tomorrow. The instructor cheerfully informed all the students who had passed the examination. In this round of graduation tests, the ninjas from prominent clans predominantly succeeded, with only a few commoners failing, destined to return home to live as ordinary citizens. Most of these failures were individuals who had not unlocked their chakra. In the Hokage's office, all right, you may disperse. Sarutobi, stay behind. I have a few matters to discuss with you. Observing the conclusion of the graduation assessments, Tobirama Senju addressed his 6 disciples with an icy tone. Understood, master. We shall take our leave first, Uchiha Kagami responded, smiling at Tobirama. With that, Uchiha Kagami led the way out, while Shimura Danzo cast a reluctant glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen in the Hokage's office before turning to leave. Hiruzen, I plan to entrust Tsunade to you as remainder. What do you think? Tobirama stated coldly, fixing his gaze on his disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Master, I am willing to take Tsunade Senju as my pupil and will ensure she becomes a formidable ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded joyfully to Tobirama's proposal. As the future third Hokage, he understood that his master was entrusting the future of the Senju clan to him, which symbolized his teacher's faith in him to safeguard the future of Konoha. The next Hokage would likely consider Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, prepare yourself at home. Tomorrow, you will serve as the guiding instructor for Tsunade's team. Tobirama nodded in satisfaction. A faint smile graced his lips as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, master, I understand. With a cheerful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen exited the Hokage's office and made his way back to the Sarutobi clan. I hope my choice is not misguided, pondered Senju Tobirama, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen depart, his thoughts laden with gravity. Among the 6 disciples that Senju Tobirama had taken under his wing, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibited the most remarkable abilities, followed closely by Shimura Danzo. However, after a period of careful observation, Senju Tobirama discerned that his disciple, Danzo, was prone to extreme measures. Entrusting the village of Konohagakure to him could very well result in an onslaught from the other 4 great ninja villages, given Danzo's willingness to disregard ethical boundaries. Sarutobi Hiruzen, on the other hand, displayed a certain level of tact, yet this finesse appeared only marginally superior to that of Danzo. Konohagakure represented the culmination of his elder brother, Senju Hashirama's, aspirations. Although Senju Tobirama had long disapproved of his brother's decision to establish the village, it was now a reality, and he bore the responsibility of ensuring its legacy. He fervently hoped that the Senju clan would endure within the village's framework, to preserve both Konohagakure and the Senju lineage. Senju Tobirama exerted considerable effort, even integrating the Senju clan into various families within the village. Now, he faced the critical task of selecting a worthy successor for the position of Hokage, nurturing them for the future, for as a ninja, the uncertainty of life and death loomed ever-present. Particularly troubling was the recent discovery that the tomb housing Uchiha Madara's remains was inexplicably empty. This revelation compelled Senju Tobirama to question whether Uchiha Madara was still alive. Should Madara indeed be alive, absent his brother, he could very well turn his attention toward Tobirama himself. It was imperative that he arrange matters concerning Konohagakure before his own demise. Standing by the window, Senju Tobirama gazed somberly as the village gradually succumbed to darkness. What fate awaited Konohagakure? Chapter 17. A visit to the Konoha hospital. Chen An returned home with his forehead protector, discovering that his grandfather, Hinata Simu, had already arrived. Grandfather, did I not express my aspiration to become a medical ninja? Why then does my aunt say that after graduation, I will return to the family, with no necessity to be assigned to the various departments of Konoha like other genin? Chen An tugged at his grandfather's clothing, expressing his dissatisfaction. All right, his grandfather replied reassuringly. I am already aware of the situation. I shall find a way to arrange for you to serve as an intern at the Konoha hospital. Hinata Kiyomu, his grandfather, helplessly ruffled Chen An's hair and smiled. Haha, that sounds more like it. So, when can I go? Upon seeing that his grandfather had consented, Chen An joyfully remarked, let us aim for this week, as I still need to submit an application. It wouldn't be prudent to proceed without any preparations. His grandfather, Hinata Chingmu, pondered for a moment before smiling and responding, well then, You must hasten, or I may very well embark on this journey without you. With a smile gracing his face, Chen An gazed at his grandfather and said, I understand, I understand. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will definitely be allowed to join the Konoha hospital. Grandpa Hinata, with a hint of exasperation, responded to Chen An. It is indeed the case that Hinata indulges this beloved grandson, always supporting his opinions without a hint of opposition. By the way, and how is your research on the moon's cursed seal progressing? Grandpa Hinata suddenly recalled something and inquired with a smile. As for the moon's cursed seal, I have completed a portion of it, yet there remain some challenges that are proving difficult to resolve. I am diligently striving to learn more. Chen An heard his grandfather's inquiry and, after a moment of contemplation, replied with a smile, Is that so? That's wonderful. Please continue to strive. Grandfather Hinata Chingmu, upon hearing Chen An's words, responded with a smile. Well then, my dear, I shall return to my room now. Do remember to call me when it's time for dinner. Chen An nodded respectfully to his grandfather before turning and returning to his chamber. As the third elder of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Kiyomi swiftly secured an opportunity for Chen An to study at the Konoha hospital. When Hinata Kiyomi presented the hospital's notification letter, a satisfied smile graced Chen An's face. The following morning, Chen An rose early. Clutching the notification letter bestowed upon him by his grandfather, he hurriedly made his way to the Konoha hospital. Good day, Director. I am Hinata Chen An. Chen An arrived at the office of the director of Konoha Hospital, smiling as he addressed the director. Here is my notification letter. I kindly ask you to review it. Chen An retrieved his admission letter and placed it upon the desk of the hospital director. The director of Konoha Hospital is a member of the Senju clan, while the majority of the physicians at the hospital hail from the Hyuga clan, as the latter played a significant role in the establishment of Konoha Hospital. Ah, you must be Rian. Welcome to Konoha Hospital, the director said with a smile after meticulously verifying Chen An's acceptance letter. Subsequently, under the guidance of the director, Chen An embarked on a tour of the entire Konoha hospital. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings of the hospital, Chen An nodded in satisfaction. During the inception of Konoha Hospital, he had contributed numerous suggestions. This institution was not merely a medical facility for the ninjas of Konoha Village. It aspired to be the finest hospital in the entire Land of Fire, with the intention of attracting the wealth of the noble classes in the future. Chen An shared the layout of his previous life's hospital with his grandfather, encouraging their involvement in this venture. Very well. This is the place where your newly appointed genin will receive their trainings. The director remarked with a smile as he led Chen into the adjacent Konoha Medical Training Center. Typically, only those who have attained the rank of medical chunin are permitted to serve as chief physicians. Otherwise, genin primarily engage in collective learning, assisting attending physicians with less complex injuries. I truly appreciate your assistance, Director, Chen An replied. Chen An, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed the dean. It's quite all right, Rian. Please. Do go in. The teachers inside are likely awaiting your arrival, the dean replied with a warm smile. I apologize for the inconvenience, Dean. I shall enter now. Chen An responded. Chen An bowed to the dean and then turned to enter the Konoha Medical Training Center. Hello, may I inquire as to who you are? As soon as Chen An stepped into the Konoha Medical Training Center, someone approached him and inquired, Hello, I am Hinata Hainan, a newly arrived genin reporting for duty today. Chen An smiled at the inquirer and said, So you are Hinata Hino. The inquirer cast a glance at Yi Chen and replied with a smile, Please, follow me. With a slight smile, the individual led Chen into the side. Your teacher is in this office. You may enter. I shall not accompany you further. After guiding Chen into an office, the ninja smiled at him and said, then turned to leave. Chen An gently tapped on the door, and a soft female voice from within beckoned, Please, come in. Though the voice sounded somewhat familiar, Chen An could not immediately recall its owner. He cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. Teacher Jingxiang. Chen An gazed in astonishment at the woman seated in the office, exclaiming in disbelief, What is happening? Have you, little one, come under the tutelage of the esteemed teacher? Hinata Shizuka observed Chen An's astonished visage and replied with a smile. I wondered why my grandfather was so at ease, allowing me to come here directly. It turns out it is you, Teacher Shizuka. Chen An took a moment to compose himself and smiled at his teacher, Hinata Shizuka. Of course, within the entire Hinata clan, my medical ninjutsu is unparalleled. It is a certainty that I will serve as your instructor. Hinata Shizuka rose gracefully, guiding Chen An to sit on the sofa, and with a smile, she inquired, So, Shizuka-sensei, are you the dedicated physician responsible for training the lower-ranking ninjas? Chen An curiously gazed at Hinata Shizuka and inquired, I am the director of the entire Wood Medicine Training Center. Hinata Shizuka nodded and smiled at Chen An, saying, "It seems that my suggestion has been accepted by the clan leader and the elders." Chen An smiled as he spoke. Previously, he had suggested to the clan leader and his grandfather that, aside from the Ninja Academy, the Hyuga clan should endeavor to contribute personnel and resources to any department aimed at enhancing the capabilities of ninjas. It was crucial to establish amicable relationships with every student who came to learn, thereby continuously expanding the Hyuga clan's standing in Konohagakure. For those members of the Hyuga clan engaged in educational endeavors, it was advisable to provide as much support as possible. Indeed, your suggestions are highly regarded by both the clan leader and the elders, Hinata Shizuka replied with a smile. Then, teacher, how should I proceed with this training? What actions should I undertake? Chen An curiously inquired of his teacher, Hinata Shizuka. You need not worry about anything else. Simply remain by my side and begin assisting in the treatment of the injured shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village, Hinata Shizuka replied with a smile. Her disciple had already mastered the necessary skills. What he lacked was practical experience. Chapter 18. Mastering Medical Ninjutsu. Upon joining the Konoha Hospital, Chen An's experience in medical ninjutsu began to flourish. His proficiency in the healing arts became increasingly refined. As the staff at the hospital grew more familiar with him, a greater number of severely injured or unusually ill patients were entrusted to his care. Not only did Chen An succeed in perfectly healing these patients, but after amassing a wealth of experience, he began to impart his understanding of medical ninjutsu to other physicians in Konoha. Gradually, the entire village came to recognize Hinata Chen An as the foremost practitioner of medical ninjutsu. Through relentless experimentation, Chen An finally achieved his long-cherished aspirations, mastering the medical ninjutsu known as healing technique and developing an offensive variant known as the chakra scalpel. Step aside, everyone. Make way. Dr. Chen An is here. In the tense atmosphere of the ward, a patient lay in bed, surrounded by numerous medical shinobi. Yet none dared to approach and treat the individual's grievous injuries. At that moment, a nurse called out to the onlookers. Hearing her words, the crowd parted to allow Chen An a clear path. Is this medical shinobi really so young? He can't be more than 10 years old, remarked an uninformed ordinary shinobi. Gazing at the youthful Chen An, what do you know? That is the grandson of the third elder of the Hyuga clan, a future member of the main branch. This hospital in Konoha was established at his family's suggestion. In terms of talent, he far surpasses us, replied a companion, exasperated by his friend's ignorance. Is that so? I see. The uninformed shinobi nodded in acknowledgement. Unfazed by the murmurs of those around him, Chen An calmly approached the bedside, focusing on the grievously injured shinobi before him. Chen An clasped his hands in a series of intricate seals, activating his Byakugan to investigate the injuries afflicting the ninja before him. He sought to ascertain the nature of the wounds in order to prepare for the forthcoming treatment. Indeed, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan proved to be remarkably convenient. Any injuries could be effortlessly discerned with a mere glance, unlike our own method that requires painstaking examination. An envious non-Hyuga medic remarked. Upon Chen An's thorough examination, it was revealed that the ninja not only suffered severe internal injuries to his vital organs but also had numerous fractures in his skeletal structure. Mastery of healing techniques was imperative. Chen An skillfully wielded his yang release chakra, simultaneously mending his internal organs while repositioning the displaced viscera back to their original locations, repairing the injured skeletal structure. Truly, it was a testament to the A-rank medical ninjutsu created by Lord Rian. Remarkably, such severe internal injuries began to heal at an astonishing pace. Observing from the sidelines, the medical practitioners of Konoha began to engage in hushed discussions. Naturally, how could one not excel to become Konoha's foremost physician? Furthermore, the establishment of our hospital was largely due to his insightful recommendations. Otherwise, we would still be accompanying the combat teams onto the battlefield. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Chen An remained composed, diligently attending to the patient before him. After 15 minutes, he withdrew his hands. The patient was now ready to be transferred back to a general ward. He had lost considerable blood and would need ample time to recuperate, after which he would be fit for discharge. Chen An shook his head, attempting to alleviate the numbness that had enveloped his mind during the intense treatment he had just administered. With a smile, he addressed the family member of the patient beside him, saying, thank you, I truly appreciate it. The family member, witnessing her husband's recovery, was moved to tears as she expressed her gratitude to Chen An. No need for thanks, it is our duty to provide such care. With a smile, Chen An addressed the family members of the injured. After providing them with reassurance, he turned and exited the ward. Ever since Chen An was bestowed with the title of the foremost medical ninja in Konoha, he has become the first thought for those encountering perplexing ailments throughout the Land of Fire, or rather, the entire ninja world. Many individuals have even specifically requested his expertise for their treatments. This not only allowed Chen An to amass an extensive network of connections, but also to acquire considerable wealth. His personal income now rivals half of that of the Hyuga clan. "Teacher Jingxiang, are you there?" Chen An gently tapped on the door of his teacher Hinata Shizuka's office and called out, "Please come in. Xiaoan, I'm here." The now director of Konoha Hospital, Hinata Shizuka, smiled as she spoke to Chen An outside the door. "Teacher, how is the promotion of the palm healing technique and the chakra scalpel progressing?" Chen An pushed open the door and entered the office, addressing Hinata Shizuka. The chakra scalpel is relatively straightforward. Many have mastered it. However, the medical ninjutsu you have developed, the healing palm technique, has only been learned by a few seasoned medical ninjas thus far. Other physicians can perform it, but they are unable to utilize it effectively for patient treatment. Hinata Shizuka produced several documents and handed them to Chen An, urging him to act swiftly and to promote the technique extensively. "Our next step in establishing the Konoha Hospital is to cultivate medical ninjas capable of accompanying Konoha's forces to the battlefield. I will continue to strive towards creating more combat-oriented medical ninjutsu, hoping to increase the number of medical ninjas so that wounded soldiers on the battlefield receive timely treatment, rather than succumbing due to missed opportunities for care." After reviewing all the documents, Chen An looked up and spoke earnestly to his mentor, Hinata Shizuka. "Rest assured, Xiaoan, I will do my utmost," she replied. "As for your earlier suggestion to select basic medical personnel from the Konoha Ninja Academy, I have already dispatched someone to handle it." Observing the seriousness of Chen An, Hinata Shizuka's lips curled into a slight smile as she remarked to him. Despite being merely 7 years old, her disciple spoke with utmost seriousness, often evoking a sense of amusement. Recognizing the smile on his mentor's face, Chen An understood the source of her amusement, but chose to remain silent and prepared to leave. "By the way, Xiaoan," Hinata Shizuka suddenly recalled, "a ninja came to relay a message. Elder San wishes to speak with you, so he advised you to return home early tonight." Chen An nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that his grandfather wanted him home sooner. "I understand. I will return early tonight," he affirmed. Chen An had a fair understanding of the reason behind his grandfather's summons. It was highly likely that he needed to refine the moon seal he had previously created, and his grandfather was notifying him of this. Thanks to Chen An's diligent efforts, the atmosphere within the Hyuga clan was particularly harmonious, eliminating the possibility of the antagonism that had once existed between the main and branch families in the original narrative. Subsequently, to replace the moon seal for the branch family, certain arrangements would likely be made. As one of the most significant members of the Hyuga clan, it was expected that he would also be entrusted with specific tasks. Chapter 19. The Operation of Chakra. Upon returning home, Chen An found his grandfather, Hyuga Kiyomo, already enjoying his dinner. "Did you call me back for something?" Chen An approached and took a seat beside the dining table, smiling as he inquired of his grandfather. "Hinata Chingmu, Xiaoxue, please serve a bowl of rice for him." Instead of responding to Chen An's question, grandfather Hinata Chingmu directed the maid, Xiaoxue, to serve rice for Chen An. After Chen An joined the Konoha Hospital last year, his aunt Hinata Makia ceased her efforts to prepare meals for him and returned to her own home. This year, she has even given birth to a younger cousin for Chen, and little Xue quietly served Chen An his meal, said nothing, and silently left the room. "Oh, my dear grandson, it seems grandfather may soon retire," said Hinata Chingmu, his voice laden with meaning as he addressed Chen An. As he spoke, he retrieved a large tome from nearby and handed it to Chen An. "This contains the names of all the members of our branch family. This month, you shall refrain from visiting the Konoha Hospital. Dedicate this time to replacing the newly completed moon imprint and clarify matters with the branch family." A smile adorned his face as he spoke to Chen An grandfather. "Why such morose words? Surely you could wait until after your grandson's marriage to speak of such things." Chen An replied, observing the melancholic expression on his grandfather's face, attempting to offer comfort. "Enough, Xiaoan. There is no need to console me." Hinata Chingmu gently shook his head, yet smiled at Chen An. "I have fought since the Warring States period, through the establishment of Konoha. I had intended to rest and entrust all affairs to your father, but alas, he met an untimely demise." Hinata raised his gaze, his eyes distant and reminiscent, as if gazing into the past. "Fortunately, I have you, my precious grandson, to revive my spirits. I wish to assist you in managing certain matters." In recent years, your great-uncle, second uncle, and even your fourth uncle have all retired. It is time for the Hyuga clan to be entrusted to you youngsters, though they are uncles. And you are but a grandson. Your abilities far surpass theirs, which brings me great solace. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu continued to share many heartfelt words with Chen An. Chen An has come to the realization that his grandfather truly wishes to retire completely. Suddenly reflecting on this, he acknowledges that it is indeed time for his grandfather to step down and relish the joys of his twilight years. Very well, grandfather. I understand. Chen An nodded and spoke to his grandfather. That night, he shared the same bed with his grandfather. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu regaled Chen An with numerous tales from his youth, imparting many stories about his father. This transformed the once inconspicuous figure of his father in Chen An's world into a more vivid presence. The following morning, Chen An ventured to the hospital to request a month-long leave from his teacher, Hinata Shizuka. Fortunately, the entire Hidden Leaf village was aware of the recent large-scale family event of the Hyuga clan, prompting many members to return to the family. Even those unable to return immediately had made preparations to do so in stages. Chen An and his grandfather collaborated to replace the Moon Curse seal for the members of the branch family. Upon learning that once the Moon Curse seal was planted, they would no longer be subject to external control, many members of the branch family expressed their gratitude towards Chen An and others with deep bows. Although there had been no instances of the main family misusing the caged bird seal, many from the main family still exhibited a condescending demeanor when interacting with the branch family. Conversely, the branch members constantly feared that any misstep might provoke the main family to impose the caged bird seal upon them, which was a painful experience marked by the seal's imprint on their foreheads. Now, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief and no longer needed to tread carefully in front of the main family. The task of inscribing the Moon Curse seal was completed within 10 days. However, Chen An did not return to the hospital immediately. Instead, he accompanied his grandfather to organize all the assets belonging to the lineage of the third elder. Although these assets were managed by the members of the branch family, it was imperative for Chen An to understand them to mitigate potential market fluctuations and prevent financial losses. Once he had meticulously sorted through all the assets, Chen An commenced preparations for a breakthrough in his chakra manipulation. Over the past few years, aside from the initial phase, he had diligently practiced chakra operation techniques. Yet, as time passed, he found that the experience gained from these techniques diminished significantly. Often, after a full day of rigorous training, he would discover that his basic experience had only increased by a minuscule amount, especially 3 months ago, when he had only 100 experience points remaining. Chen An's training seemed to yield no results, relying solely on the minimal guaranteed experience for level-ups. After 3 months of stagnation, Chen An's system was finally down to the last point. Today would be the final day. Tomorrow, he anticipated the emergence of a new cultivation technique. After completing the organization of all assets related to the third elder, Chen An indulged in a refreshing bath and then laid down to drift into slumber, hoping to awaken to a new cultivation technique in the morning. As dawn broke the following day, Chen An remained in bed, opting instead to check his system panel. Name, Hyuga Chen An. Age, 8 Physique, 25 Spirit, 40 Bloodline. Advanced Byakugan Intermediate Sage Body Technique. Chakra Operation, 51,000. Skills. Intermediate Gentle Fist Beginner Tai Chi Intermediate Medical Ninjutsu Energy. 1,000 though the experience points for his technique had surged from 10,000 to 1,000,000. Chen An remained unconcerned. After all, he had ample time to gradually level up. Chen An's primary focus was on the newly developed cultivation technique known as chakra manipulation. Unlike previous methods, chakra manipulation resembled a martial arts training regimen found in a fantasy novel. This technique involved circulating the chakra, originally gathered in the dantian, throughout the body akin to internal energy. Depending on the pathways traversed, it could yield various effects. Chakra manipulation was categorized into 9 tiers, with every 100,000 experience points corresponding to 1 tier. Upon achieving a near-perfect state of the 9th tier, one could transcend to the next level of the technique. Most notably, upon reaching the 3rd tier, this technique enabled the synthesis of sage chakra, granting access to a permanent sage mode. Engaging in the practice effectively activated the sage mode. Previously, Chen An had contemplated how to obtain the summoning contract for the Wet Bone Forest from Tsunade in order to learn sage mode there. It is widely understood that in the world of Naruto, sage mode significantly amplifies combat prowess, and in later stages, It is essential for battling formidable foes of the Sage of Six Paths caliber. To his astonishment, this breakthrough in his technique directly provided him with a method to cultivate Sage mode. It seemed that his system was indeed a formidable asset, albeit somewhat lacking in the experience upgrade aspect. Chapter 20. The Alliance of the Land of Lightning. Following his acquisition of the branch of the Hyuga clan, led by the third elder, Chen An began to allocate the members of his branch in various capacities. Those with high aptitude and ninja potential remained in Konoha, primarily engaging in technical, reconnaissance, and medical roles. Conversely, those of lesser talent were dispatched to the capital of the Land of Fire to establish beauty salons and shops. The foundation of the Hyuga clan was preserved in Konoha, and regardless of whom any member married, they were required to return to Konoha for the wedding ceremony. To ensure the strength of his lineage, Chen An also envisioned transforming the entire Hyuga clan into summoning beasts based on summoning techniques, allowing clan members to return to safety at any time. Furthermore, he imparted the chakra manipulation technique to the members of the Hyuga clan under his command. As Chen An took charge of family affairs, his grandfather, Hyuga Kayamori, began to enjoy a leisurely lifestyle, spending his days sipping tea and playing chess with the former elders, while instructing the household staff to care for Chen An's daily needs. Uncertain if it was due to his influence, Chen An noted that the renowned medical ninja Tsunade had yet to commence her studies in medical ninjutsu. This left Chen An somewhat troubled, pondering whether he had inadvertently altered the course of history. Would he lose familiarity with the narrative before acquiring the greatest power? Although he had previously expressed concerns to his grandfather regarding the dangers posed by the Uzumaki clan, the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, had also sent warnings to the Uzumaki clan. However, the Uzumaki clan was reluctant to live under the shadows of others, and thus established an independent ninja village in their homeland, the Land of Whirlpools. At that time, Chen An believed this to be the influence of the narrative. Certain established truths would remain unchanged unless one actively participated. Yet now, Chen An realized that his very presence had prompted Tsunade Senju to stubbornly refuse to learn the medical ninjutsu he had developed, dedicating herself entirely to the art of the superhuman strength fist. At this moment, Tsunade's prowess in the superhuman strength fist had surpassed that of Chen An. Chen An fundamentally refrains from engaging in direct combat with Tsunade Senju. In the winter of the 18th year of Konoha, as the ravages of war have unfolded over the years, the four great shinobi villages have suffered grievously, with the Sunagakure having withdrawn from the conflict at the outset, still retaining a modicum of strength. The other villages have endured significant losses. Recently, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, and the second Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi, unleashed large-scale ninjutsu on the battlefield, resulting in their mutual demise. The Iwagakure and Kirigakure, having lost their respective Kage in this catastrophic battle, resolved to cease hostilities, influenced by the actions of these two villages. The second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, and the second Reikage, similarly opted to conclude the war through diplomatic negotiations. The news of the peace talks has permeated the entirety of Konoha village, instilling a sense of elation among its inhabitants. Chen An did not hinder the Hyuga clan celebration. Instead, he permitted all shops under the Hyuga name to partake in the festivities. Regarding Senju Tobarama, Chen An had no intention of offering rescue. Although he shared a commendable relationship with Tsunade Senju, he perceived Tobarama as a person burdened with heavy thoughts. As long as Tobarama remained, he would likely impede the Hyuga clan's progress. Tobarama would not permit the Hyuga clan to flourish beyond the Senju clan. Consequently, for Chen An to ascend to the position of Hokage, he needed to find a way to bolster the Hyuga clan, ensuring they rallied behind him in support. Thus, after weighing his options, Chen An resolved to allow Tobarama to follow the original narrative arc to his demise. On the eve of the new year, Tobarama returned from the battlefield with his 6 disciples. In recent years, he had spent little time in Konoha, dedicating most of his days to the front lines. Utilizing his ninjutsu and intellect, Tobarama had repeatedly aided the ninjas of Konoha in repelling assaults from the village hidden in the clouds. Upon his return to Konoha, Tobarama immediately instructed his subordinates to compile statistics on the development of various clans within the village, meticulously beginning his review. When Tobarama observed the progress of the Hyuga clan, astonishment flickered in his eyes. Should they continue to advance at this rate, the Hyuga clan might soon surpass both the Senju and Uchiha clans in dominance over Konoha. Clearly, following the conclusion of this war, measures would need to be taken to curb the Hyuga clan's growth. Setting aside the documents, Tobarama spoke in an icy tone. He then returned to the Senju clan's stronghold, seeking out his sister-in-law, Uzumaki Mido. "Sister-in-law, I need to discuss something with you." Tobarama stated coldly as he entered Mito's residence. Tobarama, what is it? Mito inquired, looking up with curiosity. The last time he sought her out was during the simultaneous assault on Konoha by the 4 great ninja villages. For the sake of Konoha, Tobarama had requested Mito to lead the battlefield against the Sand Village. However, after Tobarama instigated conflicts with the Rock and Mist Ninja, Mito returned to Konoha. Please take a look at this information, Tobarama said, placing the documents regarding the Hyuga clan's development before Mito, his expression still icy. This is merely the Hyuga clan's own progress, achieved through their relentless efforts. What is the matter? Mito responded, puzzled by Tobarama's demeanor. We must suppress the Hyuga clan. If they continue to develop at this rate, it won't be long before Konoha belongs to them, Tobarama countered, shaking his head in disapproval of Mito's assertion. What do you plan to do? We can't just approach the Hyuga clan and demand they cease their advancement. Uzumaki Mizuho expressed his dissatisfaction to Senju Tobarama, remarking, upon reviewing the state of the Hyuga clan, many issues seem to point towards this child. Perhaps we should consider arranging a union between Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi. Through such an alliance, we might exert influence and prevent bias towards the Hyuga clan. Senju Tobarama, pondering over his sister-in-law, spoke in a low voice after a moment of contemplation. He aimed to leverage familial ties to sway Chen An, steering him away from further aiding the Hyuga clan's advancement, urging him to prioritize the entirety of Konoha. Should Chen An continue to support the Hyuga clan's growth, he would undoubtedly possess the means to foster Konoha's development. However, this endeavor necessitated Tsunade's consent. Coercion was not an option. Uzumaki Mizuho, reflecting on the matter, coldly addressed Senju Tobarama, expressing his indifference towards the Hyuga clan's potential control over Konoha. Yet, he wished for his granddaughter to experience a fulfilling love and a happy family, rather than serving as a mere bargaining chip in a marriage alliance. After all, Chen An was undeniably an exceptional descendant within Konoha, more than suitable as Tsunade's husband. Very well, I shall persuade Tsunade and ensure she willingly agrees to unite with Hyuga Hayashi. I will not force her, Tobarama replied with a satisfied nod. Smiling at Uzumaki Mizuho. Now, you may depart. This matter is best discussed directly with Tsunade. Mizuho, dissatisfied, retorted at Tobarama, seeing that Uzumaki Mizuho was unwilling to engage further. Senju Tobarama reluctantly took his leave. Chapter 21. Senju Tobarama's demise. Despite the news of peace negotiations, Senju Tobarama remained resolute and vigilant. The second Raikage of Kumogakure expressed a willingness to negotiate, yet the infamous duo of Kin and Jin continued to incite the ninjas of their village, urging them to the battlefield. Fortunately, intelligence indicated that the second Raikage was currently rallying the majority of the anti-war faction to confront the pro-war Kin and Jin, aiming to cease hostilities and allow the ninjas of Kumogakure to recuperate. Tobarama found solace in the prospect of enjoying the new year in Konoha. During this festive period, he personally delivered compensation to the families of those leaf ninjas who had fallen in battle. This act not only preserved his esteemed reputation, but also garnered considerable support from the villagers. Observing Tobarama's continuous displays of benevolence, Chen An could not help but reflect on how, in the original narrative, Tobarama had proposed that Sarutobi Hiruzen succeed him as the third Hokage, a suggestion that met little opposition from the villagers. Tobarama's prestige within Konoha remained remarkably high, yet Chen An had already begun to undertake similar initiatives. Upon learning of the sacrifices made by the ninjas, Chen An commanded that all shops belonging to the Hyuga clan offer a 10% discount to the families of the fallen ninjas whenever they made purchases. Furthermore, essential goods were sold at cost price. This initiative not only elevated the Hyuga clan's reputation in Konoha village, but also ensured that the goods were not sold at a loss. In fact, the Hyuga clan continued to turn a profit while simultaneously garnering goodwill. The reason behind this success lay in the fact that the Hyuga clan utilized sealing scrolls for their inventory, whereas other merchants relied on carts and horses for transportation. This alone allowed the Hyuga clan to save significantly on shipping costs. Chen An's actions are all strategic preparations for his aspiration to become the fourth Hokage. The new year swiftly passed, and Senju Tobarama, accompanied by his 6 disciples, once again ventured onto the battlefield. However, this time, Senju Tobarama specifically called upon the Hyuga clan to dispatch their ninjas to participate. Chen An understood that Senju Tobarama intended to hinder the development of the Hyuga clan through the constraints of the battlefield. The moment this news reached him, the clan leader, Hyuga Muping, was indeed quite infuriated. Wasn't Senju Tobarama's approach merely an attempt to disrupt the Hyuga clan's progress and weaken their strength? In fact, Hyuga Muping even contemplated sending only a few lower-ranked ninjas to the battlefield. However, upon receiving this information, a peculiar smile crept onto Chen An's face. With the formal negotiations between Konoha Village and the Cloud Ninja Village approaching, sending the Hyuga clan to the battlefield at this juncture would only bestow them with unwarranted accolades. Chen An proposed to the clan leader Hyuga Muping that all current elite shinobi of the Hyuga clan be dispatched to the battlefield. He also emphasized the necessity of preparing a diverse array of war supplies for these clan members. Simultaneously, he instructed the deployed Hyuga members to reach out to the families of ninjas who had not returned to Konohagakure during the New Year festivities, requesting them to pen letters assuring their loved ones of their well-being, thereby providing them with solace. Thus, Senju Tobarama, accompanied by nearly 300 elite members of the Hyuga clan, embarked on the battlefield of the Land of Thunder. It is noteworthy that the three major branches of the Hyuga clan, medical, taijutsu, and reconnaissance, had already become the cornerstone of Konohagakure. Particularly, the emergence of medical ninjas significantly reduced the mortality rate of the Hyuga clan on the battlefield, and more importantly, alleviated the overall casualties among various ninja clans. Consequently, 3 months later, news arrived from the battlefield that the Village of Lightning would formally sign a peace treaty with Konohagakure, with the signing taking place in the Village of Cloud within the Land of Thunder. In pursuit of swift peace for Konohagakure, Senju Tobarama did not bring anyone else along, but instead directly proceeded to the Village of Cloud with his 6 disciples. As Tobarama made his way to the Village of Cloud, the battlefield in the Land of Thunder temporarily descended into tranquility. Remarkably, during this brief 3-month period of the elite Hyuga dispatched to the battlefield, only a handful sustained minor injuries from large-scale ninjutsu, and not a single member of the Hyuga clan perished. Every day, Chen had spent his time at the veterinary hospital not only tending to the injured, but also quietly awaiting the dreadful news of the demise of Senju Tobarama from the battlefield. On April 10th, 19th year of Konoha, after completing a surgical procedure, Chen An returned to his office only to be met with an unexpected uproar in the village. Upon listening closely, he discerned the alarming news of the Hokage's passing. Instantly, Chen An exited his office and made his way towards the outside of Konoha Hospital. As he stepped outside, he noticed a flurry of activity among the ninjas, who were in a state of disarray. Chen An hurriedly grasped the arm of a nearby ninja, inquiring, "What has happened? Why is everyone in such a frenzy? What is going on?" Chen An gazed nervously at the ninja before him, hesitantly inquiring, "I am not entirely certain, but I have heard that the disciple of Lord Hokage has returned. The news suggests that Lord Hokage sacrificed himself to ensure our safety." The ninja, whose clan remained unknown, hurriedly responded to Chen An before swiftly departing. "Senju Tobarama, you have finally succumbed to death. The future of Konoha now rests in my hands." Upon hearing the news of Senju Tobarama's demise, Chen An's anxious heart found solace. The fate of Konoha's development now depended on him, and he was resolute in his ambition to become the 4th Hokage. With a firm determination in his heart, Chen An turned and made his way back to his clan. The passing of the Hokage is a monumental event, and the Hyuga clan must deliberate on their stance, necessitating a discussion between Chen An and his uncles. Before he could reach the entrance of the Hyuga clan, a middle-ranked ninja from his clan approached him with urgency. "Lord Hinata, the clan leader has asked me to inform you that a meeting is to be held at the clan grounds," the Hyuga ninja respectfully conveyed to Chen An. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now," he replied. Chen An nodded, gesturing for the Hyuga clan's jonin to depart first, complying with the command. The Hyuga jonin vanished in an instant. Chen An, adept in the manipulation of chakra, gently tapped his toes and swiftly made his way towards the Hyuga clan. Upon arriving at the clan's ancestral shrine, the guardian ninja at the entrance noticed Chen An's presence and respectfully bowed, yet refrained from uttering a word. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen An proceeded inside. "Ah, little one, you've arrived. Pray, enlighten us on the course of action for our Hyuga clan," greeted the clan leader, Hyuga Muping, with a smile and a wave as Chen An entered. "Leader, esteemed uncles, since you have invited me to speak, I shall indeed share my thoughts." Chen An replied with a smile, addressing the clan leader, Hyuga Muping. "Certainly. Your intellect is remarkable. We shall heed your counsel," Hyuga Muping responded, recognizing that Chen An had formulated a plan. Over the years, he had witnessed the development of the entire Hyuga clan and held the belief that Chen An surpassed even the Nara clan in wisdom. "My suggestion is to uphold the wishes of Senju Tobarama." Chapter 22, The Sorrowful Tsunade. Senju. My recommendation is to support the aspirations of Senju Tobarama. Chen An gazed at Hinata Makihira with a serene expression and spoke. "Support the last wishes? Shaoan, you must be mistaken. Did you not previously express your ambition to become Hokage?" How is it that you now wish to uphold Senju Tobarama's legacy? Upon hearing Chen An's words, the current Grand Elder, unable to contain his confusion, remarked, Grand Elder, please allow me to finish my explanation. Chen An interrupted the Elder's words with a grave expression. Since Senju Tobarama had resolved to sever ties, it indicated that he had come to terms with his own mortality. Before his demise, he would undoubtedly assess his 6 disciples. Among Senju Tobarama's 6 apprentices, the most likely candidates to ascend as Hokage are his disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. However, in my humble opinion, the one with the greatest potential is indeed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chen An spoke to the elders with an expressionless demeanor. Will his disciple not be a member of the Senju clan? Inquired the second elder, perplexed. That is unlikely. Should Senju Tobarama choose a member of the Senju clan to inherit the position of Hokage, it would undoubtedly incite the animosity of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, the various ninja clans of Konohagakure would also harbor resentment towards the Senju clan. After all, if the position of Hokage has been held by the Senju for 3 consecutive generations, other clans may see no hope of attaining that rank themselves, leading them to resolutely oppose the Senju clan, which would be unable to withstand such widespread hostility from humanity. Chen An spoke calmly. To alter this situation, it would necessitate that other clans produce a Hokage. However, I doubt that Senju Tobarama would endorse any other clan. The most likely candidate would be his disciple. Oh, then why can't our Hyuga clan strive for this opportunity now? Inquired the clan leader, Hyuga Muping, with curiosity. Firstly, our Leaf village is still in its infancy, and the Senju clan wields considerable power within it. Secondly, although Senju Tobarama has passed, and it seems the ninja wars may come to an end, the Leaf village remains in disarray. Should the Hyuga clan intervene at this juncture, we would be tasked with rectifying this chaos. The cost to the Hyuga clan would far outweigh the benefits. Therefore, supporting Senju Tobarama's dying wish is prudent. Any trivial matters and losses incurred by the Leaf village must be addressed, and it would be unreasonable for the Senju clan not to compensate for them. Chen An's lips curled into a faint smile as he addressed those around him. Ah, I see. Then let us wholeheartedly support the wishes of Hashirama Senju. The clan leader, Hyuga Mukuhai, replied with a smile to several other elders. No, clan leader. While it is essential to support Hashirama Senju's decision, there are still certain conditions we must bring to light. Chen An shook his head and resolutely rejected the proposal put forth by the clan leader, Hinata Muping. What conditions shall we propose? The clan leader inquired with a look of confusion. Naturally, we must stipulate that the disciples of the Hokage be barred from becoming the next Hokage. Chen An calmly addressed the clan leader. This time, the wish of Senju Tobarama could be honored due to his demise. Therefore, we may allow Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo to inherit the position of Hokage. But it is imperative to propose the establishment of an elder council. Each clan should appoint an elder to oversee the commands of the Hokage, preventing our esteemed Hokage from monopolizing the opportunities for merit on the battlefield and favoring directives conducive to the village's development solely to his trusted allies. This would result in a future where only those closely associated with the Hokage could ascend to the position, which would be profoundly unjust to other capable individuals who could also be worthy of becoming Hokage. Chen An calmly addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping, saying, So that is the case. Very well, we can propose this condition. The leader, Hinata Muping, pondered for a moment before responding to Chen An. How about this, Xiaoan? On the day of the meeting, you shall accompany me, representing our Hinata clan in the discussions. What are your thoughts? Chen An replied, Certainly, leader. After all, this is a foundation for my future aspiration to become Hokage, so I must attend. Chen An nodded, smiling as he addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping. Haha. Next time you have something to discuss, just call on Xiaoan directly. We shall merely assist Xiaoan with the family affairs. The fourth elder, seated beside Chen An, chuckled and spoke to the clan leader, Hinata Muping. This simply cannot do. If I were to propose every idea, it would be unjust to the members of the clan. The elders must remain vigilant. Should my suggestions ever prove detrimental to other family members, they ought to intervene promptly. Listening to the fourth elder's words, Chen An shook his head and replied with a smile, All right, fourth elder. Rest assured, our Xiaoan is exceedingly generous. Previously, his chakra manipulation technique was disseminated for the entire clan to learn. Such trivial matters should not be doubted. Clan leader Hinata Muping, hearing the fourth elder's remarks, expressed his dissatisfaction. Enough. Everyone may disperse now. Let us observe how events unfold. The Grand Elder shook his head in resignation and addressed the others. After the meeting of the Hinata clan concluded, Chen An returned home to prepare a gift and set off towards the Senju clan's territory. Hello. Could you kindly inform Tsunade that Hinata Chen An is here to pay her a visit? Chen An stood solemnly at the entrance of the Senju clan, addressing the ninja of the clan with a serious expression. Very well, please hold on for a moment. I shall inform Lady Tsunade at once. The ninja, observing the gift in Chen An's hand, responded with utmost respect. Before long, the ninja returned. Please follow me. The lady is quite distressed and thus unable to greet you herself, he said apologetically to Chen An. Under the guidance of the Senju ninja, Chen An arrived at the door of Tsunade's chamber. The ninja pointed towards the door, indicating that Tsunade was within, and then silently departed. Knock, knock, knock. Chen An gently tapped on the door, softly calling out, Tsunade, are you there? I've come to visit you. Chen An cautiously addressed Tsunade Senju in the room. Upon hearing his voice, Tsunade flung open the door and threw herself into his embrace, her voice trembling as she spoke. Good day. I have lost my second grandfather. Why must there be war in this world? Why have both my grandfathers departed from me? I no longer wish to win. Tears streamed down Tsunade's face, quickly soaking Chen An's chest. Observing her sorrow, Chen An felt a pang in his heart, reflecting on whether his decision to withhold the information about the ambush by Qin and Jin was a grave mistake. However, what was done could not be undone, and he could only offer gentle words of comfort to Tsunade. It is all right, Tsunade. The Hokage does not regret his choices. He merely wished to protect you, to provide a peaceful and stable environment for your growth. His actions were intended to safeguard our future generations, and he never wished to see you in such anguish. Chen An gently caressed Tsunade's back, soothing her and urging her not to weep any longer. Yet, Tsunade's tears flowed like a relentless torrent, unstoppable and overwhelming. Before long, exhausted from her sorrow, Tsunade succumbed to slumber. Chen An had no choice but to gently lift Tsunade, placing her upon the bed and tenderly covering her with a blanket. Chen An turned and exited the room of Thousand Hands Tsunade. Chapter 23, The Funeral of Thousand Hands Tobarama. Xiaoan, you have arrived. Chen An stood at the doorstep of Tsunade when a voice from the side called out to him. Good day, Lady Mito. I have come to pay a visit to Tsunade. Chen An looked calmly at the swirling water before speaking. Can I come and chat with Grandma? The swirling water responded with a smile, inviting Chen An. Of course, you may. With a smile, Chen An nodded at Uzumaki Suijin and said, Please lead the way. Seeing Chen An's agreement, Uzumaki Suijin beamed and guided him to a nearby living room. So what are the plans of the Hyuga clan? Uzumaki Suijin inquired with a cheerful tone. Chen An responded, The Hyuga clan does not have many plans. We naturally follow the orders of Lord Hokage. After all, it is all for the sake of Konoha. Chen An chuckled as he conversed with Uzumaki Suishu. Is that so? Then I must express my gratitude to the Hyuga clan for their support of the Hokage. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Uzumaki Suishu did not take them to heart. Instead, he responded with a smile. Chen An's statement holds little significance. After all, which Hokage do we support? Now, Diren, kindly elucidate to your grandmother the true intentions of the Hyuga clan. Being of advanced age, I have no desire to engage in verbal sparring with you young ones. Let us speak candidly. Vortex Mito graciously offered Chen An a cup of tea and remarked with a smile, Since Lord Mito has spoken, I find nothing left to conceal. To inherit the position of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's first order of business is to retrieve the remains of Senju Tobarama and bring them back to Konohagakure. Without this, he lacks the qualifications to assume the mantle of Hokage. Furthermore, this task cannot be counted as an achievement for Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cohorts, as they failed in their duty to safeguard the Hokage, instead returning in disgrace. Chang'an raised the teacup to his lips, savoring a delicate sip before continuing. As for the second matter, with Hiruzen now being the third Hokage from the Senju clan, it is imperative that the next Hokage not be a member of your clan or a disciple of the Senju lineage. Additionally, to prevent Hiruzen from jeopardizing the interests of the various clans, it is crucial to establish an elder council to oversee the missions assigned by Hiruzen. This is to ensure that he does not show favoritism, relegating safe tasks to your faction while assigning perilous missions to our Hyuga clan, which stands outside the Senju bloodline. Chen An calmly articulated the demands of the Hyuga clan to Uzumaki Mizuho. I understand, Mizuho replied. I will convey the requests of the Hyuga clan to Sarutobi. I hope the Hyuga clan will not waver in their stance. After hearing Chen An's requests, Mizuho nodded in acknowledgement. Given the current strength of the Hyuga clan, presenting merely these two requests was indeed a modest endeavor. Moreover, the first demand of the Hyuga clan was not solely for their own benefit, but rather for the honor of the entire Konoha village. In essence, this demand could hardly be considered a self-serving request. Lord Mizuho comprehended this well. Since the Hyuga clan had allied with Konoha, they would approach matters from the perspective of the village, never prioritizing their individual interests above those of the greater community. Chen An spoke to the Whirlpool Water Master with remarkable calmness. Thus it is, esteemed Water Master. I shall take my leave now. Chen An rose to his feet, drained the tea poured by the Vortex Water household in one gulp, and then departed from the Senju clan with a smile. After Chen An's departure, Uzumaki Mizuho promptly summoned Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, as well as other disciples of Senju Tobarama. He relayed Chen An's revelations regarding the Hyuga clan's demands. Were they truly contemplating treachery against the village? To impose restrictions on the position of Hokage was an audacious affront. Shimura Danzo, upon hearing that Chen An intended to restrict the fourth Hokage to a member of the Senju clan, slammed his fist on the table in fury. He had aspirations of usurping the Hokage position for himself. Such limitations would preclude him from ever attaining that role. Enough, Danzo. Should you continue with such insolence, I shall have you expelled. Uzumaki Mizuho bellowed, incensed by Danzo's defiant demeanor. In an effort to fulfill Senju Tobarama's legacy, Mizuho insisted that Chen An make a binding promise. To his dismay, Danzo remained unsatisfied, brazenly disregarding the decorum of the meeting. Rest assured, Lord Mizuho, let us first accomplish the primary task at hand. After all, without bringing back Master Tobarama's remains, I would lack the qualifications to rightfully inherit the title of Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked solemnly, casting a steady gaze at Uzumaki Mizuho. Your understanding is most appreciated, Hiruzen, Mizuho replied, his expression softening with satisfaction. Were Uzumaki Mizuho to fully support Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension, even with the Hyuga clan's opposition, his formidable status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails could compel the other clans to reluctantly accept Hiruzen as Hokage. However, such a course would undoubtedly result in a profound rift within the village, inciting animosity toward the Senju clan from all ninja factions. Therefore, Uzumaki Mizuho was unwilling to jeopardize the entire legacy of the Senju clan for the sake of a single disciple like Hiruzen. In the original narrative, it is revealed that Tsunade Senju inherits the title of 5th Hokage years later, largely due to the enduring influence of the Senju clan. Though many had shed the Senju surname, the bonds of kinship remained intact. The following day, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened with representatives from various clans within Konoha. Before any other conditions could be articulated, a unanimous decision was reached, until the remains of Senju Tobarama were returned. Hiruzen and his companions would remain unqualified to assume the Hokage position. Reluctantly, Hiruzen was compelled to embark once more on the journey to the Land of Lightning, seeking to negotiate the return of Tobarama's remains. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. After the demise of the esteemed Senju Tobarama, the duo of Kinkaku and Jinkaku found themselves besieged by the third Raikage, of the Cloud Village, who swiftly avenged Tobarama's death. In a bid to prevent further antagonism with the Hidden Leaf Village, I acquiesced to Hiruzen Sarutobi's request to return Tobarama's remains. It is well known throughout the ninja world that Senju Tobarama was a master of forbidden techniques, having developed numerous jutsu that remain unparalleled. Many ninja clans possess unique techniques for extracting memories from a deceased ninja's body, enabling them to decipher the jutsu that individual excelled in. Sarutobi successfully brought Tobarama's body back to the village, where a solemn funeral was held in his honor, witnessed by numerous clans. With Tobarama's interment, the competition for the position of Hokage intensified, as nearly every prominent figure sought to consolidate alliances with various ninja clans to claim the title of the next Hokage of the Leaf Village. The Hyuga clan, having heeded Chen An's counsel, refrained from involvement, thus becoming a sought-after ally among the clans vying for power. In Chapter 24, Questioning the Hokage's Legacy, the contenders for the Hokage position are Hiruzen Sarutobi and Uchiha Kagami. Despite Sarutobi being appointed by the late second Hokage, Uchiha Kagami benefits from the backing of the Uchiha clan, the second most powerful family in the village. The Uchiha clan, being one of the original founders of the Leaf Village alongside the Senju clan, believes it is their turn to ascend to the Hokage seat, having seen two members of the Senju clan hold the position consecutively. As the stalemate persists, Uzumaki Mido convenes a meeting of the ninja clans, invoking her status as the wife of the first Hokage, in hopes of amicably resolving the succession of the Hokage. Esteemed guests, when Tobarama passed, he designated Hiruzen Sarutobi as his successor, the third Hokage of the Leaf Village. I invite you all to share your perspectives on this matter. Mito stated, smiling warmly at the representatives and clan heads. Pray tell, Lady Mito, do you possess any evidence to substantiate the claim that Sarutobi is to become the third Hokage? Inquired the Uchiha clan leader, his expression icy as he directed his gaze towards Mito. Indeed, Tobirama's disciples were present. Did Kagami not relay this to you? Mito pondered for a moment, then addressed the Uchiha leader with composure. Is that so? I was unaware. It appears that Sarutobi and his associates may have misled you. The Uchiha leader retorted with a cold smirk directed at Mito. Notably, the Uchiha clan leader had deliberately left Kagami out of this assembly, intending to cast doubt on Sarutobi and his companions regarding the authenticity of the second Hokage's will, thus vying for control over the Hokage position. However, unbeknownst to them, the Uchiha clan's suspicions were subtly instigated by Chen An, who had discreetly spread rumors among their ranks. During this period, Sarutobi, under Mito's guidance, had garnered considerable support from various ninja clans within the Leaf Village. This rendered the support of the Hyuga clan less pivotal than before. Observing the interactions between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, it became evident that these two sought to refute the second condition proposed by Chen An. After all, among the two, Sarutobi Hiruzen aimed to seize control over the future of Konohagakure, while Shimura Danzo aspired to become the fourth Hokage. United by their common interests, they endeavored to extricate themselves from the stipulations set forth by the Hyuga clan. To thoroughly awaken these two, Chen An dispatched individuals to question their legitimacy, thereby informing the Uchiha clan. This prompted the Uchiha clan to challenge them during the Great Ninja Conference, thereby diminishing Sarutobi Hiruzen's chances of becoming Hokage. Consequently, the support of the Hyuga clan became exceedingly valuable, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to reluctantly acquiesce to the second condition posited by them. As the Uchiha clan progressed, a hush fell over the assembly at the ninja conference, with various smaller clans beginning to murmur among themselves. Little An, the members of the Uchiha clan are rather astute, remarked Hyuga Muping, the clan leader, as he stealthily approached Chen An. They are merely a bunch of brutes. How could they ever conceive such a notion? This is something I discreetly hinted at. With a smile adorning his face, Chen An turned to the clan leader, Hinata Muping, and spoke cheerfully. Hinata Muping widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at Chen An with disbelief. Are you not concerned that your actions might usurp Sarutobi Izashi from his position as Hokage? He inquired anxiously. Chen An reassured him. Rest easy, my dear leader. Uchiha Kagami was forcefully elevated to this position by the Uchiha clan. Even if they have chosen him to ascend to Hokage, just before attaining that esteemed title, Uchiha Kagami would willingly relinquish the role in favor of the second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Chen An quietly addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping. Oh, I see. Then I shall feel at ease. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hinata Muping nodded in understanding. Sitting at the head of the table, Uzumaki Mizuho cast a disgruntled glance at the conference room. Previously, in order to ensure that Sarutobi Hiruzen could successfully inherit the position of Hokage, he had unhesitatingly secured a promise from Chen An through coercive means, thereby garnering the support of the Hinata clan for Sarutobi Hiruzen to ascend as the third Hokage. However, as Sarutobi Hiruzen began to engage with the various clans of Konoha, he subtly started to distance himself from Uzumaki Mizuho, aspiring to command the village's power independently. This shift resulted in the Hinata clan, which had initially supported Sarutobi Hiruzen's rise, withdrawing their endorsement and opting to observe the unfolding events. Witnessing her being challenged by the Uchiha clan at the Konoha Ninja Conference without uttering a word only added to Mizuho's frustration. At this juncture, aside from the Hinata clan's intervention, it was likely that Sarutobi Hiruzen could be ousted from the position of third Hokage by the Uchiha clan, head of the Hinata clan. What is your perspective on this matter? Uzumaki Mizuho, feeling helpless, turned to Hinata Muping for insight. As for the Hinata clan, we shall defer entirely to the judgment of our esteemed third elder, the clan leader, Hinata Muping, unabashedly gestured toward Chun and beside him with a smile. In that case, what do you say, Little An? Uzumaki Mizuho regarded Chun and with a calm demeanor, hoping that he would speak up to alleviate the tension. Lord Mizuho, the Hinata clan holds no particular opinion. Whether it is Uchiha Kagami or Sarutobi Hiruzen, we shall support whoever earns the favor of the villagers. Chun An cast a tranquil gaze towards Uzumaki Naruto, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he spoke. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who strikes from behind and lacks integrity, if he is not taught a lesson, who knows how he might seek revenge once he ascends to the position of Hokage. Upon hearing Chun An's words, a surge of fury welled up within Uzumaki Naruto, and a faint aura of Nine-Tails chakra began to emanate from him. However, He swiftly composed himself, suppressing the chakra's manifestation. Let us conclude today's meeting. Everyone may disperse, he stated calmly before turning to exit the conference room. As he walked away, the Nine-Tails chakra gradually radiated from him, though the surrounding individuals were apprehensive of the chakra's presence and kept their distance. They began to discuss whether Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed conspired with his classmates to usurp the position of Hokage. The clan leader, Hyuga, observed Uzumaki Naruto's wrathful departure and gave Chen An a thumbs up. Chen An smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating further with the clan leader. The position of the third Hokage was precariously held here, and from this point onward, the Hyuga clan could negotiate terms to their advantage. Once this strike was executed, securing the role of the fourth Hokage would be a matter of course. However, this time, he intended to impose restrictions on the Sarutobi, Shimura, Mito, and the Uchiha clans, particularly concerning the development of the Mu-EF4 family in the original narrative. It is noteworthy that during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan emerged as the fire release unit of Konohagakure, with the majority of its members hailing from their lineage. One can only imagine the extent of support the Sarutobi clan received when Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the position of third Hokage. Chapter 25. A discontented departure Vortex Mito returned to the Senju clan's territory, seething with rage. Upon sighting the guards at the entrance, she coldly commanded the vigilant shinobi stationed at the Senju compound, "Go summon Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and all of them to me." With that, Vortex Mito strode directly into the Senju compound. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Kaharu, Mito Gaiden, and Akimichi Torai arrived at Vortex Mito's residence. Upon entering, they found Vortex Mito seated at the head of the table, her fury palpable, and they hesitated to speak, standing silently and awaiting her admonishment. "Speak up. What do you intend to do next?" Vortex Mito demanded, her voice laced with ire. However, upon hearing her question, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others remained silent, their heads bowed in somber reflection. Why the silence? Must I, this old woman, seek a way out for you? Vortex Mito slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her rage boiling over as she shouted at Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. "Lady Mito, we too believe that the conditions proposed by the Hyuga clan undermine the authority of the Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stepped forward, his voice subdued. "Authority? What authority? Is it power over Konoha that you desire, Sarutobi?" Vortex Mito retorted coldly, fixing her gaze upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two conditions proposed by Chen An were entirely centered around the village hidden in the leaves, albeit with a hint of ulterior motive. Yet, they were fundamentally aimed at the development of Konoha. Vortex Mizuto spoke through gritted teeth to Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others, accusing them. "You merely wish to become Hokage and mold Konoha into your personal dominion, seeking to monopolize its power and preventing others from encroaching upon your interests. And now, do you feel satisfied? Do you believe that the question raised by the Uchiha clan leader during the previous meeting was something the Uchiha could have conceived alone?" Mizuto's voice was icy as he addressed Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. "Enough. Return and contemplate how to win over the Hyuga clan. This time, the Hyuga will not simply agree to support your Hokage candidacy, as they did before. I will not offer you any further suggestions. You must devise your own strategies." With an impatient wave of his hand, Mizuto dismissed Hiruzen and the others. As the various clans convened for the Human Council, rumors began to circulate throughout Konoha regarding Hiruzen and his companions' alleged misrepresentation of orders. Originally, the decision to leave Senju Tobarama behind in the Land of Lightning was a grave error on the part of the Guardians. Now, with the spread of the fake orders, had it not been for Uchiha Kagami's presence among this group of 6, it was very likely that the Uchiha clan would have already secured the position of Hokage by this point. "Speak. What shall we do next?" After departing from the Vortex residence, Hiruzen calmly addressed his companions, his demeanor cold. "We must find a way to offer something in exchange for the support of the Hyuga clan. Otherwise, should they side with the Uchiha, we may find ourselves unable to hold our heads high in Konoha." Beside him, Tika Akatsuki spoke softly to the others, "But the question remains, after our previous actions, will the Hyuga even trust us?" Soon after, Mizuto Minen added in a low voice to Hiruzen, "To succeed in this endeavor, we must seek out Lord Mizuto. That young heir of the Hyuga clan possesses half the blood of the Senju, and he shares a close relationship with Tsunade. Previously, my mentor mentioned the possibility of a union between Tsunade and Hyuga Hayashi." Hiruzen, with a serious expression, addressed his companions. "We mustn't overlook the possibility of persuading Kagami to withdraw from the Hokage election. Suddenly, Tika Akatsuki interjected with a suggestion. Isn't it possible? Impossible. The Uchiha clan will never allow Kagami to do so, and he may very well aspire to become Hokage himself. Shimura Danzo swiftly dismissed Tika's proposal. All right, everyone. Let us return for now. Contemplate how we can secure the support of the Hyuga clan. Once we have devised a plan, we shall reconvene to discuss it further. Sarutobi Izashi pondered for a moment before addressing his companions beside him, the Hyuga clan. Upon the return of Chen An and the clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara to the Hyuga clan, all members of the main family and the administrators of the branch families had already gathered within the ancestral hall. Leader, has the position of Hokage been decided? Inquired the former elder of the Hyuga clan, addressing Chen An and clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara. No, the Uchiha clan has raised concerns, doubting that Sarutobi Hizashi was truly designated by Senju Tobarama. The meeting ended without resolution, replied clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara with a smile. Haha. Let that young Sarutobi Hizashi come to us for help when he needs it, yet turn his back on us when he does not. Let us see how he navigates this situation. The former second elder laughed heartily. Well then, since no decision has been reached, everyone may disperse. Return home and rest. And we shall notify you all once the results are available. Clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara clapped his hands and cheerfully addressed all members of the Hyuga clan. Only the former 6 elders and the current 6 elders remained in the ancestral hall. Mukuhara. What you mentioned earlier about the Uchiha clan questioning the legitimacy of Senju Tobarama's succession, is it indeed true? The former elder asked, looking at Hyuga Mukuhara with a puzzled expression. Of course it is true. Many clans are aware of this. How could it be otherwise? Clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara chuckled as he regarded the former elder. Yet, does the Uchiha clan possess the intellect for such inquiries? This does not align with their usual conduct. The former elder remarked, still inquiring with a look of confusion towards Hyuga Mukuhara. Ha ha ha, have you noticed it too? This is indeed a question far beyond what the Uchiha clan would typically propose. It was Chen An who specifically approached the Uchiha clan to present such a theory, which led to their sudden outburst at the shinobi gathering. Clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara explained with a smile. Haha, I thought so. The Uchiha clan is filled with brutes whose minds are consumed by battle. How could they possibly conceive of such a pivotal issue? The former elder grinned at Chen An. It seems the Uchiha clan remains unchanged, which brings me some relief. I was beginning to think they had produced some new talent capable of such profound insights. Who would have thought they would challenge Sarutobi Hizashi from this angle, only to find it was one of our own, the former elder said, smiling in response to clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara's explanation. Very well, since there is nothing more to discuss, let us disperse and attend to our family affairs. Clan leader Hyuga Mukuhara said with a smile as the group began to scatter. Chapter 26. The lobbyist Uzumaki Mito. Early the next morning, Sarutobi Hizashi and his classmates arrived at the residence of Uzumaki Mito. What have you decided? Sarutobi inquired, gazing steadily at the individuals before him. Lord Mito. We wish to request your assistance, they replied. Engage in a discussion with the Hyuga clan to ascertain whether they might be persuaded to continue their support under the original terms, suggested Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sycophantic smile gracing his features as he addressed Uzumaki Mito. You have me, an old man, stepping forward, if you later renege on our agreement. Where shall I place my elderly wife's dignity? Upon hearing Hiruzen's words, Mito's anger flared, and she hurled the teacup she held at him, her voice cold as ice. Lord Mito, we are left with no alternative. Hiruzen, unable to evade the cup that came hurtling towards him, braced himself to accept the impact, feigning a pitiful demeanor as he spoke. Now you acknowledge there's no way out. Why did you not voice this when you initially withdrew? Am I destined to clean up your mess? Mito scoffed disdainfully. I sincerely apologize, Lord Mito. However, without your intervention, the Hyuga clan will not lend their support to us. I implore you, on behalf of Lord Tobarama's memory, to assist us once more. Hiruzen bowed his head and knelt before Mito, observing Hiruzen and his companions below her. Mito resignedly took a seat. Though Hiruzen's words bore a hint of manipulation, she understood that, given their previous actions, only she could mend the rift and bring the Hyuga clan back to their side. Otherwise, they would never consent to Hiruzen ascending as the third Hokage. This village was painstakingly established by her husband, Senju Hashirama, and his brother, Senju Tobarama. Her husband had even slain his best friend, Uchiha Madara, for its sake. The thought of relinquishing Konoha to the Uchiha clan was utterly unsettling to Mito. After contemplating the implications, Mito regarded Hiruzen with calm determination. Hiruzen, this shall be my final assistance to you, but remember, Should you betray my trust again, I will not extend my hand a second time. Mito's gaze hardened, her eyes taking on a predatory glint. Yes, Lord Mito, Hiruzen responded with utmost respect, bowing deeply. Very well, return for now. I shall prepare to approach the Hyuga clan on your behalf. Mito wearily gestured with her right hand, signaling for Hiruzen and his companions to depart. Understood, Lord Mito. We take our leave, Hiruzen and his fellows expressed joyfully, bowing once more before turning to exit. Hiruzen, do you truly believe Lord Mito will support us? As they stepped through the doorway, Shimura Danzo quietly inquired. Why did you not ask her directly inside? Hiruzen shot Danzo a reproachful glance, his voice low and serious. Danzo, do not worry. In order to fulfill the late teacher's wish, Lord Mito intends to approach the Hyuga clan to secure their support. Mito Menon, with a hint of a smile gracing his lips, remarked to Shimura Danzo. Should we not beseech Lord Mito to wield the power of the Ninetales and threaten the Hyuga clan into compliance? Danzo, lost in a whimsical thought, suggested to the others. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Sarutobi Hizashi and the others cast him a glance of incredulity before turning away in dismissal. Had it not been for the unfulfilled wishes of Senju Tobarama, the arrival of Uzumaki Mito might have been merely an inconvenience for them. After Sarutobi Hizashi and the others departed, Uzumaki Mito summoned Senju Tsunade. After exchanging pleasantries with her, he set forth with Tsunade towards the territory of the Hyuga clan. Third Elder, the clan leader has instructed me to inform you that Lord Uzumaki Mito has arrived, accompanied by Senju Tsunade, announced a messenger ninja from the Hyuga clan as he approached Chen An, who was engrossed in his study of summoning techniques at home. Lord Mito has arrived, I understand. I shall make my way there at once. Chen An responded thoughtfully to the messenger ninja outside his door. Chen An tidied up the items on his desk, and then stood up, making his way towards the chief's residence. Chief, you summoned me. Chen An arrived at the residence of the clan leader, Hinata Muping, and with a smile, he opened the door and stepped inside. Within the room, the clan leader Hinata Muping and Uzumaki Mito were seated opposite each other, while beside Uzumaki Mito sat Senju Tsunade. Chen An smiled at the clan leader, Hyuga Muping, and said, Lord Mito, what a rare guest. After greeting the clan leader, Chen An respectfully bowed to Uzumaki Mito. Ah, you've arrived, Shaoan. Come, take a seat. Hyuga Muping beckoned with a smile, inviting Chen An to sit beside him. Lord Mito, please feel free to pose any questions you may have to Shaoan. He will take the lead on this matter, Hyuga Muping said cheerfully to Uzumaki Mito. Is that so? Then I shall address my inquiries directly to Shaoan. Uzumaki Mito replied with a smile. Certainly, do not hesitate to ask him. Hyuga Muping encouraged Mito with a grin. Upon hearing Hyuga Muping's words, Uzumaki Mito nodded and turned his gaze towards Chen An with a smile. Shaoan, did you not previously express your unwavering support for the Hokage's stance? Why then? During the Ninja Clan conference, did you not advocate for Sarutobi? Uzumaki Mito inquired, feigning dissatisfaction. Lord Mito, the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly heed the Hokage's commands. However, the issue remains that no one can substantiate the truth of Sarutobi's claims. Chen An responded. Chen An feigned innocence as he gazed at Uzumaki Sueho, then chuckled softly. What do you think of this proposal? I could arrange for Tsunade to be betrothed to you, thereby making you a relative of the Senju clan. This would allow you to vie for the position of Hokage, and we can set aside the previous conditions. What do you say? After contemplating for a moment, Uzumaki Sueho smiled at Chen An. Meanwhile, Tsunade, who stood beside them, flushed upon hearing Sueho's suggestion. Oh, is Lord Sueho intending to transform Konoha into a stronghold of the Senju clan? With a smile adorning his face, Chen An gazed at Uzumaki Suejin, inquiring with a hint of perplexity. How can this be possible? Konohagakure belongs to everyone. It is our village. The Senju clan merely initiated its founding. How could they possibly wish to transform it into a dictatorship of the Senju? Upon hearing Chen An's query, Uzumaki Suejin's expression darkened considerably. Should he acknowledge this, it would likely position the Senju clan as the common adversary of the village. Lord Senju, he continued, you must understand that the condition I have proposed serves not only to safeguard our Hyuga clan, but also to protect your esteemed Senju clan. Chen An, feigning profundity, spoke to Uzumaki Mizuto. To protect the Senju clan? Uzumaki Mizuto gazed at Chen An with a look of confusion. Chapter 27. Enlightenment of Uzumaki Mizuto to protect the Senju clan? Uzumaki Mizuto looked at Chen An, perplexed. Lord Mizuto, despite the significant losses endured by the Senju clan through the developments of the two Hokages, their prestige and influence within Konohagakure far surpass those of other clans. In such circumstances, should the next Hokage not hail from the Senju clan, This newly appointed Hokage would inevitably confront a grave dilemma. Do the ninjas of Konohagakure heed the Hokage, or do they remain loyal to the Senju clan? Chen An calmly addressed the swirling waters. As the Hokage of Konohagakure, regardless of whether it was Sarutobi Hiruzen or Uchiha Kagami in power, they could only exert the authority of the Hokage by targeting the Senju clan. After all, no one is inclined to allow the emergence of a being capable of wholly usurping their own power. Chen An looked at Vortex Mizuho with a cold smile. It was inconceivable that Sarutobi would take action against the Senju clan, given that they were his mentor's family. Mizuho shook his head, unwilling to accept Chen An's words. Lord Mizuho, he certainly would not directly oppose the Senju clan, but he could employ a different approach. For instance, he might assign perilous missions to the Senju clan and then urge them to lead the charge for the honor of the Hokage. Gradually, this could erode the strength of the Senju clan's members. He need not lift a finger himself. Rather, he could manipulate a puppet with the ambition of becoming the next Hokage. This puppet could divulge intelligence to other villages during missions, inviting them to assist in the eradication of the Senju clan. After all, no one wishes to see another Hashirama emerge from Konohagakure. Nor does anyone desire the resurgence of a god of ninjas in the shinobi world. Chen An calmly articulated his thoughts to Uzumaki Suibuto, shattering his illusions. Well, I understand. I will send Sarutobi to discuss this with you shortly, Uzumaki Suibuto replied after a moment of contemplation, lifting his gaze to Chen An. It is reassuring to know that Lord Suibuto has come to this understanding. With a smile, Chen An addressed Uzumaki Suiboku, however, Shouen. Do you truly not wish to marry Tsunade? Suiboku inquired with a chuckle. Lord Suiboku, regarding the matter of marriage alliances, perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea. Chen An shook his head, declining the proposal from Uzumaki Mizuho. You wish to marry me, yet I have no desire to wed you. Beside them, Tsunade Senju raised her head and coldly huffed at Chang'an. Now that the matter has been resolved, I shall take Tsunade back with me, Hyuga clan leader. Uzumaki Mizuho stood up with a smile, addressing Chen An and the clan leader, Hyuga Muping. Please, Lord Mizuho, take care. The clan leader, Hyuga Muping, rose and smiled at Uzumaki Mizuho. Well then, farewell, Hyuga clan leader. Uzumaki Mizuho nodded at Hyuga Muping before turning to depart. Shouen, you truly are remarkable. I have never witnessed Lord Mizuho being so taken aback by anything before. After Mizuho's departure, clan leader Hyuga Muping looked at Chen An with excitement and said, Esteemed clan leader, we must contemplate what conditions our Hyuga clan should propose next. After all, the ascension of the third Hokage is a monumental event for the entire Hidden Leaf village. Chen An shook his head, rejecting the chief's praise. He believed that his modest achievements merely stemmed from his identity as a traveler in the profound civilization of Huaxia spanning 5,000 years, allowing him to perform slightly better than the indigenous people of the Naruto world. Any child raised in Huaxia civilization, having completed a high school education, could accomplish similar feats. The Hinata clan has only the Taijutsu class, the reconnaissance class, and the newly established medical class that are particularly suited for our development. Should we propose that during Sarutobi Hiruzen's tenure as Hokage, all three of these classes be led exclusively by members of the Hinata clan? Chief Hinata Muping pondered for a moment before inquiring of Chen An. Chief, your idea is commendable, but it may be a bit too ambitious. Chen An pondered for a moment before addressing the clan leader. It has merely been 3 leaders of the class. How could it be over? Hinata Makihira contemplated this and cast a puzzled glance toward it. I see no issue with the reconnaissance and medical teams taking on the role of group leaders. But I must express my dissent regarding the martial arts class. Chen An shook his head as he addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping. The Taijutsu class is not in favor of this, but why is that? Upon hearing Chen An's disapproval of the leadership position within the Taijutsu class, the clan leader, Hinata Muping, inquired with curiosity. The gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan can only be wielded adeptly by those possessing the Byakugan, while the majority of ninjas in Konohagakure practice the more straightforward strong fist style. Furthermore, a significant number of these ninjas hail from commoner backgrounds, and having us take the lead would only serve to incite conflict between the strong fist and gentle fist practitioners. Additionally, our Hyuga clan possesses the unique ability of Kaiten, a defensive taijutsu technique. Thus, we can certainly assume the role of a protective unit within the taijutsu team, safeguarding those ninjas who specialize in this art. In this manner, even if we do not ascend to leadership, we can still earn the admiration of these taijutsu practitioners. Chen An calmly addressed the clan leader. I see. Then let us forego the competition for the leadership of the physical arts class. The clan leader, Hinata Mukuhai, pondered for a moment before smiling at Chen An. Moreover, relinquishing the leadership position of one class will allow Sarutobi Hizashi to more easily assume the leadership roles of the other two classes. At that time, we can cultivate alliances with the Inuzuka clan and the Yamanaka clan, fostering a friendly rapport with the Hyuga clan of Konohagakure. Forming a reconnaissance trio akin to the Inoshikacho trio would also be an excellent choice. Chen An smiled and addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping, saying, that makes it even better. Does your medical team not form a trio? In response to Chen An's remarks, the clan leader chuckled and inquired further. In matters of healing, it is unnecessary. It is possible that other clans may produce highly skilled medical ninjas in the future. However, no other ninjas will ever master advanced medical ninjutsu with the same ease as the Hyuga clan, nor will they be able to swiftly discern the ailments afflicting their patients. Chen An shook his head and smiled at the clan leader, Hinata Mukuhai. Very well, then I shall entrust you with the task of meeting Sarutobi Hizashi. I shall refrain from seeing him myself, to prevent Hizashi from thinking he has once again toyed with the Hinata clan, while we continue to hold him in high regard. The clan leader, Hinata Mukuhai, pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. All right then, esteemed leader, I shall take care of everything from here on. Chen An nodded, acknowledging that it was unwise to overly indulge Sarutobi Hizashi, lest he become a hindrance to the Hyuga clan after ascending to the position of Hokage. After all, within a family, to secure greater benefits, it is often necessary for one individual to take on the role of the antagonist, while another adopts the more agreeable persona. Upon returning to the Senja clan, Uzumaki Mito summoned Sarutobi Hizashi. How's Lord Mito? Has the Hyuga clan agreed? Sarutobi Hizashi inquired excitedly upon seeing Uzumaki Mito. I have already approached the Hyuga clan, and they have consented to continue their support for you, albeit with a few minor conditions that you must discuss with them yourself. You should visit the Hyuga clan alone tomorrow, Uzumaki Mito replied, his expression calm. Understood, Lord Mito. I shall visit the Hyuga clan tomorrow, Sarutobi Hizashi responded with a smile, pleased by Mito's words. Observing the expression on Sarutobi Hizashi's face, Uzumaki Mito realized that Chen An's prior assertions regarding the Hyuga clan were indeed valid. Chapter 28. Deceiving Sarutobi Hizashi. Early the next morning, Sarutobi Hizashi arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan bearing gifts. Greetings, I am here to visit the Hyuga clan. Sent by Lord Uzumaki Mito, he respectfully announced to the ninja guarding the gate. You must be Lord Sarutobi, correct? The third elder specifically instructed us that if you arrived, you could proceed directly to see him. Please, follow me, the Hyuga ninja responded with a smile upon recognizing Sarutobi Hizashi. The third elder? Shouldn't it be your clan leader? Sarutobi Hizashi asked, perplexed. No, he is not the clan leader. Many matters within our clan are decided by the third elder. While the clan leader manages the general affairs of the Hyuga clan, the ninja explained cheerfully as he led the way. Ah, I see. Please, lead on. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded in understanding. Following the Hyuga ninja towards the location of Chen and third elder, the esteemed Lord Sarutobi has arrived. Would you like to see him now? The Hyuga ninja gently knocked on Chen An's door and respectfully announced his presence. Has Lord Sarutobi come? Please, come in. Chen An, who was inside the room, called out cheerfully, inviting Sarutobi Hizashi to enter. Greetings, Lord Sarutobi. My apologies for not coming out to welcome you earlier. I was preoccupied with clan matters. I truly regret the oversight. With a smile gracing his face, Chen An gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi and remarked cheerfully. In truth, Chen An was not busy. He merely wished to avoid entertaining the excuse that Sarutobi Hizashi had provided. No worries, no worries. It is perfectly normal for someone as young as the third elder to be preoccupied with family affairs. Sarutobi Hizashi swiftly interrupted Chen An, indicating that he paid no heed to such matters. Surely, Lord Mizuho has already spoken to you about this. Chen An smiled as he calmly addressed Sarutobi Hizashi. Indeed. Lord Mito has already informed me of the matters at hand. I wonder if the nobility has any additional conditions? Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at Chen An with a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. However, Chen An paid no mind to it, instead smiling warmly at Hizashi. I trust that Lord Sarutobi possesses a certain understanding of our Hyuga clan, so I shall not be reticent. We hope that during your tenure as Hokage, the leaders of the medical team, Konoha Hospital, and the reconnaissance unit will all be members of our esteemed Hyuga clan. Chen An calmly gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi and inquired. Sarutobi looked at Chen An with astonishment, utterly perplexed. He had initially assumed that the Hyuga clan would seize the opportunity to demand an overwhelming amount of power, aiming to establish themselves as the foremost clan in Konohagakure. However, to his surprise, the Hyuga clan's demands were remarkably modest, aside from their prior second condition. What? Does Lord Sarutobi disagree? Chen An feigned indifference as he gazed at Sarutobi Hizashi, expressing his dissatisfaction. No. I wish to understand why the Hyuga clan has presented such minimal conditions. Sarutobi Hizashi repeatedly denied the accusation, then curiously inquired of Chen An, Lord Hizashi. There is no need for you to harbor animosity towards our Hyuga clan. Throughout history, we have remained steadfastly loyal to Konoha. The conditions we previously proposed were suggested in alignment with Konoha's developmental trajectory. The Hyuga clan does not aspire to dominate the entirety of Konoha or the shinobi world. Our sole desire is to attain a significant voice in Konoha, which would suffice for our clan. With a smile, Chen An addressed Sarutobi Hizashi, saying, Is that so? I sincerely apologize, Elder-san. It seems I, Sarutobi Hizashi, have underestimated the Hyuga clan. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at Chen An's resolute demeanor, and with a hint of remorse. He continued, I am immensely grateful to you, esteemed Elder-san. I accept the conditions you have proposed. However, I am curious about how the Hyuga clan intends to assist me in ascending to the position of Hokage. Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Chen An with a puzzled expression, seeking clarification. In response to Hizashi's inquiry, a subtle smile graced Chen An's face. Rest assured, Lord Sarutobi. Since the Hyuga clan has chosen to support your ambition to become the third Hokage of Konohagakure, they undoubtedly possess the means to elevate you to that esteemed position. Chen An smiled as he spoke to Sarutobi Hizashi. I am unsure. How do you intend to proceed? Sarutobi Hizashi, feeling somewhat discontented, was aware that the Hyuga clan would lend their support, yet the specifics of that support remained unclear. Thus, he inquired once more. Perhaps we could have both you and Uchiha Kagami cast your votes simultaneously. The one with the greater number of votes shall become the Hokage. Chen An smiled and addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. A vote, is it? Wouldn't that lead more individuals to cast their ballots for Uchiha Kagami? Considering you were present to hear the Uchiha clan statements during the previous meeting? Upon hearing the mention of a vote, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart raced as he turned to Chen An and inquired, Lord Sarutobi, you need not be concerned. Prior to the voting, representatives from each clan will take the stage to speak. Given the strength of our clans, it should be no issue for the Hyuga clan to present their case third. Correct? Chen An inquired with a smile towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Well, there is certainly no issue in this regard, but what does it signify? Sarutobi gazed at Chen with great perplexity, uncertain of the underlying meaning behind Chen An's words. Since the establishment of the Konoha Hospital, a significant number of individuals from the Hyuga clan have become medical ninjas. Many of those saved by our clan. If the entirety of the Hyuga family were to support you in your quest to become the third Hokage, how would those whom we have healed choose to respond? Chen An replied to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile. Oh, I see. So everyone you have treated will support the choice of the Hyuga clan, thereby ensuring that my votes will significantly surpass those of the Uchiha clan. Is that correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chen An with newfound understanding and asked with a smile. Indeed, that is the case. Chen An nodded in satisfaction at Sarutobi Hizashi. In truth, Chen An had once again deceived Sarutobi Hizashi regarding this matter. Had he and Uchiha Kagami delivered their campaign speeches together, it is possible that Uchiha Kagami would have relinquished his candidacy for Hokage during the election assembly, thereby allowing Sarutobi Hizashi to ascend as the next Hokage. This illustrates the profound prejudice that Tobarama Senju's disciples hold against the Uchiha clan, to the extent of mistrusting even their own comrades. Chen An's suggestion caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to take a slight detour on his path to the Hokage position. I sincerely appreciate your assistance, Elder-san. I shall take my leave now and not disturb your work any further. With Chen An's unwavering support, Sarutobi Hiruzen rose, smiling as he shook hands with Chen An, preparing to take his leave. Should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to summon our Hyuga clan. Although my combat prowess may be limited, I can certainly provide valuable insights. Chen An also stood up, smiling as he addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. No. There's no need to trouble you. I shall take my leave now. Sarutobi waved his hand in farewell while making his way to the entrance of Chen An's home. Watching him depart, a faint smile graced Chen An's face. Chapter 29. The Hokage election the following day, with the cooperation of the Senju and Hyuga clans. The village of Konoha convened another ninja clan assembly. Everyone, the Great Ninja War has essentially concluded. In the upcoming period, the other 4 great ninja villages will undoubtedly recover swiftly. Hence, it is imperative that we confirm the position of Hokage without delay. Otherwise, we risk falling behind the other 4 villages, said Hyuga Munehiro, the leader of the Hyuga clan, with a smile directed at the Uchiha clan leader and other ninja representatives. Indeed, while we linger here, the other 4 villages will soon be back on their feet. Konoha occupies the finest land in the entire ninja world, which will surely attract the attention of other villages, nodded Inuzuka clan leader in agreement. Hyuga clan leader, please speak plainly. There's no need for circumlocution. The Uchiha clan leader remarked calmly, fixing his gaze upon Hyuga Munehiro. Then let us forego any talk of the second Hokage's wishes or other matters. Instead, let us proceed as the first Hokage did when ascending to power. Each clan may express their views in turn, allowing the Hokage candidates to sit before us. We shall then cast our votes, and whoever receives the most votes shall assume the role of the third Hokage. Hyuga Munehiro proposed with a smile towards the Uchiha clan leader. Hyuga clan, you must understand, should Sarutobi Hiruzen ascend, it would mark the third Hokage from the Senju lineage. The Uchiha clan, as co-founders of Konoha, believes it is our turn to lead, the Uchiha clan leader replied, coldly questioning Hyuga Munehiro. He was aware that, according to Hyuga Munehiro's statement, the Hyuga clan had likely chosen to support Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, in pursuit of Uchiha Kagami becoming the third Hokage, he maintained a frosty demeanor as he addressed Hyuga Munehiro. Your inquiry is quite astute, Uchiha clan leader. The Hyuga clan is equally cognizant of this. Although we currently lack a qualified successor for the Hokage position, who does not wish for their descendants to become Hokage? Thus, our condition is simple. Each Hokage shall serve for a term of 20 years. After 20 years, regardless of whether the incumbent Hokage has fallen, a Hokage assembly must be convened to elect a new Hokage. Furthermore, we have already exchanged opinions thoroughly with Lord Uzumaki Mido and Hokage candidate Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Sarutobi Hiruzen were to ascend as the third Hokage, it would preclude any member of the Senju clan from succeeding him as the next Hokage, thereby excluding all individuals of the Senju lineage from consideration. The Hyuga clan leader, Hinata Makuhai, remarked with a smile to the head of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Hinata Makuhai's statement, the Uchiha clan leader gazed in astonishment at Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Mido. It is indeed remarkable that you would acquiesce to such conditions, he expressed in surprise. After all, the Hyuga clan is also concerned with the development of the Hidden Leaf Village. Mido said with a calm smile directed at the Uchiha clan leader. Although the next Hokage has yet to be determined, based on Mido's estimations, among the younger generation she is acquainted with, particularly her contemporaries like Tsunade, the most likely candidate to inherit the title is Hinata Hayashi. Despite being of the Hyuga clan, he possesses half of the Senju bloodline. Although he is currently making every effort to distance himself from the Senju clan, it is conceivable that when Hinata Hayashi becomes the next Hokage, he may not encounter significant conflict with the Senju clan, provided the Senju clan develops properly over the years. They might restore their former prowess to rival the Uchiha clan. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, Hyuga clan. I agree to this arrangement. Even if we cannot secure the Hokage position this time, at least the Uchiha clan will have the opportunity to contend for the next. The Uchiha clan leader nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Hinata Makuhai's words. Although the third Hokage cannot be from the Uchiha clan, as previously stated by the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan can once again participate in the Hokage election. Very well, since you, Uchiha clan leader, have no objections. Let us commence organizing the villagers and all ninjas for voting, Mido said with a smile to the members of the ninja community. No problem. But how shall we conduct this vote? The last voting session presided over by Lord Hashirama was rather rudimentary, and many did not cast their votes. Allowing the voting ceremony to pass unceremoniously, a member of the Senju clan stood up and asked Mido with some trepidation. One person, one vote. The candidate with the most votes prevails, stated Mido's companion, Yuzawa Munin, without reservation. That is unacceptable. The votes of ninjas must carry greater weight than those of ordinary citizens, retorted Shimura Danzo bluntly. How about this? A vote from a J-nin counts as 3 points, a vote from a CH-nin counts as 2 points, while votes from ordinary citizens and Jinin count as 1 point. As for the clan leaders, their votes would count as 5 points. What do you all think? Chen An, seated beside Hinata Makuhai, suggested with a smile. I find this proposal agreeable. What say you, Uchiha clan leader? After a moment of contemplation, the Whirlpool Water Master smiled and inquired of the Uchiha clan leader beside him. The Uchiha clan expressed no dissent, endorsing this approach. The Uchiha clan leader, after a brief pause, spoke in a grave tone. For the Uchiha clan, unlocking the dual tomo was tantamount to achieving the rank of Chunin, while the three tomo, regardless of the circumstances, represented the combat prowess of an elite jonin. With the Uchiha clan's consent, the village of Konoha swiftly commenced the voting process for the election of the third Hokage. With the support of numerous clans, Hyuga Makuhai, the head of the Hyuga clan, served as the ballot witness, while the Uchiha clan leader and an elder from the Hyuga clan stood as counters on either side, diligently recording the votes for Sarutobi Hizashi and Uchiha Kagami as others prepared for supervision. With the Senju, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans collaboratively maintaining order, the ninjas and villagers of Konoha promptly completed their voting. All ballots were deposited into the election box. I shall now proceed with the vote counting, announced the Uchiha clan leader as he and the third elder of the Senju clan began the tallying. Let us commence the reading of the ballots. Standing before the election box, Hyuga Makuhai addressed all the villagers and ninjas of Konoha with a smile, declaring, "If there are no objections, I shall begin." "None here." "Hyuga clan leader, please proceed," came the resounding voices from the crowd. "Yes, let us begin. We have no objections." Soon, the air was filled with affirmations of agreement. Nodding, Hyuga Makuhai withdrew the first ballot from the box and announced loudly, "Firstly, the first vote is for Sarutobi Hizashi, worth 2 points." Chapter 30, Severing the Master-Disciple Legacy First. Sarutobi Hizashi, 2 points. Second, Sarutobi Hizashi, 1 point added. Third, Uchiha Kagami, 3 points added. As Hyuga Makuhai continued to read the votes, many in attendance noted that Sarutobi Hizashi's tally far surpassed that of Uchiha Kagami. The majority of Uchiha Kagami's votes were either 2 or 3 points. Conversely, Sarutobi Hizashi's votes predominantly consisted of 1-point ballots from ordinary villagers or lower-ranked ninjas. Ultimately, when all votes were counted, Sarutobi Hizashi's total score significantly exceeded that of Uchiha Kagami, reaching an impressive 65% of the entire village's votes. The Uchiha clan leader had anticipated this outcome. With a cold snort, he turned his head away, no longer gazing at the election stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the results of our election have been finalized. Sarutobi Hizashi is appointed as the third Hokage. Let us welcome him with applause as he addresses the village." The clan leader, Hinata Muping, smiled at the gathered villagers and ninjas of Konohagakure. Upon hearing his words, Sarutobi Hizashi, filled with excitement, ascended the platform and joyfully addressed the audience. "I am profoundly grateful for your trust and support. I shall fulfill the wishes of my mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Together, we will strengthen Konohagakure and enhance the lives of its citizens. From this day forth, I, Sarutobi Hizashi, shall safeguard the future of our village." Overwhelmed with emotion, Sarutobi Hizashi spoke fervently for a full 15 minutes before concluding his remarks. Let us extend our gratitude to our future third Hokage for his words. Next, we have an important announcement to make. In response to the request of numerous ninja clans, we have conferred with the third Hokage and Lady Uzumaki Mido. We shall establish a council of elders to assist the third Hokage in task allocation, thereby preventing misclassification of tasks that could endanger our ninjas' lives during missions. Furthermore, the term of the third Hokage shall be 20 years, after which a new Hokage will be elected. Notably, during the next Hokage election, no members of the Senju clan shall be included on the candidate list. To all who aspire to the position of Hokage, strive diligently. Hinata Muping proclaimed loudly from the platform, publicly disclosing the previously discussed conditions to all ninjas. What? A council of elders? And those connected to the Senju clan will no longer be eligible for the Hokage candidacy? Upon hearing this news, the leader of the Uchiha clan revealed a faint smile. After all, with the Senju clan out of the running, no one would rival the Uchiha clan's claim to the position of Hokage. Now, everyone, our Hokage election concludes here. Tomorrow, we shall hold the inauguration ceremony for the third Hokage. I hope you all will come to the Hokage building to witness this moment. The crowd erupted into chatter. Hinata Muping waved his hand to silence them before speaking once more. As the election came to a close, people began to leave in groups. On the other side, Uchiha Kagami attempted to greet Sarutobi Hizashi and the others, but they turned away without acknowledging him, leaving Uchiha Kagami alone in his despondency. In truth, Uchiha Kagami had never supported the clan leader's decision to involve him in the Hokage election. However, there was little he could do. The clan leader had not only confined the Uchiha ninjas to keep a close watch on him, but had also sealed his chakra. Even today, at the election venue, individuals were assigned to monitor Uchiha Kagami, ensuring he could not speak a word. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hizashi and others, Uchiha Kagami had already betrayed the second Hokage in his quest for the Hokage title. Although Sarutobi Hisashi believes that Uchiha Kagami embodies the will of fire within the Uchiha clan, he perceives Kagami as a person who yearns for power. Thus, it is improbable that he is Uchiha who would steadfastly uphold the aspirations of Senju Tobirama. Ah, Chen An, your scheme is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that even hosting the selection event could garner such prestige. The clan leader, Hyuga Munehira, approached Chen An with a smile and spoke to him. Previously, when Chen An suggested that Munehira should serve as the host during the Hokage election, Munehira was reluctant, feeling that it might tarnish the dignity of his esteemed position as the leader of the Hyuga clan. However, he had not foreseen that hosting a significant selection event could earn him admiration and recognition from the people of Konohagakure, provided he conducted himself with fairness and impartiality. Do refrain from hosting every event in the village merely for fleeting fame. Such significant matters, like the Hokage's position, are where you should make your appearance. Observing the excited expression on Munehira's face, Chen An harbored doubts about whether Munehira might eventually transition into a role dedicated to hosting various events. And he hastened to counsel the clan leader. Oh, rest assured, I am the leader of the Hyuga clan. How could I entertain such notions? Munehira chuckled upon noticing Chen An's anxious demeanor. As long as you understand, clan leader, Chen An replied with a nod and a smile. Once the third Hokage ascends, peace shall return to the village. We, the Hyuga clan, must encourage procreation and permit a broader range of marital partners. With the moon's curse seal, we need not worry about the purity of our descendants' Byakugan bloodline. It is time to allow the Hyuga clan to flourish and multiply. Chen An smiled as he suggested to the clan leader, Hinata Muping, wouldn't this be unwise? Such individuals would consume a significant amount of the family's resources. The clan leader, Hinata Muping, could not comprehend the implications if a multitude of clan members lacking ninja aptitude or possessing minimal talent were to emerge. It would greatly hinder the progress of the Hinata clan. Leader, do not concern yourself with such matters. I will find a solution. Upon hearing the words of the clan leader, Hinata Muping, Chen An smiled and replied. In truth, the perspective held by Hinata Muping is quite valid. In the world of ninjas, numerous individuals lack sufficient nutrition and resources during their formative years. Consequently, when the time comes to harness chakra, they find themselves with a meager supply. Such individuals struggle to become formidable ninjas. However, Chen An faces no such dilemma, for he possesses the chakra circulation technique. With diligent practice of this technique, one can accumulate an ample reserve of chakra. Chen An did not intend to fully relinquish this martial art. He only planned to allow the members of the Hyuga clan to cultivate the first 3 levels. Publicly, he claimed it was his own creation. A method of training in the Sage Mode. Chapter 31. The Ascendancy of the Third Hokage. Early the next morning, under the guidance of the clan leader Hyuga Muping, Chen An, accompanied by his grandfather and aunt, arrived at the foot of the Hokage Tower. Standing on the street before the tower, he, along with many villagers of Konohagakure, awaited the appearance of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today marked a significant occasion for the village. Even members of the Uchiha clan gathered at the foot of the Hokage Tower in anticipation of the third Hokage's arrival. Before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by Uzumaki Mido, ascended to the Hokage Tower and excitedly waved to the crowd below. From this day forth, I shall lead you as the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Striving to make our village even stronger and more glorious, he proclaimed enthusiastically from the elevated platform, addressing the villagers. With the emergence of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the villagers of Konohagakure erupted in jubilant cheers, calling out his name. This sight ignited within Chen An a daydream of what it might be like to become Hokage himself one day. Pondering whether he could evoke even greater acclamations than Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An gazed intently at the Hokage building, lost in his own reverie. What do you think, Chen? Do you aspire to become Hokage as well? Inquired his aunt, Hinata Mushia, as she cradled Chen An's little cousin, Hinata reaching, with a smile. Of course, auntie. As a resident of Konohagakure, who wouldn't wish to become Hokage? Chen An smiled as he addressed his aunt Hinata Makuya, exclaiming, Hinata, your brother must surely become the fourth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. His cousin, Hinata Hyuki, giggled in his mother's embrace and chimed in, yes, yes. Your brother will undoubtedly become the next Hokage. Hinata Makuya affectionately ruffled her son Hyuki's hair, laughing as she replied, indeed, that is certain. Among our Hinata clan, it is Hyuki who possesses the greatest potential to ascend as the next Hokage. The clan leader, having overheard the delightful exchange between the aunt and nephew, approached with a warm smile, addressing them both, esteemed clan leader. Chen An in his hand observed the clan leader, Hyuga Makuhai, approaching, and smiled as they nodded in acknowledgement. Makuya, you should return with the elders shortly. I will take Rian to the Hokage Tower to retrieve the appointment letter previously sanctioned by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The clan leader stated warmly, affectionately patting Hyuga Reaching's head as he addressed Hyuga Makuya. Understood, clan leader, Hyuga Makuya replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Soon, the speech delivered by Sarutobi Hiruzen from atop the high tower came to a close. The clan leader nodded to Hyuga Makuya before leading Chen An towards the direction of the Hokage Tower. Congratulations, Hokage-sama, they expressed. Chen An and the clan leader Hyuga Makuhai entered the Hokage's office, only to find Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a beaming smile, joyfully seated at his desk. The two spoke in unison, addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not at all. I must extend my gratitude to the Hyuga clan for their unwavering support, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head with a smile directed at Hyuga Makuhai and Chen An. You have come to collect the appointment documents, I presume? Please wait a moment. I shall prepare them for you shortly. Upon seeing the two, he understood they were there to request the appointment letters regarding the medical team and reconnaissance unit of Konoha Hospital. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, esteemed third Hokage. With a smile, Chen An addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, not a bother at all, not at all. By the way, Hiruzen, I am planning to establish an auxiliary team. Would you like to serve as my secretary? As Sarutobi Hiruzen pinned the appointment letter, he chuckled and replied to Chen An. He recognized the many ideas that this young individual had contributed to his ascent as the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly understood the wisdom that Chen An possessed and smiled as he spoke. I truly apologize, Lord Third. You are aware that I will soon turn 10. It is an age when a ninja's abilities grow swiftly. I fear that I may require a considerable amount of time for training and might not have ample time to assist you with administrative affairs. Chen An shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He realized that whether it involved training or developing new ninjutsu, a significant amount of time was required. And he had no intention of assisting Sarutobi in stabilizing his position as Hokage. Oh, I see. My apologies for the misunderstanding, Sarutobi replied. Here. This is the appointment letter for the medical and reconnaissance teams at Konoha Hospital. You may fill in the names of your clan members and report back. With a smile, Sarutobi handed the prepared appointment letters to Hinata Makuhai and Chen An, showing no sign of discomfort. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. We shall take our leave now. Hinata Makuhai said, accepting the two letters with a smile. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. Sarutobi replied warmly as he stood up and shook hands with Hinata Makuhai. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi, Hinata Makuhai took the appointment letters and walked out of the Hokage's office with Chen An. Were you truly sincere when you mentioned your commitment to training in the Hokage's office? Hinata Makuhai inquired curiously as they walked home. Of course, I was sincere, clan leader. I have numerous ideas regarding ninjutsu that I wish to bring to fruition. The clan's affairs are sufficiently managed by you and the elders. My primary responsibility is to chart the future direction for each clan, while you and the elders handle the administrative matters, Chen An responded. As Chen An perused the appointment letter, he smiled and addressed the clan leader, Hinata Makuhai. I see, so after this, will you no longer concern yourself with the affairs of the clan? The clan leader, Hinata Makuhai, looked at Chen An with a furrowed brow and inquired. The matters of the clan have already been firmly established. There will not be any significant issues arising. Should you encounter anything perplexing, you may have the clan's ninjas seek me out, and we shall deliberate on a resolution then. With a smile, Chen An addressed the clan leader, Hinata Muping, saying, That will suffice. I was under the impression that you intended to completely abandon the affairs of the family. Upon hearing Chen An's counsel, Hinata Muping nodded reluctantly and responded, In recent years, thanks to your presence, all matters concerning the clan have relied on your insights, leaving me, as the clan leader, merely to finalize decisions. Managing the clan's affairs has been remarkably straightforward. Now that you wish to focus on your cultivation, I do not wish for you to cast aside all responsibilities. After all, I lack initiative myself. Previously, various elders each proposed their own solutions, consistently deferring to me for a decision, which has indeed been a source of considerable frustration for Hinata Muping. The clan leader certainly did not wish to lose such a valuable ally as Chen An. The ideas proposed by Chen An are seldom opposed by the other elders. They invariably nod in agreement with his suggestions. Even when Chen An presents concepts that are beyond the comprehension of others, he patiently elucidates them, highlighting the benefits of such choices. Chapter 32. Tsunade's quest for knowledge. With the ascension of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the village hidden in the leaves embarked on a swift journey to restore its strength. New leaders emerged across various departments. However, these developments bore no significance for Chen An. During this period, he devoted his time to treating patients in the hospital while simultaneously researching new ninjutsu. One day, upon returning to his office, he was greeted by a gentle knock on the door. "Come in," he called. Without raising his head, Chen An loudly addressed the person knocking at the door. Upon hearing Chen An's response, the door was gently opened, revealing a familiar visage before him. "Tsunade, is there something you need?" Chen An was taken aback to see Tsunade Senju entering the room, and he curiously inquired, "Tsunade, are you tired from work? Do you need any assistance?" Tsunade, feeling a bit shy, asked, "Not at all. I've only just begun my shift today. How could I possibly be tired?" Chen An curiously fixed his gaze upon Tsunade Senju, pondering the true nature of her presence. "Do you require sustenance? I could procure some for you." Upon hearing Chen An's refusal, Tsunade hastily added, "It is merely 8 o'clock. It cannot be time to dine yet." Chen An cast a humorous glance at Tsunade, expressing his helplessness with a sigh. Chen An understood that Tsunade Senju must have something to ask of him, yet she was too hesitant to voice her request. Coincidentally, he had a need of his own, and this presented an opportunity for him to provide her with a way to express her intentions. "Very well, Tsunade, please feel free to speak your mind. If I am able to assist, I shall certainly do so." Chen An interrupted Tsunade's attempt to speak, exclaiming in resignation, "Well, it's nothing much. I merely wish to learn medical ninjutsu from you." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Tsunade hesitated for a considerable time before finally responding softly. "I was wondering what it could be. If you wish to learn, you can simply ask. Although we may not be particularly close relatives, we can certainly consider ourselves friends. If such a trivial matter is difficult for you to voice, do you not think that underestimates me a bit?" Chen An chuckled lightly, helplessly retrieving a scroll from his bookshelf, and then handed it to Tsunade. "All my medical ninjutsu is recorded within this scroll. Take it and study it well." With a smile, Chen An handed the scroll in his hand to Tsunade Senju. Within this scroll lay not only the chakra scalpel and the palm healing technique, but also the S-rank medical ninjutsu of regeneration, developed later by Tsunade based on the passive techniques of Hashirama Senju. However, the contents of this scroll contained the original ninjutsu of Tsunade, which required the Yin seal to store and utilize chakra. In contrast, Chen An's own version was initiated using the core of his own dantian. Tsunade, upon receiving the scroll, looked at Chen An in disbelief. Suddenly, after a moment of contemplation, Tsunade shyly set the scroll down. "I cannot take your technique without due cause. How about this? Think about what ninjutsu you require, and I can ask Granny Mido to provide it for you." Tsunade gazed at Chen An with a serious expression. "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back." Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Chen An felt a surge of delight within, his expression radiant as he looked at Tsunade and replied, "No problem. I will return to ask Granny Tsunade for it." Tsunade fixed her determined gaze upon Chen An and stated with utmost seriousness, "I wish to obtain the summoning technique, specifically the summoning scroll of the Wetbone Forest, as well as the Flying Thunder God technique pioneered by Lord Tobarama Senju." With a smile upon his face, Chen An turned to Tsunade Senju and said, "Very well. I shall return to request it from Lady Mido." Upon hearing Chen An's proposal, Tsunade began to turn away, but was promptly detained by Chen An's grasp. "Do not depart just yet. Take this ninjutsu scroll with you. Let Lord Mito of the Uzumaki clan examine it to determine whether these two ninjutsu are truly worthy." With a smile, Chen An placed the medical ninjutsu scroll into Tsunade's embrace and said, "Thank you very much, and good day." Unable to evade the gesture, Tsunade accepted the medical ninjutsu scroll and bowed respectfully to Chen An. Watching her depart, Chen An settled contentedly into his chair. He had long been intrigued by the methods of summoning techniques that facilitate communication between individuals. However, Chen An discovered that such methods did not lend themselves to the creation of summoning scrolls. They merely allowed for direct transmission between two people. The prospect of facilitating such communication among the entire Hyuga clan, however, posed a considerable challenge. Chen An was curious to learn how the spirit tribe managed to incorporate their entire family into their ranks and how they could summon based on the chakra expended by the summoners. Tsunade returned to the Senju clan, carrying a medical ninjutsu scroll. "How is it, little Tsunade? Have you achieved your wish?" Uzumaki Mido asked. a smile gracing her face as she observed Tsunade holding the scroll. Grandma, I didn't become a disciple of Rian, but he gave me the medical ninjutsu scroll. He said he wanted to exchange it for the Flying Thunder God technique and the summoning scroll for the Wet Bone Forest, Tsunade replied, carefully placing the medical ninjutsu scroll before Mito. Oh, is that so? Let me have a look. I wonder if this little one's medical ninjutsu is sufficient to trade for 2 S-rank techniques? Mito said with curiosity, picking up the scroll to examine it. As Mito opened the medical ninjutsu scroll, she meticulously reviewed the techniques documented within. The first 2 medical jutsu, the chakra scalpel and the healing palm, did not impress her. With her capabilities, she could create those A-rank techniques with some time and effort. However, when Mito came across the technique of creation rebirth, her eyes sparkled with excitement. This technique was exceptionally suited for her granddaughter, Tsunade. Little Tsunade, it seems that this young one's ninjutsu is indeed worth the exchange for those 2 S-rank techniques, Mito remarked, setting the scroll down and smiling at Tsunade. Is that so, Grandma? Is this technique really powerful? Tsunade asked, her expression filled with curiosity as she turned to Mito. Indeed. Not only is this technique formidable, but it is also exceptionally suitable for you, Mito affirmed, nodding at Tsunade. Then should I head to great-grandfather's study to retrieve the summoning scroll and the Flying Thunder God technique? Tsunade exclaimed with excitement. No need for that. You should focus on learning these 2 techniques diligently. I will assist you, and I hope you can master them swiftly. There is no need for you to worry about the ninjutsu. I will visit Hinata Rian tomorrow to express my gratitude, Mito replied, shaking her head to dismiss the idea of Tsunade delivering the ninjutsu. Mito hoped that Tsunade would quickly learn all the medical ninjutsu developed by Chen An. Understood, Grandma. I will get started right away, Tsunade said, swiftly gathering the medical ninjutsu scroll and dashing to her room. She was eager to discover just how remarkable Rian's techniques truly were. Chapter 33. The Spirit Summoning Scroll of the Wet Bone Forest. Upon unrolling the medical ninjutsu scroll, Tsunade Senju discovered the groundbreaking S-rank medical ninjutsu, the Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings technique, pioneered by Chen An. This remarkable technique relies on the formidable regenerative abilities of the sage body, particularly in a descendant of the Senju like Tsunade herself. It is noteworthy that Tsunade possesses not only the sage body of the Senju clan, but also that of the Uzumaki clan, inherited from her ancestor, Uzumaki Mito. Thus, Tsunade's lifespan and chakra reserves far exceed those of ordinary ninjas. It is no wonder that she was willing to part with 2 S-rank ninjutsu. The medical ninjutsu developed by Hinata Hayashi is indeed impressive. Tsunade gazed in astonishment at the scroll, murmuring to herself. The following day, Uzumaki Mito, accompanied by the Spirit Summoning Scroll from the Wet Bone Forest and the Flying Thunder God Technique Scroll, visited the Hyuga clan in search of Chen An, who had just returned home. Lord Mito, for such a simple matter as delivering a ninjutsu scroll, you could have simply sent Tsunade. It seems unnecessary for you to make this trip, chuckled Hyuga Kayamizu, Chen An's grandfather, as he addressed Mito. Kayamizu, it is no trouble at all. I was merely curious and wanted to see for myself, Mito replied with a smile. However, Mito's awareness and gaze remained focused on Chen An, who was seated nearby. Through his perceptive abilities, Mito was astonished to find that, as a member of the Hyuga clan, Chen An's sage body had attained a remarkably high level. Although it may not rival that of her husband, Hashirama Senju, Chen An's sage body could certainly be considered second only to Hashirama. Even her younger brother, Tobarama Senju, could not claim superiority over Chen An's sage body strength. Chen An's sage body not only exudes an overwhelming aura of chakra, but also possesses a formidable vitality. Upon observing the expression of Uzumaki Naruto, Chen An realized that Naruto had misunderstood the true level of his sage body. The apparent vigor stemmed from his mastery of chakra circulation techniques. Through repeated cycles, not only was Chen An's chakra being reinforced and transformed, but his vitality was also enhanced. After all, the most notable characteristic of yang-release chakra is its vibrant life force. However, Chen An chose not to clarify the misunderstanding. It was preferable for Naruto to remain in error than to reveal his secrets. Shaoan, this is what you require. It is now entrusted to you. However, the summoning scroll of the corpse spirit must be handed over to the slug sage after you sign it, as it is a scroll unique to the sacred ground of the corpse spirit forest, Uzumaki Naruto said as he handed the scroll to Chen An, smiling warmly. Understood. Lord Reservoir, once I have completed the signing, I will study it for no more than a month. Upon completion, I will directly deliver it to the slug sage. Chen An smiled as he received the 2 scrolls, and addressed Uzumaki Mizuho. "All right, the items have been delivered. I shall take my leave now." Observing Chen An secure the scrolls, Uzumaki Mizuho stood and expressed his gratitude to his grandfather, Hyuga Kayamori. "Thank you very much, Lord Mizuho. I apologize for troubling you to deliver these." Grandfather Hyuga Kayamori rose and accompanied Chen An to the entrance, watching as Uzumaki Mizuho departed. "Chen An, what prompted you to exchange summoning scrolls with Tsunade? What are you researching this time?" Upon returning home, Grandfather Hyuga Kayamori noticed Chen An diligently studying the summoning scroll of the Wetbone Forest and approached him with curiosity. "Grandfather, I am to develop a unique ninjutsu that allows the entire Hyuga clan to utilize summoning techniques through the scrolls." Chen An proceeded to share his concept with his grandfather. "In simpler terms, I intend to establish a spatial transmission point for summoning scrolls within the Hyuga clan. Once the Senju clan signs the summoning contract, they can use the reverse summoning technique to return to this point whenever faced with life-threatening situations." "Ah, I see. Well, do take your time with your research." Hearing Chen An's words, Grandfather Hyuga Kayamori chuckled and shook his head in amusement. His grandson truly possessed an inventive mind, devising such a method to ensure the safety of the Hyuga clan members. After his grandfather left, Chen An began to meticulously study the sealing scroll of the Wetbone Forest as one of the 3 sacred grounds for summoners. The scroll itself was intricately adorned with exceedingly complex runes. Chen An meticulously transcribed all the runes from the scroll of the sacred land of the Bone Forest, inscribing them onto a blank scroll beside it. Chen An discovered that all summoning sanctuaries are fundamentally rooted in bloodlines. If he were to construct this summoning scroll using his own blood, it is highly probable that he would be compelled to remain within a secure location in Konohagakure. Among the 3 great sanctuaries, whether it be the Whitesnake Sage, the Great Toad Sage, or the Slug Sage of the Stone Drum Forest, their true forms have always resided within their respective summoning realms, never having departed. Regardless of the amount of chakra expended by the summoner, their true forms do not venture forth. Should they ever step outside, they would immediately manifest beside these 3 revered sages when employing reverse summoning techniques. Once they have been summoned away, they would have to leisurely make their way back, a circumstance that leaves Chen An with no choice but to set down the summoning scroll in his hands. Fortunately, he had previously taken precautions by acquiring the Flying Thunder God technique. Although the initiation of this technique is quite challenging, Chen An devised a method to integrate the spatial markings within it with the summoning scroll. However, he did not hasten to activate the Flying Thunder God technique. Instead, he inscribed his name, Hinata Rian, upon the scroll of the Wetbone Forest. Summoning technique. Chen An utilized a minimal amount of chakra to perform the summoning technique. "Are you the new contract holder? I look forward to your guidance." The soft-spoken Slug Sage addressed Chen An. "Slug Sage, I eagerly anticipate your teachings." Chen An smiled and inquired of the Slug Immortal, "By the way, esteemed Slug Immortal, am I able to acquire the celestial arts possessed by the Wetbone Forest?" Chen An inquired with a smile at the Sage of Slugs. "Indeed, you possess the potential to learn. Your physique is that of a high-level sage, and your chakra reserves are ample." The Sage of Slugs responded joyfully after sensing the chakra within Chen An. Might there be techniques akin to the White Surge of the Dragon Cave or the art of inorganic rebirth within the Wetbone Forest? Chen An asked with curiosity. No such techniques exist. The greatest ability of the Wetbone Forest Sage arts lies in its capacity to expedite one's entry into Sage mode, as well as to dominate an individual's vitality and regenerative capabilities, the Sage of Slugs replied, shaking his head with a tone of indifference. "Oh, I see," Chen An responded. Chen An's initial excitement swiftly dissipated. After all, reaching the 3rd tier of his chakra operation would grant him the permanent Sage mode. "As for you, Sage of the Slugs, please return for now. I shall visit you to learn once I have completed my research." Chen An spoke to the Slug Sage in a calm tone, subsequently dispelling the summoning technique and allowing the Slug Sage to return. Chapter 34. The Village Task. Although the Wetbone Forest lacked any extraordinary mystical techniques, which left Chen An somewhat disappointed, he did not allow this to dampen his spirits. In the original narrative, the techniques associated with the Dragon Cave were evidently focused on the manipulation of yin and yang. Chen An believed he could independently explore and develop similar abilities. Thus, he remained undeterred, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the advancement of medical ninjutsu and the creation of a reverse summoning technique that would serve as a lifeline for the entire Hyuga clan. Initially, Chen An anticipated a prolonged period of leisurely existence. However, to his surprise, this tranquil life was swiftly interrupted. "Lord Hinata, the Hokage has urgent matters to discuss with you. I hope you can make your way there." A member of the Umbu suddenly appeared outside Chen An's office, respectfully addressing him. The Hokage seeks my presence? Understood. You may return now. Upon hearing this news, Chen An was initially taken aback, but then he smiled and addressed the dark-clad ninja. Although he was uncertain about the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen sought him, Chen An felt confident that, given his standing, he would not fall victim to a scheme akin to those found in other novels, where Shimura Danzo fabricated orders with the intent to eliminate him. After all, at this stage, Shimura Danzo had yet to establish his roots and could not orchestrate a covert assassination under the guise of false orders. Therefore, after tidying his documents, Chen An turned and made his way towards the Hokage's office. Good day, Lord Hiruzen. Chen An arrived at the base of the Hokage building and was greeted by the so-called Umbu ninja, who respectfully saluted him. Greetings to you as well. I have matters to discuss with Lord Hokage. Chen An smiled as he addressed the two Umbu ninjas. You may enter directly. Lord Hokage previously instructed that upon your arrival, you could proceed without waiting. The Umbu ninja replied with a smile. The entire village of Konoha held Chen An in high esteem due to the medical techniques he pioneered. Furthermore, since the third Hokage ascended to power, every squad in Konoha has begun to include medical ninjas. Admittedly, they may not be highly skilled medical ninjas, but rather a few capable of performing basic medical ninjutsu, which has significantly ensured the survival of most ninjas on the battlefield. Although many ninjas still face the unfortunate loss of their opportunity to continue as shinobi, at the very least, the lives of this group have been preserved, allowing them to engage in other educational roles. Very well, I shall proceed now. Thank you for your assistance. With a smile, Chen An waved goodbye to the ninja and turned to enter the Hokage's building. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Chen An gently knocked on the door. After receiving permission, he stepped inside. What might the esteemed Hokage wish to discuss with me? With a cheerful smile, Chen An addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, good day. You have arrived. Please, come in and take a seat. Upon hearing Chen An's voice, Hiruzen lifted his head, smiling as he waved his hand to invite Chen An to sit down. Chen An did not hesitate and directly seated himself opposite Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. This task may require your personal involvement, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked as he retrieved a scroll of mission from beside him and handed it to Chen An. Chen An took the scroll without uttering another word. Instead, he attentively examined it. The mission scroll handed to him by Sarutobi Hizashi was issued by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The scroll explicitly stated that Chen An was required to travel to the capital of the Land of Fire to treat the ailments of the daimyo's son. Although the scroll did not specify the nature of the son's illness, it was likely a severe and perplexing condition. Furrowing his brows, Chen An set the scroll down. Hizashi, if there are any difficulties, feel free to express them. I will assist you in resolving them. However, you must promptly participate in this mission, Sarutobi Hizashi said with a smile directed at Chen An. The daimyo of the Land of Fire has recently ceased financial support to Konohagakure, which has begun to affect the village's development. Therefore, I hope that during your treatment, you might subtly address this matter with the daimyo. Sarutobi Hizashi continued to smile as he spoke to Chen An. Understood. I will remind the daimyo of this issue while treating his son, Chen An replied. Chen An smiled at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, That's wonderful, Hiruzen. I entrust this matter to you. I hope your mission goes smoothly. I will dispatch a team of ninjas to escort you to the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Chen An's agreement, a cheerful smile blossomed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. With the financial support from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, both the recovery of Konoha village and the development of the Sarutobi clan would experience significant advancements. This is why Sarutobi Hiruzen held Chen An in such high regard. Then, Lord Hokage, I shall return to prepare, he said. We will gather at the gates of the livestock ranch tomorrow morning and then proceed to the Land of Fire. Though Chen An wore a smile upon his face, his eyes remained devoid of emotion as he gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, you may return and prepare, Sarutobi nodded contentedly, addressing Chen An. Upon hearing these words, Chen An rose to his feet, offered a slight bow to Sarutobi, and then turned to leave the Hokage's office. Once outside the Hokage building, Chen An could not help but reflect on the peculiar evolution of the ninja world. It was astonishing that a feudal lord, lacking any martial prowess and merely overseeing the wealth of the Land of Fire, could easily manipulate the ninja. One could see that when Senja Hashirama established Konohagakure, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision driven by youthful passion. The village he founded had not become a symbol of peace. Rather, it had transformed the conflicts between clans into wars between ninja villages and great nations. However, Chen An was indifferent to this reality. He planned to venture to the capital of the Land of Fire, seeking to cultivate a favorable relationship with the feudal lord. Furthermore, from what Chen An understood, this lord was advanced in years and might not have many years left. He intended to observe which of the lord's sons was most likely to inherit the title and become the next feudal lord. If establishing a positive rapport with the lord proved impossible, Chen An would need to devise a strategy to exert control over him, lest the feudal lord become an impediment to his ambitions of becoming Hokage. After all, his aspirations extended beyond merely becoming Hokage. He also desired to utilize the strength of Konohagakure to bring peace to the entire ninja world. Upon returning home, Chen An was greeted by the excited smile of his grandfather, Nichiyo Simu, upon learning that Chen An would be treating the son of the daimyo. Should Chen An succeed in healing the daimyo's son, it would effectively mean that he had secured his position with the daimyo. Consequently, inheriting the title of Hokage would become considerably easier, as the support of the daimyo would prove invaluable. However, Chen An remained indifferent to this prospect. Should the daimyo withdraw his support, Chen An resolved to directly seize control of the Fire Country's daimyo. In this realm, no one held a status more esteemed than his own. As a descendant of Yin and Huang, his lineage far surpassed that of any individual within the Hokage world. After all, as his ancestors proclaimed, did the noble and the powerful not share the same blood? Chapter 35. Tsunade's team unable to comprehend the unwavering loyalty the world of Hokage held for the daimyo, Chen An paid it no mind. After a brief period of tidying up, he retired for the evening. Early the following morning, armed with the medical scrolls he had meticulously prepared, Chen An made his way towards the gates of Konohagakure. This scroll contained various medicinal herbs and medical instruments that he had gathered. Although Chen An possessed the Byakugan and formidable medical ninjutsu, he still wished to present himself before the daimyo as one who diligently endeavored to save his son, thereby allowing the daimyo to recognize his efforts. "Ah, good day, Nichiyo. You have arrived." As Chen An approached the entrance of Konoha, Tsunade leaped to his side and said with a smile, "It seems that you three will be accompanying me on this mission." Chen An smiled as he glanced at Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had arrived alongside Tsunade Senju. "Rest assured, with me around, I shall ensure your safe passage to the capital of the Land of Fire," Jiraiya confidently declared. He beamed with pride as he spoke to Chen An. However, neither Orochimaru, Tsunade Senju, nor Chen An paid any heed to Jiraiya's self-admiration. "It has been a while. Good day," Orochimaru said, a hint of a smile breaking through his typically stoic visage as he addressed Chen An. "Indeed, it has been a considerable time, Orochimaru." Chen An gazed calmly at Orochimaru, a faint smile gracing his lips. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Chen An had seized the top position, leveraging his adult-like reasoning, yet Orochimaru consistently trailed behind him. Although the two had never truly interacted, they were nonetheless familiar with one another. "Let us hasten our departure. The daimyo must be anxiously awaiting us." Chen An calmly addressed Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya, saying, "Oh, very well, let us set forth." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Jiraiya, who had previously been disheartened by the indifference of others, quickly regained his spirits and excitedly responded to Chen An. The four of them adjusted their stances and swiftly departed from the Hidden Leaf Village, making their way towards the capital of the Land of Fire. Chen An was determined to make a splendid impression during this visit to the capital. As they journeyed towards their destination, Tsunade suddenly quickened her pace. Drawing closer to Chen An, her voice laced with delight as she assured him, "Rest assured, I am aware. I will do my utmost." Chen An calmly addressed Tsunade Senju. Upon noticing Chen An's nonchalance, Tsunade grew anxious and urgently remarked, "Lady Mito has stated that as long as you successfully inherit the ability to heal the daimyo's son, your ascension to the position of the next Hokage is a certainty. Do not take this lightly." Tsunade spoke to Chen An with great seriousness. "Rest assured, with my medical ninjutsu, curing the common ailments of the daimyo's son will be a mere formality," Chen An confidently replied. Chen An observed Tsunade Senju don a confident demeanor and addressed her directly. Yet, within the depths of his heart, he harbored a secret ambition: to become Hokage without the need for the support of the Land of Fire's daimyo. If he were to withhold his backing, Chen An contemplated using ninjutsu to assert control over him. He even considered the drastic measure of eliminating the daimyo altogether, envisioning a scenario where the Land of Fire would seamlessly integrate into the embrace of Konohagakure. Chen An disdainfully thought, "Well, as long as you are aware." Tsunade observed Chang'an's confident demeanor and chose to remain silent. The group swiftly advanced towards the capital of the Land of Fire, soon arriving at a wooded area. "Halt! This is a robbery." Suddenly, a band of 20 to 30 mountain bandits emerged from the thicket, shouting at Chen An and his companions. There are indeed those who fear not for their lives, Orochimaru remarked coldly, watching the bandits. Indeed, he continued, shall we have a little contest? Chen An smiled as he spoke to Orochimaru. Hey, you all, we are ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village. You ought to reconsider your reckless behavior. Just as Chen An and Orochimaru exchanged smiles, Jiraiya boldly stepped to the forefront of the group and bellowed at the mountain bandits. What does it matter that you are ninjas? I, too, am a man of considerable skill, if you do not relinquish your wealth. Do not blame me for my ruthless demeanor. The leader of the bandits shouted fiercely at Chen An and his companions. 8 trigrams, divine airstrike. As Chen An and Orochimaru exchanged a glance, they immediately sprang into action. Chen An concentrated his chakra in his right hand and delivered a powerful strike towards the bandit leader. The chakra unleashed from his hand pierced directly into the leader's body, shattering his heart in an instant. The bandit collapsed lifelessly on the spot. Ah, the leader is dead. Everyone, run. One of the bandits suddenly cried out, turning to flee. Except for Jiraiya, who stood frozen in place, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Chen An swiftly charged into the midst of the bandits. With brute strength, graceful techniques, and ninjutsu, they swiftly claimed the lives of this bandit group. In less than 10 minutes, the 20 or so bandits that had blocked their path were all slain by Tsunade, Chen An, and Orochimaru. After vanquishing every last bandit, the trio returned to Jiraiya's side. You are being excessively ruthless. They had already begun to flee, yet you pursued them, Jiraiya said, incredulously regarding Chen An and the others with dissatisfaction. Jiraiya, now that we have embraced the path of a ninja, the act of taking life becomes unavoidable. Moreover, they were the ones who chose to obstruct us. Even after we revealed our identities as Konoha ninjas, they still opted to attack. Orochimaru replied coldly to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, they are not deserving of pity. Since they have intercepted us, it signifies that they have previously ambushed others as well. What do you suppose happened to those innocent people after being captured by them? Chen An did not even glance at Jiraiya, continuing to walk forward. As he proceeded, he spoke coldly to Jiraiya. Faced with Chen An's words, Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, forced to quietly follow. Since they were continuing their journey towards the Land of Fire, this minor interlude did not impede the speed at which Chen An and his companions advanced towards the capital. Chen An had previously anticipated that their journey to the capital would not be devoid of ninja escorts. During earlier battles, he had distinctly sensed a chakra lingering in the nearby woods, attentively observing their movements. However, he remained unaware of the identity of the ninja who had sent this watcher. With the absence of any obstructive bandits, the group swiftly arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire. Greetings, we are ninjas from Konohagakure, tasked by Lord Daimyo to provide treatment for the ailments of the Daimyo's son. The group reached the residence of the Daimyo. Addressing the guard stationed outside and presenting the mission scroll they held. Good day, my lord. Please hold on. I must enter to report to Lord Daimyo and ascertain his arrangements, replied the guard who received Chen An's scroll, smiling after inspecting the markings on it. Very well. I appreciate your assistance. Chen An nodded at the guard and watched as he turned to enter the residence of the daimyo. Soon, the guard returned, smiling as he guided Chen An and his companions towards the abode of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Chapter 36. The daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyo did not meet with Chen An immediately, instead arranging for him and his companions to stay in the guest quarters. Lord Chen An, please rest here. The daimyo is currently occupied with state affairs and will come to meet you shortly, the guard said with a smile. Very well, I understand. Thank you for your assistance. Good sir, Chen An replied. Chen An spoke to the guard with an expression of indifference. It is utterly unacceptable that this esteemed individual summoned us yet chose not to receive us. After the guard departed, Jiraiya expressed his dissatisfaction to Chen An. Enough, Jiraiya. Please refrain from your incessant chatter. This is a matter concerning Rian. Since he has chosen to remain silent, you ought to do the same. Tsunade Senju retorted with irritation directed at Jiraiya. I hurried over here and am utterly exhausted. I shall take my leave to rest. Tsunade stretched her neck, a weary expression on her face as she addressed Chen An. You two, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, should take the opportunity to rest. Chen An smiled at Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. Chen An, make sure to rest early, Orochimaru remarked with a smile as he prepared to leave. Thank you for your concern, Orochimaru. I will rest soon, Chen An replied, nodding appreciatively at Orochimaru's thoughtfulness. Observing as the three of them retired for the night, Chen An made his way to the living room and poured himself a cup of tea, beginning to ponder quietly within his heart. The illness afflicting the daimyo's son must be quite severe, yet it likely has not yet endangered his life. The physicians of the daimyo's estate are diligently striving to provide treatment. Although the daimyo summoned him and assigned tasks, it is evident that he fundamentally harbors a lack of trust in Chen An. The issuance of tasks seems merely a precautionary measure, a safety net. Should the physicians of the daimyo's household prove incapable of saving the daimyo's son, it will then be Chen An's turn to intervene. However, this task has also illuminated the daimyo's complete absence of faith in the ninja village. If he harbors doubts regarding the treatment of his own kin, one can only imagine his skepticism towards other matters. Thus, it appears that establishing a favorable relationship with the daimyo may prove to be a formidable challenge. Chen An resolutely resolved within himself that if he could not earn the trust of the daimyo, he would seek to exert complete control over him. However, thus far, he lacked any effective means to command the daimyo's obedience. Therefore, in the coming days, he would need to seek out techniques of manipulation and adapt them to his purpose. Having clarified his objective, Chen An returned to his quarters to prepare for rest. Although the daimyo did not summon Chen An and his companions, he, along with Tsunade and the others, dined daily on the exquisite cuisine prepared by the daimyo's household. Indeed, the Land of Fire truly deserved its reputation as the wealthiest nation within the ninja world. The fare provided by the daimyo's residence was particularly lavish. Even the elder of the Hyuga clan had never experienced such refined delicacies, indicating that the daimyo's household possessed considerable resources. After spending 5 days at the daimyo's residence, Chen An finally received the summons to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Accompanied by the guards of the Land of Fire, Chen An arrived at the designated location for receiving guests, where he respectfully greeted the esteemed daimyo. Chen An arrived at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, slightly bowing in respect. Boldly, he did not kneel before the esteemed daimyo. Observing Chen An's mere bow, the attendants beside the daimyo immediately shouted at him in anger. Chen An remained silent. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the retainer of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. "That is sufficient. You may withdraw," he stated. Noting Chen An's lack of inclination to bow, the daimyo of the Land of Fire reluctantly waved his hand, signaling for the attendant to step back. "I apologize, but this retainer has never hosted a ninja and is unfamiliar with your customs. I hope for your understanding," the daimyo remarked, a small fan in hand as he smiled at Chen An. "How could my subordinate presume to do so? However, was it not you, esteemed daimyo, who summoned me to attend to His Highness? Might I inquire when the treatment is to commence?" Chen An calmly addressed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, saying, Such a trivial matter need not trouble you, Your Excellency. Just a few days ago, under the care of the physician at the daimyo's estate, my beloved child has made a complete recovery." The daimyo of the Land of Fire smiled at Chen An and replied, I see. Indeed. It is a blessing from the heavens." Chen An nodded slightly, as if favored by the heavens, expressing her fortune to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Thank you for your blessings." The daimyo of the Land of Fire chuckled in response to Chen An. "By the way, esteemed daimyo, during my next visit to the capital of Fire, Lord Hokage has instructed me to inquire about when the latest allocation of funds will be dispersed." Chen An calmly addressed the daimyo of the Land of Fire, though his voice carried a subtle hint of menace. "Oh, has the finance minister yet to disperse the subsidies? I shall send someone to urge him to expedite the process." The daimyo of the Land of Fire set aside his fan, his expression grave as he spoke. "I appreciate your assistance, my lord. Now that your esteemed son has recovered, my companions and I shall return to the Hidden Leaf Village." Upon hearing the daimyo's acknowledgement, Chen An remained unfazed, rising to bid farewell. "I truly appreciate your efforts, Your Excellency. I will ensure that the finance minister also settles your mission funds." The daimyo smiled warmly at Chen An as he spoke. Chen An paid no heed to the overtures of the daimyo and turned to stride towards the exit. By the time he returned to the guest room, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya had already been awaiting his arrival. How did Chen An fare? What did the daimyo say? Tsunade was the first to approach, inquiring earnestly. "Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, let us tidy up. We can return to the Hidden Leaf Village now." Chen An calmly addressed the 3 individuals, questioning, "Did we not intend to treat the son of the Ming dynasty? Why must we return so soon?" Jiraiya, puzzled, turned to Chen An for clarification. "That is enough, Jiraiya. Let us discuss this further on our way back." Chen An cast a cold glance at Jiraiya and spoke in an icy tone. Jiraiya wished to inquire further, but was swiftly pulled away by Orochimaru. Being ninjas, they quickly gathered their belongings. After departing from the daimyo's residence, Jiraiya, unable to contain his curiosity, once again approached Chen An with questions. It was then that Chen An finally spoke. The daimyo harbors reservations about us ninjas. He has been relying on the physicians from his estate for treatment. Summoning us was merely a precautionary measure. Just a couple of days ago, the daimyo's son had already recovered. Our presence was retained solely out of concern for any unforeseen circumstances. Today, with the daimyo's son fully healed, I was called to inform us that we may return to our village. Chen An calmly addressed Jiraiya and the other two, expressing his frustration. What does he take us for? Summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. Tsunade, with a fist striking the nearby tree, coldly remarked. The tree, struck by Tsunade's blow, fell with a resounding crash. Enough, Tsunade. Let us return to Konoha, Orochimaru interjected, shaking his head in an attempt to placate her. It's best if we head back to the village. Observing the commotion Tsunade had caused, Chen An, who had initially been displeased, swiftly shifted the topic, addressing Tsunade. The group remained silent as they hurried back to Konoha. Chapter 37. Return to Konoha. Upon their return to Konoha, Chen An and Tsunade swiftly made their way to the Hokage's office. That is the situation, Hokage-sama. Chen An calmly shared the events that transpired at the daimyo's mansion with Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have worked hard. I never anticipated the daimyo's profound distrust towards us, remarked Hiruzen, scratching his head in exasperation. Rian, you may return now. Orochimaru, your team is granted a week's respite. I shall devise a training schedule for you thereafter. Hiruzen, still rubbing his head, lifted his gaze slightly troubled towards the four individuals before him. Understood, Hokage-sama. We shall take our leave, they replied in unison, exchanging glances. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Tsunade Senja hastened a few steps to join Chen and sighed, smiling as she addressed him. Rian, you should be free over the next couple of days, correct? Tsunade shyly inquired. I have no pressing matters. Do you require something, Tsunade? After a moment of contemplation, Chen An realized that he had no particularly pressing matters at hand, and thus, with curiosity, he inquired of Tsunade. I have already mastered the medical ninjutsu. Yet I still encounter some minor issues during treatment. Therefore, I would like to seek your guidance. Tsunade, feeling slightly embarrassed, responded to Chen An, certainly. Come to my house tomorrow morning, and I will assist you. Upon hearing that Tsunade had reached out to him for such a seemingly trivial matter, Chen An smiled and nodded in response. I truly appreciate your help, Tsunade. Tsunade, pleased by Chen An's willingness to learn, smiled warmly at him. Upon returning home, Chen An's grandfather, Hyuga Kiyamizu, anxiously inquired about the status of the mission. Chen An did not conceal his thoughts and directly explained the task to his grandfather. However, rather than aligning with Chen An in condemning the daimyo of the Fire Nation, his grandfather expressed regret that Chen An had failed to gain the daimyo's favor. This only solidified Chen An's conviction that he must find a way to gain control over the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The fact that even his grandfather, the third elder of the Hyuga clan, placed such significance on the daimyo's support illustrates the profound esteem in which people hold the daimyo in this world. Chen An did not converse much with his grandfather and turned to return to his room. Once inside, he began to organize his training regimen for this period. Aside from the unwavering practice of chakra manipulation, it seemed he had neglected both the gentle fist and Tai Chi for quite some time. And it was time to revisit them. With over 9 years remaining until the Second Ninja World War in the 29th year of Konoha, there was no need for undue haste. The development of the summoning technique could be postponed a little longer. Additionally, his plans for the control seal at the Fire Country's daimyo residence could also be delayed, as there remained ample time before he would assume the mantle of Hokage, at least until the 30th year of Konoha, when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, would step down to prepare for the election of his successor, having meticulously recorded his plans. Chen An sighed with relief and retired for the night. The following morning, as his aunt, Hyuga Muku, had matters to attend to, she entrusted her son, Hyuga Nikio, to Chen An for the day. When Tsunade Senju arrived at Chen An's residence, she found him playfully entertaining his younger cousin, Hyuga Nikio. Chen An, I have arrived. Who is this you are looking after? Tsunade inquired as she stepped into Chen An's courtyard, her curiosity piqued by the sight of him engaging with the young Nikio. Oh, this is my aunt's son, Hyuga Nikio, Chen An replied. With a smile, Chen An helped Hinata Nichigen rise from the ground and addressed Tsunade Senju. This is Sister Tsunade. You can simply call her sister. Sister, hello, the 3-year-old Hinata Nichigen beamed at Tsunade. But how can you teach me medical ninjutsu while carrying him? Tsunade inquired with a puzzled expression, observing Chen An holding Nichigen. Rest assured, it's perfectly fine. I have prepared the necessary tools, which will undoubtedly assist you in resolving your uncertainties regarding medical ninjutsu. With a smile, Chen An addressed Tsunade Senju. As he spoke, he reached into a nearby fish tank and retrieved a large fish, placing it before Tsunade. Gently wielding a chakra scalpel, he made a precise incision along the fish's body. Come now, showcase your medical ninjutsu. I would like to see what issues arise. Chen An smiled at Tsunade Senju, who was taken aback with astonishment. This moment brought to Chen An's mind the time when his teacher, Hinata Shizuka, had repeatedly opened a wound on a rabbit's leg to impart the art of medical ninjutsu to him. Tsunade snapped back to reality, realizing that if she did not act soon, the fish would indeed perish. Observing Tsunade's continued state of shock, Chen An stepped forward, gently shaking her and cheerfully urging her. Oh, I'll get right on it. Nearby, Hinata Hikage chuckled softly at the dazed Tsunade. Upon hearing his teasing, Tsunade's face flushed slightly as she shot him a glare. Taking a deep breath, Tsunade formed hand seals and invoked the sage art, beginning the gradual healing of the large fish that Chen An had wounded. Chen An stood nearby, meticulously observing Tsunade Senju's mastery of the healing jutsu. It was undeniable that Tsunade's sage chakra was of a higher caliber than his own, judging by the vitality emanating from her yang release chakra. It was evident that her healing jutsu was effective. The only drawback lay in her insufficient comprehension of yang release chakra, which hindered her ability to heal internal injuries while simultaneously addressing external wounds. Noticing this shortcoming, Chen An refrained from interrupting, instead choosing to smile as he watched Tsunade tend to a large fish. With each passing moment, the wounds on the fish began to heal rapidly under her care. Suddenly, the rejuvenated fish leaped from the ground with a splashing sound, drenching Tsunade in water. Ha ha ha. Chen An erupted into laughter upon witnessing Tsunade covered in muck. What are you laughing at? I have completed the task. Now, can you enlighten me on where my medical ninjutsu went awry? Tsunade retorted, irritation evident as she grabbed a towel that Chen An had prepared earlier. Your medical ninjutsu is not at fault. The issue lies in your mastery of yang chakra. While treating external injuries, you are unable to simultaneously address internal wounds. This healing jutsu was developed to remedy internal afflictions without causing harm to the body. Thus, you must enhance your control over yang release chakra to successfully cultivate the healing jutsu. Chen An, with a smile, pointed out the shortcomings of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Oh, I see now. Thank you, Chen An. Tsunade replied thoughtfully, realizing that she had indeed overlooked this aspect while utilizing the mystical palm technique. With Chen An's guidance, Tsunade's mastery of the mystical palm technique advanced remarkably. Within a mere day, she successfully employed the technique to heal internal injuries without making contact with the surface of the patient. After expressing her gratitude once more, Tsunade excitedly returned. Chapter 38. Evolution of the Byakugan. Following her training in the mystical palm technique, Tsunade frequently approached Chen An with inquiries regarding medical ninjutsu. Due to her regular visits, Chen An's grandfather humorously suggested that perhaps Chen An should consider marrying Tsunade. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen An firmly declined, for his ambition was to become the most formidable figure in the entire ninja realm, not only in terms of strength but also in power. How could he possibly squander his precious time on matters of romance in pursuit of greater strength? Chen An not only elevated his gentle fist technique to an advanced stage, but also dedicated time to diligently practice chakra control. Through arduous training, he successfully advanced to the first tier of chakra manipulation. As he broke through this level, Chen An began to experience intermittent visual disturbances. Initially, he dismissed it as a consequence of his training, attributing it to the strain of frequently using his Byakugan. However, he gradually sensed something amiss. Each episode of visual distortion was accompanied by fluctuations in his chakra, as if his eyes were gently pulsating. To ascertain whether his eyes were indeed undergoing a transformation into the Rinnegan, Chen An took a month-long leave. Upon returning home, he meticulously observed the peculiar movements of his eyes. As Chen An diligently practiced the art of chakra manipulation, he consciously directed his chakra into the seal of the moon. Before he could fathom the true nature of his eyes, his grandfather, Hyuga, hurriedly sought him out upon learning of Chen An's request for leave. My dear An, what has transpired? I heard from your teacher Shizuka that you have taken a month off. Are you unwell? With deep concern etched on his face, Grandfather Hyuga leaned closer to Chen An, his worry palpable. It's nothing, Grandpa, Chen An reassured him. I've simply been contemplating some new ideas lately, so I decided to take a month off to rest and reflect. Chen An shook his head with a smile, unwilling to reveal the truth to his grandfather, Hinata. After all, according to the display on the system panel, his eyes remained the advanced Byakugan, with no other abnormalities apparent. It's impossible. You were previously immersed in your research on that so-called spirit summoning technique, yet you didn't take a leave of absence. Now, be honest and tell Grandpa what is truly going on. Grandfather Hinata Sima shook his head, directly exposing Chen An's deceit and compelling him to confess the truth. Grandpa? Very well, I shall tell you. Chen An gazed in astonishment at his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, never anticipating that the old man would exhibit such determination one day. However, upon witnessing his grandfather's unwavering gaze, which seemed to convey an unyielding resolve, he felt compelled to divulge his circumstances honestly. Lately, my vision has been fluctuating. Yet medical ninjutsu reveals no discernible changes. It appears that the power of my eyes has reached a certain critical threshold. I wonder, could it be possible that the Byakugan is capable of evolution as well? Chen An gazed at his grandfather, Hinata Qingmu, and chuckled softly. What? You say your Byakugan is about to evolve? Grandfather Hinata Qingmu looked at Chen An in astonishment. How could this be possible? No one has ever been able to autonomously evolve the Byakugan. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu gazed at Chen An in disbelief and said, So, what you imply is that our Hinata clan possesses the potential for Byakugan evolution, am I correct? Upon hearing his grandfather Hinata Simu's words, Chen An expressed his astonishment. It is noteworthy that the original text never mentioned the evolution of the Byakugan within the Hinata clan. Little An, refrain from speaking for now and accompany your grandfather. He was instructed. Instead of directly addressing Chen An's remark, Grandfather Hinata Simu led him into a secret chamber within their home. Little An, what I am about to share with you must remain confidential. You must not disclose it to anyone, he said, his expression grave as he regarded Chen An. Rest assured. Grandfather, I will keep it to myself, Chen An replied, sensing the seriousness of his grandfather's demeanor, and solemnly nodded in agreement. The Byakugan is capable of evolution. But the previous method required the absorption of equally pure Byakugan from others. In the past, only Hinata Tenrin successfully absorbed his father's eyes, giving birth to a variant known as the Thousand Eyes Byakugan. This evolved form not only exudes immense pressure, but also possesses the ability to foresee the direction of an opponent's attack. However, this method, which involved sacrificing a fellow clan member's Byakugan, was swiftly curtailed by the clan elders. Grandfather Hinata Simu spoke to Chen An with a somber expression. Yet, in Chen An's ears, the capabilities of Hinata Tenrin's Byakugan mirrored those possessed by Tsutsuki Kagaya and her clan. Grandfather, I understand now. It appears that the evolution of our clan's Byakugan does not stem from the absorption of others, but rather, with an increase in ocular power to a certain extent. It can evolve autonomously. My Byakugan is likely the result of the moon seal accumulating ocular power to facilitate its evolution. With a smile adorning his face, Chen An addressed his grandfather. Haha, it truly seems plausible. The moon seal you invented requires diligent cultivation henceforth. After a moment of contemplation, his grandfather, Hinata Simu, conceded that his grandson's assertion held merit. It was indeed likely that the evolution of his Byakugan stemmed from the moon seal. Very well. I shall discuss the capabilities of your Byakugan's evolution with the clan leader. For now, you should rest comfortably at home. Hinata Sima remarked with a gentle smile directed at Chen An. In the ensuing days, Chen An remained at home, diligently practicing his chakra control techniques, nurturing the power of his eyes. At last, one afternoon, he sensed his Byakugan pulsating with increasing vigor. He resolutely continued to channel his chakra, directing it into the sealing space of the moon seal. Chen An's eyes danced increasingly with agitation, culminating in a resounding thud within his mind. In an instant, he lost all sense of sight. When his vision returned, he perceived that his world had transformed, becoming remarkably clear, profoundly vivid. Chen An curiously opened his system panel to take a look. Name: Hinata Hyori. Age: 11. Physique: 50. Spirit: 48. Bloodline: 1. Awakening White Eye Advanced Sage Body Technique. Chakra Circulation Technique 100081000000. Skills: Eye Technique. Pressure Eye Technique. Illusion Advanced Soft Fist Beginner Tai Chi Energy. 4801. Awakening White Eye. Chen An gazed at the system panel displaying the name of his eyes, and suddenly comprehended its significance. In the original narrative, Tsutsuki Kagaya, after acquiring the Byakugan of Hyuga Hanabi, awakened the Rinnegan through the fusion of his own chakra and that of the Hyuga clan. According to Kagaya's account, his eyes underwent several transformations before ultimately attaining the Rinnegan. It appears that my own eyes must also experience at least 3 transformations to genuinely evolve into the Rinnegan. Henceforth, while cultivating chakra, I must diligently channel chakra into the seal of the moon, facilitating an earlier awakening of the Rinnegan. Chapter 39. The Spirit Bridge summoning technique, the awakening of the Byakugan, not only bestowed upon Chen An two formidable ocular techniques, but also elevated his sage body from intermediate to advanced. Chen An, has your Byakugan fully awakened? His grandfather, Hyuga, returned from outside, and, noticing Chen An's beaming expression, inquired anxiously. Indeed, grandfather. I have successfully awakened the Thousand Eyes Byakugan you mentioned. Observing his grandfather, Hyuga, Chen An subtly raised his hand, and an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped his grandfather. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? My eldest grandson is capable of awakening the Thousand Eyes Byakugan. Grandfather Hyuga felt the unfamiliar yet familiar pressure upon his body. Undoubtedly, it was reminiscent of the overwhelming aura exerted by Hyuga Tenjin when he unleashed the Thousand Eyes Byakugan. Grandfather, how do you feel? Chen An removed the ocular technique and, with a smile, inquired of his grandfather, Hyuga. Indeed, it resembles the time of our former clan leader, Hyuga perfectly. His grandfather, Hyuga, excitedly approached Chen An, grasping his hand and nodding in affirmation. The awakening of the Byakugan had further enhanced Chen An's spatial perception. Previously, while Chen An could perceive spatial coordinates and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to a basic extent, he was incapable of the simultaneous awareness of multiple spatial coordinates. Nor could he traverse between them in an instant like Minato Namikaze. However, now, with the Byakugan activated, Chen An could perform feats akin to those of Minato. Armed with such an ability, Chen An embarked on the development of his unique summoning technique. In merely 10 days, he succeeded in transforming the previously replicated Wet Bone Forest summoning scroll, integrating it with the Flying Thunder God technique, to create a special summoning technique that allowed him to return to the Hyuga clan at any time and from any location. Inspired by the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard from his past life, Chen An named his summoning technique the Divine Bridge Summoning Technique. By reversing the hand seals of the summoning technique, one could directly return to the location of the scroll from anywhere within the ninja world. Chen An gazed contentedly at the scroll in his hand. After rolling it up, he made his way towards the patriarch's residence. Ah, little one, what brings you here? The matriarch greeted him with a smile. Come, it's just in time for dinner. Join your Uncle Muping. Upon seeing Chen An's arrival, the matriarch warmly addressed him. Andy, I have matters to discuss with Uncle Muping. You and Rizu Richa should enjoy your meal. There's no need to concern yourselves with us. Chen An smiled as he addressed the matriarch. Good day. Is the matter of great importance? Perhaps we should wait until Uncle finishes his meal to discuss it? The clan leader, Hinata, gazed at the freshly served dishes on the table and, with a hint of exasperation, replied to Chen An, Uncle, the matter is indeed significant. It pertains to the very development of the entire Hinata clan. Are you certain you do not wish to hear the details before indulging in your meal? Chen An lightly shook her head and smiled at the clan leader, Hinata. If it is truly so important, then very well, please follow me. The clan leader, observing Chen An's serious demeanor, which suggested she was not jesting, rose and led her toward the bedroom at the back. Pray tell, what is the matter? You appear so urgent that you have not even allowed for a meal. Here, Uncle, this is for you. Chen An took out the scroll of the Spirit Bridge summoning technique and presented it to the clan leader, Hinata. The clan leader, intrigued by the immense summoning scroll in Chen An's hands, accepted it with curiosity and carefully unfurled it. Is what you have inscribed here truly authentic? He inquired, his excitement palpable after perusing the entire scroll. Of course it is, esteemed leader. How could I possibly deceive you over such a trivial matter? With a smile, Chen An addressed the clan leader Hinata, remarking, It's merely a trivial matter. Aha, you truly are something. The clan leader, Hinata, looked at Chen An in speechless disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Such an incredible ability, which could significantly ensure the safety of the members of the Hinata clan during their missions, was treated as a mere trifle by Chen An. I must indeed express my gratitude to you, Chen An. Upon realizing that Chen An had not deceived him, the clan leader stored away the scroll and expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Hinata understood that he was but an ordinary individual. However, with Chen An's presence, the Hinata clan continued to thrive under his stewardship. Now, with the addition of a capability that could safeguard the lives of his clansmen, Hinata was filled with immense gratitude towards Chen An. Very well, clan leader. There is no need for further words. Simply arrange for someone to quietly inscribe the names of all clan members onto the scroll. Chen An raised his arm and gently patted the shoulder of the clan leader, Hinata, with a smile. Hey, you young rascal, he said playfully. The clan leader, Hinata, tenderly brushed Chen An's hand away and replied with a hint of exasperation. All right, clan leader, I shall take my leave now. The subsequent matters are in your capable hands. After bidding farewell to Hinata Muping, Chen An turned and exited the clan leader's quarters. What was the matter with that little fellow, Chen An? As Hinata Muping carefully stored away the scroll of the divine bridge summoning technique, he emerged from his room. Upon seeing her husband, the clan leader's wife hurriedly approached him to inquire. That young lad has pioneered a technique designed to safeguard the lives of our kin. We, as the Hinata clan, must express our heartfelt gratitude to Chen An. Hinata Muping declared, taking a seat at the dining table, his face aglow with joy as he spoke to his wife. Is it true? Chen An has developed yet another new technique? The clan leader's wife responded with astonishment. It is noteworthy that the previous techniques Chen An created, the Moon Sealing and Moon Curse Sealing, had united the entire Hinata clan. Although his chakra levels were not exceptionally high, they surpassed many in terms of chakra extraction efficiency. The revelation that he had now devised a life-saving technique left the clan leader's wife utterly amazed. Ritsu, Rika, you two have grown. You must earnestly learn from your elder brother, Chen An. Do you understand? Hinata Muping said with a smile to his two sons. Yes, we understand, father. Ritsu and Rika replied eagerly, nodding in response. At merely 3 years of age, they were already ardent admirers of Chen An. Within the Hinata clan, it was widely acknowledged that Chen An was a once-in-a-millennium genius. Not only had he assumed the role of elder at a tender age, but he had also developed 2 new techniques, helping the Hinata clan establish itself as a formidable presence, second only to the Senju clan in Konoha. Even the Uchiha clan's influence paled in comparison to that of the Hinata clan. In all of Hinata's lineage, there was no one who did not hold Chen An in high regard. Seeing the nods of approval from his sons, Hinata Muping smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 40. The unexpected arrival of Kushina Uzumaki in the days that followed. Clan leader Hinata Muping did not rush into action. Instead, he meticulously gathered the wealth accrued by the Hinata clan through commerce over the years. After a thorough calculation, he resolved to distribute funds to each member of the Hinata clan. Seizing the opportunity presented by this reward distribution, the Hinata clan quietly accomplished the task of inscribing names on the divine bridge summoning technique within a span of 3 months. Once every clan member had etched their names upon the technique, the clan leader dispatched word to Chen An. Among the bonuses allocated during this family distribution, Chen An received the highest reward. Upon receiving the family reward, Chen An resolved to visit the ninja tool shop in Konoha to commission several specially crafted kunai capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. As he strolled down the street, he unexpectedly encountered Uzumaki Mito, who, after a prolonged absence from the outside world, was today accompanied by Tsunade Senju. Making their way toward the gates of Konoha, flanked by numerous members of the Senju clan. To Chen An's astonishment, he also spotted Hiruzen Sarutobi by Mito's side. Their demeanor suggested they were preparing to greet someone significant, piquing Chen An's curiosity. He abandoned his original destination and stealthily trailed the group to uncover the identity of the person who could stir such excitement in Mito. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Chen An clearly observed a gathering of individuals with red hair awaiting them. Princess Mito, a member of the Uzumaki clan, exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm as they approached Mito. Ah, it's you, Roku. How wonderful to see you. Mito joyfully responded, affectionately patting the shoulder of the Uzumaki elder. What brings you here this time? By the way, where is my elder brother? She inquired, her excitement evident as she continued to engage with the elder. My lady, it is not appropriate to discuss matters here. Let us find a more secluded location, and I shall explain everything, the elder replied, casting a cautious glance at those around them. Very well, let's proceed, Mito agreed, taking the elder's hand as they moved deeper into Konoha. The arrival of the Uzumaki clan sparked considerable debate within the village, as Konoha had already allocated its resources, and the presence of the Uzumaki clan could potentially jeopardize the resources of other families. Nevertheless, many clans reluctantly accepted the Uzumaki clan's arrival in light of Mito's stature. In the Senju clan's residence, Mito and the Uzumaki elder sat across from one another in a private chamber. Roku, now you may enlighten me on what has transpired. Mito stated with a serious expression, her gaze fixed on the elder. The clan leader has discovered that numerous ninjas from other villages have been gathering outside, probing for intelligence on the land of whirlpools. Consequently, he recalled the letter you sent previously, to preempt any potential assault from the major ninja villages. The leader has ordered that we relocate our clan to Konoha, to avert the possibility of a devastating attack that could lead to the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. The elder explained in a somber tone. What? Such an event has unfolded? Why did my brother not relocate the Uzumaki clan to Konoha sooner? In a fit of anger, Uzumaki Suiho addressed the elder of the Uzumaki clan. Your Highness, please understand that the reason the clan leader is reluctant to come is that, in the land of whirlpools, we are an independent nation. However, upon arrival in Konohagakure, we are merely an ordinary ninja family. The elder of the Uzumaki clan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied to Uzumaki Suiho. Such short-sightedness. If the clan were to cease to exist, what purpose would it serve to occupy such a vast territory? Uzumaki Suiho retorted angrily. Your Highness, how should we arrange matters for our clansmen? The elder of the Uzumaki clan inquired, scratching his head in embarrassment. Let us wait for the time being. Tomorrow, I shall visit the various families to see what assistance I might procure. Uzumaki Suiho responded, shaking her head in resignation as she glanced at the elder. I truly appreciate your efforts, Your Highness, the elder of the Uzumaki clan said apologetically. The following day, Uzumaki Suiho set out to visit the prominent ninja clans of Konohagakure. After her visit to the Hyuga clan, the clan leader, Hinata Makahei, urgently summoned the elders to discuss potential plans regarding Uzumaki Suiho's visit. It is utterly impossible for us to share any benefits derived from our Hyuga clan. The elder exclaimed in anger upon learning that Uzumaki Suiho sought to negotiate a share of their clan's benefits for the Uzumaki clan. Leader, there is no need for such haste. I believe this matter is indeed worth considering, one elder suggested. Chen An contemplated for a moment and realized that the arrival of the Uzumaki clan, though somewhat unexpected, was also anticipated. Moreover, there were certain advantages to their presence. Oh. Chen, feel free to express your thoughts openly, said Hinata Muping, the clan leader, along with the elders, upon hearing Chen An's words. Recognizing that he had devised a new proposal. The greatest strength of both the Uzumaki and Senju clans lies in their sage bodies. I believe there is a significant connection between the sage body and the sage eye. We could consider opening some positions for medical ninjas to the Uzumaki clan. However, the condition is that the Uzumaki clan must send a representative to form a marital alliance with the Hyuga clan. Though this union will not be recorded in the family registry, my suggestion is to have Hinata marry into the Uzumaki clan, while also lifting the restrictions on branch families marrying members of the Uzumaki clan. Chen An smiled at the clan leader Hyuga Mukbang and the esteemed elders. Oh, is that truly the case? If so, then it would not hurt to give it a try. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the clan leader Hyuga Mukbang chuckled and addressed the other elders. Indeed, that is a sound principle. If it can facilitate the evolution of the Byakugan, then a union with the Uzumaki clan, even at the expense of some benefits, is certainly a possibility. The elder, upon hearing Chen An's mention of the sage's eye and sage's body, suddenly brightened, nodding in agreement with a smile. Very well. After all, you, Shaoan, are responsible for the medical ninjutsu and medical ninja aspects. Since you have consented, we have no objections. The second elder, noticing the consensus among the clan leader and the senior elder, also nodded in approval of Chen An's proposal. The matters decided in the meeting led the clan leader to send the senior elder the following day to negotiate with the Senju clan and Uzumaki Mido. Ultimately, the chosen partner for the union from the Uzumaki clan took Chen An by surprise. The selected bride for Hyuga Hayashi was none other than the next host of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Kushina, as depicted in the original narrative. Upon receiving this news, Chen An joyfully lifted Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi, do you think your future son will transform from Hyuga Niji to Hyuga Naruto? With a smile, Chen An addressed Hinata. Ah, Brother Rian, what about Niji? Is it about Naruto? Hinata, with a puzzled expression, was uncertain about what Chen An was referring to. Chapter 41. Spiraling sphere as the union between the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan was solidified. The Uzumaki clan dispatched a significant number of their members with healing abilities to the Konoha hospital. Under Chen An's arrangement, they commenced their studies in medical ninjutsu. It is worth noting that the Uzumaki clan's prowess in physical healing truly exemplifies their superior senjutsu bloodline ability. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, their aptitude even surpassed that of some members of the Hyuga clan. Fortunately for Chen An, he did not need to personally lead and instruct these students, as long as he delivered a weekly lesson on medical ninjutsu. The remaining time could be allocated for other Hyuga clan members to guide them in treating the injuries of ordinary residents of Konoha and those from neighboring villages within the Land of Fire. To expedite the integration of the Uzumaki clan members into Konoha's medical team, Chen An proposed to teach them the shadow clone technique. allowing them to accumulate experience in medical ninjutsu through the use of their shadow clones. Despite the rigorous demands placed upon them, the Uzumaki clan members exhibited remarkable growth in their medical ninjutsu capabilities. Within a mere 100 days, an exceptional member of the Uzumaki clan had risen to the status of a physician at Konoha Hospital, independently receiving patients and administering treatment. In gratitude, Uzumaki Mido extended a special invitation to Chen An, expressing her appreciation. However, Chen An did not place much weight on her gratitude. "Rian, how did you come to be at Konoha Hospital? I waited for you at the entrance for quite some time, but did not see you," Tsunade Senju. Having intercepted Chen An in her office after he arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique, inquired, noticing that he had not entered through the main door. "Oh, you mean that? It's because I've mastered the Flying Thunder God technique," Chen An replied, not concealing the truth, and smiled at Tsunade. "What? You have learned great-grandfather's Flying Thunder God technique?" Tsunade exclaimed in astonishment. It is known that within the scrolls of her great-grandfather, Shinjito Barama, the Flying Thunder God technique is deemed one of the most challenging. Without the requisite talent, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is an arduous endeavor. Should I return to assist you in requesting the swordsmanship scrolls from Mido grandmother? After all, the Flying Thunder God technique can only deliver its maximum lethality when in close proximity to the enemy. Given your recent performance, Mido grandmother would surely be delighted to grant you the scrolls, Tsunade said, her tone devoid of jealousy over Chen An's accomplishment. Instead, she smiled, acknowledging his efforts in helping the Uzumaki clan assimilate into Konoha Hospital. Although Tsunade Senju does not frequently serve at the Konoha Hospital, she is still able to glean certain information from her distant relatives. "No need for that, Tsunade. I have devised a new idea and no longer require the swordsmanship of the second Hokage." Tsunade's words piqued Chen An's interest. Perhaps he could emulate the combat style of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and endeavor to innovate. "I plan to develop an A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, which requires no hand seals. What are your intentions?" Tsunade inquired, her curiosity evident. "I intend to create a ninjutsu without hand seals." With a smile, Chen An addressed Tsunade Senju, saying, "No-style ninjutsu? You truly have an extraordinary imagination. My great-grandfather once contemplated the creation of a no-style ninjutsu, yet ultimately, he was unable to realize it." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Tsunade Senju responded incredulously, "Since you doubt my abilities, why not wait a couple of days until I develop it? I assure you, I will leave you utterly astonished." Chen An gazed at Tsunade Senju with incredulity, responding to her with a hint of annoyance. "Very well, I shall see what kind of formless ninjutsu you can develop." Tsunade arrogantly lifted her chin and, with a touch of sass, retorted to Chen An. Having said that, she turned and departed from the Konoha Hospital. Upon returning home, Chen An prepared the tools that Jiraiya used to teach Naruto Uzumaki the Rasengan in the original narrative, embarking on his own journey of mastering the Rasengan technique. Remarkably, within just a day, Chen An accomplished what Naruto had struggled to achieve for an extended period. As he gazed at the swirling blue chakra sphere resting in his palm, a satisfied smile graced his face. "Tsunade, this time, let us see how I shall make you eat your words." Chen An released the spiraling sphere from his hand, chuckling to himself as he exclaimed, "Tsunade, Tsunade, come out quickly. My ninjutsu without hand signs is complete. You must come and see." Early in the morning, Chen An hurried to the clan grounds of the Senju tribe, calling out loudly to Tsunade, who was still nestled in slumber. "What? Has it only been a day? Is your unmarked ninjutsu already complete?" Tsunade, rubbing her bleary eyes, emerged from her room while stifling a yawn. "Tsunade, pay attention." Chen An extended his right hand, placing it before Senju Tsunade. In an instant, a blue Rasengan materialized in the palm of his hand. "Rasengan!" Longan exclaimed, launching the spiraling sphere toward a grand tree in Tsunade's courtyard. The tree was instantly severed by the Rasengan, its trunk gradually toppling to the ground. Tsunade, who had been yawning moments before, now widened her eyes in astonishment, staring in disbelief as Chen An's Rasengan felled the mighty tree. "Is this your ninjutsu without hand seals?" Tsunade stammered, struggling to articulate her surprise. "What do you think?" "An A-rank ninjutsu, the Rasengan, which I have developed," Chen An replied. Chen An shamelessly stood before Tsunade, a smile adorning his face. "This is impossible. Have you truly developed a technique devoid of hand signs? Is this genuinely the case?" Tsunade exclaimed, gripping Chen An's collar and shaking him vigorously, her disbelief palpable. Easy now, of course it is true." Despite the relentless shaking, a satisfied smile graced Chen An's features. "Yet, As Tsunade continued to jostle him, Chen An felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. How could you possibly create the Rasengan in such a brief span of time? Have you had this technique ready all along, specifically to wager against me? Tsunade glared at Chen An, her irritation evident as she clenched his collar tightly. It is merely a simple technique. There was no need to concoct a ruse just for you. Chen An scoffed disdainfully at Senju Tsunade and said, well, I still find it hard to believe. But could you possibly teach me this ninjutsu? Senju Tsunade gently released the dust and, with a charming smile, replied, if you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Observing the admiration in Tsunade's eyes, Chen An proudly adjusted his collar and declared, then let us hurry. With that, Tsunade eagerly grasped his arm as they made their way to the training ground. Are you not going to freshen up and change your clothes? Chen An inquired with a grin, halting in his tracks. Huh? What? Tsunade exclaimed, glancing down at her pajamas in shock before dashing back to her room. This left Chen An in a fit of laughter. Chapter 42. Teaching the Spiral Sphere Dine, you are utterly unreasonable. You didn't give me a heads up and made me embarrass myself in front of such a large crowd. Tsunade complained as she walked towards the training ground. Now dressed appropriately. Can you blame me? You insisted on learning from me without hesitation. If I hadn't warned you in advance, you would have already arrived at the training ground, and how many people would have laughed at you? Chen An looked at Tsunade Senju with a speechless expression and said helplessly, Good day, Tsunade. What are you planning to do? Just as Chen An and Tsunade were heading towards the training ground, Orochimaru and Jiraiya unexpectedly approached them. I have created a new ninjutsu without hand seals, and I intend to teach it to Tsunade. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you are welcome to join us, Chen An cheerfully invited upon seeing them. Ninjutsu without hand seals? Is that true? Orochimaru inquired, astonished by Chen An's words. Indeed, this fellow has developed an A-rank ninjutsu without hand seals, and I am on my way to learn it from her. Tsunade said, standing beside Chen An and patting him on the shoulder with a smile. Can we learn it too? Then we shall join, Jiraiya said with a broad grin. Of course, it is merely an A-rank ninjutsu. After all, we are good friends. Chen An had no intention of withholding information from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Instead, he warmly extended his invitation. All right, let us hurry along. With that, Orochimaru and Jiraiya followed closely behind Chen An and Tsunade, and the group swiftly made their way to the training ground. Upon arriving, Chen An began to demonstrate the technique he had developed, the Rasengan, to Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. This is the technique I have created, the Rasengan. It represents the pinnacle of chakra transformation, classified as A-rank ninjutsu. If one were to incorporate chakra nature transformation into this technique, it could reach the level of S-rank ninjutsu. However, there is another method. By releasing a greater amount of chakra, one can enlarge the Rasengan, thereby also achieving the power of S-rank ninjutsu. With a proud expression, Chen An spoke to the three of them, including Tsunade. Is that so? Chen An, have you incorporated any nature transformations? Jiraiya inquired with curiosity. Not yet, Chen An replied. For if one wishes to add nature transformations, the optimal choice would be the wind element. However, this requires an exceptionally high level of chakra control. Therefore, it is advisable to cultivate sage mode, as this would ensure that one does not inadvertently harm oneself due to extreme nature transformations. Chen An shook his head, indicating that he had not infused the chakra with nature transformation. He proceeded to inform the three of the dangers associated with infusing chakra nature transformation and the methods to mitigate such risks. After all, these three individuals were destined to become the representatives of the three great summoning sanctuaries in the ninja world, each possessing their own unique summoning techniques and corresponding sage modes. Ah, wind release, but I lack wind attribute chakra, exclaimed Tsunade Senju. Her surprise evident upon hearing Chen An state that the chakra nature most compatible with the Rasengan was wind release. Ah, you do not possess wind release, Tsunade? Chen An realized with astonishment that Tsunade indeed lacked wind attribute chakra. Though she was also a sage, her chakra attributes were limited to 5 types, notably absent being wind and attributes. Well then, Tsunade, it appears you must develop towards the direction of the Otama Rasengan. Nevertheless, this is not without merit. For both the Senju and Uzumaki clans possess the bloodline limit of sage body, characterized by their formidable vitality and abundant chakra. Focus on honing your strength in the strength-enhancing technique, medical ninjutsu, and the Otama Rasengan, Chen An remarked with a smile, acknowledging Tsunade's lack of wind attribute chakra. However, it dawned on Chen An that he had never tested his own chakra attributes. After completing the teaching session today, he resolved to discover which chakra attributes he possessed. Although he owned the sage body and Byakugan, He suspected that his chakra might encompass yin and yang attributes. Yet, it remained uncertain whether he too might lack one of the 5 elemental chakra types: wind, lightning, water, fire, or earth, as Tsunade did. Come, this is your training equipment. Observe closely how I utilize it. Chen An retrieved a sealing scroll, extracting the water balloons, rubber balls, and inflatable balls he had prepared the previous day for chakra training. While Jiraiya and Orochimaru were somewhat taken aback by the sight of the water balloons and inflatable balls, they refrained from comment, watching Chen An demonstrate with earnest attention. Firstly, you must utilize rotating chakra to cause this water balloon to burst. Chen An picked up a water balloon and began demonstrating to Orochimaru and Jiraiya. It's quite simple. Watch me, I can do it perfectly in one go. As Chen An effortlessly burst the water balloon, Jiraiya, filled with confidence, grabbed one for himself and challenged Chen An. However, the task proved to be more challenging than Jiraiya had anticipated, as among the 3, his control over chakra was the weakest. Consequently, the first to complete the feat of bursting the water balloon was Tsunade Senju, followed by Orochimaru, and finally Jiraiya. This jutsu consumes a considerable amount of chakra. Jiraiya exclaimed, finally completing the first stage. He slumped onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, utterly fatigued, and addressed Chen An. Indeed. This highlights a potential drawback of the Rasengan. Although it is incredibly convenient and allows for stealthy attacks, its limitation lies in the fact that those with insufficient chakra may find it impossible to use, and even if they manage to do so, they can only employ it a few times. With a smile gracing his lips, Chen An addressed Jiraiya. However, this ninjutsu can serve as a means of a desperate counterattack at crucial moments, so it is advisable to master it. Orochimaru, possessing a keen intuition, sensed the extraordinary nature of the Rasengan and said to Jiraiya with a grin, I have shared with you the remaining 2 stages. You may return and practice at your own pace. As the sun began to rise, Chen An cheerfully informed Tsunade and the others, the Rasengan comprises 3 stages. The first stage is the rotation you just practiced. It can be directly cultivated after mastering tree climbing and water walking. The second stage involves power. The rotation must be strong enough to burst a rubber ball, as merely breaking a water balloon will not suffice to defeat an opponent. Therefore, for the second stage, you need to shatter a rubber ball instead. Once you can do that, the power will be adequate, although its duration will be fleeting. The third stage is about maintenance. This requires a balloon, and in this stage, the goal is not to burst the balloon, but to contain the rotating chakra within it, forming a sphere without causing the balloon to pop. Chen An demonstrated the 3 stages of cultivation, prompting the 3 of them, including the illustrious Tsunade, to nod in agreement repeatedly. Now, do you all comprehend? Chen An smiled as he inquired of Tsunade and the other 2. Yes, we have all mastered it. Jiraiya replied with a cheerful expression directed at Chen An. Well then, you may continue your practice. I shall take my leave for now. Chen An waved goodbye to the 3 individuals with a smile as he departed from the training ground. Chapter 43, All Attribute Chakra. Upon returning home, Chen An began to search frantically for the chakra test paper he had previously encountered. As the majority of the Hyuga clan specializes in gentle fist techniques and the Byakugan, few take the initiative to test their chakra attributes. Thus, even in the residence of Elder Chen An, the chakra test paper was scarce. My dearin, what are you rummaging about for? Grandfather Hyuga Simu observed Chen An's frantic search and approached with a smile, inquiring gently. Grandfather, I am searching for the chakra test paper. Chen An paused his actions and smiled at his grandfather. Please help me find the chakra test paper. You should tell me. Grandpa knows where it is. His grandfather, Hinata Chingmu, patted Chen An's shoulder and led him to the study. From within a thick tome, he retrieved a chakra test paper, no larger than 2 fingers. Here you go. This is the chakra test paper I had saved for you. With a smile, Grandpa Hinata Chingmu handed the test paper to Chen An. Thank you, Grandpa. If I were to search for it myself, who knows how long it would take. Observing that his grandfather had hidden the chakra test paper within a book, Chen An could only smile wryly as he accepted it. He then inquired, Are you looking for the chakra test paper to determine your chakra attribute? Grandpa Hinata Chingmu asked curiously. Yes, Grandpa. I have developed a formless ninjutsu, and if I am to continue its advancement, I must first understand the nature of my chakra attributes to further my training. Chen An delicately held the chakra test paper between his fingers, smiling as he addressed his grandfather, Hinata Simu. Oh, is that so? Then do give it a try, replied the grandfather with an encouraging smile, eager for Chen An to engage in his training. Heeding his grandfather's prompt, Chen An gradually infused his chakra into the test paper. In an instant, the paper was divided into 4 distinct sections. Wind attribute, murmured grandfather Hinata Sima softly. However, as the 4 pieces of chakra paper landed on the ground, they responded simultaneously. The top left corner shattered, the top right corner became damp, the bottom left crumpled into a mass, while the bottom right corner ignited into flames. Haha, all elemental chakra. How rare indeed, grandfather Hinata Sima remarked with delight. Yet, Chen An pondered deeply, questioning whether his all-elemental chakra was an innate gift or a result of acquired ability. If it was acquired, was it influenced by the awakening of the Byakugan, or was it due to his own training in chakra manipulation techniques? Grandfather, do you know the chakra attributes of our clan's elder, Hinata Tenrin? Chen An inquired, his curiosity piqued. Well, our Hinata clan primarily focuses on gentle fist techniques, and we've never really considered chakra attributes, grandfather Hinata Sima replied, shaking his head. As for the elder's chakra attributes, no one knows that either. Oh, I see. Chen An responded, not disheartened by the lack of a concrete answer from his grandfather. It was simply a matter of not knowing for now. As long as it did not hinder his future training, it was of little concern. Upon discovering his chakra attributes, Chen An felt no particular joy. His ultimate goal, as per his training plan, was to attain the reincarnation I chakra mode. However, he considered whether he should attempt to fuse the 2 types of chakra to create a unique ninjutsu, even if he could not utilize it himself. It would be a splendid option to guide his descendants or teach other members of the Hinata clan in the future. Xiaoan, you returned quite early today. I just happened to have something to discuss with you, said grandfather Hinata Simu, noticing Chen An lost in thought as he gently patted his shoulder. Yes, grandfather. What is it? Please feel free to share, Chen An replied with a smile, meeting his grandfather's gaze. Though you are exceptionally intelligent and possess great talent in developing ninjutsu, I believe it is time for you to start participating in combat missions. Without sufficient combat experience, you may encounter unforeseen challenges when the next war arises due to a lack of experience. Hinata Kiyoma gazed at his grandson Chen An with a smile. Although this grandson had always been a source of peace for him, he refrained from allowing him to engage in any combat missions to ensure his safety. However, Chen An aspired to become the next Hokage, a goal that necessitated the establishment of significant achievements, while the timing of the next Ninja World War remained uncertain. Hinata Kiyoma resolved, with determination, to commence his grandson's training in advance. After all, experience in battle was indeed crucial. Grandfather, I understand. Please proceed with the arrangements. Chen An replied. Chen An pondered for a moment and realized that he indeed lacked practical combat experience. Although he had mastered numerous advanced ninjutsu techniques, he was still deficient in the realm of battle. Compared to his peers in the Hyuga clan, he may have been adequate, yet when juxtaposed with those seasoned in combat, he was significantly lacking. As long as you understand, his grandfather, Hyuga Simu, reassured him, I do not expect you to transform into a formidable warrior immediately. I merely intend to assign you a practical task each week to hone your combat skills. Noticing Chen An furrow his brow, his grandfather, thinking Chen An was apprehensive about killing, chuckled and explained further. Grandfather, you need not worry. I know how to handle it, Chen An replied with a smile. Addressing his grandfather, Hyuga Simu. Very well, I shall assign your uncle, Hyuga Hero, to protect you and ensure your safety during these encounters, his grandfather said, patting Chen An's shoulder, hoping to quell any apprehensions about the practical assignments. I understand about my uncle. Chen An nodded with satisfaction upon hearing that his grandfather would send Hyuga Hero to safeguard him. Hyuga Hero was the husband of Chen An's aunt, Hyuga Muka, and an elite genin of their branch, proficient in the gentle fist technique. After marrying his aunt, Hyuga Simu had imparted the clan's secret gentle fist techniques to Hyuga Hero. Since you are aware, I shall say no more. My old friends are waiting for me, so I shall take my leave, his grandfather said, smiling as he confirmed Chen An's agreement and willingness, then turned to exit with a small stool in hand to join his companions. Chapter 44. The Cloud Ninja's Betrayal. Hyuga Simu acted swiftly, perhaps having prepared in advance. On the 3rd day, Chen An's uncle, Hyuga Hero, arrived bearing a mission scroll. Little An, get ready. Your uncle has secured a task suitable for you. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly, Hyuga Hero said, smiling as he gestured towards the scroll in his hand. What kind of mission is it, uncle? What rank does it hold? Chen An gazed at his uncle, Hinata Hiroshi, with a look of curiosity and inquired. The task was not particularly challenging, merely a B-rank mission. With a smile, Hinata Hiroshi handed the scroll to Chen An, inviting him to peruse its contents. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Chen An accepted the scroll and began to examine it. The mission chosen by Hinata Hiroshi was an assassination assignment targeting a lower ninja from the Cloud Village, a subordinate of the infamous duo, Qin and Jin. This lower ninja had defected from the Cloud Village after stealing their lightning-style chakra technique. Why would a mission from the Cloud Village be issued to Konoha? Chen An looked curiously at his uncle Hyuga Hiroshi and asked, "Are you sure? This is not a task from our Konoha village, but rather one that I specifically selected from the Bounty Guild for you to experience bloodshed." Upon hearing Chen An's inquiry, his uncle Hyuga Hiroshi helplessly pointed at the mission scroll and replied, "Currently, we are in a period of peace, and most tasks in Konoha village consist of intelligence gathering and escort missions. Tasks involving bloodshed are rarely assigned to someone like you, who has yet to see combat. Such tasks have long been claimed by various Nin and even Nin. After all, those who are able to issue such missions in Konoha are generally well off. Even for a mere genin, the remuneration for these tasks can reach the level of A-rank missions. What is this Bounty Guild mission?" Chen An then discovered that the signature was not that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, but rather an unfamiliar name. "All right, you should prepare quickly. We will set off shortly. After all, I just procured intelligence on this individual's whereabouts," his uncle, Hyuga Hiroshi, stated with urgency. "If we arrive late and he escapes, the money would be wasted." "Understood, uncle. I'll be right back," Chen An replied, feeling the pressure of his uncle's insistence. He hurried to his room, changed his clothes, equipped himself with his ninja tools, and exited the house with his uncle. According to the information from the Bounty Association, this Cloud Village Jinin was indeed within the borders of the Land of Fire. "Once we arrive at the location, you will search for him yourself. I will not intervene," Hyuga Hiroshi said, as they raced toward their destination, a smile gracing his lips. "Rest assured, uncle, as long as your information is accurate, I will certainly locate this Cloud Village Jinin and defeat him," Chen An reassured his uncle with a faint smile. "Good, as long as you understand. Remember to strike decisively. Do not allow him a chance to retaliate. Although he is merely a Jinin, his combat experience is quite substantial. It is merely due to his affiliation with the Golden Horn and Silver Horn faction that the Raikage of Cloud Village has not promoted him to Chunin. This is precisely why he resorted to stealing the village's ninjutsu scrolls and defected." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hyuga Hiroshi remained cautious and reiterated his advice. "Understood, uncle. I have previously developed a ninjutsu without hand signs. I will undoubtedly be able to deliver a lethal strike as I approach him." Chen An comprehended the words spoken by his uncle Hinata Hiroshi, and with a smile, he responded, "I have arrived, uncle." Hinata Hiroshi led Chen into the outskirts of a quaint town in the Land of Fire. Observing the settlement before them, Hinata Hiroshi cheerfully addressed Chen An, "My dear, you may enter alone, seek out that individual, and eliminate him. Once you have procured his body, your task will be deemed complete." With a grin, Hinata Hiroshi gestured towards the town. "Very well, uncle, I shall set forth now." Chen An nodded briefly to his uncle Hinata Hiroshi, then proceeded towards the direction of the quaint little town, Izumi Watertown. Chen An glanced up at the name of the town before cautiously slipping into its embrace. The quaint little town was not particularly large, yet it bustled with an array of merchants. For within its confines resided a handful of families who made their livelihood through the art of brewing. Chen An discovered a secluded corner, eyes wide open. Chen An opened his eyes wide and began to meticulously search for the whereabouts of the rogue ninja throughout the entire town. Although the ninja world boasts numerous hidden villages, only a select few can truly bear the mantle of a ninja. Before long, Chen An identified 7 ninjas residing in the Hot Springs town, primarily consisting of lower-ranking individuals. After memorizing their locations, Chen An resolved to investigate the one with the most considerable chakra. This individual, exhibiting the highest chakra levels, was found dining in a tavern, seemingly indulging in copious amounts of alcohol. While Chen An speculated that this person might not be a rogue from the Cloud Village, he prudently decided to employ a transformation technique and stealthily approach the tavern. How could this individual not be a rogue ninja? Moreover, while on the run, they brazenly sat in a tavern, drinking without a care in the world. Chen An cautiously approached the tavern, peering inside with great care. To his astonishment, the figure indulging in drink was none other than the rogue ninja from the Cloud Ninja Village. It remained unclear why this individual, amidst his flight, would choose to partake in alcohol. Was it a sense of security upon entering the Land of Fire, or was there another motive at play? To err on the side of caution, Chen An resolved to first ascertain the true nature of this person before taking any action. Chen An transformed into a corpulent merchant, rubbing his hands together as he cautiously approached the side of the ninja. "Excuse me, sir. Might I inquire if you are indeed a ninja?" Chen An cautiously inquired of the defector from the Cloud Village. "Indeed," the defector replied, slurring his words slightly as he spoke to Chen An with bleary eyes. "I need to transport a batch of goods to the Land of Rain. Would you be willing to accept the escort mission?" Chen An, with an obsequious demeanor, addressed the rogue ninja from Yunren Village. "What price do you intend to offer?" The rogue ninja, without lifting his head, leaned on the table and inquired of Chen An. "I shall offer 10,000 taels," he replied, feigning the act of retrieving the money from his nearby backpack. However, as Chen An's right hand emerged once more, it unleashed a fierce blue Rasengan that struck the rogue ninja squarely in the chest. A powerful sensation of tearing coursed through the rogue's body, shattering his internal organs. "Bah! Truly pathetic. Is this how you meet your end?" Chen An gazed silently at the rogue ninja from the Cloud Village before him, disdain evident in his voice. Little An performed admirably, did he not? Beside him, Hinata Hero, witnessing Chen An's swift and decisive defeat of the Cloud Village's traitor, approached with a smile and remarked, "Uncle, this rogue from the Cloud Village is utterly inept. He didn't even react when I made my move." Chen An summarized that it was not due to his own prowess, but rather the incompetence of his opponent. "Well, it seems to be my uncle's fault for choosing such a feeble adversary. Let us return to the village for now, and later we shall select a more worthy contender for you." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hinata Hero had no choice but to withhold the truth. He had merely sought an opponent that would provide Chen An with a taste of battle. The decision to select a rogue ninja was intended to heighten Chen An's vigilance during the confrontation. However, he never anticipated that this rogue from the Cloud Village would be so woefully inept, falling to Chen An in a single blow. "Very well, uncle. Let us make our way back." As Chen An prepared to depart, his uncle Hinata Hero interjected, "Youngin, you seem to have overlooked an important detail. Do you not recall the reason for this individual's defection?" Just as Chen An turned, Hinata Hero shook his head with a smile, prompting Chen An to remember. "Oh, right. This fellow also possesses a scroll for the training of lightning release chakra mode." With his uncle's reminder, Chen An recollected that this rogue from the Cloud Village harbored a formidable ninjutsu training method. Chen An hurriedly turned around, rummaging through the belongings of the rogue ninja from the village of Cloud. Ultimately, he discovered a scroll detailing the methods for cultivating lightning release chakra within the rogue's ninja tool pouch. Although this endeavor did not contribute to his combat experience, acquiring this chakra cultivation technique was indeed a commendable gain. Holding the scroll in his hands, Chen An couldn't help but smile with delight. "All right, let us put this away," he said. Observing Chen An's discovery of the chakra training scroll, his uncle, Hyuga Hiroshi, patted him on the shoulder and approached to seal the rogue ninja's corpse within the scroll. "Now that we've tidied up, let us return home." After securing the rogue's body, his uncle led Chen An back towards the village of Leaf. Chapter 45. 28 years in the village of Leaf. Upon their return to the village of Leaf, it seemed to be Chen An's first assignment involving a life taken. His grandfather, Hayashi Kiyomu, along with his aunt, Hayashi Mikuya, and little cousin, Hyuga Nikiyasu, awaited his arrival at home. "Ah, little An, you're back. How did the mission go?" Upon seeing Chen An and Hyuga Hiroshi return, his aunt Mikuya quickly rose to her feet and approached with eager curiosity. "Hi, aunt. Do you still not know me?" "I took down that rogue ninja with a single strike," he replied. Chen An stood proudly before his aunt, Hinata Mushia, and smiled, saying, "What? You say your uncle chose a target and you killed him with a single strike?" Aunt Hinata Mushia exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Chen An's words. "That is impossible. I have previously observed the rogue ninja from Cloud Ninja Village that Hong selected. Wasn't he a subordinate of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn? How could you possibly have slain him in one blow?" Hearing Chen An's statement, grandfather Hinata Chingmu, who stood behind his aunt, inquired with a puzzled expression. "Dear father-in-law, Chen is not lying. He indeed dispatched that rogue ninja from Cloud Ninja Village with a single strike." Hinata Hong, standing behind Chen An, confessed sheepishly to his wife and father-in-law. "Indeed, it's true. Come. You two must sit down and tell us how you managed to eliminate that rogue ninja in one blow." Upon hearing Hinata Hong's words, Aunt Hinata Mushia and grandfather Hinata Chingmu exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes reflecting disbelief. They hurriedly urged Chen An and Uncle Hinata Hong to sit down and elaborate on the details of the event. In order to convince his wife and father-in-law, Hinata Hong recounted the battle in detail. "I never anticipated that the rogue ninja from Cloud Ninja Village would be intoxicated. He was easily taken down by Xiaoan's Rasengan. In the end, Uncle Hinata Hong shrugged helplessly, admitting that he had never encountered such a foolish rogue ninja. I see. I initially thought Chen possessed remarkable prowess, capable of defeating the opponent in one strike. It turns out the rogue ninja was merely drunk. And Hinata Mushiya sighed in relief upon hearing her husband's explanation, smiling at the two men. Chen performed admirably. This first bloody mission has been successfully completed. In the future, I will collaborate with your uncle to find additional tasks to help you grow swiftly. Grandfather Hinata Qingmu, instead of focusing on the rogue ninja's performance, was pleased that Chen An exhibited no signs of nausea or disbelief after dispatching the rogue. He smiled at Chen An, saying, "Very well, grandson, I appreciate your efforts." "Thank you, grandfather. I am grateful for your support," Chen An replied with a modest nod and a smile, not allowing pride to overwhelm him. To ensure Chen An continued to gain experience in combat, the majority of his opponents during the first year were low-ranking ninjas. For Chen An, who had mastered numerous advanced ninjutsu, these adversaries posed little challenge. If they detected his presence, he would defeat their defenses with one strike and take their lives with another. If they remained unaware of him, they would invariably fall victim to his Rasengan. Eventually, after mastering the lightning release chakra mode, all low-ranking adversaries were susceptible to a single lethal blow from Chen An. The spiral sphere, now infused with lightning attributes, vanishes upon being thrown, only to reappear upon contact with an adversary. In the second year, Grandfather Hyuga Kiyomizu and Uncle Hyuga Hiro began to seek out opponents of Chen An at the Chen level, as formidable adversaries of significant weight were particularly scarce. On average, it took 2 months to find a suitable opponent for Chen An. However, it must be acknowledged that Chen level ninjas possess a wealth of practical experience. Initially, Chen An found himself unable to overcome these opponents, whether employing gentle fist techniques or chakra modes. He could only resort to using the Flying Thunder God technique in conjunction with the Spiral Sphere for ambushes, barely managing to defeat them. By the third year, Chen An's chakra control advanced to the second tier. This breakthrough not only augmented his chakra reserves but also enabled him to successfully merge his abilities with the Ice Release bloodline limit. Chen level adversaries could no longer withstand Chen An's gentle fist. With the addition of the Lightning Release chakra mode, he could swiftly dispatch these opponents. When combined with the Ice Release bloodline limit, his power was overwhelming against Chen level foes. In the fourth year, Grandfather Hyuga Kiyomizu found Chen An opponents predominantly among the elite jonin of the 4 great ninja villages. To combat these jonin, Chen An often had to conceal his gentle fist and Byakugan, relying solely on the Lightning Release chakra mode and more common elemental ninjutsu as his means of confrontation. These jonin could escape from battle at any moment, and Chen An risked peril if he let his guard down. Fortunately, the experience accumulated over the previous 3 years equipped him well. Despite initial struggles against these opponents, Chen An could always utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to evade when they were within his blind spots. By the 5th year, Chen An had reached a stalemate with elite jonin from the 4 great ninja villages, even managing to inflict serious injuries upon them. Though he did not achieve any kills, this was more than sufficient for the 16-year-old Chen An, whose opponents were primarily elite jonin from the 4 great villages. By the 6th year, he could eliminate elite jonin within 100 exchanges, provided that the jonin engaged with him earnestly. In the 7th year, Chen An's chakra control ascended to the 3rd tier, successfully unlocking Sage Mode. Against Chen An's relentless onslaught, elite jonin found themselves overwhelmed. When fully committed, Chen An could effortlessly vanquish these elite jonin. Over the course of 7 years, he elevated his chakra control to the 3rd tier and acquired the Ice Release bloodline limit. With his vast reserves of chakra, Chen An could directly freeze a designated area within his vicinity. In this region, combatants are not merely engaged in battle. Their very essence seems to be frozen. Their blood congealed, and even their thoughts encased in ice. Under the immense chakra at his disposal, Chen An's ice techniques not only encompass a broader area than those of the Mizuno-kuni clan, but also reach temperatures far lower than theirs. It is precisely due to this formidable ice prowess that many ninjas who have faced Chen An do not perceive him as a denizen of Konohagakure. Rather, they regard him as a shinobi from the Mist Village, thus bringing considerable trouble to that realm. Throughout the 7 years of conflict, Chen An has not only evaded detection by the various ninja villages but has also enhanced his own capabilities, suggesting that his ice techniques have afforded him significant advantages. Chapter 46. Clouds of War. In January of the 28th year of Konoha, while Chen An was partaking in dinner, he was unexpectedly summoned by a medical ninja from the Konoha hospital. Lord Chen An, we have a new patient in critical condition awaiting treatment at the hospital. Others are hesitant to intervene due to the severity of the injuries. The director has sent me to request your prompt assistance. The medical ninja addressed him with utmost respect. Another grievously injured individual? What an inconvenience. Chen An lamented, shaking his head in resignation upon hearing the news. Well, enough of that. Grandfather. A new patient has arrived at the hospital, and I must attend to the matter. Please save me some dinner. I shall return shortly to eat. Chen An sighed softly and addressed his grandfather within the room before swiftly turning and racing towards the Konoha hospital alongside the medical ninja. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he discovered that the injured patient had seemingly been caught in an explosion caused by a detonating tag, leaving his body drenched in blood. It was impossible to discern from which part of his body the blood flowed. A member of the Uzumaki clan, endowed with remarkable healing abilities, was currently holding his arm beneath the mouth of the injured ninja, striving to sustain the vital signs of the Konoha shinobi. Byakugan, activate. Chen An opened his eyes wide, meticulously examining the injuries of the patient before him. However, the extent of the injuries astonished him greatly. It could be said that aside from his head, which remained intact, every other part of his body was essentially shattered. With the technique of creation and regeneration, Chen An clasped his hands together, instantly entering sage mode, and then employed the art of creation and regeneration to commence the healing of the patient in front of him. Chen An was the first to address the injuries sustained by the wounded individual, focusing on the vital organs. He endeavored to restore the person's vitality, drawing it closer to the core of their being. Utilizing the enhancement of medical ninjutsu through his celestial chakra, he meticulously spent half an hour untangling the complexities of the injuries and administering a preliminary healing. Complete recovery would necessitate the patient to remain in the hospital for several days. Fortunately, the immediate threat to life had been averted. Alas, Chen An let out a long sigh, ceasing the flow of chakra and deactivating his sage mode. Teacher Jingshang, what happened to this injured person? How could he be so severely wounded? After taking a few breaths to regain his strength, Chen An furrowed his brow and inquired of his medical ninjutsu instructor, Hinata Jingshang. As before, the matter at hand pertained to a mission in the Land of Rain. This individual was a civilian Jainin who had, in his pursuit to provide for his family, taken a risk by accepting a task from the Land of Rain. Unfortunately, he inadvertently fell into a trap set by the ninjas of the Rain Village. All three of his teammates perished in the chain explosion of the traps, leaving him as the sole survivor. Hinata Jingshang solemnly explained to Chen An, "Is that so? It seems the ninja world is bound to become quite tumultuous." Chen An remarked with a resigned sigh, reflecting on his instructor's words. "Well then, since the patient has been treated, you should return to rest. I truly appreciate your efforts." Hinata Jingshang said with a smile, gently patting Chen An's shoulder in silent encouragement. "All right, Teacher Jingshang. I shall take my leave now. If anything arises, send someone to find me at home. I should not have any practical training missions for the time being and will generally be at home." Chen An replied, pinching the bridge of his nose in fatigue. "Enough of that. Please, go back and rest," Hinata Jingshang urged, somewhat helplessly pushing Chen An out of the infirmary, encouraging him to return promptly. As Chen An meandered homeward, he began to reminisce. It seemed that in his previous life, he had collected information regarding the timeline of the wars in the world of Naruto. The commencement of the Second Shinobi World War appeared to be in the 29th year of Konoha, which would occur next year. However, he pondered how many members of the Hyuga clan would fall in this conflict with his assistance. Upon exiting the Konoha hospital, Chen An swayed slightly as he made his way home. By the time he arrived, he realized that what usually took him merely a few minutes had inexplicably stretched to half an hour today. "Chen An, why have you returned so late? Was the patient particularly challenging?" His grandfather, Hyuga Kyomyun, approached him with concern as he spotted Chen An's unsteady gait at the entrance. "No worries, Grandpa. I merely took a stroll and contemplated a few matters," Chen An replied, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation at his grandfather's anxious expression, before smiling reassuringly at him. "Then you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come inside. I saved a meal just for you, and the housekeeper warmed it up specially," his grandfather said with a grin, ushering Chen An into the house. "Thank you so much, Grandpa, for saving and warming up the food for me." Chen An expressed his gratitude sincerely. Chen An sat at the dining table, heartily indulging in his meal, while cheerfully addressing his grandfather, Hinata Simu. "Ah, Grandfather. You are getting old. Who knows when you might leave this world? For now, all you can do is assist me with the trivial matters of daily life." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Grandfather Hinata Simu, seated comfortably in his chair, responded in a calm tone. What are you saying, my dear grandson? By the way, how have you progressed with the chakra circulation technique I taught you? Sensing his grandfather's despondent words, Chen An quickly interrupted him, redirecting the conversation with a question. Regarding the chakra circulation technique, grandfather, you have already mastered the second level. It seems to be a continuation of the previous chakra manipulation technique. I believe that with some diligent effort, you could reach the third level in about 6 months. The moment Chen An inquired about the chakra circulation technique, grandfather Hinata Simu perked up with excitement, exclaiming, "Really, my dear grandson? Then I must strive diligently. Once I attain the third level, you shall impart the subsequent cultivation methods to me." Hearing that his grandfather could potentially reach the third level in just 6 months filled Chen An with joy. He felt that if his grandfather truly achieved this milestone, it could extend his life to at least 80 years. By then, he might even be married with children, or perhaps even become Hokage. Oh, and there are more advanced techniques? Grandfather, you must work hard. Upon learning from Chen An that there were further teachings associated with the chakra circulation technique, grandfather Hinata Simu was initially taken aback. But then he expressed his excitement to Chen An. After all, his grandson had pioneered the chakra circulation technique. Following its practice, not only had his energy returned, but his strength had also been rejuvenated. The end of his ninja career seemed to have revived itself. Many elderly elders in the village remarked that Chen An's chakra circulation technique could extend the lifespan of ninjas. Initially, the Hyuga clan regarded the chakra circulation technique merely as a method to achieve sage mode, but eventually, anyone who completed the first level of training began to perceive the exceptional nature of this technique. Now, the entire Hyuga clan had ceased practicing chakra extraction and manipulation techniques, instead commencing their training directly with the chakra circulation technique. Imagining a future where nearly every member of the Hyuga clan could attain sage mode filled Hinata Simu with immense excitement. Chapter 47, The Declaration of War by Rain Ninja Village. Due to a continuous influx of injured ninjas returning from missions in the Land of Rain, Chen An proposed to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, that the Leaf Village temporarily halt sending ninjas to undertake missions in the Land of Rain. He suggested that all related tasks be redirected to the Sand Ninja Village in the Land of Wind. Chen An was aware that a significant conflict was impending between the Sand Ninja Village and Hanzo of the Salamander in the Rain Ninja Village. By transferring these tasks, the Leaf Village could mitigate Hanzo's animosity. Let the enmity of Hanzo of the Salamander be directed entirely towards the Sand Ninja Village, which retains the most intact strength amidst the turmoil of the First Shinobi War. In doing so, the losses of Konohagakure would be minimized, ensuring that the village endures fewer casualties during the impending Second Shinobi World War. Following the counsel of Chen An, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi engaged in meticulous contemplation. He discerned that although Konohagakure had experienced rapid recovery over the years, the other 4 great ninja villages had also regained their combat capabilities. Coupled with the looming threat posed by Hanzo of the Salamander, revered as a demigod in the Land of Rain, the prospect of a second Shinobi World War appeared increasingly plausible. Thus, Hiruzen Sarutobi acquiesced to Chen An's advice, discreetly redirecting the individuals from the Land of Rain who had come to Konohagakure for missions towards the Land of Wind. The Sand Ninja Village, already impoverished, remained oblivious to the peculiar influx of commissions, mistakenly believing that their ninjas had triumphed over their counterparts from the Rain Ninja Village. Consequently, they accepted the tasks relayed from the Land of Fire without hesitation. As the Sand Ninja Village continued to undertake missions from the Land of Rain, tensions with the Rain Ninja Village gradually escalated. Ultimately, Hanzo of the Salamander, unable to endure the provocations any longer, boldly declared war against the 5 great nations at the close of the 28th year of the Konoha era. He proclaimed that the ninjas of the 5 great nations had usurped the living space of the Rain Ninja Village, and in defense of their interests, he would take action against them. However, Hanzo's ire was specifically directed towards the Sand Ninja Village. Meanwhile, Konohagakure had long ceased to tread upon the territory of the Land of Rain, and no ninjas from Konohagakure were present within its borders. Thus, while Hanzo proclaimed war on Konohagakure, not a single villager was harmed. Upon receiving Hanzo's declaration of war, Hiruzen Sarutobi hastily summoned Chen An. "Oh dear, the Land of Rain has declared war on all 5 great ninja villages. What shall we do?" Hiruzen Sarutobi eagerly inquired of Chen An. Initially, Chen An had foretold that the Sand Ninja Village's appropriation of missions from the Land of Rain would incite retribution from Hanzo, a claim that Hiruzen had regarded with skepticism. However, recollecting Chen An's previous judgments. He embraced a spirit of adventure and consented to withdraw Konohagakure's ninjas from the Land of Rain. It was astonishing that events unfolded precisely as Chen An had envisioned, with Hanzo proactively declaring war against the 5 great ninja villages. Fortunately, Hiruzen had already facilitated the withdrawal of Konohagakure's ninjas. Otherwise, the village would have faced dire losses akin to those of the Sand Ninja Village. Hokage-sama, we must immediately issue a statement to refute any claims regarding Konohagakure's appropriation of missions from the Land of Rain. Furthermore, we have not undertaken a single mission related to the Land of Rain in the past 6 months. Therefore, Hanzo of the Salamander asserts that our Leaf Village's encroachment upon the survival territory of the Rain Village is entirely unfounded. We demand that Hanzo of the Salamander retract his declaration of war, apologize to our Leaf Village, and compensate for the damage to our reputation. Should Hanzo refuse to apologize, the Leaf Village will position its forces at the border of the Land of Rain, prepared to launch a military strike against the Rain Village at any moment. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Chen An responded with unwavering confidence, "Very well, I understand. I shall ensure that the Hokage office issues a statement demanding an apology and compensation from the Land of Rain. However, if the Land of Rain refuses to apologize, are we truly prepared to dispatch our troops?" Although Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced to Chen An's proposal to condemn the situation publicly, he remained uncertain about the prospect of military intervention and posed the question to Chun and Lord Hokage. The primary purpose of our statement is not to prepare for war, but to demonstrate to Sunagakure that, as a great ninja village, we of the Land of Fire will not tolerate provocations from the Land of Rain. Our relationship is one of hostility. We must devise a strategy to compel other ninja villages targeted by the Rain Ninja Village to exert pressure on them. When Sunagakure sees an opportunity for profit, coupled with their previous losses, they will undoubtedly engage in a fierce battle with the Rain Ninja Village. Should the Rain Ninja Village fail to issue an apology, the new generation of Konoha, like myself, will have matured by then. We could dispatch a mere 100 shinobi to the borders of the Land of Rain as a show of force, and subsequently observe the confrontation between the Rain Ninja Village and Sunagakure. As long as they do not genuinely invade the Land of Fire, we can afford to watch the conflict unfold from a distance. With a smile, Chen An elucidated to the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What you mean is that we merely stoke the flames without exerting ourselves, correct? Hiruzen pondered for a moment before smiling and replying to Chen An, "Indeed, that is precisely the implication, Lord Hokage." Upon hearing Hiruzen's concise summary, Chen An nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Truly worthy of the title of Hokage for many years, the 3rd Hokage, even without the cultural heritage of China's 5,000 years, managed to encapsulate the essence of the matter when Chen An articulated the specifics. "I comprehend now. Your idea is quite astute. Let us proceed as you suggested." Hiruzen expressed his satisfaction with Chen An's insight, smiling as he spoke. "As for the subsequent matters, you may orchestrate them as you see fit, Lord Hokage. Should any issues arise or should you require my counsel, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall return to the Konoha Hospital to attend to my duties." Observing that the matter had been resolved, Chen An bid farewell to Hiruzen with a smile. "Very well, go on with your tasks, and thank you for your assistance. Have a good day." Hiruzen nodded, indicating that there were no further matters at hand, and that Chen An was free to attend to his responsibilities. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Chen An encountered Tsunade Senju, who had come in search of Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ah, Chen An, have you just left the Hokage?" Tsunade inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, do you require something?" Chen An replied. With a smile, Chen An addressed Tsunade Senju, inquiring, "Have you learned from our teacher? Are we on the brink of war with the Land of Rain?" Tsunade, filled with concern, turned to Chen An and asked, "Rest assured, Tsunade. As of now, the conflict with the Land of Rain does not require our intervention. The entirety of Konohagakure is currently in a state of observation and will not hastily engage in the battlefield of the Land of Rain." Chen An patted Tsunade Senju on the shoulder and then strode directly towards the hospital in Konoha. "Hey, what do you mean by temporarily not engaging in war? You want to clarify that?" Tsunade exclaimed, her dissatisfaction evident as she watched Chen An walk away. However, Chen An had already distanced himself, leaving Tsunade to turn around in frustration and head into the Hokage office. Chapter 48. Journey to the Rain Country Soon. The Hokage office of Konoha issued a proclamation directed at the Rain Country. As of June in the 28th year of Konoha, no tasks related to the Rain Country had been accepted. The claims made by Hanzo of the Salamander regarding Konoha's supposed encroachment on the survival space of the Rain Ninja Village were entirely unfounded. There was not a shred of evidence to support Hanzo's slanderous accusations against Konoha, alleging that the village had been seizing tasks and exploiting the Rain Ninja village's existence. Hanzo was given 1 month to offer a sincere and profound apology for his declaration of war against Konoha and to compensate for the reputational damage inflicted upon the village. Should he fail to comply, Konoha would mobilize military forces along the borders of the Rain country to disrupt all trade exchanges. Upon reading the announcement from the Hokage office, a joyous smile spread across Chen An's face. Although the contents differed somewhat from what he had initially conveyed, the essence remained unchanged. He wondered if Hanzo would erupt in fury upon seeing Konoha's declaration. With Konoha's announcement disseminated, the other 4 great ninja villages swiftly released their own statements. Hanzo of the Salamander, upon reviewing the documents from the major villages, was consumed with rage, particularly at the notice from Sunagakure. Konoha had indeed refrained from accepting any tasks from the Rain country for a considerable 6 months. Although the demand for Hanzo to apologize was a blow to his pride, he recognized that he had wronged Konoha. However, the audacity of Sunagakure, which had blatantly seized commissions from the Rain country while threatening war, infuriated him further. Initially contemplating an apology to Konoha, Hanzo, wielding his scythe, led a charge towards the Wind country and Sunagakure, intent on wreaking havoc upon their ninja ranks. For a prolonged period, Konoha received no response from Hanzo regarding compensation or acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Afterward, Sarutobi Hiruzen sought out Chen An, who proposed that Konoha select the strongest 100 ninjas born since the village's establishment. They would journey to the borders of the Rain country, assuming a posture of readiness for battle, allowing these newly minted shinobi to witness the reality of conflict in the ninja world. This would provide the other 4 great ninja villages the assurance they needed to confront Hanzo. After a month's preparation, Konoha successfully assembled the elite team of 100. Led by Chen An, Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi Hatake. Together, they ventured towards the border of the Rain country to intimidate Hanzo of the Salamander. "Take care of me on the battlefield this time, will you?" Jiraiya approached Chen An with a smile and remarked, "Doesn't your team have Tsunade, the medical ninja? Why do you still require my assistance?" Chen An cast a helpless glance at Jiraiya and remarked, "As for that violent woman, Tsunade, I certainly do not require her care. It would be fortunate if she did not send me flying with a single punch." Upon hearing Chen An mention Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya shook his head incessantly, indicating that he did not need Tsunade's assistance. Chen An also discerned that Jiraiya was merely engaging in idle banter with him. Had Tsunade Senju been by his side, he would undoubtedly have refrained from uttering such words. Tsunade, you've arrived." In an effort to validate his conjecture, Chen An cheerfully called out over Jiraiya's shoulder, "I wasn't he speaking ill of you just now. I was merely greeting Rian." Upon hearing Chen An mention Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya promptly crouched down, clasped his hands over his head, and anxiously exclaimed, "Ha! Jiraiya, you are indeed a stubborn one. Tsunade hasn't he come? You can stand up now." Observing Jiraiya's reaction, Chen An chuckled with resignation and helped him rise from the ground. "Rian, how could you frighten me so? Are you unaware of how terrifying Tsunade can be?" Hearing Chen An's call, Jiraiya cautiously turned his head, and upon realizing that Tsunade was indeed absent from behind him, he let out a sigh of relief and stood up to complain to Chen An, "I was merely testing your resilience. I wanted to see if Tsunade truly possesses such a formidable presence in your eyes." Chen An chuckled and addressed Jiraiya, inquiring, "What are you discussing?" As Chen An and Jiraiya exchanged playful banter, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi approached them. "Oh, it's nothing. We were merely contemplating our strategies for the battlefield," Jiraiya replied, indicating that Chen An should take good care of him. Upon noticing Tsunade's approach, Chen An refrained from revealing Jiraiya's earlier demeanor and greeted the trio with a warm smile. "Good day. I trust our journey to the borders of the Land of Rain will be uneventful, given our limited numbers." Hearing Chen An mention the borders, Kakashi expressed his concerns. "Fear not, Senior Kakashi, as long as we do not trespass into the Land of Rain. Hanzo the Salamander is unlikely to launch a genuine assault against our mere 100. After all, he is currently engaged with the Sand Village. Should he choose to attack us now, it would not only provoke a response from more Leaf Village ninjas but could also compel the Cloud, Rock, and Mist villages, initially reluctant to intervene, to join the fray, in the face of an onslaught from the 5 great nations. Even Hanzo's formidable prowess would not suffice to save the Rain village from annihilation. With a smile, Chen An explained to Hatake Tsukumo, "Very well. You clever minds shall handle these matters. Leave the confrontation with the Salamander Hanzo to me." Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hatake Tsukumo nodded and turned to the other 4. saying with a grin, "That won't do. The salamander Hanzo is mine." Upon realizing that Hatake Tsukumo intended to claim the salamander Hanzo, Chen An promptly retorted, "I aspire to become the fourth Hokage. To me, the salamander Hanzo represents a significant achievement. I absolutely cannot relinquish him to you." "What? The salamander Hanzo should rightfully be mine," exclaimed Jiraiya, who had been observing the dispute and decided to interject. Soon, Tsunade, Senju, and Orochimaru joined the fray. And all 5 individuals were eager to confront the salamander Hanzo, unwilling to concede. All right. Whoever manages to seize him first shall claim him. But make sure to keep your teammates safe and prevent any injuries," remarked Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had appeared behind the 5, smiling as he addressed them. "Hokage-sama." The 5 exclaimed in unison, halting their squabble and bowing apologetically to Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Everything is prepared. You should pack up and get ready to head to the border of the Land of Rain. Be sure to heed Dan's advice. His intellect is sharp," Sarutobi Hiruzen added, nodding at the 5 with a smile. "Yes, Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave," they replied. Though Jiraiya and the others wished to argue that their own intellect was also commendable, the thought of Chen An's capabilities silenced them. Chen An nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen, then departed from Konoha village with 4 companions and a battalion of 100 elite ninjas, setting their course towards the borders of the Land of Rain. In Chapter 49, Encounter with Hanzo, under the leadership of Chen An, Hatake Tsukumo, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, the 100 young elite ninjas from Konoha established a camp at the border of the Land of Rain. As night fell and all the ninjas had erected their tents, Jiraiya, the last to arrive, inquired with a smile, "What shall we do next, Chen An?" "Indeed," Tsunade remarked with curiosity, "we have spoken of intimidating the Land of Rain. But how do we intend to achieve that? We need not take any action. We simply await developments. We arrived here without any pretense, and at this stage, Hanzo the Salamander is likely already aware of our presence. It will not be long before he pays us a visit. Although Hanzo may be reluctant to compensate Konoha, I surmise he will not dare to initiate hostilities against us." Chen An leaned on the table, smiling as he addressed Tsunade and the others. "Is it merely a matter of waiting? Should we not arrange for others to bolster our defenses?" Upon hearing Chen An's words, Kakashi felt a twinge of unease and inquired further. "There is no need for an overly intricate defense. Simply having a reconnaissance team composed of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka clans to monitor any disturbances within the camp will suffice. If, at this juncture, anyone dares to assault our Hidden Leaf village, it would indeed be a fortuitous turn of events for us. When the time comes, we shall strike, and the other ninja villages will have no grounds for reproach, as we would be justified in our actions." Chen An reclined leisurely in his chair and spoke nonchalantly, "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Let us hope nothing unforeseen transpires." Upon observing Chen An's indifferent demeanor, Chimu Tsukumo could only nod in reluctant agreement. The following day, the ninjas of the Rain Country discovered the 100 individuals dispatched by the Hidden Leaf village to its borders. Upon receiving this intelligence, the ninjas of the Rain village swiftly sent word to the area where Hanzo the Salamander was engaged in combat with the Sand village. "What? You mean the Hidden Leaf village has sent people to the borders of the Rain Country? Have they launched an offensive?" Hans inquired anxiously of the Rain Village ninja who brought the news. "Lord Hans, the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf village have not initiated an attack. However, they have established a camp, which appears capable of accommodating at least 3,000 individuals," the ninja replied respectfully. 3,000? It seems the Hidden Leaf village does not intend to take the Land of Rain lightly. Hans gritted his teeth, expressing his deep-seated frustration. Although he had previously dismissed the announcement from the Hidden Leaf village, he recognized its status as the strongest among the 5 great shinobi villages. Initially, he thought it merely a feeble declaration meant to flaunt their prominence. He never anticipated that they would actually send forces to the borders of the Rain Country. This revelation left Hans in turmoil. Urgently, Hans summoned his most trusted subordinates and ordered them to temporarily halt the offensive against the Sand village. He resolved to return to the Rain village himself to investigate the intentions of the Hidden Leaf village at the borders of the Fire and Rain countries. With a sense of trepidation, Hans swiftly returned to the Rain village accompanied by his elite followers. After resting for an hour, he hastily made his way to the encampment of Chen An and his companions. Good day. I have just received word that Hans has returned to the Rain village and should be arriving here shortly," Jiraiya announced. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, Chen An, who had been waiting leisurely, immediately rose to his feet. "I had presumed Hans would take some time to return. I did not expect him to be so decisive." Let us prepare, for it seems we shall soon have the opportunity to meet Lord Hans this afternoon. Chen An stood up, smiling as he addressed Jiraiya. Good day. That is indeed a demigod. You must remember that not long ago, he defeated the warriors of the Land of Iron. Are you not the least bit concerned? Listening to Chen An's relaxed words, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, expressing his deep concern as he inquired. There is no need for your worries, Jiraiya. We have not come here with the intention of engaging in battle with Hanzo of the Salamander. We merely wish to convey the stance of the Hidden Leaf Village. With just our numbers, we could not possibly contend with Hanzo. Moreover, it is uncertain whether Hanzo would even wish to engage us in conflict. You should hasten to inform Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. Chen An twisted his arm and smiled at Jiraiya. Rest assured, I have already sent others to notify them. They should have arrived at the camp entrance by now, specially prepared to welcome Hanzo of the Salamander. Observing Chen An's calm demeanor, Jiraiya felt his previously tense heart lighten. And with a grin, he replied, Well then, let us proceed as well, lest Tsunade and the others snatch Hanzo away from us. Chen An smiled as he led Jiraiya to the entrance of the camp. Indeed, Senju Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Hatake Kakashi were already waiting there. Ah, everyone is here. It seems we are all vying for the legendary salamander Hanzo, Chen An remarked, observing the poised demeanor of Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Kakashi. Chen An, could you not be so frivolous? The war with the Land of Rain is imminent, and your jesting demeanor could easily dampen the spirits of the others, Tsunade retorted. Casting a disapproving glance at Chen An. There is no need for such gravity, Tsunade. A conflict between Konoha and the Land of Rain will not erupt in the immediate future, he reassured her. Chen An stepped forward and, with a smile, patted Tsunade's shoulder, saying, How can you be so certain that a conflict will not arise? Hasn't Hanzo the Salamander already declared war on the 5 great nations? Observing Chen An's nonchalant demeanor, Tsunade furrowed her brows and, with a hint of displeasure, replied, When I say there will be no conflict, there will be no conflict. Rest assured, Tsunade. Chen An snapped his fingers, smiling as he addressed Tsunade Senju. Though still filled with uncertainty, his assertion that a confrontation would not occur did alleviate some of Tsunade's anxiousness. Do tell, why is it that a fight cannot ensue? Tsunade urged, pulling Chen An closer, demanding an explanation for the impossibility of conflict. Hadn't there been an announcement prior? What were the conditions we sought? An apology from Hanzo the Salamander, along with compensation for the damage to our reputation. Furthermore, we had only brought 100 individuals. Merely expressing our insistence on Hanzo's apology. For the sake of the ninjas of the Rain Village, Hanzo, regardless of how much he might lose face, could never truly engage us in battle. After all, if the village hidden in the leaves were to intervene, Hanzo's Rain country would not only struggle to attain the status of the 6th great nation, but its very survival would come into question. Unless Hanzo were utterly foolish, he would never genuinely wage war against our Hidden Leaf Village. Seeing that Tsunade was relentless in her inquiry, Chen An took the time to carefully elucidate the reasons to her. If only you had mentioned this sooner, I would not have been so anxious, Tsunade exclaimed, delivering a playful punch to his shoulder, embarrassment mingling with irritation as she scolded him. All right, calm your spirits. Look, isn't Hanzo approaching? With a grin, Chen An endured Tsunade's playful jab and spoke to her and the others. In the distance, a man adorned with a breathing apparatus, flanked by a dozen subordinates, approached them at a swift pace. You brats from the village hidden in the leaves, do you intend to attack our Rain country? Hanzo the Salamander confronted Chen An and his companions with a cold tone. Chapter 50, Confrontation with Hanzo the Salamander. Do you intend to attack our Rain country? Hanzo stood before Chen An and the others, his voice icy as he questioned them. Whether we strike against the Rain country does not rest upon us, Lord Hanzo. Chen An stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the group, and smiled as he addressed Hanzo the Salamander. Meanwhile, Tsunade and her 3 companions stood resolutely behind him, their gazes fixed on Hanzo with unwavering intensity. Is that so? What brings you to the borders of my Rain country? Hanzo inquired coldly, directing his question at Chen An. We have come to offer our apologies to you, Lord Hanzo. Chen An nonchalantly addressed Hanzo the Salamander. Firstly, has our Konoha village not ceased to accept missions related to the Land of Rain since half a year ago? Secondly, did you not declare war on Konoha by exploiting the survival space of the Rain Shinobi village through the acceptance of missions pertaining to the Land of Rain? With a cold smile, Chen An gazed at Hanzo of the Salamander and remarked, You should comprehend that I am the leader of the Rain village in the Land of Rain, and I would never deign to apologize to your Leaf village. To do so would undermine the dignity of my Rain village. Hanzo's icy stare met Chen An's with a palpable indifference as he replied, If you, Lord Hanzo, are unable to offer an apology, we of the Leaf Village shall have no choice but to declare war on the land of rain to uphold our own honor. Unfazed by Hanzo's threat, Chen An retorted, in that case, it remains to be seen whether the survival of the land of rain holds greater significance or the pride of Lord Hanzo is of paramount importance. With a light smile, Chen An gazed at Hanzo of the Salamander and spoke in a leisurely manner. Hanzo, upon hearing Chen An's words, remained silent, hesitant to respond. After all, as a demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo held a sense of pride. Yet, failing to offer an apology would thrust the Rain Village into the perilous jaws of an assault from both Konoha and Sunagakure. Although Hanzo was confident in his ability to withstand any opponent from these two great villages, he remained uncertain about his capacity to safeguard the numerous ninjas of the Rain Village. Meanwhile, Chen An leisurely observed Hanzo, who stood there, neither speaking nor retreating, and certainly unwilling to launch an attack, lost in contemplation for an extended period. Finally, after standing in silence for an hour, Chen An pondered for a moment, then smiled and addressed Hanzo. Why not propose this, my lord Hanzo? Let us engage in a duel. Should I be defeated, Konoha shall withdraw from the borders of the Rain country and shall no longer demand an apology or reparations from you. However, if you are unable to best me, I kindly request that you apologize for your unilateral declaration of war against Konoha and proceed with compensation. What say you? Chen An believed that continuing to confront the situation would yield no favorable outcome. It would be wiser to provide Hanzo the Salamander with a graceful exit, allowing him to confront the Sand Ninja Village while they, the Leaf Village, could remain in the background and reap the benefits. Is that truly your intention? Hanzo inquired in astonishment, having heard Chen An's words. The young man before him appeared to be merely 18 years old, still not having reached the pinnacle of a ninja's prowess. In Hanzo's eyes, Chen An's proposition indicated that the Leaf Village was reluctant to engage in conflict with him. Of course, my lord Hanzo, I too wish for the ninjas of the Leaf Village not to plunge into war over a mere piece of paper. Such an act would be a grave irresponsibility towards their lives. Chen An smiled and said to the mountain pepper fish Hans, very well. Let us engage in battle in the clearing not far from here. Hans nodded in agreement and replied, certainly, please proceed, Lord Hans. Chen An extended his hand, inviting Mackerel Fish Hans to engage in a duel at a clearing near the border. Good day. Are you not too cunning to challenge Mackerel Fish Hans alone? As Mackerel Fish Hans and Chen An made their way toward the borderline, Tsunade Senja hurriedly caught up with Chen An, anxiously inquiring about his intentions. Tsunade, have you forgotten? I possess the Flying Thunder God technique. If I cannot defeat him, I can certainly outpace him, Chen An replied, gently patting Tsunade's shoulder with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade suddenly understood. With the protection of the Flying Thunder God technique, Chen An was assuredly not destined to lose to Mackerel Fish Hans. Moreover, with his mastery of Sage Mode, bolstered by its exceptional sensory abilities, defeat against Mackerel Fish Hans was utterly improbable. Chen An and the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander stood poised in an open space, with Hanzo gripping his sickle-shaped kunai. In an instant, the two surged towards each other. Chen An, wielding his Flying Thunder God kunai, adeptly blocked Hanzo's strike. After 3 rapid exchanges, both retreated swiftly. Hanzo formed a series of seals, conjuring a massive fireball that hurtled towards Chen An. In response to Hanzo's fire release, Chen An merely shifted slightly, employing the body flicker technique to evade the inferno. Channeling chakra in his right hand, he unleashed a powerful sky strike aimed at Hanzo. However, Hanzo reacted with equal swiftness, utilizing the body flicker technique to evade Chen An's attack. Observing Hanzo's deft maneuver, Chen An cast his kunai in a graceful arc reminiscent of celestial flowers. As the kunai touched the ground, he activated his Byakugan. Empowered by the Byakugan's insight, he traversed the various Flying Thunder God marks with remarkable speed, relentlessly launching Rasengan assaults at Hanzo. Undeterred by Chen An's onslaught, Hanzo realized that his ninjutsu posed no threat to his adversary. Consequently, he summoned his summoning beast, the Salamander, unleashing a torrent of toxins aimed at incapacitating Chen An. In the face of this peril, Chen An swiftly activated Sage Mode and the medical ninjutsu creation rebirth technique. Under the dual influence of Sage Mode and healing ninjutsu, the toxins that entered his body were expelled almost immediately through his chakra manipulation. Indeed, Hanzo was worthy of the title demigod. The two engaged in combat for a full half-hour, yet Chen An found himself unable to truly vanquish Hanzo. Though he understood that persistence would eventually weaken Hanzo through his own toxins, this was not the victory Chen An sought. Thus, after half an hour of intense conflict, both warriors came to a tacit halt. Kanahagakure is truly remarkable. I shall return to the village hidden in the rain and issue an apology, as well as compensate Kanahagakure. Hanzo solemnly stated, nodding at Chen An. Indeed, Lord Hanzo, your strength is formidable. To have honed such prowess in a small ninja village like the Land of Rain is commendable. I, too, am merely able to achieve this due to the support of a great ninja village and my clan. You need not belittle yourself. Chen An gazed admiringly at Yamaj no Han's, smiling as he nodded in response. I am grateful for your kind words. I shall take my leave now. Yamaj no Han's returned the nod and, accompanied by the ninjas of the Rain Village, departed towards the Land of Rain. Good day, is this our victory? In the distance, Senju Tsunade and others approached Chen An, inquiring eagerly about the outcome. Indeed, Tsunade, please collect a sample of Yamaj no Han's venom for further study, to prepare for any future hostilities we may encounter with him. Chen An nodded towards Tsunade and the others, smiling as he spoke. All right, I understand. Good day. However, what shall we do next? Should we retreat from Konoha? Upon hearing Chen An's directive, Tsunade nodded in response and replied, No, we shall not retreat until the compensation is secured. Even after obtaining it, we must maintain our camp here. Chen An's lips curled into a subtle smile as he addressed Tsunade Senju. Previously, he had promised Hanzo of the Salamander that he would retreat if he were to lose. However, since he had not been defeated, there was no need for him to withdraw. Chapter 51. A shocking revelation in the ninja world. The news of Chen An's victorious battle against Hanzo the Salamander swiftly spread across the 4 great ninja villages. The first to receive this intelligence was the ninja of Sunagakure. To their surprise, even after the loss of the first and second Hokage, Konoha had produced yet another formidable ninja, showcasing the village's profound heritage. Upon receiving the information, Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure addressed her brother and the third Kazekage with a grave expression. Indeed, among the 3 great ocular techniques of the ninja world, Konoha monopolizes 2. Coupled with the Senju clan, which produced the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and their distant relatives, the Uzumaki clan, Konoha's current strength far surpasses that of our Sunagakure. The third Kazekage, though solemn, spoke with deep envy. We must promote the magnet release bloodline of the second Hokage on a larger scale. Otherwise, we will forever remain at a disadvantage compared to Konoha. Elder Kaiza observed the third Kazekage with hopeful eyes. Elder Kaiza, it's not that I do not wish to promote it. The magnet release techniques researched by the second Hokage are, in fact, incomplete. Only those with extraordinary talent can master them, making large-scale promotion impractical. The third Kazekage frowned, replying helplessly to Elder Kaiza. Enough, Elder Kaiza. Let us not trouble the esteemed third Kazekage with this. Our focus should remain on Amigakure. Hanzo the Salamander may return at any moment. Elder Chiyo interrupted her brother with a serious tone. Very well, I shall investigate whether Hanzo the Salamander has returned. Elder Kaiza reluctantly stood up, addressing his sister Chiyo before turning to seek news of Hanzo's whereabouts. In Kumogakure, the third Raikage bellowed, What? Konoha has another individual who has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Ha. I can't wait to test my speed against this young one and see who truly deserves the title of the fastest in the ninja world. After all, the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, was renowned as the fastest due to this very technique. I wonder if this Hinata Hayashi can measure up to the second Hokage. Upon receiving this intelligence, the third Raikage exuberantly laughed, addressing the ninjas of Kumogakure. Meanwhile, the ninjas of Kumogakure were indifferent to Hinata Hayashi's ability to contend with Hanzo the Salamander. For their own third Raikage, I was known to be able to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the Eight Tails, Gyuki, and was the strongest among the known third Raikages. Little did they know, however, that Chen An also possessed the lightning release chakra mode. Although he lacked proficiency in techniques like the body flicker technique, Chen An, being aware of the original story, understood the weaknesses of the third Raikage. He had sufficient capability to exploit these vulnerabilities, turning the third Raikage strengths against him, ultimately leading to his defeat. Let us dispatch individuals to closely monitor the situation in the Land of Rain. We hope to gain some advantage that will strengthen our Kumogakure. The third Raikage, Yajetsu, waved his hand and addressed the Cloud Village ninja who had come to relay information. Yes, Lord Raikage, the Cloud Ninja replied respectfully, bowing before taking his leave. In the Stone Village, Anoki, the Two Tails, glanced at the intelligence report before dismissing the messenger. At least it is not the Uchiha clan, he remarked leisurely after the ninja had departed. In the Mist Village, the third Mizukage, upon receiving the report, stated that the ongoing ninja world war did not concern them and that they would merely observe the situation without further involvement. Hanzo of the Salamander, upon returning to the Rain Village, promptly issued a public apology concerning the conflict with the Leaf Village and prepared a compensation of 1 million ryo, which was dispatched to the Leaf Village by the daimyo of the Land of Rain. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, received the apology letter and materials from Hanzo with a smile, affirming that the Leaf Village, being a proponent of peace, would not engage in war with the Rain Village over such trivial matters. He also conveyed to Chen An that only a few individuals would remain to oversee the Leaf Village's camp at the border of the Land of Rain, while the others would prepare to return home. What a shame. Our visit to the Land of Rain has only served to elevate your reputation, while we remain nameless. This is utterly vexing, Jiraiya lamented to Chen An on their journey back to the Leaf Village. Indeed, we did not even engage in battle. We merely constructed a temporary shelter without employing any medical ninjutsu, Tsunade added in discontent. All right, Tsunade. This is all to safeguard our comrades. Should a full-scale war erupt, no matter how strong we are, there will inevitably be sacrifices. My actions not only protected our Leaf Ninjas, but also secured substantial compensation for the village. So, refrain from lamenting about not participating in the conflict. War is not a trivial matter, Chen An replied, attempting to soothe his companions. No way. Next time, if such a battle arises, you must not intervene, Chen An. It is our turn to take action, Tsunade insisted, still unwilling to relent despite Chen An's reassurances. All right. I understand. If there is another opportunity, I shall ensure you get your chance to fight, Chen An conceded, resigned to Tsunade's persistence. Due to his presence, the current development of the Land of Fire primarily remained focused internally. The conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure did not escalate as significantly as it did in the original narrative. Moreover, having redirected the animosity of the Rain Country, the majority of Hanzo's hostility was now directed towards Sunagakure. While it remains uncertain whether further hostilities will arise between Sunagakure and Konoha, it appears that, thus far, the losses sustained by Konoha in the Second Shinobi World War will be considerably less severe than those depicted in the original story. However, the legendary titles of the Sannin, as well as the moniker of Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, are likely to emerge only during the Third Shinobi World War. It is yet to be seen how much my alterations will alter the fates of those within the Shinobi world. The group swiftly returned to Konoha. Good day, well done. I appreciate your contributions to Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted, a smile gracing his face as he saw Chen An and the others return. There is no need for your praise, Hokage-sama. It is merely my duty, Chen An humbly replied in response to Hiruzen's commendation. I never imagined you would master the Flying Thunder God technique. I was unaware until now, Hiruzen remarked as he clasped Chen An's hand and led him into the heart of Konoha. The villagers of Konoha erupted in cheers for Chen An and his companions. It was not until the 5 of them entered the Hokage Tower, and their subordinates returned home, that the villagers began to disperse. Chapter 52. The Conspiracy of Sunagakure with Chen An leading the ninjas back to Konoha. Hanzo of the Salamander commenced an all-out battle with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Although Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure discerned Hanzo's toxins, which required 5 minutes for preparation, and developed an antidote for the poison he employed, Hanzo's ninjutsu, body flicker technique, and swordsmanship continued to inflict significant damage upon the ninjas of Sunagakure. Despite Hanzo's arduous struggle against Chiyo, Ebizo, and the third Kazekage, each of his summoned beast's toxic mist attacks claimed numerous lives among Sunagakure's ranks. Furthermore, with Hanzo's body flicker technique, the average Sunagakure ninja stood little chance against his onslaught. The ninjas of Sunagakure found themselves nearly instantaneously perishing under Hanzo's surprise assaults. Damn that Hanzo, he proves to be quite a formidable opponent, the third Kazekage exclaimed in frustration, surveying the casualty figures from Sunagakure. Summon Elder Chiyo and Elder Ebizo for a council, he commanded, placing the data file down and addressing the guards stationed at the entrance. Yes, Kazekage-sama. The Sunagakure ninjas responded in unison, promptly moving towards the direction of Elders Chiyo and Ebizo. Shortly thereafter, Chiyo and Ebizo arrived at the third Kazekage's office. Kazekage, what is the purpose of summoning us? Chiyo and her younger brother, Aiz, entered the office of the third Kazekage, their expressions grave as they inquired about the latest casualty reports. Here are the most recent figures, Elder Chiyo, Elder Aiz, the third Kazekage stated, coldly tossing a document towards Chiyo. Upon hearing the Kazekage's indifferent words, Elder Chiyo opened the data file and examined it with great scrutiny. Impossible. Did I not create an antidote for the poison of the salamander Hanzo? How could there still be so many fatalities due to his venom? Elder Chiyo exclaimed in disbelief as she gazed at the document in her hands. Let me take a look, I said, tugging nervously at his sister's sleeve and requesting the data from Chiyo. Upon hearing her brother's call, Chiyo promptly handed the document to Ice, allowing him to review it himself. After receiving the file, Ice studied it attentively. As expected of Salamander Hanzo, the devastation he has wrought is not dissimilar to the losses we incurred during our battle with Konoha, he remarked coolly. The recent skirmishes, coupled with the might of Salamander Hanzo, had resulted in damages surpassing those experienced during the conflict between Sunagakure and Konohagakure. Elders, what shall we do next? We cannot afford to sacrifice everything we have built over the years on the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the third Kazekage said, his expression dark as he regarded Chiyo and Ice. If we wish to alter the current situation, we must enlist the aid of one of the other 4 great shinobi villages to alleviate the conflict between Sunagakure and the Land of Rain. Ice replied calmly to the Kazekage. Elder Ice, please share your thoughts candidly. If your proposal holds merit, I shall ensure that the villagers execute your plan. The third Kazekage responded gravely. The only villages capable of intervening in the conflict between Sunagakure and the Land of Rain are Konoha and Iwagakure. Following the last Great Ninja War, Iwagakure suffered significant losses, making Konoha, a village situated in the prosperous regions of the ninja world, our best option. As explained with composure to the Kazekage, we could dispatch a contingent of water-style ninjas into the Land of Fire to wreak havoc, and simultaneously launch a surprise attack on the encampment previously established by Konoha along the border of the Land of Rain, eliminating all station ninjas. In light of such provocation, I cannot believe that Konoha would allow the Land of Rain to escape unscathed as they did last time. We could also establish communication with Iwagakure, he concluded. Even if the Rock Village and the Rain Village do not engage in warfare, at the very least, they can exert a degree of restraint on the ninjas from the Rain Village. We can entice the ninjas of the Rock Village to join the conflict against the Rain Country by appealing to their interests. Elder Ebi Zong chuckled coldly as he suggested this to the third Kazekage. Elder Ebi Zong, I find your idea quite agreeable. The entire village will heed your command. Devise a way to draw the Leaf Village into the war. Perhaps we can extract greater benefits from the Leaf Village than we could ever gain from the Rain Country. The third Kazekage nodded in satisfaction at Ebi Zhang's proposal. Very well, third Kazekage, I shall dispatch someone to carry out the task immediately. Ebi Zhang replied affirmatively upon hearing the third Kazekage's words. As Elder Chiyo and Ebi Zhang emerged from the third Kazekage's tent, Chiyo cast a serious gaze upon her brother. Ebi Zhang, you should not accept this mission, she admonished sternly. Sister, I am aware of your concerns. Yet I cannot simply stand by and watch our sand village face defeat. Ebi Zhang responded with a smile directed at his sister, Chiyo. Ebi Zhang was acutely aware that his machinations against the Leaf Village would undoubtedly draw their ire. The potential repercussions from the Leaf Village could very well cost him his life due to this endeavor. Nevertheless, his utmost desire was to ensure the survival and strength of the Sand Village. Very well, since you have made your decision, go forth. Your sister shall protect you from behind, Chiyo conceded, recognizing that her counsel would be of no avail against her brother's resolve. The 2 formidable figures would not allow their kin to perish at the hands of the Leaf Village's ninjas. Upon hearing his sister Chiyo's words, Ebi Zhang beamed with a childlike radiance, striding confidently ahead. In that moment, Ebi Zhang felt no fear, nor did he worry about potential leaks of their plans. He was determined to devise a meticulous strategy, both for his sister and for himself, in order to evade detection by the ninjas of Konohagakure. The assailants were not the Rain ninjas, but rather the Sand ninjas. This matter was not only crucial to his own safety, but also to the well-being of his sister and the entire Sand Village. In this moment, although Hiroso was brimming with power, the pressure weighing upon him was immense. Chapter 53, The Outrage of Konohagakure. Ever since Hiroso received the mission from the third Kazekage, he had been diligently selecting several ninjas from the Sand Village skilled in water release. Such ninjas were exceedingly rare in the Sand Village, especially those of Jonin rank. Upon identifying a few active ninjas from the Rain Village who had participated in battles against the Sand Village, Hiroso dispatched his water-release ninjas to the Land of Rain, instructing them to traverse the terrain and assault the camp of Konohagakure at the border of the Land of Rain. Ah, yet another day. I truly wonder what Lord Rian intended when he kept us here. A frustrated ninja from Konohagakure returned to his tent and expressed his thoughts to his comrades. Fear not, since Lord Rian has chosen to retain us, there must be a purpose to it. A member of the Hyuga clan replied with a smile. Oh, isn't that a member of your esteemed Hyuga clan? No wonder you place such trust in him, remarked a member of the Uchiha clan, rising with a dismissive demeanor towards the Hyuga ninja. Not at all. We merely received some discreet advice from Lord Rian before his departure. He indicated that the Sand Village would not persist in this solitary conflict against the Rain Village indefinitely. They would surely involve other great ninja villages in the war. If everyone were to retreat, the Sand Village would undoubtedly dispatch numerous spies into our land of fire. Our presence here renders us a target. Should the Sand Ninjas decide to scheme against us, they would inevitably seek us out to minimize their investment. At that point, I can utilize the summoning technique of the Divine Bridge to return us all to Konohagakure. However, before returning, it is imperative that we compel the attacking Sand Ninjas to reveal their true identities, providing evidence of their affiliation, such as corpses. Only then can Lord Rian and the Hokage devise plans to avenge us, the Hyuga ninja explained with a smile to the Uchiha ninja. Why do you behave this way? If you were aware of this all along, why didn't you inform us sooner? We've been here, anxious and believing there was nothing to be concerned about. The Uchiha ninja retorted, displeased by the remarks of the Hyuga clan member. Oh, it's not that I knew earlier. Just a couple of days ago, I inquired with our leader about how long we would remain here. And it was then that the leader informed me that the time was nearly up and shared this information with me. A member of the Hyuga clan, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and addressed a member of the Uchiha clan. Pray tell, do you think we, the ones who remain, were specifically chosen by Lord Hayashi? A member of the Aburame clan chimed in with a smile. Indeed, Lord Hayashi has indeed planned for this. Firstly, we are the reconnaissance team, capable not only of detecting enemies sooner but also of easily identifying evidence of their affiliation with Sunagakure during combat. Secondly, the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans. You are both exceptionally skilled in fire-style ninjutsu. Lord Hayashi stated that once they launch a surprise attack, we must utilize fire-style techniques to the utmost extent to incinerate our encampment. Now you understand why, when Lord Hayashi departed, he instructed those preparing to leave to fill the tents with straw, correct? The Hyuga clan member chuckled as he spoke to his comrade in the same tent. Ah, I truly hope the shinobi from Sunagakure arrives soon so we can engage in a grand battle. A member of the Uchiha clan exclaimed excitedly to all his companions in the tent after hearing the Hyuga's explanation. Suddenly, a shout rang out from outside the tent. Everyone, alert! Enemy attack! As several individuals animatedly discussed strategies for confronting the impending assault from Sunagakure, a group of excitedly rushed out of the tent. At the border of the Land of Fire, Chen An left behind a total of 18 individuals, comprising 3 reconnaissance teams and 3 fire-style squads. Fire-style, Great Fireball Technique. 3 Fire-style, Great Blaze Technique. 3 members of the Uchiha clan and 3 from the Sarutobi clan, upon witnessing the approaching ninjas, wasted no time and unleashed their potent fire techniques against the assailants. It was evident that the intruding ninjas from Sunagakure were oblivious to the fact that their actions had already been anticipated. In a fleeting moment of distraction, one of the Sunagakure ninjas found himself engulfed in a colossal inferno. Water-style, Raging Torrent. A water-style Jainin from Sunagakure hastily employed his technique to rescue his comrade from the flames. However, the reconnaissance team, consisting of members from the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, swiftly dispatched the attacking Sunagakure ninja. The Hyuga team leader promptly retrieved a sealing scroll from his vest and sealed the fallen ninja's body within it. With the intelligence secured, everyone prepared to retreat. The Hyuga clan leader called out loudly to the engaged ninjas of Konohagakure. Fire-style, Dragon Flame Technique. 3 Fire-style, Great Dragon Flame Technique. 3 Upon hearing the call, members of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans instantly unleashed their formidable fire techniques, igniting the entire Konohagakure outpost. The soaring flames illuminated a radius of at least 3,000 meters in a brilliant crimson hue. After executing their fire techniques, all members gathered around the Hyuga clan member, placing their hands upon his shoulders. Summoning technique, Spiritual Bridge. The Hyuga member performed a reverse hand seal for the summoning technique, and a grand summoning array materialized beneath them, transporting the ninjas of Konohagakure back to their village. The 18 ninjas stationed at the border of the Land of Rain suddenly returned to Konohagakure, hastily bringing with them the body of the slain Sunagakure Jainin to the Hokage's office. After presenting the Sunagakure ninja's body to the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly summoned members of the Yamanaka clan to conduct a memory extraction from the deceased ninja. He ordered the gathering of clan leaders and elders, including Hyuga Hayashi, Hatake Tsukumo, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade Senju, in preparation for an emergency meeting. Upon receiving the intelligence extracted from the deceased ninja's memories, Sarutobi Hiruzen, his expression grave, called out to the Umbu members. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu ninjas stationed at the Hokage's office promptly set off in various directions to summon different individuals for the meeting. Upon receiving the clandestine communication from the dark side ninja, Chen An stood up, filled with exhilaration. He had not anticipated that a trivial stratagem he had previously devised would prove to be so effective. He had contemplated how to maximize benefits in the event of an assault on the Sand Ninja village. Now it seemed his plan had borne fruit. The next step was strategizing how to confront the Sand Ninja village. If executed adeptly, there was a possibility that the next third great ninja war would unfold without any involvement from the Sand Ninja village. Chen An leapt high, swiftly dashing towards the Hokage Tower. Chapter 54. The War Strategy Against Sunagakure. Everyone. This is the intelligence extracted from the mind of the assailant who just attacked our Konoha outpost on the border of the Rain Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared solemnly. Holding a scroll in the conference room of the Hokage Tower, addressing all the clan leaders, elders, and distinguished shinobi of Konoha. How audacious. The audacity of Sunagakure is beyond measure. Just recently, they were utterly defeated in the last shinobi war, and yet, they dare to strike at our Konoha. They cannot even conquer a mere rain village, yet they have the gall to challenge us. It is utterly outrageous. Let us march against Sunagakure and demonstrate the might of Konoha. As the intelligence circulated among them, the clan leaders of Konoha were filled with indignation. The weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages has dared to attack Konoha, an act of sheer audacity. Hokage-sama, from which direction shall we launch our assault on Sunagakure? Nara Shikaku, the head of the Nara clan, inquired curiously of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I propose that we advance through the Rain Country, joining forces with the Rain Village ninjas to wage a grand battle against the ninjas of Sunagakure, making them pay for their transgressions, Shimura Danzo exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in anger. What does everyone else think? Sarutobi Hiruzen, ignoring Danzo's outburst, turned earnestly to the assembly of Konoha shinobi. I believe we should not launch our attack from the Rain Country. Chen An, who had prepared a counter-proposal, stood up and smiled at the assembly. Oh, and do you already have a plan? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes brightened at the sight of Chen An rising, and he inquired with a smile. Indeed, Hokage-sama, I have formulated a strategy. Chen An nodded and smiled as he replied to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since you already have a plan, do share it with us. We are eager to hear what you have in mind. Sarutobi, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed Chen An. Our target for the offensive should not be the Land of Rain. Engaging in battle within its territory against the village of Killing could potentially incite hostility from Hanzo the Salamander towards our Hidden Leaf village. Moreover, direct confrontation would likely result in significant casualties while yielding minimal gains. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I believe that engaging in a head-on battle would be a grave error. Instead, we should form a small team comprised of a reconnaissance unit, a fire release squad, and an earth release squad, entering the Land of Wind from the Land of Rivers to systematically disrupt the oases within. The Land of Wind is already impoverished by infiltrating from the Land of Rivers. We can establish a second battlefield there. The Sand Village would be unable to contend with our assault while simultaneously waging war in the Land of Rain. When the time comes, we can issue a notice to the ninja world, demanding an apology and reparations from the Sand Village. This way, not only would the Hidden Leaf Village incur minimal losses, but such an operation would also be considerably safer for our ninjas compared to direct confrontations on the battlefield. Chen An eloquently expounded his plans to the third Hokage and the elders of various clans. Haha, good day. You truly deserve the title of the wisest in our Hidden Leaf Village, exclaimed Sarutobi Hiruzen, rising from his seat in excitement after hearing Chen An's proposals. Haha, esteemed Hokage. You flatter me excessively. I merely possess a broad vision. The finer details must be entrusted to individuals like clan head Nara, or else my words alone may remain unexecuted. Upon receiving the title of the village's foremost sage, Chen An did not allow himself to be overly elated. Instead, he calmly shifted the conversational focus to the Nara clan leader, urging him to meticulously arrange the specifics of the plan. Very well, clan head Nara. You have heard the outline of my strategy. Please deliberate on the finer details, so we may hasten our deployment and avert any unforeseen complications. Understood, Hokage-sama. We shall proceed with meticulous planning in accordance with your strategy, replied clan head Nara, smiling as he acknowledged Sarutobi Hiruzen's endorsement of Chen An's plan. Subsequently, clan head Nara began to organize the details of Chen An's proposal. The Fire Release Team, Earth Release Team, and reconnaissance team swiftly took shape, following Nara's suggestions. Chen An, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi, you five shall serve as commanders on the battlefield in the Land of Wind. Establish a base in Kaiki City to ensure logistical support for the ninjas entering the Land of Wind to carry out their missions. Do you understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the five with a serious demeanor once all personnel for the battlefield were arranged. Yes, Hokage-sama, we shall not fail in our mission. Chen An and his companions rose to their feet, solemnly assuring Sarutobi Hiruzen. Very well, esteemed clan leaders. Tomorrow, gather at the Hokage building to prepare the necessary supplies for war. You have 3 days. After 3 days, the entire army will set forth towards Kaiki City. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed all the clan leaders and elders present with a grave expression. Yes, we shall dutifully obey the Hokage's command, the members of the meeting replied in unison, rising to acknowledge him. At the Sand Ninja Village camp, a tense atmosphere prevailed. What? You say that Jiro was killed and taken back to Konohagakure by their ninja? Ael Zong glared sternly at the Sand Ninja who had been blackened by flames, the captain of the squad tasked with the attack on the Konohagakure camp, demanding answers. Indeed. Lord Ael Zong. The ninja at the Konohagakure camp seemed to anticipate our ambush. Upon encountering them, they unleashed a large-scale fire release technique. Within mere moments, Jiro was forcibly killed by the Konohagakure ninja and sealed within a scroll for transport. They left, and you did not pursue them? Ael Zong shouted in frustration at the squad leader of the Sand Ninja. We wished to pursue, but the Konohagakure ninja used an extensive fire release technique, igniting the entire camp. By the time we charged in, it was already deserted. I suspect the Konohagakure ninja utilized summoning or some form of space-time ninjutsu to escape. The captain of the Sand Ninja expressed helplessly to Ael Zong. Damn it. If Jiro's body falls into the hands of Konohagakure, they will undoubtedly seize his memories and retaliate against our Sand Ninja village. Ael Zong slammed his fist onto the nearby table, creating a deep dent. Enough. You may leave now. I must consult with the third Kazekage about our next course of action. Ael Zong waved his hand, dismissing the captain of the squad and turned towards the tent of the third Kazekage. Upon arriving outside the Kazekage's tent, Ael Zong paused, uncertain of how to convey the matter to the third Kazekage. Chapter 55, The Sand Ninja's Prevarication. Ael Zong stood at the entrance of the third Kazekage's grand tent for a moment, gritting his teeth before stepping inside. Kazekage. The mission to attack the Konohagakure outpost has failed, Ael Zong said, his head bowed, filled with regret. Failed? How can this be? The third Kazekage, who had been reviewing the latest supplies delivered from the village and the recovery status of various wounded soldiers, looked up in disbelief upon hearing Ael Zong's words. It is true, Lord Kazekage. It seems Konohagakure anticipated our ambush and left a portion of their ninja to guard the camp, Ael Zong reported apologetically. Not only did we fail to entice the Hidden Leaf Village to wage war against the Land of Rain, but it is now highly probable that the Hidden Leaf Village may turn their aggression towards us. Ebby Zong struggled to voice his concerns to the third Kazekage, exclaiming, Damn it, how could we be so careless? What evidence do they have against us from the Hidden Leaf Village? The third Kazekage, filled with fury, rose abruptly and began pacing back and forth, directing his ire towards Ebby Zong. The body of the ninja Jiro, sent on a mission, has been intercepted by the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Ebby Zong said, lowering his head with great difficulty. Ebby Zong, you are to immediately issue a statement proclaiming that Jiro has defected from our sand village and is no longer one of our shinobi. Furthermore, apprehend Jiro's family and deliver them to the Hidden Leaf Village. We must absolutely deny any association with Jiro, the third Kazekage commanded. Contemplating the situation deeply as he stood before the table, clenching his teeth in determination. Upon hearing the third Kazekage's words, Ebby Zong raised his head in astonishment, unable to believe the ruthlessness of his superior. It was unexpected for the third Kazekage to so readily sacrifice the villagers of their own village. Though Jiro's mission had failed, it was undertaken in service of the village. Now, in light of this failure, the third Kazekage had resolved to send out Jiro's family. Such a harsh decision indeed. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Ebby Zong ultimately chose to comply with the third Kazekage's orders, bowing his head in acceptance of the task. He was to promptly dispatch reconnaissance ninjas to the borders of the Wind Country, ever vigilant for the potential point of attack from the Hidden Leaf Village. You are not to engage in battle during this period. Return to the village to manage internal affairs and ensure there are no disturbances, the third Kazekage calmly instructed. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Ebizong replied with a serious expression as he accepted the mission and swiftly returned to the Sand Village. With the full mobilization of the Hidden Leaf Village, a substantial force quickly assembled. With members of the Hyuga clan among them, the squad from the Hidden Leaf Village surged into the Wind Country with remarkable speed, wreaking havoc across its various oases. The reconnaissance team swiftly identified the oases, maintaining vigilance to prevent surprise attacks from the Sand Village ninjas. Fire-release ninjas were tasked with incinerating all vegetation within the oases, while earth-release ninjas worked to sink the fertile soil of the oases, allowing surrounding sands to flow in and redirecting the water sources elsewhere. The reconnaissance team then continued their search for the next oasis. When a small team found themselves utterly exhausted, they ultimately relied on the Hyuga clan's Shinto bridge summoning technique to return to Konoha village for recuperation. While the assault team dismantled the oasis, Konoha village promptly issued a declaration of war against Sunagakure. Konoha disseminated information to various ninja villages regarding the attack by Sunagakure's ninjas on their camp. At the moment this intelligence was dispatched, Konoha officially stepped into the Land of Wind. However, true to its reputation as one of the 5 great ninja villages, Sunagakure responded merely 7 days later to the incident involving the attack on Konoha's camp. In their reply, they characterized the captured ninjas from Konoha as rogue ninjas and, rather audaciously, demanded compensation for the destruction of the oasis in the Land of Wind. Ha ha ha, good morning. Look at the intelligence we just received, Jiraiya exclaimed, entering with Orochimaru. Sunagakure actually rebuts that the aforementioned Suru is a rogue ninja, not one of their own, and they still expect us to compensate them. Surely, the information cannot be as scant as that. He remarked, there must be more to the story regarding this rogue ninja. Chen An listened to Jiraiya's words and smiled as he inquired. It is not that there is no option, but they insist on handing over that fellow named Zilong's family to our Konoha village for us to deal with. Upon hearing Chen An's question, Jiraiya replied with a mocking expression. Is that so? In that case, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, please inform everyone to withdraw all Konoha ninjas who have entered the Land of Wind. Remaining in the Land of Wind may pose imminent danger. Chen An smiled at Jiraiya's words, recalling the character Yakura from the original story, who was abandoned by the Sand Ninja village and handed over to the Mist Ninja as a bargaining chip for peace. Are we to retreat so soon? Wouldn't that be too lenient on the Sand Ninja village? Orochimaru looked at Chen An in confusion. To withdraw everyone in just a week's time is somewhat perplexing, he remarked. There is no need for doubt. We can proceed with the negotiations thereafter. If the Sand Ninja village does not provide compensation, we are under no obligation to compensate the village of murderers. Chen An smiled as he spoke to Orochimaru. Although continuing to wreak havoc in the Land of Wind would undoubtedly yield greater rewards, it would inevitably force the ninjas of Sunagakure into a corner, compelling them to withdraw their forces from the battlefield in the Land of Rain and focus their efforts solely on confronting Konohagakure. However, should he take a step back and lay all conditions bare, Sunagakure would likely cling to the hope of bargaining, continually tugging at Konohagakure. As the war progressed and the losses mounted for Sunagakure, they would inevitably be compelled to offer material compensation when they could no longer bear the toll of personnel losses. In this manner, Konohagakure would not only secure ample resources but also minimize their own losses. Orochimaru, upon hearing Chen An's words, nodded in understanding. Wait, Chen An. What do you mean? Jiraiya, witnessing Orochimaru's nod, inquired with evident irritation. Is your head merely ornamental? Hearing Jiraiya's question, Chen An shook his head in exasperation and explained the reasoning behind his strategy. Ah, so it is to prevent Sunagakure from acting out of desperation, Jiraiya realized. Nodding in comprehension as he addressed Chen in Chapter 56, the arrival of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Damn it. Konohagakure has actually destroyed the oases within the Land of Wind. How utterly detestable, grumbled Hyuga, who had just received news from a ninja of Sunagakure reporting that the ninjas of Konohagakure had advanced into the Land of Wind without targeting any people, yet were rampantly destroying the region's oases. Many of these oases had lost their capacity for cultivation under the assault of the Konohagakure ninjas, which infuriated Hyuga. Fortunately, a prior communique had already been dispatched, and Hyuga had resolved to use the family of Jur as leverage to negotiate peace with Konohagakure. Though uncertain of the success of this negotiation, a glimmer of hope resided within him. After all, Hashirama Senju, the founder of Konohagakure, had offered the tailed beasts, formidable weapons of war, for sale to the other 4 great ninja villages in pursuit of peace. And he could only hope that their descendants would facilitate this negotiation. Send someone to ascertain whether Konohagakure is willing to negotiate. Hai Lao commanded the Umbu of Sunagakure at the door, his voice cold. Yes, Elder, the Umbu replied promptly before dashing swiftly out of Sunagakure. One cannot deny the strength of Sunagakure. As the ninjas of Konohagakure began to withdraw from the Land of Wind, following Chen An's counsel, they were spotted by the Umbu of Sunagakure. The Umbu quickly returned to their village. Elder, the ninjas of Konohagakure have begun their retreat from the Land of Wind. But we have yet to receive specific information regarding negotiations, reported the Umbu, half kneeling before Hai Lao. What? You say the ninjas of Konohagakure are retreating? Excellent, excellent. It appears that the ninjas of Konohagakure are amenable to negotiations, which is indeed a positive development. Upon learning that the ninjas from the Leaf Village have begun to retreat, Ebizong realized this indicated their willingness to engage in dialogue. Seizing this opportunity might allow for a potential assault on the Wind Country, possibly resulting in some form of compensation for the issues concerning the oasis. Although Ebizong understood that such a chance was exceedingly slim, the retreat of the Konohagakure ninjas ignited within him a flicker of hope. Could there be a possibility for further advancement? Hurry. Dispatch more individuals. We must ascertain when Konohagakure intends to initiate negotiations. Ebizong urged the Umbu of Sunagakure with palpable excitement. Remember to send someone to the battlefield in the Land of Rain to relay this information to Lord Kazekage. Ebizong's heart brimmed with joy, despite his previous mission's failure. The conduct of the Leaf Village instilled a sense of exhilaration regarding the future of Sunagakure. 3 days later, all ninjas from Konohagakure had retreated to Kaiki City, and the citizens of Hinokuni had also returned. Should an announcement be made to summon the people of Sunagakure for negotiations? After the return of all ninjas from the Leaf Village, Chen An, Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi Hitaki convened to deliberate on their forthcoming actions. As soon as they gathered, Tsunade eagerly turned to Chen An and inquired, I believe we should wait a few more days, allowing the ninjas of Sunagakure to simmer down. What do you think? Although aware that disputes with the ninjas of Sunagakure lay ahead, Chen An pondered whether they should let the ninjas of the village of the Bloody Mist cool off a bit, to avoid any potential demands that could arise later. Nevertheless, an announcement should be issued promptly. The timing for the negotiations can be adjusted, but the announcement must be made in advance, Tsunade reflected before addressing Chen An. Indeed. Let us proceed with the announcement. Postponing the negotiation time, Jiraiya concurred with Tsunade, nodding in agreement. Very well then, we shall proceed as you suggest, Chen An replied. Chen An was uncertain whether issuing a public announcement would serve to expose others, yet since Tsunade and the others had spoken, he decided to proceed. Shortly thereafter, the frontline base of Konoha Village in the city of Kikyo issued a proclamation, consenting to engage in peace talks with the Sand Shinobi Village, to be held in Kikyo. Upon receiving Konoha's announcement, the Sand Shinobi swiftly prepared various necessities and promptly made their way to Kikyo. In less than a day, Elder HZ from the Sand Shinobi arrived in Kikyo with Jur-S family in tow. Greetings, I am HZ, the Elder of the Sand Shinobi Village. Here to negotiate with your Konoha Village, HZ proclaimed loudly at the gates of Kikyo, addressing the stationed Konoha ninja. Hello. But the time for negotiations has yet to arrive. Please return in a couple of days, replied the Konoha ninja stationed at the entrance, his expression icy. However, HZ immediately discerned that this Konoha ninja was not merely reluctant to negotiate. Rather, they intended to delay him to secure more advantageous conditions for Konoha. What is the meaning of this, Konoha? Do you not wish to engage in talks? Are you attempting to toy with us? Recognizing this, HZ swiftly signaled to a nearby ninja, who promptly leaped up and shouted loudly to the crowd. Instantly, the gates of Kikyo echoed with the clamor of both Sand Shinobi and Konoha ninjas. You Konoha have intruded upon our Land of Wind, disturbing our oases. Do you seek battle with us, the Sand Shinobi? The uproar caught the attention of Chen An and others. What is the matter with the Sand Shinobi? Are they seeking to incite trouble? They murmured in frustration upon hearing the commotion. No, they are merely putting on a show for us, Chen An replied. I regret not following your advice, Tsunade. It would have been prudent to wait a week before issuing the announcement to the Sand Shinobi. Tsunade expressed her sincere apologies to Chen An. I am truly sorry. It is quite all right, Tsunade. You are not infallible. Mistakes are to be expected. Chen An cast a cold smile at Hai Lao Tsong. He was eager to witness what kind of theatrics the ninjas of Sand Ninja Village could present during this war. Let us proceed to greet this elder from Sand Ninja Village and see what he has to offer. Chen An smiled at Orochimaru and, after speaking, strode confidently towards the entrance of Kaiki City. Hello, may I inquire if you are Elder HZ of the Sand Village? Chen An calmly addressed Elder Hai Lao Zong. who noticed the leader of Konoha village had arrived. He gestured for the sand shinobi to quiet down and turned his gaze towards Chen An. Greetings. I am Elder Hai Lao Zong of the Sand Village. I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 57. The Wrathful Sand Shinobi. Greetings. I am Elder Hai Lao Zang of the Sand Village. I look forward to your guidance. With a smile, Elder Hai Lao Zang extended his hand towards Chen An. Hello. Elder Hai Lao Zong. In response, Chen An calmly shook Hai Lao Zang's hand and replied with a smile. Now that the representatives of the Sand Village have arrived, please come in. Chen An waved and smiled at the crowd from Sunagakure. With that, he took the lead and guided the people of Sunagakure into the heart of Kaiki City. Chen An said little during the journey, smiling as he led the members of the Sand Ninja Village into a conference room in the Kaiki City, where they sat down face to face. Now that the representatives of the Sand Ninja Village have arrived, let us commence our discussion. Chen An cast a playful glance at Hebizang, his eyes brimming with intrigue. Sensing the shift in Chen An's demeanor, Hebizang felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, an ominous premonition rising within him. He exchanged a cautious glance with the nearby Sand Village ninja before tentatively speaking up. We sincerely apologize for the attack by our rogue ninja on your village's outpost. However, the actions of the Leaf Village have been utterly excessive. You have dispatched personnel into the Land of Wind and have brazenly persecuted the oases within its borders. For this transgression alone, I must request compensation from Lord Chen An. Hebizang's expression was grave, his indignation directed squarely at Chen An beside him. Tsunade Shinja felt a surge of frustration, eager to rise and contest the claims. Observing this, Hebizang paused, preparing to hear what the Leaf Village had to say. Yet, Chen An, with a serene smile, gently pressed Tsunade's shoulder, silencing her. Why, my lord? Have you ceased your remarks? Please feel free to elaborate, he encouraged, as Tsunade's desire to interject had interrupted Hebizang's declaration. Noticing Hebizang's silence, Chen An gestured for him to continue. Our village has resolved to hand over the family of the rogue ninja Jiro to the Leaf Village for their complete handling. However, we do not agree with the remaining compensation issues. Moreover, to our knowledge, the Leaf Village's ninjas suffered no harm. The actions taken by the Leaf Village were egregious, thus necessitating compensation. This is the compensation standard we propose, and we hope your village will find it acceptable. As he spoke, Hebizang produced a document outlining the compensation details to present. However, Chen An did not accept it. Instead, he smiled and prepared to respond. Lord Hebizang, your statements are rather irresponsible. Firstly, the rogue ninja Jiro from the Sand Village issued his attack on our outpost before your village even released the rogue ninja notice. Regardless of whether Jiro is indeed a rogue ninja or not, your village bears responsibility for mismanagement and inadequate notification. Chen An gazed steadily at Hai Lao Zong, his expression resolutely directed towards him. Yet, in response to Chen An's assertions, Hai Lao Zong found himself at a loss for words. Furthermore, who claims that my ninjas emerged unscathed? Our village stationed a total of 18 ninjas at the border of the Land of Rain. Among them were 3 elite jonin from the Hyuga clan, 3 from the Uchiha clan, 3 from the Saratobi clan, 3 from the Yamanaka clan, and 3 from the Inazuka clan, each a member of Konoha's esteemed ninja families. This included 6 elite jonin, 6 regular jonin, and 6 special jonin. All 18 ninjas perished in the inferno. We merely adhered to the teachings of our past Hokages, refraining from initiating conflict, yet we do not shy away from war. Thus, from any perspective, your village must compensate our village for the loss of these 18 jonin. Otherwise, our village shall inevitably engage in a fierce battle with yours. 18 jonin. Among them, 3 are my cherished friends and brothers. I fail to comprehend how your village has come to the conclusion that not a single one of ours perished. Such a vast fire consumed the entire camp, and yet you dare to assert that Konoha suffered no losses. Chen An, filled with righteous indignation, unleashed a furious tirade against Kai Lao Zong of the Sand Ninja Village, leaving him momentarily speechless. Impossible, absolutely impossible, Kai Lao Zong bellowed as he rose to his feet. But suddenly recollecting something, he slumped back down in despair, just as Chen An had articulated. If it were not for the attack launched by his own village on the Konoha camp, he could not possibly fathom the circumstances surrounding the remaining ninjas stationed there. However, since he had stated that the ninjas of Konoha had suffered no injuries, it unequivocally indicated that the assailants on the Konoha camp were indeed ninjas from the Sand Village. Ah, how remarkable. Truly, the youth are formidable, Kai Lao Zhang remarked, acknowledging the prowess of a ninja from Konoha as a significant fortune for the village. After taking a moment to recalibrate his emotions, he fixed a frosty gaze upon Chen An and continued, Indeed, Lord Kai Lao Zong, I am but an ordinary ninja from Konoha. My village has suffered the loss of 18 jonin, and the Sand Village must compensate for this. Furthermore, we shall not concede a single coin for the devastation inflicted upon the oasis of the Land of Wind. I trust you will comprehend this. Chen An smiled humbly at Hai Lao and said, since your village has no intention of negotiation, we shall take our leave. Hai Lao rose, his anger directed at Chen An. After speaking, he led the ninjas of Suna village towards the exit. Lord Hai Lao, please halt. What does your village mean by this? Is it a complete disregard for peace, a reckless desire to bring about chaos? Chen An abruptly rose to his feet and vociferously questioned the group led by Hai Lao. When our village previously received a request for peace negotiations from your esteemed village, we promptly summoned all the ninjas from Konohagakure back home. Following the complete recall of our ninjas, we swiftly reached out to your village to initiate peace talks. Given your village's current demeanor, should I interpret this as an indication that you intend to engage in armed conflict with us? Chen An, filled with indignation, slammed his hand upon the table and directed a pointed inquiry towards Hai Lao. Observing this scene, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru could not stifle their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hai Lao froze momentarily, taken aback. He had never anticipated that the performance he had just staged at the gates of Kikyo City would ultimately turn against him like a double-edged sword. Suppressing his fury, he reluctantly turned around and, with gritted teeth, addressed Chen An. Your Excellency Hinata, our village's ninjas have traveled overnight from Sunagakure and are utterly fatigued. Might we request accommodations for them to rest before we reconvene for discussions? Despite the barely concealed irritation in Hai Lao's tone, Chen An felt a surge of delight within, though his countenance remained inscrutable. Oh, so your village wishes to rest. Very well, very well. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, please arrange lodgings for the esteemed ninjas of Sunagakure. Since we cannot engage in discussions today, let us continue our discourse tomorrow. Chen An diligently addressed Orochimaru and Jiraiya beside him. Very well, we shall proceed to arrange accommodations for the esteemed guests of the Sand Village. Jiraiya, with a smile, rose and replied to Chen An. After exchanging pleasantries, Jiraiya and Orochimaru led the entourage from the Sand Village outside. As soon as the group departed, Tsunade approached with palpable excitement. Good day. You are truly remarkable. With just a few words, you managed to ensnare the people of the Sand Village. Tsunade gazed at Chen An with admiration, her enthusiasm evident. Haha, Tsunade, it is nothing extraordinary. I merely seized upon a flaw in the argument of the elderly sage. After all, he was the one who spoke so impolitely. Chen An waved his hand and smiled as he addressed Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Senior SHM. I kindly ask for your assistance this evening. Please lead the reconnaissance team to ensure that all ninjas from Sunagakure are kept under close watch, preventing any potential sabotage to our encampment. Chen An turned to Shikamaru, who was seated beside him, and spoke with a smile, rest assured. The Sand Village is under my vigilant watch. I will not allow them to orchestrate any disturbances. Shikamaru, upon hearing Chen An's directive, responded with a grin, still entranced by the profound impact of Chen An's words. It was astonishing how, in just a few brief sentences, Chen An had transformed the outcome of the negotiations by a complete 180 degrees. Noticing that Shikamaru had no further inquiries, Chen An rose and exited the conference room. Chapter 58, Scorch Release. Leaf Storehouse. Although Chen An was engaged in negotiations with the Sand Village, he harbored no intentions of reaching any agreements. He understood that the conditions he proposed would be utterly unacceptable to the Sand Village. Furthermore, a confrontation between the Sand Village and the Leaf Village was inevitable. His aim in feigning a desire for reconciliation was to cultivate the perception that the Leaf Village was a proponent of peace, reluctant to engage in hostilities with other ninja villages. This strategy was crucial for diminishing the animosity that other villages harbored towards the Leaf Village during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. Otherwise, given the advantageous position of the Leaf Village within the Land of Fire, it would be all too simple for the four major ninja villages to launch a coordinated assault, resulting in catastrophic losses for the Leaf Village. That must be the descendant of that ninja named Jiro, brought by the Sand Village. As Chen An continued his leisurely stroll, he suddenly noticed a steel cage had inexplicably appeared in an open area of Kaiki City. Inside the cage were 6 individuals, visibly exhausted, a sight that seemed to have materialized from nowhere. After a moment of contemplation, Chen An discerned that the individual in question must be a relative of the fallen Sand Village ninja, Jiro, who had met his demise at the hands of the Leaf Village ninjas. Indeed, it is the family of the traitorous Jiro from the Sand Village, here to seek retribution. replied a Leaf Village ninja assigned to guard duty, bowing respectfully in response to Chen An's inquiry. Prepare some provisions to offer them. Please inquire about their names, particularly that of the young girl. Chen An smiled gently and instructed the ninjas of Konoha nearby. Although the ninja named Jiro had met his end at the hands of the Konoha ninjas, the village had merely destroyed a camp, witnessing the pitiable state of those individuals. Chen An, feeling a sense of compassion, requested the Konoha ninjas to prepare food for them. Most importantly, he felt an inexplicable familiarity with the little girl among them, though he could not recall her identity. Soon, a Konoha ninja approached the iron cage, expressionless, holding a platter of sumptuous dishes, and placed the food inside. "This is a command from Lord Rian. Please partake," he said to the individuals in the cage, then turned and departed. Chen An observed the items already consumed by the other party, and with a smile, returned to his own office. Before long, a ninja stealthily arrived at Chen An's workspace. "Lord Rian has already gone to investigate. The young girl's name is Yetsong," reported the calm ninja from Konoha village to Chen An. "What? Are you certain her name is Yetsong?" Chen An, taken aback, turned to the ninja beside him and inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed, the girl is named Yetsong." The ninja from Konoha, observing Chen An's astonishment, cautiously replied, "Is there something amiss, Lord Rian?" Noticing that Chen An remained silent for an extended period, the Konoha ninja tentatively asked again, "Oh, there is no issue. You may take your leave." Glancing at the anxious Konoha ninja beside him, Chen An waved his hand, signaling for the ninja to withdraw. Chen An never anticipated that his transformation would turn Yetsong, the future wielder of the scorch release from Sunagakure, into a bargaining chip for peace. However, he was puzzled. He distinctly remembered Yetsong's hair being a blend of yellow and green. Yet the girl before him had only green tresses. Could this be a mutation stemming from her future mastery of the scorch release? Contemplating this enigma, Chen An reclined leisurely on his bed. Nevertheless, now that Yetsong was in his possession, there was no way he would return her to Sunagakure. The negotiations the following day promised to be intriguing. At dawn the next day, after a night of rest, Kai Lao Zong, urged by the ninjas of Konohagakure, once again made his way to the conference room to resume the discussions. However, this time, Chen An was far from interested in listening to Kai Lao Zhang's incessant prattle. He had seized upon one undeniable fact. His side had suffered the loss of 18 ninjas. And regardless of whether the attacks were initiated by Sunagakure or were merely retaliations from rogue ninjas, Sunagakure bore the responsibility to compensate Konohagakure. No matter how Kai Lao Zhang attempted to justify the actions of the rogue ninjas or sought other excuses, Chen An relentlessly undermined his confidence by reiterating this point. "I have stated that Sunagakure will not offer any compensation for this matter. If that is unacceptable, then let us prepare for war," Kai Lao Zhang declared, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of anger as he threatened Chen An. "Let it be war then. Do you truly believe that Konohagakure fears you?" Chen An retorted disdainfully, rising to confront Kai Lao Zhang with equal fervor. "Very well, let us engage in battle," Kai Lao Zhang coldly replied, rising and departing with the ninjas of Sunagakure. Upon exiting, Kai Lao Zhang intended to take Tsukiro's family back with him. "Halt. They're the family of Tsukiro, who is a key figure in this impending conflict. We will never allow you to take them away." Chen An coldly interjected as he approached the iron cage holding Tsukiro's relatives. "On what grounds?" "There are people from Sunagakure." A nearby ninja from Sunagakure shouted angrily at Chen An. "Oh, is that so? Then tell me, are there father, son, and husband rogue ninjas who attacked our Konohagakure camp? Or are they indeed your Sunagakure ninjas?" Chen An sneered as he questioned the ninja from Sunagakure. Although no compensation was obtained, the acquisition of Yekong, a remarkable ninja destined to master the art of scorch release, was, in Chen An's view, a significant gain for Konohagakure. "All right, let us return," Ebisuzawa said coldly to the ninja from Sunagakure. He had not anticipated that even in the face of a failed negotiation, the people of Konohagakure would remain unwilling to relinquish Jiro's family. It appeared that Jiro's family could no longer be brought back to Sunagakure. Observing Ebisuzawa's demeanor, a subtle smile crept across Chen An's lips. "We hope that Lord Ebisuzawa will take note that Konohagakure is a village that cherishes peace. And we trust that your choices will not lead to future regret." Chen An smiled as he spoke to Hai Lao Zhang, remarking, "Our Sand Ninja village will not have any regrets." Hai Lao Zhang, with a disdainful remark, turned and departed from Kikyo City, making his way back to the Sand Ninja village. Observing his departure, smiles appeared on the faces of Senju Tsunade and the others. "Knighton, aren't you concerned that our relentless pressure might provoke an all-out war with the Sand Ninja village?" Jiraiya inquired curiously of Chun and Jiraiya. The conflict between our Konoha village and the Sand Ninja village is inevitable. All we can do is strive to ensure that the people of Konoha remain unharmed for the time being. Chen An turned around and smiled at Jiraiya, saying, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves. We may soon find ourselves engaged in a grand battle with the Sand Ninja village. However, rest assured, we shall not be defeated." With a smile, Chen An addressed Jiraiya and the others, saying, "Good day. Is it truly impossible to avert war?" Jiraiya, feeling quite disheartened, replied to Chen An, "Indeed. If only we had acquiesced to the Sand Ninja village earlier, perhaps we could have avoided this impending conflict." Beside them, Tsunade, her spirits low, inquired of Chen An. Tsunade, "Jiraiya, war is an inescapable fate, yet we possess the ability to mitigate its magnitude. Our current engagement with the Sand Ninja village serves the purpose of ensuring that any future conflicts are less extensive. It is better to deliver a single decisive blow than to endure countless retaliations. Should other ninja villages perceive us as easy targets, they will undoubtedly initiate further hostilities against us. Therefore, the guiding principle for our Leaf village is this: we shall not strike first. But any aggression directed towards us will be met with our most formidable response. Do you understand?" Chen An cast a serious gaze towards Tsunade and Jiraiya, simultaneously cautioning Orochimaru and Kakashi. "Indeed, we comprehend." Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi responded, their hearts ignited with fervor upon hearing Chen An's words. "By the way, send someone to escort the family of that individual named Jiro back to Konoha. Inform Lord Hokage, so that they may join our village and become citizens of Konoha." Chen An was about to turn and leave, preparing for the ensuing battle, when a thought of Yutsong suddenly crossed his mind. He turned back and addressed Tsunade and the other three, saying, "All right, we understand. Good day." Upon hearing Chen An's command, Tsunade smiled and replied, "Understood." Chapter 59. The Sand Ninjas prepare for battle, having failed to negotiate peace with the Hidden Leaf village. Hyuga swiftly communicated with the third Kazekage upon returning to the Sand village. On the battlefield of the Land of Rain, the third Kazekage furrowed his brow upon receiving the message from Hyuga. "What shall we do with this Hyuga? Nothing seems to succeed for him. Send someone to find Elder Chiyo," he ordered coldly to the Umbu of the Sand village. Soon, Elder Chiyo arrived at the third Kazekage's office, summoned by the Umbu. "Lord Kazekage, you summoned me for something?" Chiyo entered with a serious expression, bowing slightly to the third Kazekage. "Elder Chiyo, the peace negotiations with the Hidden Leaf village have failed. I must return to the village to oversee matters there. After all, it is the foremost of the 5 great villages, and I may need to take charge of the battlefield in the Hidden Leaf," the third Kazekage said with evident reluctance. "Very well, I understand, Lord Kazekage. You may proceed with confidence. I will take charge of the battlefield here," Elder Chiyo replied, grasping the implications of her brother's failed negotiations. "Then, Elder Chiyo, please temper your offensive actions over the next few days. The battlefield in the Land of Rain can afford to retreat slightly," the third Kazekage advised with concern. "Rest assured, Lord Kazekage, even if I were to perish here, I would never allow the interests of our Wind Country to suffer," Elder Chiyo assured him with a grave expression. Seeing her resolve, the third Kazekage nodded in satisfaction. After exchanging a few more words, he swiftly returned to the Sand Village with a contingent of Umbu ninjas. Upon his return, the third Kazekage quickly learned the full details of the negotiation process. It appeared that the Hidden Leaf village was still willing to negotiate, albeit unwilling to relinquish their interests. The third Kazekage let out a sigh of relief, finally allowing a faint smile to grace his face. "Indeed, Lord Kazekage, but we cannot simply give away our interests without compensation," Hyuga said helplessly. "That is of no concern, Elder Hyuga. As long as we present ourselves ready to fight to the death against the Hidden Leaf village, they will surely abandon the demands for compensation to preserve their ninjas," the third Kazekage replied confidently. "What do you mean by fighting to the death? Surely, we in the Sand Village would suffer grave losses as well." Ibiz gazed at the third Kazekage in bewilderment, uncertain of the meaning behind the phrase "fight to the death" that the third Kazekage had employed. "We can take Shikaku onto the battlefield," the third Kazekage spoke softly. "What do you mean by taking Shikaku?" Ibiz exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, we shall bring Shikaku. Although it is the weakest among the 9-tailed beasts, it is still a tailed beast. Its power far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, does it not? It will undoubtedly exhibit formidable lethality on the battlefield. If we can inflict damage upon Konohagakure, their ninjas will certainly agree to our terms for peace negotiations. Furthermore, we might even use Shikaku to threaten Konohagakure. compelling them to send a portion of their ninjas to the battlefield in the Land of Rain. Perhaps this could alleviate some of the pressure we face there. The third Kazekage confidently stated to Ibis. Is that so? Then let us take Shikaku to the battlefield. Ibis replied joyfully to the third Kazekage. Very well. Elder Ibis. Please go and inform the others to prepare. We must expedite the conclusion of this conflict here. The war in the Land of Rain has yet to be resolved. The third Kazekage commanded with assurance. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Ibis said happily as he accepted the order and proceeded to prepare. Under the collaborative efforts of the third Kazekage and Elder Ibis, Sunagakure quickly assembled a formidable ninja force comparable to that of Konohagakure's Kaiki City and set forth towards their destination. In Konohagakure, Sarutobi Hiruzen received the intelligence from Kaiki City and the Yezakura clan, a smile gracing his face. Haha, these youngsters truly are impressive, achieving their objective so swiftly. Moreover, what that kid, Hayashi, remarked is quite profound. Strike first to avoid 100 retaliations. He is quite similar to my teacher, Senju Tobarama. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed loudly to several clan elders in the Hokage's office. Haha, is that so? But will the number of combatants on their side be insufficient? Should we send additional personnel? An elder from the Senju clan inquired with a smile. No need for that. Hayashi has already made the necessary preparations. We merely need to deliver supplies as planned. There is no requirement to increase our numbers further. Otherwise, Sunagakure may abandon the battlefield in the Land of Rain, which would be detrimental to us, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, shaking his head in denial of the elder's suggestion. All right then, let it be as such. We shall continue preparing combat supplies for those youngsters on the front lines, an elder from the Hyuga clan remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet. In Kaiki City, hurry, Hayashi urged. The third Kazekage has returned to Sunagakure and is likely to join Ibis on our battlefield. What are your plans? Orochimaru entered, bearing intelligence, accompanied by Jiraiya, who regarded Chen An with a grave expression. Tsunade and Shikamaru, who had been collaborating with Chen An, also lifted their gazes towards him. Has the third Kazekage returned? Quite commendable, yet there's no need for alarm. Everything is under my control. We merely need to face the situation with composure. Chen An asserted confidently to the four of them upon hearing that the third Kazekage was heading to the battlefield. Face it with composure? How does one do that? Jiraiya inquired, perplexed as he looked at Chun and Tsunade. You shall confront the formidable Hirzi. Your immense strength in the realm of puppet destruction is a significant advantage. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, you two shall join forces to take on the third Kazekage. Be cautious of his iron sand magnetism. His prowess is indeed formidable. Shikamaru, your task is to infiltrate the enemy formation and eliminate as many Jonin from the sand village as possible. Chinen smiled as he addressed the few individuals present. And you? Good day. We all have our tasks to attend to. Are you planning to remain in the rear? Hearing Chun An's directive, Senju Tsunade nodded with a smile. Yet she remained perplexed as she had not heard any task assigned to her until Chinen completed his statement. Me? Naturally, I have my own mission. My objective is the tailed beast from Sunagakure, Shikaku. In response to Tsunade's inquiry, Chinen elaborated with a grin. Is Sunagakure truly bold enough to send Shikaku to the battlefield? That seems implausible. Tsunade expressed her incredulity upon hearing Chen An's assertion. Why is that implausible? Currently, Sunagakure has only dispatched 2 shadow-level powerhouses, Chiyo and the third Kazekage. With just these 2, they cannot inflict significant damage upon our Konoha. They would only seek our agreement for negotiations if they have already inflicted considerable harm upon us. In such a scenario, the third Kazekage would still engage us in battle, which indicates he must possess a trump card, and I estimate that this trump card is undoubtedly Shikaku. Confidently, Chinen addressed Senju Tsunade, so that's how it is. Very well, you shall confront the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku. Upon hearing Chun An's explanation, Senju Tsunade nodded in satisfaction and smiled at him. Chapter 60. The arrival of the Sand Ninjas under the leadership of the third Kazekage. The ninjas of Sunagakure swiftly approached the gates of Kaiki Castle. Atop the castle walls, Chun An activated his Byakugan, utilizing its formidable perceptive abilities to meticulously scrutinize each ninja from Sunagakure. Have you found a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure yet? Tsunade inquired anxiously, standing beside Chun An. Yes, indeed. Sunagakure has indeed brought the one-tailed Jinchuriki to the battlefield, Chun An replied, soon closing his Byakugan with a smile directed at Tsunade. Your intellect is truly remarkable, and I cannot believe you anticipated that Sunagakure would deploy the one-tailed Jinchuriki so promptly, said Hitaki Tsukumo, chuckling at Shin An's observation. Ah, Tsukumo-senpai. You flatter me, Chen An responded modestly with a slight chuckle. Now that they have arrived, let us inform everyone to prepare for war. We shall soon meet this Kazakage, renowned as the strongest in the history of Sunagakure. Chen An cast a glance at the sand shinobi outside the city of Jieging, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Should his side manage to decisively defeat the ninjas of the Sand Village in the forthcoming battle, the Hidden Leaf Village would maintain a position of advantage in the impending war against the Sand Village. There lingered in Chen An's mind an uncertain plan. During the confrontation with the One-Tail Jinchuriki, he could forcibly intervene to capture the One-Tail and bring it into dragging, leveraging it to extract reparations from the Sand Village. Only upon receiving adequate compensation would he consider releasing the One-Tail. Moreover, during this process, he could opportunistically siphon off Shikaku's chakra. For the chakra of tailed beasts serves as an invaluable research material. After all, it was the Sand Village that had harnessed Shikaku's chakra to develop expansive sand manipulation techniques in the magnetic release Kekkei Genkai. Under Chen An's deliberate leniency, the Sand Village took an entire day to finalize the arrangements of their encampment. The third Kazakage, perceiving no opposition to his construction of the camp, grew increasingly convinced that the Hidden Leaf Village did not seek to initiate a war, but rather aimed to secure advantages. Consequently, the third Kazakage dispatched a Sand Village ninja to convey a desire for a dialogue with Chen An prior to the onset of hostilities, hoping to avert the outbreak of war for the benefit of both the Hidden Leaf and Sand Villages. In response to the third Kazakage's invitation, Chen An smiled and nodded in agreement, designating the conversation to occur outside Jieging. At 8 a.m. the following day, Chen An, accompanied by the Leaf Village ninjas from Jieging, strolled out to meet the third Kazakage, Hyuga, the most astute of the Hyuga clan in the Hidden Leaf Village over the past 5 centuries. I have long heard your name, yet this is our first encounter, remarked the third Kazakage as he approached Chen An alongside the Sand Village's eyes and the One-Tail Jinchuriki, a smile upon his face. The strongest Kazakage in history. I too have only heard of your renown, yet have yet to witness your true prowess, Chen An replied, unyielding in spirit. Must the Hidden Leaf Village demand reparations from the Land of Rain? You must understand that should you engage in conflict with our Sand Village, the losses incurred by the Hidden Leaf would be substantial as well. Noting Chen An's unyielding demeanor, the third Kazakage contemplated briefly before responding. The Hidden Leaf Village cherishes peace, yet does not shy away from war. Since you have already taken action, a price must be paid. If you plot against us and we remain passive, many more will come to scheme against the Hidden Leaf in the future, leading to even greater losses. Chen An spoke calmly to the third Kazakage, saying, Well. It is no wonder that you are esteemed ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village. Given your lineage, it is clear why you acted as you did previously. With descendants like you, the Hidden Leaf Village remains deserving of its status as the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Kazakage immediately comprehended the reason behind Chen An and his companions' conduct during the negotiations with Otozaka. Since that is the case, let us engage in battle, he declared, turning towards the encampment of the Sand Shinobi. With war now unavoidable, the third Kazakage resolved to exert every effort to secure advantages for his village. Upon returning to the camp, he convened with Elder Otozaka and the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, Fubuki, in the main tent. Lord Kazakage, I wonder what arrangements you have for us, Otozaka inquired as they entered the Kazakage's office. The Kazakage, with a serious demeanor, addressed them. Tomorrow's battle will be arduous. Allow me to outline our strategy. He gazed intently at Otozaka and Fubuki. Fubuki, on the battlefield tomorrow, Otozaka and I will do our utmost to contain those 5 youths from the Hidden Leaf. Your task is to enter your tailed beast transformation and lead Shikaku into the ranks of the Hidden Leaf, causing as much destruction as possible. Do you understand? The Kazakage's expression remained grave as he earnestly instructed Fubuki. Amiba, the old monk shall give his all, Fubuki replied, joining his hands in prayer and uttering a Buddhist chant. That is all I need to hear. Now, prepare yourselves to thwart any potential nighttime ambush from the Hidden Leaf. The Kazakage said, satisfied with Fubuki's agreement. He then turned to Otozaka, commanding, Yes, Lord Kazakage. Otozaka nodded, accepting the Kazakage's orders, and departed with Fubuki from the Kazakage's office. Despite having realized through his conversation with Chen An that conflict with the Hidden Leaf Village was inevitable, the third Kazakage did not abandon his previous strategy, using the Jinchuriki to threaten the Hidden Leaf into aiding them in the Land of Rain. After all, the Sand Village was one of the 5 great shinobi villages, far more formidable than the Rain Village. He believed that if the Hidden Leaf were to reconcile with him, They could exchange a weaker enemy. He had faith that the Hidden Leaf Village would not refuse such a proposal after suffering losses. In Kikyo Castle, Chen An, along with Tsunade and others, was making final preparations for the battle tomorrow. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, the explosive tags and other supplies have already been distributed, correct? Chen An inquired, his concern evident. Rest assured, each ninja has been allocated 10 explosive tags and 5 soldier pills, Jiraiya and Orochimaru assured him, nodding in affirmation. It is indeed all distributed, as long as the supplies are sufficient. Senior Shumo, during the battle tomorrow, please refrain from charging too fiercely. Be mindful of our village's ninjas. If anyone is injured, ensure that the medical ninjas in the rear swiftly transport them back to Kaiki City. We must not allow them to linger in battle. Chen An nodded and addressed Kakashi Hitaki beside him. Rest assured, Rian. I will remain vigilant on the battlefield tomorrow. Kakashi responded with a nod. In that case, let us all return to rest. I shall take the watch tonight. Once everything was prepared, Chen An smiled at Tsunade and her companions. Very well, Rian. You should also take a moment to rest. Do not let your mind wander during tomorrow's battle. Tsunade stood up, smiling at Chen An, and then, along with Jiraiya and the others, they returned to their quarters to prepare for rest. Chen An sat in the conference room, listening to the eerie silence that enveloped the entire Jigging City, a silence so profound that even the sound of footsteps was scarcely perceptible. Chapter 61. The Might of Ice escape. Early the next morning, Chen An led the ninjas of Konohagakure, while the third Kazekage commanded the shinobi of Sunagakure. As both parties gathered at the foot of Jigging City, neither side uttered a word. They stood there in quiet anticipation. Kill. The third Kazekage whispered a single word, and instantly the ninjas of Sunagakure surged forward towards their counterparts from Konohagakure. Observing the advancing Sunagakure ninjas, Chen An remained silent, while the ninjas of Konohagakure swiftly charged forward to meet the threat. Unlike Sunagakure, during the years of recovery, Konohagakure not only trained medical ninjas but also cultivated a significant number of specialists adept at crafting explosive tags. Thus, each of the Konohagakure ninjas possessed at least 10 explosive tags. Some of the more affluent clans even had individuals armed with over 50 explosive tags each. Thanks to Chen An's vigorous development efforts, every member of the Hyuga clan wielded more than 100 explosive tags. As the third Kazekage entered the fray, he attempted to use his sand manipulation technique to direct iron sand towards Chen An and his comrades. In response, Jiraiya stepped forward and employed the earth-style, yellow spring marsh technique to restrain the third Kazekage. Meanwhile, Orochimaru advanced, unleashing his snake-based jutsu against the third Kazekage. With just these two, they effectively impeded the third Kazekage, preventing him from attacking the other ninjas of Konohagakure. Seeing this, Chiyo hurriedly maneuvered her puppets towards Chen An and Tsunade. Tsunade, incensed by Chiyo's audacity to challenge both herself and Chen An, charged at the puppets with ferocious intent. Unfamiliar with Tsunade's strength, Chiyo was taken aback as Tsunade's formidable punch obliterated a top-tier puppet into mere fragments. Chiyo, astonished, quickly commanded her remaining puppets to retreat from Tsunade, opting instead to utilize long-range poison needles and toxic mist to restrict Tsunade's assault. Observing that others had engaged their respective adversaries, a satisfied smile graced Chen An's face. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Chen An, and in an instant, they dashed into the ranks of Sunagakure ninjas, employing the White Fang technique to devastating effect. Not hesitating, Chen An directed his attention towards the Jinchuriki, Fu. Despite being a Buddhist, Fu's jutsu were not to be underestimated. Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan. Facing the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Chen An unleashed the Flying Thunder God technique followed by the Rasengan, striking fiercely at Fu's back. Just as Chen An's Rasengan was about to connect, a surge of sand unexpectedly erupted from an unknown source. The attack from Chen An was thwarted. Your strength is indeed formidable, my lord, Finfu remarked with a smile. Master Finfu is truly impressive. It is surprising that he has gained the recognition of Shikaku. Had it not been for Shikaku's protective power just now, you might have found yourself gravely injured. Observing the chakra sand emanating from Finfu, a smile graced Chen An's face. In the original narrative, aside from the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya, this venerable monk is the first ordinary individual to earn the Tail Beast acknowledgement. Shikaku is indeed discerning, with sincerity. Anyone can attain its recognition. With hands clasped together, Finfu smiled at Chen An, saying, though I am a monk, Sunagakure is my home. Therefore, I hope you can forgive the destruction brought upon Konoha. With a gentle smile and hands joined in prayer, Master Finfu spoke to Chen An suddenly. A surge of malevolent chakra erupted from Master Finfu's being. "Ha! I have finally returned." Shikaku's sharp voice resonated from within him. In the next moment, the immense form of one-tail Shikaku materialized. "Little brat, I did not expect you to compel this old monk to release me. Now, let me witness your true strength." One-tail Shikaku bellowed, sweeping its hand toward Chen An. "Is that so? Shikaku, then prepare to witness." Chen An smiled at a guardian crane, a peculiar grin gracing his face. Ice release. Ice mark of the century. Chen An clasped his hands together, and a formidable surge of chakra erupted, not only activating his sage mode, but also enabling him to wield the ice release technique. Under the influence of Chen An's sage chakra, a thick layer of ice rapidly formed around him, extending swiftly towards the one-tail Shikaku. However, Shikaku remained composed in the face of Chen An's ice technique. After gathering chakra, it unleashed a wind release, vacuum sphere against the advancing ice. Unfortunately, while Shikaku's vacuum sphere shattered a portion of the ice, it could not halt the relentless spread of the icy tendrils towards it. Observing this predicament, Shikaku had no choice but to cautiously evade Chen An's ice assault while attempting to disrupt his technique with successive vacuum spheres. In response to Shikaku's relentless attacks, Chen An deftly sidestepped, causing the icy expansion to cease. With the ice-enclosed area established, Chen An formed seals once more and called out to Shikaku, "Ice release, Ice Dragon." With the support of his sage chakra, a massive dragon made of ice crystals coiled towards Shikaku. Meanwhile, from a distance, the third Kazekage was taken aback by Chen An's assault on Shikaku. He had not anticipated that the renowned ice release master circulating within the ninja world was not from the Mizukage Watermoon clan, but rather a member of Konoha's Hyuga clan. Most astonishingly, as the icy dragon coiled around Shikaku, it instantly encased him in an icy sculpture. Seeing this, the third Kazekage contemplated a surprise attack on Chen An. However, Jiraiya and Orochimaru were determined to prevent the Kazekage from launching an offensive. After all, though they could not compare to Chen An, the time traveler, they were still among the top-tier shinobi and could not easily succumb to the third Kazekage. Thanks to their combined efforts, the Kazekage was repelled once more. Fortunately, the ice dragon did not completely seal Shikaku, who swiftly broke free from Chen An's confinement. Roaring in fury, "Damn you, little brat. Prepare to die." As Shikaku escaped its icy prison, it prepared to unleash a tailed beast bomb in retaliation. "It seemed that one ice dragon could not defeat you. Let us summon another and see if it fares better." Chen An witnessed a guardian crane narrowly escape from peril. Instead of feeling astonished, he squinted his eyes into mere slits and, with a smile, addressed the guardian crane, "Ice release, twin dragon seal." Chen An formed hand seals, summoning two ice dragons that swiftly surged towards the one-tail Shikaku. Chapter 62, Capturing a Jinchuriki. The colossal dragons, composed of crystalline ice, ensnared the one-tail Shikaku in a crosswise manner, effectively immobilizing it in an instant. Chen An swiftly approached a guardian crane, his hands weaving intricate seals. A colossal binding spell enveloped the entire guardian crane. Gradually, the massive form of the crane began to diminish, retreating inward. Ultimately, the entire creature was completely absorbed into Master Finfu's being. "Alas, it appears that our sand ninja village has succumbed," Master Finfu remarked with an expression of indifference to Chen An. "Indeed, Master, our leaf village has emerged victorious in this conflict." With a smile gracing her lips, Chen An addressed Master Finfu, "Esteemed Lord of the Third Kazekage, you have already been defeated. Might we now persuade the ninjas of Sunagakure to cease their hostilities?" Chen An grasped Master Finfu and called out loudly to the third Kazekage in the distance. Upon hearing Chen An's voice, the third Kazekage spotted the Jinchuriki Finfu being held by him. The third Kazekage slowly approached them, reluctantly halting his actions. He then declared loudly to the surrounding Sand Village ninjas, "Everyone, cease your movements." With the third Kazekage's command, both the Sand and Konoha ninjas on the battlefield paused, staring blankly at him. "This battle has ended in our village's defeat. I will allow Hai Laozong to negotiate with you. However, I advise you not to push your advantage too far." The third Kazekage coldly uttered these words before turning away and leading the Sand Village ninjas in retreat. In stark contrast to the dejected retreat of the Sand ninjas, the Konoha ninjas erupted in jubilant cheers on the battlefield of Kikyo City. "Long live Lord Rian. We have won. We have triumphed. Konoha Village reigns supreme." The ninjas of Konoha rejoiced in their victory. Upon returning to Kikyo City, Chen An promptly dispatched ninjas to assess the losses suffered by Konoha in this war. Fortunately, due to the village's ample resources, Only a handful of ninjas sustained minor injuries from large-scale ninjutsu, and remarkably, no one from Konoha had lost their life. After compiling the injury reports, Chen An intended to host a celebration for the Konoha ninjas in Kikyo City. However, considering that Hai Laozong might arrive the following day for negotiations, he decided to postpone the festivities until after the talks, especially with the one-tail Shikaku's Jinchuriki Finfu still present. Unexpectedly, our forces suffered no casualties in this battle. Does this not signify our strength? Jiraiya exclaimed excitedly to Tsunade, Senju, and Chen An after reviewing the data report. What is the big deal? You know full well that we brought a significant number of explosive tags with us. The sheer quantity of explosive tags alone would suffice for numerous missions on the battlefield. Chen An smiled as he spoke to Jiraiya, exclaiming, Haha, indeed. From the very beginning, I noticed that your Hyuga clan exhibits the most audacity. You do not merely use explosive tags one by one. Rather, you toss four at once along with your kunai into the ranks of the Sand Shinobi, essentially hurling wealth to annihilate those in the village of the slain. Hearing Chen An's words, Hatake Sakumo chuckled in agreement. Indeed. The most audacious of all is your Hyuga clan. Tsunade Senju nodded in fervent agreement, acknowledging Sakumo's comment. It is worth noting that as one of the two prominent clans that founded Konoha, the Senju clan's ninjas do not employ explosive tags as recklessly as the Hyuga clan does. Yet, it is precisely the Hyuga clan that employs explosive tags with the utmost abandon. All right, enough of that. Everyone, prepare yourselves for tomorrow's peace negotiations with Oirok. Chen An interjected, lightheartedly redirecting the conversation as his companions began to tease him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Sand Ninja camp was one of palpable despair. Elder Oirok, you will head to Konoha tomorrow to preside over the negotiations. We shall adhere to the previous stipulations, but the compensation will need to be paid in 2 installments. The third Kazekage spoke in a somber tone to Oirok. Yes, Lord Kazekage, Oirok replied, equally disheartened. Upon hearing Oirok's response, the third Kazekage could only wearily gesture for him to depart. As Oirok exited the Kazekage's tent, he gazed up at the risen moon, his heart heavy with regret. Had he known better, he would not have instigated discord with Konoha. Not only had he failed, but it had also brought severe losses to his village. Now, he could only strive to perform admirably on the battlefield in the Land of Rain, hoping to secure some form of assistance to prevent the decline of the Sand Village. With a resigned demeanor, Oirok lowered his head and prepared himself for the negotiations in Konoha. Welcome once again to Kaiki City, Lord Oirok. Chen An greeted with a smile as he awaited his arrival at the city gates the following morning. Good day, my lord. Shall we proceed with the negotiations post-haste? Upon encountering the cheerful Chen An, Oirok's expression darkened. While he understood Chen An's elation following a victory, he felt it was only fitting for Chen An to at least feign a semblance of decorum in the presence of a defeated man. Furrowing his brows, Oirok replied to Chen An, Of course, my lord Oirok, please follow me. Chen An paid no heed to the despondency of Hai Laozong, instead maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he guided him towards the interior of Kaiki City. As they walked, Chen An boasted about the previous day's battle, proudly noting that no lives were lost from the hidden Leaf Village, with only a few sustaining minor injuries. Furthermore, Chen An had arranged for these slightly injured individuals to stand along the corridor leading to the conference room, showcasing them to Hai Laozong. Ah, Lord Hai Laozong, he remarked, do you not find it rather foolish that these individuals managed to sustain injuries on the battlefield? As Chen An walked alongside, he expressed his deep regret towards Elder Heizang. Frustrated, Heizang strode forward, showing no inclination to heed Chen An's words. After hastening his pace, the two soon arrived at the conference room. Unlike the previous occasion, the ninjas from Sand Shinobi Village, once seated, fell silent, refraining from the raucous outbursts that had characterized their earlier gathering. Your Excellency Heizang, one inquired, I wonder, what is your perspective on the compensation issue we discussed last time? Chen An crossed his arms, smiling as he inquired of the Elder C. Good day, Your Excellency. Regarding the previous matter of compensation, we are indeed willing to provide recompense. However, you must return the tailed beast, Master Finfu, to us. Additionally, the compensation should be paid in installments. The Elder C glanced at the documents in his hands. Struggling to respond to Chen and Master Finfu? We can agree to your request for installment payments, however, until the full amount of compensation has been settled. Master Finfu cannot be returned to you. Chen An smiled as he spoke to Hai Laozong. Chapter 63, The Completion of Peace Talks. No, you must return the tailed beast, Fubuki, to us as soon as possible. How can we trust that you will not employ any underhanded tactics against him? Upon hearing Chen An's declaration that they would not immediately return the tailed beast Fubuki, Hai Laozong became anxious, rising to his feet and exclaiming loudly to Chen An. Our Hidden Leaf village possesses the mightiest of tailed beasts, the Nine Tails, and we hold no regard for your so-called one-tailed Shikaku. If you are concerned, you may dispatch ninjas to accompany Master Fubuki at all times. We will have no objections. However, the condition remains that until the compensation is fully paid, we cannot return Master Fubuki to you. Chen An, with an expression of indifference, addressed Laozong. Regarding Master Finfu, I am unable to make a decision. Lord Sandshadow, the third of his name, instructed me to ensure Master Finfu's safety before his arrival. Thus, I must send someone back to seek his guidance. Laozong stood in contemplation for a moment before responding to Chen An in a grave tone. Very well. This minor issue will not pose a challenge for your village. After all, you are aware that our founding Hokage established a peace treaty with your village and the other 3 villages. However, upon the passing of our first Hokage, your villages promptly raised arms with the intent to assault us. The current peace treaty has utterly failed to uphold its promise of tranquility. Therefore, in order to secure the conditions rightfully belonging to our village, we shall not easily return Master Finfu until we have received the full extent of our reparations. Chen An, with a serious demeanor, addressed Hai Laozong earnestly. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to seek the counsel of Lord Kazekage. Hai Laozong nodded, swiftly inscribing the details of their negotiations onto a piece of paper, which he handed to a nearby sand ninja to deliver to the third Kazekage. As he watched the sand ninja depart, Chen An turned to Hai Laozong with a smile and inquired, Hai Laozong, it will take quite some time for your ninja to return. Would you care to visit Master Finfu instead? Is that permissible? Hai Laozong responded, astonished. As he looked at Chen An, of course, it is no trouble at all. Our belief in Konohagakure has always been to uphold the will of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and to bring peace to the entire shinobi world. We understand that conflicts between ninja villages are quite natural. However, we hope to resolve these issues through dialogue rather than resorting to war at the slightest provocation. Chen An lamented to Hai Laozong. I apologize for the trouble, Your Excellency, but I must seek an audience with Master Finfu. Listening to Chang An's incessant chatter, Hai Laozong couldn't help but furrow his brow. However, under the circumstances, one must yield when under a roof. Thus, Hai Laozong resignedly replied to Chen An, very well, then, Your Excellency, please allow me to accompany you. Chen An smiled as he led Lord Hai Laozong into the courtyard where Master Finfu resided. My lord, please enter. As for me, I shall refrain from going in. Chen An pointed towards the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, Finfu, in the courtyard and smiled at Elder Hai Laozong. Upon seeing the Jinchuriki, Hai Laozong hurriedly entered the courtyard. Finfu, are you all right? He asked anxiously, hoping to find evidence regarding the experiments conducted by Konoha village on Finfu. Unfortunately, there was no such evidence to be found on Finfu. Chen An, standing outside the house, paid no heed to Hai Laozong's actions. After all, the previous day, while sealing the one-tailed Shikaku, he had secretly extracted a portion of Shikaku's chakra and infused it into his own body. Now, Chen An was capable of wielding some basic magnetic release techniques and sand manipulation. However, the potency of these abilities remained somewhat weak, necessitating further enhancement in the future. After a thorough investigation, Hai Laozong finally confirmed that Finfu had not suffered any harm while in Konoha, and he exited the courtyard with a sense of relief. I sincerely appreciate your care, Lord Rian, Hai Laozong expressed with genuine remorse towards Chen An. He had initially believed that Konoha village, no matter how generous, would seize the opportunity to extract chakra from Finfu for research purposes. After all, the third Kazekage had gained immense strength through his studies of Shikaku's chakra. It is quite understandable, Chen An replied, for I cannot expect you, as a shinobi of Sunagakure, to place your complete trust in Konoha. Chen An gazed at Hai Laozong, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed him. Let us return to the conference room. In this brief interval, I believe the third generation Wind Shadow has reached a decision. Let us await the news. Chen An turned and led Izang towards the conference room. Upon their return, it was not long before a messenger from the third Kazekage arrived with the decision. After examining the third's resolution meticulously twice, Izang raised his head and, with a grave expression, addressed Chen An, stating, we consent to the temporary retention of the one-tails Jinchuriki, F, and Kaiki City. We shall promptly repay Konoha the compensation owed. However, Konoha must not take F back to the village. He must remain in Kaiki City. Our village will assign a dedicated ninja to oversee Master F. Zhang spoke earnestly to Chen An. Very well, that poses no issue. Your village may dispatch personnel at any time, and the caretaker for Master F may be changed whenever necessary. Chen An smiled at Hai Lao Zhang and said, all right. We have no objections and can proceed with the signing. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hai Lao Zhang nodded and replied to him. Soon, Chen An and Hai Lao Zhang signed the peace agreement. After each receiving a copy of the agreement, Hai Lao Zhang stood up to bid farewell to Chen An and took the peace agreement with him as he departed. Jiraiya, please make a copy of this peace agreement and send it back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Inform the ninjas in the Kaiki City to prepare. Once we receive word from the Hidden Leaf Village, we can return together. Chen An presented the peace treaty to Jiraiya, smiling as he spoke. Very well, no problem. Good day. Leave these matters to me. Jiraiya, excitedly accepting the peace treaty from Chen An, returned the smile. Following the victory in this conflict, even Orochimaru, typically aloof, wore a hint of a smile, perhaps due to the immense significance of the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The next day, the Sand Ninja Village collectively withdrew towards the Land of Rain. During their departure, the third Kazekage dispatched individuals to deliver many and used supplies from their camp to Kaiki City, informing Chen An that further compensation supplies would arrive shortly, with the hope that Konoha would not obstruct Master Finfu's return to the Sand Ninja Village. In response, Chen An remarked that the Sand Ninja Village had underestimated Konoha, asserting that they would not detain Master Finfu over such trivial matters. Chapter 64, Return to Konoha with the Sand Ninja Village's withdrawal. Kaiki City received the announcement permitting a return to Konoha. The news had circulated throughout the village, and it was time to tidy up and prepare for the journey back to Konoha. However, one individual must remain, as compensation from the Sand Ninja Village had yet to arrive. In the conference room, Chen An sat in the leading position, joyfully addressing Tsunade, Senju, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi Hatake. Then I shall stay. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances before smiling, acknowledging that he was indeed the most suitable to remain among them. In that case, we shall trouble you, Senior Kakashi. Upon our return, we will promptly send someone to take your place. With a smile on his face, Chen An addressed Kakashi. Is that so? Then please hurry. Kakashi, hearing Chen An's words, replied helplessly, rest assured, Senior Kakashi, upon our return, if Hinata does not arrange it, the three of us will take turns to relieve you, allowing you to reunite with your family. You won't have to remain in Konoha for an extended period. Jiraiya, grinning, approached Kakashi and added, is that so? That truly puts you in our debt. Rising to his feet, Kakashi chuckled and patted Jiraiya on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. Upon the transmission of the order to return to the village, the ninjas of Konoha in Konoha City erupted in cheers, swiftly returning to their residences to pack their belongings, preparing for their journey back to Konoha the following morning. After Chen An had meticulously arranged the entire defense of Jigao City, he returned to his residence to pack his belongings. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the horizon, the team preparing to return to Konoha was already set to embark on their journey. Senior Shimo, the responsibility for Jigao City is now entrusted to you. Chen An smiled as he addressed Kakashi Hatake, who stood at the foot of Konoha. Rest assured, I will take full responsibility for Konoha. There will be no issues. Kakashi responded with a reassuring gesture, smiling back at Chen and hearing Kakashi's words. Chen An nodded in relief. He then turned to the entire team and, with a wave of his hand, led the ninjas of Konoha back to their village. Fortunately, the people of Konoha had already received word of their return and were eagerly waiting at the village gates. Although the conflict between Konoha and the Sand Village was brief, it mirrored the first Great Ninja War, where Senju Tobarama decisively defeated the Sand Village, forcing them from the battlefield. The citizens of Konoha were thus filled with exhilaration, proud of their village's strength. It was remarkable that a group of young ninjas had vanquished one of the 5 great ninja villages. Look, is that them? Lord Hayashi's family has returned. Members of the Hyuga clan eagerly activated their Byakugan, excitedly shouting as they spotted the returning figures of Chen An and his companions. Where? Upon hearing the Hyuga's exclamations, other clansmen clamored for directions to spot Chen An and his team. They leaped onto the trees, gazing into the distance at the dust stirred up by the multitude of returning ninjas, shouting with excitement. They are back! They are back! Welcome home, heroes of Konoha! As Chen An and the Konoha ninjas entered the villagers erupted in cheers for them. Hayashi, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, you have done splendidly, You are the heroes of Konoha. At the village entrance, the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, announced to the people of Konoha with a booming voice. Thank you, Hokage-sama, for your kind words. This is what we, as ninjas of Konoha, are meant to do. Chen An humbly responded to the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yet his remarks ignited a fervent cheer among the residents of Konoha. Ah, the heroes of Konoha, the heroes of Konoha, resounded the voices of countless villagers, their excitement palpable in the air. Standing on either side of the gate, they welcomed back the ninjas who had returned from the battlefield of the Land of Wind with exuberant applause. Now, let us return to the village. For a celebration awaits you, and you must perform splendidly. Let everyone witness the true heroes of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his face beaming with joy at Chen An's modest demeanor. He stepped back, gesturing for Chen An to lead the returning ninjas into the village of Konoha. Chen An and the third Hokage nodded in agreement and began to stride purposefully towards Konoha village. As the procession entered the village, the families of the ninjas heading to the battlefield in the Land of Wind lined the streets, vocally cheering for their children. It is noteworthy that many of these ninjas were born after the establishment of Konoha. Yet, this very contingent successfully thwarted the nefarious schemes of the Sand Ninja Village on the battlefield, sparing Konoha from the ravages of war. Their families, gathered along the roadside, jubilantly celebrated their children's valor. Upon hearing the calls of their loved ones, the ninjas swiftly broke away from the formation, rushing towards their families. In no time, the once lengthy procession began to dissolve amidst the joyful shouts of kin. The third Hokage soon observed that, following the dispersal of the group, the townsfolk also scattered, as if no family had been left in anguish, waiting in vain for their loved ones. Good day, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Were there truly no casualties this time? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, looking perplexed at the four. Lord Hokage, on this battlefield, only a handful sustained injuries, but none lost their lives, they replied. With a smile, Chen An explained to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Indeed, we are far stronger than you were back in your time. We have only sustained injuries, and not a single life has been lost due to this conflict. Jiraiya, brimming with excitement, addressed his mentor, Hiruzen Sarutobi. No casualties, is that true? Hiruzen incredulously turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru, seeking confirmation from their lips. No casualties, shouldn't you be elated? What do you mean by asking that? Tsunade responded with dissatisfaction upon hearing Hiruzen's inquiry. Master, we indeed have not suffered any losses. Even those who have not returned were with Senior Kakashi in Kaiki Town. Orochimaru replied helplessly to their teacher's question. No casualties, splendid, truly wonderful. Hiruzen exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Then why didn't you send me a message? I was already prepared to distribute the war compensation funds. After a moment of exhilaration, Hiruzen looked at the four of them with a resigned complaint. Had he known there were no casualties, he would not have rushed to prepare the compensation. Did you not receive any information? Chen An was momentarily taken aback, swiftly directing his gaze towards Jiraiya, who stood alongside Senju Tsunade and Orochimaru. Jiraiya, how did you convey that message? Senju Tsunade glared at him, her teeth clenched in anger. My apologies. I only recall sending back the peace agreement and completely forgot to dispatch the damage report, Jiraiya said, scratching his head in embarrassment. You can go to hell, Jiraiya. Tsunade exclaimed furiously, her fists clenched as she forcefully sent Jiraiya flying. Chapter 65. The celebration in light of the victory in the Land of Wind's war, the village of Konoha commenced grand festivities. All the shops within Konoha offered substantial discounts, with many even selling items at their original material costs. After changing into a fresh set of clothes at home, Chen An leisurely strolled down the bustling streets of Konoha village. Amidst the throngs of people, the residents of Konoha greeted Chen An with cheerful smiles. Numerous young girls would even approach him for autographs and photographs. A few of them, while asking for signatures, attempted to steal a kiss from him. Fortunately, Chen An, ever vigilant, managed to evade their advances. Good day. I just saw that girl seemingly trying to kiss you. Why did you dodge her? Jiraiya, who had appeared beside Chen An without him noticing, playfully patted his shoulder and inquired with a grin. Oh, really? Weren't you previously pursuing Tsunade? Have you given up now? Would you like me to call that girl over so she can give you a kiss? In response to Jiraiya's teasing, Chen An turned and smiled at him. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback by Chen An's words. That is quite unnecessary, right? Ha ha ha, he chuckled awkwardly in reply. Then spare me your idle chatter and stay put. If you provoke me, I won't hesitate to reveal all those embarrassing things you've done to Tsunade, Chen An warned with a smirk. Chen An cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, smiling as he addressed him. He harbored no interest in girls. Previously, there had been those who urged him to consider marriage. Yet he had deftly dismissed their entreaties with a plethora of excuses, citing his dedication to cultivation and the lack of time. After all, in Chen An's perspective, he possessed the most formidable method for enhancing his powers, and perhaps one day he might attain immortality. However, if his spouse were merely an ordinary ninja, he would inevitably face the heartbreaking reality of outliving her. More significantly, Chen An felt a subtle aversion towards the denizens of the ninja world, possibly owing to his status as a transmigrant. While he could entertain the notion of friendship with the inhabitants of this realm, the idea of becoming a husband was one he found utterly unacceptable. Ah, by the way, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru are over there dining. Shall we join them? Jiraiya cautiously released Chen An, speaking to him. Why must you insist on bringing me along when you could simply go by yourself? I noticed you just passed by that way a moment ago. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Chen An recalled the direction from which Jiraiya had approached and, with a smile, inquired. Ah, is it not that you wish for the four of us to gather and create a more lively atmosphere? Jiraiya stammered his response. Yet his gaze seemed to wander aimlessly. Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Chen An deduced the likely reason. Tsunade had not summoned him, and feeling hesitant to go alone, he sought companionship in Chen An. Very well, let us proceed together, he said. Chen An smiled, realizing why the original story depicted the two characters as being in their 50s without being together. Given Jiraiya's demeanor, the prospect of him and Tsunade forming a couple appears to be a distant dream. Upon hearing Chen An's agreement to accompany him, Jiraiya felt a surge of joy and took the lead, guiding Chen An along the way. Oh, Orochimaru, Tsunade, how did the two of you end up together? Chen An entered a barbecue restaurant alongside Jiraiya. Jiraiya approached Tsunade and Orochimaru first, inquiring, Ah, Tsunade, you are here as well. Please, take a seat, let us dine together. Tsunade, however, paid no heed to Jiraiya and instead smiled at Chen An, inviting him to join them. Is that so? I am grateful to you, Tsunade. Chen An approached with a smile and promptly seated himself on the chair. Beside him, Orochimaru casually picked up a dozen skewers of grilled meat from the side and handed them to Chen An. These are quite delectable. Try some, Dian. Orochimaru stated in a nonchalant tone as he placed a portion of the grilled meat before Chen An. Indeed, this barbecue establishment must be run by a member of the Akimichi clan. Chen An sampled the roasted meat that Orochimaru had offered and, with a smile, inquired, What is the matter with you all? Are you not aware of my solitary presence, yet remain standing here? Upon noticing Chen An and Tsunade, Jiraiya, filled with mirth, called out to the trio, expressing his displeasure. If you wish to eat, then sit down. If not, be swift in your departure. Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya's boisterous outburst, retorted with annoyance, You ought to heed your own words. Instantly chastened by Tsunade's remark, Jiraiya obediently took a seat, refraining from uttering another word. Observing Jiraiya's compliance, Tsunade let out a disapproving huff. Jiraiya, feeling the weight of her gaze, could only meekly reach for a skewer of roasted meat and began to indulge heartily. After relishing their meal, Chen An, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade leisurely strolled through the village, savoring the tranquility. Chen An was engaged in a discussion about ninjutsu with Orochimaru, while Tsunade simply contributed her insights. Meanwhile, Jiraiya incessantly teased Tsunade from the side. Good day, my lord. Suddenly, a young girl's voice whispered in Chen An's ear. He looked down to find none other than Yekong, the future user of the Scorch release, hailing from the Sand Village. Yekong, how has life been in the Hidden Leaf Village? Chen An gently bent down, caressing Yisong's hair, and inquired with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Lord Rian. Thanks to your greetings, our life in Konoha Village has been quite pleasant. Yisong responded playfully upon hearing Chen An's question. Well, as long as life is agreeable, that's what matters. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out at the Hyuga clan. The war has concluded, and I shall be residing in Konoha Village, mostly at the Hyuga clan. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to come to me. Chen An patted Yisong's head, smiling as he spoke to her. Good day. You seem quite fond of this young girl. Why not take her as your apprentice? Observing Chen An's affectionate demeanor towards the little girl, Tsunade chuckled and remarked. An apprentice, you say? That would have to wait until she graduates from the Ninja Academy. Chen An rose to his feet, shaking his head with a smile as he addressed Tsunade Senju. Oh, so you mean you are willing to take on disciples? In that case, please consider accepting my younger brother as well. Upon hearing that Chen An was open to mentorship, Tsunade's excitement was palpable as she responded, Certainly. As long as Lord Uzumaki is agreeable, taking on a disciple is no issue at all. Chen An expressed his approval of Tsunade's words. Did you hear that? young one. You must strive diligently. Jiraiya remarked cheerfully to Yakumo. Yes, I will certainly work hard, Yakumo replied joyfully, rushing towards her mother. Haha, Rian. You can no longer backtrack now, for that little one has already informed her mother of this arrangement. Jiraiya chuckled as he watched Yakumo run towards her mother. Turning back to Chen An with a smile. Rest assured, taking on disciples is entirely feasible. Observing the enthusiasm of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Chen An could only shake his head in resignation as he proceeded onward. Before long, Chen An parted ways with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, returning to his own home. Chapter 66. Taking on disciples. Chen An never anticipated that a mere jest of his would garner the attention of Suiryu. The following morning, as Chen An had just risen from his slumber, he was informed by the housekeeper, in hushed tones, that Suiryu had come to pay a visit. While partaking in his breakfast, Chen An abruptly heard the housekeeper's gentle voice from outside the door. Suiryu, I understand. I shall come forth immediately. Upon hearing her words, Chen An swiftly stood and made his way towards the entrance. Suiryu, what brings you here so early? Chen An entered the reception hall, a smile gracing his face as he approached Uzumaki Mizuhara. Haha, little one, I have come to see you about something, she said. Uzumaki Mizuhara, who had been engaged in a leisurely conversation with Grandpa Hinata Kiyomu, greeted Chen An with a smile upon his arrival. I wonder what brings you here. Chen An approached and took a seat opposite Uzumaki Sui, his curiosity prompting him to inquire. Didn't Tsunade ask you yesterday if she could take SHU as a disciple? You mentioned it was permissible, did you not? I have brought SHU here today specifically for that purpose. Upon hearing Chen An's question, Uzumaki Sui responded candidly. Ah, this matter? It is indeed true. However, you seem rather impatient. With a resigned smile, Chen An replied, good day. Allow me to be frank with you today, dear elder. I find myself in a predicament. Although SHU has inherited the character of his grandfather, Shinja Hashirama, he has not inherited his formidable abilities. Thus, I seek a powerful mentor who can protect him and ensure he grows up successfully and establishes a family. Uzumaki Sui, wearing a troubled expression, confided in Chen An. While Chen An understood that a significant part of Sui's demeanor was theatrical, he did not vehemently oppose the idea of accepting Shinju SHU as a disciple. After careful consideration, Chen An nodded and said, I consent to Lord Sui taking SHU as a disciple. However, it cannot be immediate. We must wait until this graduating class completes their studies at the Ninja Academy and is assigned as members of my team. Would that be agreeable? Chen An cast a serious glance at Uzumaki Suiho and addressed him. Very well. I have merely come to confirm your acceptance of Chinsho Rope Tree as my disciple. Upon hearing that Chen An agreed to accept Chinsho Rope Tree as a student, Uzumaki Suiho nodded repeatedly, expressing his willingness to arrange anything necessary for this matter. Over the years, due to the sealing of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Suiho felt his vitality gradually waning. Particularly, the Nine Tails within him would occasionally stir restlessly. In order to maintain the seal, Uzumaki Suiho had sacrificed a considerable amount of his life force. This urgency propelled him to hasten over upon learning that Chen An was willing to take Chinsho Rope Tree as a disciple. Wishing to solidify this arrangement and prevent any future reversal of Chen An's decision. After all, it was widely acknowledged that Chen An was the de facto fourth Hokage of the village. With the confirmation from Chen An, Uzumaki Suiho departed with Chinsho Rope Tree, satisfaction evident on his face. Good day. You're of such an age now. Shouldn't you consider granting your grandfather a great-grandchild? As Uzumaki Suiho left, Grandfather Hyuga Sima chuckled at Chen An. Grandfather, you needn't worry about such matters. If you truly desire company, perhaps you should seek out Nichikyu, Chen An replied, scratching his head in exasperation at his grandfather's matchmaking remarks. You rascal, always pushing your grandfather away. By the way, what prompted your sudden desire to take on a disciple? Grandfather Hyuga Simu playfully slapped Chen An before inquiring curiously. Grandfather, it was merely a jest. Yesterday, while wandering, I encountered the family of those from Sunagakure who were compensated for their losses. I noticed that young girl seemed promising, and I carelessly promised to take her as a disciple if she committed herself to her studies. He continued, at that moment, Tsunade was nearby and jokingly mentioned his brother, Chinsho Rope Tree, so I absent-mindedly agreed. I did not anticipate that Lord Uzumaki Suiho would be so eager to come today to confirm the master-disciple relationship. In response to Grandfather Hyuga Simu's inquiry, Chen An candidly shared the entire sequence of events. Haha, well, that is what you get for speaking without care. But are you truly comfortable accepting Chinsho Rope Tree as a disciple? Grandfather Hyuga Simu chuckled at Chen An's explanation, then expressed concern. Grandfather, it is quite all right. By the time of the next Hokage election, it is likely that my 3 disciples will have matured into capable jonin. With their presence, many of my troubles shall be alleviated. Faced with the concerns of his grandfather, Hyuga Kiyomu, Chen An shook his head, indicating that all was well. In that brief moment of contemplation, he had already decided whom to select as his future 3 disciples. Aside from Senju Rope Tree and Leaf Warehouse, Chen An intended to choose the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from the original work as his 3rd disciple. Minato would inherit his Flying Thunder God technique and Rasengan. Following the speed-oriented path of the original narrative, Leaf Warehouse would assist in merging the bloodline limit of Scorch Release. While Senju Rope Tree had 2 potential directions, one was to adopt the wide-ranging water release attacks of Kisame, combined with the water release abilities of the 2nd Hokage. The other direction was to help Senju Rope Tree integrate Wood Release. Although Senju Rope Tree's Wood Release might not match the prowess of Senju Hashirama, the mere ability to manifest Wood Release would symbolize great significance for the village of Konohagakure. You are truly resolute. Throughout your life, my pride in you has never faltered. Yet I have felt no sense of accomplishment, Hyuga Kiyomu remarked, observing the unwavering determination in Chen An's eyes. Grandfather, how can you say such a thing? You are the pillar of our family. It is precisely because of you that I can boldly pursue my aspirations, Chen An responded with a smile. Inching closer to his grandfather. All right, go eat now, and after that, attend to your own matters, Hyuga Kiyomu replied with satisfaction, patting Chen An's hand as he spoke. With a grin, Chen An rose and retreated into the house to continue his breakfast. Chapter 67. The chaotic battlefield of the Land of Rain. The defeat on the battlefield of the Land of Fire left the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure in a furious state. Unable to gain any advantage from Konohagakure, the 3rd Kazekage resolved to extract greater benefits from the Land of Rain. Utilizing his magnet release technique, he launched relentless assaults on Hanzo of the Salamander. Previously, he would collaborate with the elders of Chiyo to restrain Hanzo, preventing any potential ambush that could inflict harm upon him. However, following the defeat in the Land of Fire, the 3rd Kazekage descended into madness, often confronting Hanzo alone with reckless abandon, desperately trying to stall him. This allowed Elder Chiyo and Ichi to engage with the Rain Shinobi team, continuously weakening the strength of the Rain Village. Witnessing their Kazekage's reckless determination, the ninjas of Sunagakure fervently joined the fray, launching desperate attacks against the ninjas of the Rain Village. Damn it, 3rd Kazekage, have you lost your mind? Confronted with the relentless onslaught of the 3rd Kazekage, Hanzo of the Salamander, filled with fury, bellowed at him. How dare you small nations engage in battle against my Sunagakure? If you do not come to understand the might of my village, you may yet discover what we are truly capable of. The 3rd Kazekage coldly fixed his gaze upon Hanzo and replied icily, Enough, 3rd Kazekage. You take out your frustrations from your defeat at Konoha on my Rain Village. Are you truly unafraid of the consequences that may arise from such actions? With his sword drawn, Hanzo swiftly charged at the 3rd Kazekage, seething with indignation. Is that so? Hanzo, would you care to test that theory? Let us see if, in our mutual destruction, your Rain Village can endure. The 3rd Kazekage sneered at Hanzo, unfazed by the prospect of their potential demise. Although Hanzo undoubtedly possessed the power to inflict severe harm, the 3rd Kazekage had discerned upon his return that, despite Hanzo's formidable displays, he was fundamentally a coward at heart. As long as he survived, the fate of the ninjas from the Rain Village mattered little to him. Hanzo did not regard their lives with the weight he pretended. This realization became increasingly apparent during their ongoing confrontations. Magnet Release, Sand Bullet. After repelling yet another of Hanzo's sword strikes, the 3rd Kazekage swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of iron sand projectiles that sped towards the Rain Village's ranks. In no time, the 3rd Kazekage had subdued Hanzo, firmly establishing his dominance. Seeing his ninjas faltering, Hanzo reluctantly led his forces deeper into the Rain country, retreating in the face of overwhelming odds, while the 3rd Kazekage, unhurried, advanced steadily alongside his Sunagakure comrades. Elder Chiyo, having penetrated this deeply into Rain country. What have we gained in terms of resources? The Sunagakure had successfully raided the Rain country, acquiring a substantial cache of supplies. Upon receiving the news, the 3rd Kazekage sought out Elder Chiyo, urgently inquiring about the spoils. Lord Kazekage, our haul is estimated to be worth approximately 90 million ryo. Elder Chiyo reported with a smile after reviewing the resource details. Excellent. This is indeed splendid news. A smile graced the third Kazakage's face upon hearing Elder Chiyo's words. Elder Chiyo, divide these resources in half. Send one portion to Kirigakure and deliver the other to Konoha. Find a way to retrieve the Jinchuriki from their grasp. The third Kazakage, having gathered his thoughts, spoke earnestly to Elder Chiyo. Understood, Lord Kazakage. Elder Chiyo nodded in agreement with the words of the third Kazakage. As the Sand Ninja Village launched its assault on the Land of Rain, Hanzo of the Salamander found himself compelled to consolidate his forces from various directions towards the Wind Country. However, his maneuvers were swiftly detected by Inoki, the third Tsuchikage of the Rock Ninja Village. Recognizing a fortuitous opportunity, Inoki was reluctant to let it slip away easily. He promptly dispatched elite ninja from the Rock Village to secretly infiltrate the Land of Rain and seize its resources. Upon receiving news of the Rock Ninja's incursion into the Land of Rain, the third Kazakage was filled with profound regret. Had they known better, they would have refrained from provoking the Leaf Village and instead launched a direct assault on the Land of Rain. In doing so, when the Land of Rain showed signs of vulnerability, the other ninja villages would inevitably intervene, thereby alleviating their burden of combat forces. The third Kazakage expressed his deep remorse to Ebizo. My Lord Kazakage, this is not the time for regrets. We must urgently seize the resources of the Land of Rain. Otherwise, we may expend great effort only to allow the Rock Village to reap substantial rewards, Ebizo replied, his face revealing weariness yet remaining tense. I understand, Ebizo. From here on, I shall dedicate all my efforts to suppress Hanzo of the Salamander. You and Elder Chiyo must exert yourselves fully to push the Rain Ninjas back. Additionally, once Bunten returns, ensure he joins the fray immediately, the third Kazakage declared through clenched teeth, casting a fierce glance towards the direction of the Rain Ninja Village. Yes, my Lord Kazakage, Ebizo responded with respect. Meanwhile, in the Leaf Village, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon learning of Sand Ninja Village's invasion into the Land of Rain, quickly summoned Chen An to inquire whether the Leaf Village should also intervene in the conflict. After thoroughly understanding the situation, Chen An shook his head and declined the proposal of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Despite the fact that the Sand Village had yet to fully repay their compensation, he decided to return the one-tailed Jinchuriki, Shikaku, to the Sand Village ahead of schedule, on the condition that they would pay an additional 1 million ryo. After careful consideration, the Sand Village agreed to this demand. After all, Shikaku was a significant asset, a shadow-level entity whose missions typically garnered at least 1 million ryo. This maneuver not only intensified the animosity between the Sand Village and the Rain Village, but also ensured that the Leaf Village remained independent from their conflicts. Simultaneously, Chen An dispatched agents to the borders of the Land of Rain to recruit its civilians, integrating them as subordinates of the Leaf Village. Although these individuals would not become ninjas of the Leaf Village, they would benefit from its protection, allowing them to live in proximity to it. This strategy not only bolstered the strength of the Leaf Village, but also served as a precautionary measure against the potential interference of the Land of Fire's daimyo in future affairs. Whether due to constraints imposed by the Elder Council or other reasons, Sarutobi Hiruzen was remarkably supportive of Chen An's proposal. Soon, he dispatched ninjas from the Leaf Village to the borders of the Land of Rain, where they established a defensive base, serving as a foothold for the integration of Rain Village civilians into the Leaf Village. However, prior to their acceptance, every new recruit from the Land of Rain was subjected to sealing techniques to prevent any spies from infiltrating the Leaf Village. Chapter 68. The fourth layer of operation following the early return of the one-tailed Jinchuriki to the Sand Village, the latter intensified its offensive in the Land of Rain. Pressured, Hanzo of the Salamander, disregarding his own reputation, covertly infiltrated the Sand Village's encampment and unleashed a large-scale toxin. Although the Sand Village managed to detect it in time, the incident caused significant losses. Meanwhile, the Rock Village increased its frequency of resource searches in the Land of Rain, prompting countless suffering citizens to migrate toward the borders of the Land of Fire. Many villages were left desolate due to the ongoing war between the two villages. In this conflict between the Sand and Rain villages, both suffered tremendous losses, while the Leaf and Rock villages quietly expanded their own power from the shadows. Damn the Leaf Village and the Rock Village. Hiding behind the Sand Village while plundering the resources of the Land of Rain, Hanzo exclaimed in frustration, striking the table after learning of the actions of the Rock and Leaf villages. Who would have thought that the two villages that had not participated in the war were seizing more resources than the Sand Village, which was actively engaged in the conflict? Lord Hanzo, what should we do about this? Asked a distressed Rain Village ninja, looking sorrowfully at him. We must immediately send ninjas from the Rain Village to find ways to rally the residents along the borders to our side. Simultaneously, ninja snipers were dispatched to infiltrate the Rock Village, determined to halt their relentless plunder of our riches. Hanzo of the Salamander, with a menacing expression, raised his head and addressed the shinobi of the Rain Village. Indeed, Lord Hanzo, they replied promptly. Upon receiving Hanzo's command, the Rain Village ninjas swiftly rose and departed to gather the inhabitants of the Rain Country along the borders. In the Hidden Leaf Village, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remarked, "Good day, as expected of you. You have ingeniously devised a method to aid us in acquiring resources from the Rain Country." He observed the villagers from the Rain Country, with the assistance of Leaf Village ninjas, gradually establishing their new settlement on the outskirts of Konoha. These Rain Country civilians not only cultivated vast fields around the Leaf Village, but also planted rows of trees, effectively enveloping the entire village. "Your praise is unwarranted, Hokage-sama," one of the ninjas replied. "The resources they bring are minimal. Their true value lies not in the wealth they carry, but in the people themselves. They're our greatest treasure." Chen An gazed at Sarutobi Ryzen, who, having profited immensely from a mere household registration, burst into laughter, proclaiming his newfound wealth. With a smile, Chen An countered Sarutobi Ryzen, "Oh, you assert that these individuals are the greatest treasure. What do you mean by that?" Perplexed, Sarutobi Ryzen looked at Chen An, inquiring further. "These people who come to our Konoha village not only provide us with a substantial supply of food, but also acquire all their necessities from our village. As their needs increase, so too will the goods brought in by other merchants. You must understand that selling goods within Konoha village incurs a tax." With a smile, Chen An addressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Ah, so that's how it is. It seems we shall need to attract more civilians from other countries, even from various villages within the Land of Fire." Upon hearing Chen An's explanation, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly grasped the implication. If the population could serve such a purpose, then why not gather it in abundance? Indeed, we must develop Konoha into a thriving village, a flourishing town, gradually strengthening the entirety of Konoha. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Chen An nodded in satisfaction, for this was precisely what he had envisioned. "Very well, let us return then. Our tour concludes here for today. I will devise a plan based on your insights." Sarutobi Hiruzen, pleased by Chen An's remarks, nodded affirmatively and rose, preparing to head back to the Hokage's office. Chen An did not return to the Hokage Tower alongside Sarutobi, but instead made his way back to his own home. Upon returning to his abode, Chen An commenced his meditative practice of chakra manipulation. Through diligent training and continuous breakthroughs in combat, he found himself merely 3 experience points away from ascending to the 4th tier of this art. This implies that even without further exertion, he would inevitably achieve this milestone within 3 days. Presently, the primary impetus for Chen An's training in chakra manipulation lies in its potential to facilitate the evolution of his Byakugan. He pondered, with a sense of curiosity, which of his abilities might undergo further transformation following this impending breakthrough. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage regaled his fellow comrades with the words spoken by Chen An as they observed the villagers of Konohagakure building their homes on the outskirts of the village. To his surprise, Hinata Heinen, a descendant of the Hyuga clan, not only possessed formidable ninja prowess, but also exhibited remarkable acumen in governance and strategy. After listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's account, Tinazumi Koharu expressed her sentiments, stating to him with a sense of urgency, "Why hesitate? If it benefits our village, we must act swiftly." Upon hearing Koharu's admiration for Chen An's exceptional capabilities, Shimura Danzo, visibly displeased, addressed Hiruzen with a tone of impatience. Very well, very well. Each of you shall select a small nation and lead your clan's ninjas to recruit from these realms. Do remember to mark these individuals with a sealing curse to bind their chakra." Observing Danzo's eagerness, Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a smile. All right. I shall choose the Land of Water." Danzo, elated by Hiruzen's agreement, stood up and proclaimed to his companions, "Very well, the Land of Water is entrusted to you." Mito Minion and Tinazumi Koharu exchanged glances and nodded in approval of Danzo's proposition. Meanwhile, back at Chen An's residence, after an afternoon of diligent effort, he successfully accrued 2 experience points. With the stroke of midnight, he was poised to transcend to the next tier, a prospect that filled his heart with exhilaration. As the night gently unfolded, the subsequent morning dawned, and upon awakening, Chen An accessed his system panel to examine the newly acquired attributes following his breakthrough. Name: Hinata Heinen. Age: 19. Physique: 100. Spirit: 64. Bloodline: Byakugan primary sage body intermediate ice release primary magnet release technique, chakra manipulation. For 000810000000. Skills. Eye technique. Pressure eye technique. Illusion energy. Primary sage body. What manner of ability is this? Chen An glanced at his system panel and discovered that his original advanced immortal body had transformed into a primary spiritual body. Chapter 69. Spiritual Body. Indeed, this spiritual body increasingly resembles something from the realm of cultivation. Am I truly destined to ascend to immortality? Chen An gazed in astonishment at the primary celestial spirit displayed on the system panel, involuntarily exclaiming aloud, "Young Master Rian, is there something amiss?" Upon hearing Chen An shout, the nanny, Xiao Shui, who was preparing breakfast, cautiously approached the door of Chen An's room, gently knocking before addressing him. "Is everything all right? How much longer until breakfast is ready?" Having regained his composure, Chen An promptly responded to Xiao Shui outside the door. "Young Master Rian, it will be ready shortly. If you are in a hurry, it can be served now, though it may be a bit hot." The nanny, Xiao Shui, spoke with great respect to Chen An. "Very well, I shall rise at once and come to eat." As Chen An swiftly changed his attire, he exited his room with purpose. "Good day, young master." He heard the maid, Xiao Shui, exclaim as she caught sight of him, just as she was about to offer her customary greeting. She was taken aback to discover that Chen An's once ebony locks had transformed into a striking silvery hue. Despite this dramatic change in hair color, there was no sign of aging upon his visage. Rather, his face radiated a luminous quality reminiscent of jade. "What is it? Is something amiss?" Chen An inquired with a smile, observing Xiao Shui's astonishment. "Good day, young master. Your hair has turned white," she exclaimed in a state of panic, pointing at his hair to draw his attention. White. At that moment, Chen An's heart raced as he reached up to grasp a strand of his hair, confirming Xiao Shui's assertion that it had indeed transformed into a brilliant white. Chen An abruptly dashed into the washroom and gazed into the mirror. Indeed, his once ebony hair had transformed into a shimmering silver. Goodness, am I evolving towards the likeness of Kaguya Otsutsuki? At this rate, will I also sprout horns like her? Chen An gazed in astonishment at his reflection in the mirror, realizing that he increasingly resembled the great Otsutsuki Kaguya. Good day, good day. Just as Chen An was lost in his thoughts before the mirror, the voices of his grandfather Hyuga Simu and his aunt Hyuga Muxia drifted in from outside. "Good day. My grandson, what has happened to you?" Grandfather Hyuga Sima rushed into the washroom, and upon seeing Chen An standing before the mirror, he was overcome with tears. "Grandfather, I am fine. It's merely a minor misstep in my training," Chen An replied, feeling helpless as he set aside the matter of his hair turning white to comfort his grandfather. "A misstep in training? Are you certain it's not due to an injury?" And Hyuga Muxia, standing nearby, inquired anxiously upon hearing Chen An's explanation. "I assure you, it is not a problem with my body. I am still in good health," Chen An patiently clarified to his aunt. "Xiao Shui, please prepare a few more breakfasts. My aunt will be joining us." Chen An emerged from the washroom, accompanied by his grandfather Hinata Qingmu and his aunt Hinata Muxia, and instructed the maid, Xiao Shui. "Very well, young Master Rian," the maid promptly replied, having been quietly listening to the proceedings. "Do tell us, what is the matter at hand?" After Chen An, along with his grandfather Hinata Qingmu and aunt Hinata Muxia, took their seats, his grandfather eagerly inquired about the situation. "I am uncertain of the specifics," Chen An confessed. "Yet I sense that the I have inherited seems to be undergoing a transformation. As for the reason behind my hair turning white, I am unsure whether it is due to the effects of ice release." Chen An helplessly explained to his grandfather, Hinata Simu. "Very well. Please sit here for a moment. I shall fetch Shizuka and have her conduct a thorough examination to ascertain the matter at hand." Despite Chen An's reassurances, his grandfather, Hinata Simu, remained unconvinced, responding with utmost seriousness. "Understood, grandfather. I shall comply." Chen An, seeing his grandfather Hinata Simu still unable to set his heart at ease, reluctantly acquiesced to his grandfather's request and summoned his medical ninjutsu instructor, Hinata Shizuka, to conduct an examination. However, Chen An did not abandon his quest to uncover the reason behind his hair's transformation to white. He began to accompany his grandfather during breakfast while simultaneously channeling chakra, meticulously sensing the changes occurring within his body. As he activated the chakra flow, Chen An was astonished to discover that he seemed to be in a sage mode state. Even without the need for chakra manipulation, the energy residing within him was sage chakra, far superior to the original sage mode that required chakra control to condense. This, indeed, embodied the essence of the sage spirit body, a permanent sage mode, suggesting that his very cells were infused with sage energy. In his heart, Chen An quietly pondered. Soon, the medical ninjutsu master, Hinata Shizuka, arrived at Chen An's home to conduct a thorough examination. After meticulous scrutiny, Master Hinata Shizuka discovered that Chen An's health was remarkably sound, with no underlying issues. Shizuka, are you certain that there are no problems with his body? Grandfather Hinata Chingmu expressed his lingering concerns to Master Hinata Shizuka after receiving her assessment. Rest assured, Elder, An's health is impeccable. He is in excellent condition. Master Hinata Shizuka reassured the elder with a smile as she began to put away her examination tools. This is your assurance, after all. However, should any issues arise, I will certainly hold you accountable, Grandfather Hinata Chingmu retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. Do not worry, I can assure you of this matter, Master Hinata Shizuka said, casting a warm glance at Chen An before turning back to Grandfather Hinata Chingmu. Grandfather, have no fear. I have undergone a special transformation after mastering the 4th layer of chakra circulation. I am now in a permanent sage mode, simply empowered beyond measure. Chen An grasped the hand of his grandfather, Hinata Simu, and with a smile, inquired, What do you mean by the 4th level? No wonder you have changed so significantly. In that case, I understand now. Upon hearing that Chen An had cultivated his chakra to the 4th level, Grandpa Hinata gradually felt at ease. Teacher Shizuka, I appreciate your assistance. My grandfather has been quite concerned due to my considerable transformation, which is why he specifically summoned you. Chen An approached his teacher, Hinata Shizuka, and smiled as he offered his apologies. It's quite all right. You are a cherished treasure of the Hinata clan. If anything were to happen to you, it would surely sadden me, she replied warmly. Now, let us not linger any longer. I must take my leave. After carefully packing away all the instruments, Hinata Shizuka turned to Chen An with a smile. Chen An followed Hinata Shizuka out, and after seeing her off, he returned to his home. Chen, since you are all right now, I shall take my leave, said his aunt, Hinata Mushia, as she stood up to bid farewell to Chen An grandfather. Please attend to your matters. I still need to meticulously examine any other changes resulting from this breakthrough. Chen An greeted his grandfather at dawn and set out to test the extent of his enhancement with his novice celestial physique. Chapter 70, The Obstacle of Fame. Exiting his home, Chen An arrived at the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. Ice Release, Ice Marking Century. Chen An was the first to unleash the Ice Mark era. Even without the activation of chakra manipulation, the Ice Mark era spread rapidly and visibly in all directions. Indeed, the spirit body is the embodiment of a permanent sage mode. The chakra manipulation technique has seamlessly integrated the sage mode into my very being. The greater the amount of sage chakra, the more formidable my spirit body becomes. Chen An gazed upon the vast expanse of ice, far exceeding the usual dimensions he conjured with his chakra, and smiled. He subsequently endeavored to experiment with both taijutsu and genjutsu, discovering that in the sage mode of his spiritual form, the potency of both techniques had significantly escalated compared to his previous capabilities. He even perceived that in this ethereal state, the flow of chakra bestowed upon him a sense of unity with nature. Each strike seemed to harness the forces of the natural world. Having comprehensively grasped his abilities, Chen An returned home with a sense of satisfaction. Tuanzong, how could you act in such a manner? In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, confronted Shimura Danzo with palpable anger. What is the problem? Isn't this all for the sake of Konoha? Danzo retorted defiantly against Hiruzen's furious outburst. You continue to be obstinate. We tasked you with recruiting individuals from foreign lands, not plundering them from other nations. You claim to be responsible solely for the land of hot water's recruitment. Yet why have you returned with these individuals from the land of iron as well? Hiruzen slammed his hand on the desk, his voice raised in indignation. Those from the land of iron merely followed us when we were recruiting from the land of hot water. I could hardly send them back. Such an action would severely tarnish our village's reputation, Danzo replied dismissively, unfazed by Hiruzen's ire. You were concerned about the village's image? Hiruzen, upon hearing Danzo's words, found himself both infuriated and amused. Are you aware that your method of recruitment will soon attract the attention of the daimyo of the Land of Fire? This could gravely impact Konoha's interests. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? Hiruzen adjusted his demeanor, addressing Danzo with utmost seriousness. Sarutobi, do you believe that Hinata Hayashi's little one knows how to handle this matter? Danzo remarked with a grin upon hearing Hiruzen mention the daimyo. What do you mean by bringing up that child at this juncture? Hiruzen inquired, perplexed by Danzo's reference. Sarutobi, have you forgotten? It was Hinata's little one who first proposed such a method of recruiting from other nations. Even if I do not pursue this approach, the numbers will inevitably draw the daimyo's attention. One must understand that child has been steering the direction of the Hyuga clan since childhood. Would he truly be oblivious to the repercussions of such recruitment? As Shimura Danzo observed the perplexed expression of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a smug smile graced his face. Although, under the counsel of Chen An, he, a disciple of the second Hokage, had irrevocably forfeited his aspirations to become the next Hokage, Danzo remained convinced that Hinata Hayashi, that young lad, was undeniably a hawkish figure akin to himself. This young man not only envisioned the unification of the ninja world under the banner of Konohagakure, but also harbored intentions to usurp the daimyo. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, upon hearing Danzo's probing remarks, was enveloped in confusion. Could it be true that Hinata Hayashi, as Danzo suggested, was indeed plotting against the daimyo of the Land of Fire? Danzo, irrespective of the outcome of this matter, I urge you to temper your recruitment methods. Do not invite the attention of other daimyos, understood? After a moment of contemplation, Hiruzen decided to suppress the issue for the time being, opting to observe the developments before making a decision. Ah, I see, Danzo replied, recognizing that his old friend had acquiesced. Henceforth, he needed only to act with more discretion, disregarding Hiruzen's concerns. Danzo was confident that Hinata Hayashi possessed the capability to address any threats posed by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. At the daimyo's residence, as anticipated by the third Hokage, Danzo's frenzied recruitment of civilians into Konohagakure did not go unnoticed by the guarding ninja, who reported the matter to the daimyo. Your Excellency, this behavior from Konohagakure must be curtailed. Otherwise, they will completely elude our control, rendering us powerless to restrain them. Should they turn against us, it would spell disaster for the Land of Fire. The advisor spoke gravely to the daimyo. Is that so? Finance Minister, the daimyo replied, casting a serious gaze toward the finance minister responsible for the taxation of the Land of Fire. Indeed, Your Excellency. Previously, the ninja of Konohagakure required substantial funds to procure food and medicinal supplies, the majority of which we provided, thus allowing us to easily manipulate their Hokage. However, with the village now actively recruiting civilians to cultivate crops and vegetables, and with families such as the Nara clan engaging in the cultivation of medicinal herbs, their dependence on us will dwindle rapidly. Coupled with the influx of funding, Konohagakure will swiftly grow beyond our control, the finance minister stated with a serious expression. Reviewing the intelligence provided by the guarding ninja, immediately issue a decree to suspend all subsidies related to Konohagakure and strongly demand that they cease their recruitment of civilians. Upon receiving the precise words of the finance minister, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire promptly issued a command. Yes, my lord. The guardian ninja, positioned at the feudal lord's side, swiftly rose to action in accordance with the lord's directive. Consequently, the recruitment of commoners from various small nations by Konoha village began to decelerate. Noticing the shift, Shimura Danzo, along with Midogate Kurenai, Nara Shikaku, and their respective clans, promptly returned to Konoha village to report to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to discuss how the village should respond to this situation. Upon receiving the intelligence relayed by an old comrade, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent a notification to Hyuga Hayashi. Chapter 71. Countermeasures against the feudal Lord Hokage Tower. Hayashi, you've arrived. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Chen An's arrival, the third Hokage stood excitedly from his chair, gesturing for Chen An to sit down. Here's the intelligence. Take a look and let us deliberate on our next course of action. After handing the documents to Chen An, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze upon him, eager to discern from Chen An's expression whether he had anticipated the challenges posed by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Chen An examined the intelligence closely. The documents meticulously detailed how Hiruzen's companions were continuously recruiting commoners from various small nations. A smile crept onto Chen An's face upon discovering that Shimura Danzo had resorted to coercive methods to amass a significant number of commoners from the Land of Soup and the Land of Iron. Indeed, despite the restrictions placed on Danzo's aspirations to become the Hokage, he remained Konoha's most formidable hawkish influence. Observing Chen An's composed demeanor, devoid of panic or shock, and even marked by a smile, the third Hokage comprehended that Danzo's assertion regarding Chen An's prior planning was indeed true. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself perplexed. How could Chen An, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, all of whom were born after the establishment of Konoha, exhibit such cunning and shrewd strategies? After Chen An had thoroughly reviewed all the intelligence, he leisurely set down the documents in his hands and turned his gaze towards the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. What do you think, Hiruzen? What should we do next? The third Hokage, seeing Chen An put down the intelligence, anxiously inquired. There is no need for alarm, Lord Hokage. The situation has not deteriorated to that extent. Chen An smiled reassuringly at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and inquired, Is that so? What shall we do then? Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage felt a considerable alleviation of his anxious sentiments. However, his gaze remained intensely fixed on Chen An, eager to discern the subsequent course of action. Since the daimyo has severed our funding, let us dissolve the employment relationship between Konoha and the Land of Fire. We should withdraw all ninjas from Konoha from the various villages and towns. With a smile, Chen An addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, What do you mean by withdrawing? Will not the people from other nations invade the Land of Fire? Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage was taken aback and inquired with surprise, Lord Hokage, our relationship with the Land of Fire is fundamentally one of mutual engagement. They provide the funds, and we offer our strength to safeguard the security of the Land of Fire. If they are now unwilling to pay, then we should simply withdraw. With a smile, Chen An confidently addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, he expressed concern about the lack of financial support from the Fire Nation's daimyo, which would leave their village in a precarious situation. The third Hokage, feeling quite troubled, responded to Chen An's lack of funds. You need not worry about that, Hokage-sama. The capital of the Fire Nation is filled with numerous nobles. When the day comes that we find ourselves short of resources, we could dispatch a few ninjas from Konoha to disguise themselves as rogue ninjas, infiltrate the capital, select a noble, assassinate them, and seize their wealth to bring back to Konoha for our village's development, don't you think? Chen An cast a rather indifferent glance at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and addressed him, Might this not be a rather ill-advised course of action? By proceeding in this manner, we risk exposing our daimyo to other ninja villages. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage appeared quite troubled and replied, Lord Hokage, you are perhaps overthinking this. Consider this, if the daimyo of the Land of Fire does not place their trust in us, how can we expect the daimyos of other nations to trust their own ninja villages? If the daimyo of the Land of Fire were to support the ninja villages of foreign lands, would the smaller villages dare to act in such a manner? And should the larger villages pursue such actions, what choices would their own daimyos be compelled to make? With a smile, Chen An retorted to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is that so? Indeed. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage gasped, realizing that the situation seemed to align perfectly with Chen An's assertion. Furthermore, we need not confront the daimyo directly. By masquerading as wandering ninjas or rogue ninjas and persistently attacking the officials under the Fire Country's daimyo, I cannot believe that the daimyo would dare to sever ties with our hidden leaf village. With a cold smile, Chen An leaned back in his chair and addressed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Chen An's eyes, the daimyo of the Land of Fire was merely the treasury of Konoha. Is there not a saying? While neighbors store grain, I stockpile weapons. My neighbor is my granary. As the most powerful ninja village in the entire shinobi world, Konoha had experienced rapid development in the absence of Shimura Danzo, who had instigated internal strife for the current Hokage. At times, Chen An pondered whether it would be feasible for a single ninja village like Konoha to confront the other four great ninja villages simultaneously. After elucidating all the details to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An rose with a smile and departed from the Hokage's office, leaving Hiruzen to digest the implications of his words alone. Soon, the third Hokage issued commands to several of his companions, instructing them to dispatch ninjas disguised as rogue and wandering ninjas to pillage the officials under the daimyo of the Land of Fire, seizing their wealth and secretly returning it to Konoha. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This is certainly not the way of Sarutobi. The individual who devised this scheme must be that little rascal, Hyuga Hinata. In the Land of Water, upon receiving the orders from the third Hokage, Shimura Danzo was overjoyed. He immediately sent out ninjas from his clan to assassinate the officials of the Land of Fire who obstructed his attempts to bring back the commoners of the Land of Water and the Land of Iron to Konoha. In fact, Shimura Danzo even took matters into his own hands, personally killing a cousin of the daimyo of the Land of Fire and seizing all his wealth. Under the orders of the third Hokage, a multitude of ninjas from Konoha began their return from various villages within the Land of Fire, no longer serving as the guardians of these villages, the most prominent example being the capital of the Land of Fire. Originally, Although the capital had the protection of the fire daimyo's ninja, the defense duties were always the responsibility of the ninjas from Konohagakure. Now, as the ninjas from Konohagakure began to return to their village, the fire daimyo was immediately alarmed by this phenomenon. Since the establishment of the ninja village by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, the majority of ninja clans from the nation had pledged their allegiance to the village, leaving only a negligible number of individual ninjas or small clans to serve as the guardians for the fire daimyo. Yet, these guardians were not particularly strong, with some possessing abilities that could be deemed weak. Only a handful managed to attain the rank of J-nin, but their numbers and strength could not compare to those of the ninjas from the village. In the face of the Konohagakure ninjas' withdrawal, the defense capacity of the fire daimyo's residents began to plummet. Simultaneously, reports of attacks and plundering targeting the members of the daimyo's clans scattered across the land of fire began to surface. This situation prompted even the third Kazekage of Sunigakure and Hanzo of the Salamander from the land of rain to tacitly cease hostilities, choosing to observe the unfolding developments in the land of fire. Chapter 72. The daimyo's counterattack as Konohagakure commenced its actions. The fire daimyo received consecutive reports of attacks from rogue ninjas and defectors across various regions. Is this the idea you presented to me? Damn Konohagakure. Are they attempting to rebel? In the hall of the fire daimyo, he slammed his palm against the table, furiously reprimanding his ministers. In response to the daimyo's wrath, the ministers of the land of fire stood quietly like quails beneath him, not daring to utter a sound. This conflict with Konohagakure had resulted in not only the deaths of numerous noble ministers over the past month, but also a significant influx of commoners from the land of fire to Konohagakure, where they became members of the village. Finance minister, military minister, you must devise a plan immediately. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to relieve you of your positions and hold you accountable, the fire daimyo declared, slamming the table before the military and finance ministers. My lord, we could issue missions to the ninja villages of other nations, seeking their assistance to combat the Hokage of Konohagakure. The military minister stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed the fire daimyo. Other nations' ninja villages? Is that feasible? You must understand that Konohagakure is the largest ninja village in the world. Which nation's ninja village could possibly contend with Konohagakure? The fire daimyo disdainfully shot a glance at the military minister, his voice cold. My lord, perhaps a single ninja village may not suffice against Konohagakure, but what about 3 or 4? The finance minister stepped forward, a smirk gracing his lips as he addressed the fire daimyo. No matter how formidable Konohagakure may be, it cannot easily withdraw from an onslaught by the 4 great ninja villages. The minister of finance, with a sinister expression, addressed the daimyo of the land of fire. Indeed, my lord, although the strength of Konoha is formidable, Hanzo of the Salamander from the land of rain is revered as a demigod by the ninja world. Should we gather such individuals, even Konoha may find it challenging to contend with them all at once. The Minister of Military Affairs then took up the mantle of dialogue. Responding to the daimyo, I see. In that case, you should expedite preparations. Immediately contact the other 4 great ninja villages and this Hanzo of the Salamander. The land of fire may lack in many respects, but we certainly possess wealth. We must suppress this group of rebels from Konoha. Upon hearing the words of the ministers, the daimyo, who had initially felt despondent and enraged, suddenly found renewed vigor. He promptly commanded the finance and administration ministers to reach out to the 4 great ninja villages and Hanzo. While the daimyo's actions were just commencing, Konoha was reaping considerable gains. Who would have thought that despite the lengthy efforts of Danzo and his associates to recruit only a handful, a mere conflict with the daimyo would yield a greater number of recruits than their 3 months of toil? When Danzo returns, I shall thoroughly mock them. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed the influx of commoners from the land of fire to Konoha following the dispute. Lord Hokage, urgent news has just arrived from the daimyo's residence. The daimyo has dispatched the military and finance ministers to contact the 4 great ninja villages in Hanzo. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was reveling in the excitement, an Umbu ninja burst into the Hokage's office, anxiously addressing him. What did you say? The daimyo intends to reach out to the other 4 great ninja villages in Hanzo? What shall we do now? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. Engaging simultaneously with the 4 great ninja villages in Hanzo would likely result in severe losses for Konoha, despite its years of accumulation. The thought sent shivers down his spine, leaving him at a loss for action. Right. You must contact Hyuga Hayashi immediately. Tell him to come to the Hokage's office at once. I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath while seated, his expression turning grave as he addressed the Umbu. Yes, Lord Hokage. I will go at once. With the order received, the Umbu ninja swiftly departed towards the Hyuga clan. Meanwhile, upon receiving the summons, Hyuga Hayashi, unaware of the unfolding situation, hurriedly followed the Umbu ninja to the Hokage's office. What could Lord Hokage possibly want with me? With a smile gracing his face, Chen An entered the Hokage office and addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Good day, something grave has transpired. Upon seeing Chen An's arrival, the third Hokage abruptly rose from his chair, rushing to Chen An with an expression of urgency. What could be so serious? Please, do tell. Noticing the gravity of the third Hokage's demeanor, Chen An's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he earnestly replied, the 4 great ninja villages, alongside Hanzo of the Salamander, are planning to besiege our village. The third Hokage, filled with anxiety, responded, What? How can this be? Are they not concerned about the suspicions of our nation's daimyo? Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An stood in astonishment, momentarily frozen in place. In his original plan, the 4 great ninja villages were not expected to launch an assault on Konoha. Following the summons from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, they would likely adopt a stance of cautious observation. Only Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village, having suffered significant losses in battles against the Sand Village, would be inclined to heed the summons and direct his ire towards Konoha. Why would the other 4 great ninja villages consent to attack us? Had their daimyos intervened? Pondering this perplexity, Chen An deduced a singular possibility. It was indeed the daimyos of the other 4 nations who had orchestrated this aggression, compelling the villages to act against Konoha. However, it was not merely a matter of external daimyos. It was the daimyo of the Land of Fire who had instructed the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Military Affairs to engage with the other 4 great ninja villages. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage gazed at him with a look of confusion. Yet, upon comprehending the Hokage's response, Chen An felt a wave of relief wash over him. Lord Hokage, are you suggesting that the daimyo of the Land of Fire has sought the aid of the other 4 great ninja villages as well as Hanzo of the Salamander to launch an attack on our Konoha? Chen An smiled as he addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Indeed, that is the case. What shall we do next? The third Hokage, realizing that Chen An had already discerned the truth of the matter, eagerly nodded and inquired further. Lord Hokage, we have nothing to worry about moving forward. Chen An spoke meaningfully to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 73. The Watchful Eye of Hanzo. How could the village possibly be safe? The third Hokage inquired, looking at Chen An with confusion. Lord Hokage, although the daimyo has extended an invitation to the 4 great ninja villages, it is unlikely that they will accept this mission immediately. Only Hanzo of the Salamander would, within approximately a week of the daimyo's summons, agree to undertake a mission against our Konoha village. Chen An observed the perplexed expression of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and with a smile, proceeded to elucidate. Oh, you mean to say that our only adversary is Hanzo of the Salamander, correct? Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage's eyes brightened with excitement as he inquired further. No, that is not the case. Our opponents still include the 4 great ninja villages. However, they will not align with Hanzo of the Salamander in their efforts against us. Chen An shook his head, dismissing the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although the 4 great ninja villages may not intervene immediately, they will undoubtedly keep a close watch on the conflict between us and Hanzo of the Salamander. Should we show any signs of cowardice or retreat, the 4 great ninja villages would not hesitate to launch an attack on Konoha. Therefore, it is imperative that we defeat Hanzo of the Salamander from the Rain Village at the earliest opportunity. Only in this way will the 4 great ninja villages fear the strength of Konoha and refrain from acting against us. With a serious expression, Chen An addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, It is not quite right, Hiruzen. It seems that no one in our village can defeat Hanzo of the Salamander in a short span of time. Although it is rather embarrassing to admit, even if I were to engage in battle with Hanzo, it would be a mere 50-50 struggle, lacking any form of dominance. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage furrowed his brow and replied, Lord Hokage, please follow me. Chen An placed his hand upon the shoulder of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and directly executed the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them both to the outskirts of the village. Rian, have you brought me here to unveil something? The third Hokage, upon realizing their location outside the village, looked at Chen An with surprise and inquired. Lord Hokage, just observe closely from here on. Chen An smiled like the third Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, and responded, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Sage art. Wind release. Super big Rasengan. In an instant, Chen An produced at least 100 shadow clones, each raising their right hand. A colossal spiral shuriken materialized in Chen An's grasp, which he then hurled en masse into the forest before him. In but a fleeting moment, countless spiral shurikens erupted, spreading outwards with rapid ferocity. The trees in front of him were reduced to mere splinters, torn apart by the swirling winds of chakra. Standing behind Chen An, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, gazed at the spectacle unfolding before him in astonishment, incredulously turning his eyes to Chen An. Is this a new ninjutsu you have developed, Dian? It truly is formidable. The third Hokage expressed his amazement to Chen An. Lord Hokage, I had previously developed an A-rank Rasengan. Recently, I have undergone another breakthrough in my abilities, refining this ninjutsu. The current Rasengan has reached S-rank, and the super big Rasengan I just executed can even attain an ultra S-rank level. Chen An confidently addressed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stating, Once we engage in warfare with Hanzo of the Salamander, I shall raise my Rasengan shuriken high and unleash them upon the ranks of the Rain Village. No matter how swiftly they attempt to flee, confronted with such a multitude of Rasengan shuriken, even the slightest graze would reduce any ninja of Chunin rank or below to a mere mist of blood. Chen An, with a serious expression, addressed the third Hokage, stating, On the battlefield of war, should Hanzo of the Salamander engage us, I could, in but a fleeting moment, eliminate a multitude of Rain shinobi. Even if Hanzo possesses formidable strength and manages to evade capture, the Rain Village, having suffered significant losses, would have no choice but to concede defeat. Furthermore, upon witnessing such a scenario, other shinobi villages would undoubtedly refrain from confronting Konoha. No one stands as our equal in Konoha. Therefore, in this forthcoming conflict, there is no cause for concern. With my presence, I assure you that victory for Konoha is guaranteed. Chen An proudly addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying, I see. That reassures me. I shall return to continue assisting the refugees of the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage turned joyfully and made his way towards his office. Observing the third Hokage's nimble form, it was as if he had shed a decade from his age the moment he received the news. Standing in place, Chen An smiled as he followed closely behind the third Hokage back to Konohagakure, in the Land of Rain's Rain Village. Hanzo of the Salamander looked astonished as he addressed the financial minister of the Land of Fire. Is it true that the daimyo of the Land of Fire wishes to enlist my aid against Konohagakure? The financial minister, with an air of incredulity, confirmed, Indeed, Lord Hanzo. I beseech you in the name of the daimyo to assist us in confronting the Hokage of Konohagakure. Are you truly willing to pay me? Hanzo shook his head in disapproval. You expect me to engage with Konohagakure, the strongest ninja village in the entire shinobi world? I will not be drawn into such a conflict. Please, Lord Hanzo, do not refuse us. We are prepared to offer you a reward of 10 million ryo, with the hope that you will lend us your strength. You will not be alone. The other 4 great ninja villages will join forces against Konohagakure, the financial minister implored. Realizing that Hanzo's reluctance stemmed not from fear but from the apprehension of facing the village alone and suffering significant losses. Will the other 4 great ninja villages indeed participate? Hanzo pondered for a moment, then regarded the financial minister intently. To contend with Konohagakure, I require 20 million ryo. I will lead the Rain Village's ninjas into battle. But my fee is 2 million ryo. His gaze was piercing, betraying a sense of avarice. 20 million ryo? Very well, I accept. We can arrange for half of the payment immediately, but you must act swiftly against Konohagakure, the financial minister responded after a brief contemplation, his demeanor turning serious. Agreed. We have a deal. Upon learning that the Land of Fire was indeed willing to offer a bounty of 20 million ryo, the cunning Hans of the Salamander swiftly addressed the financial minister of the Land of Fire. The 2 parties promptly signed and sealed the task's commission, with the minister advancing a portion of the commission to Hans. Chapter 74. Hans Goes to War content with Hans's acceptance of the mission. The financial minister of the Land of Fire departed from the Hidden Rain Village, clutching the commission document. Once outside the confines of the Hidden Rain Village, he immediately disseminated the news of Hans's acceptance of the Land of Fire's Lord's Commission, which entailed waging war against the Hidden Leaf Village throughout the ninja world. Ah, the avaricious Hans. I shall now observe how you intend to navigate this predicament. The financial minister mused with a cold smirk as he gazed towards the direction of the Land of Rain. Sir, do you think our actions will provoke Hans? A cautious attendant inquired, inching closer to the minister. What does it matter? This is merely Hans' own greed at play. If he had refused the task, how could I have possibly orchestrated this scheme? The minister retorted disdainfully, regarding the attendant with scorn. All ninja villages are renowned for accepting commissioned tasks. Had Hans declined, he would have forfeited any grounds for manipulation. However, now that Hans has embraced the task, should he fail to fulfill it, the credibility of the hidden rain village would plummet, discouraging others from seeking commissions there in the future. This was a matter of reputation. This Hans is truly foolish for allowing himself to be outmaneuvered by an ordinary individual. Now, he has unwittingly placed himself in a precarious position. Next, we shall observe the response of the Hidden Leaf Village. In the land of Earth, Noki, the second Tsuchikage, chuckled upon receiving news of Hans's acceptance of the commission from the land of fire to wage war against the Hidden Leaf Village. Previously, when officials from the land of fire approached the Rock Village with tasks, Noki had deftly rebuffed them, citing the devastating losses sustained during the last Great Ninja War. He had not anticipated that Hans would so recklessly take up the task. Meanwhile, the other three major ninja villages, upon receiving the same news, laughed at Hans's lack of wisdom, easily deceived by the officials of the land of fire. On the other hand, when the Hidden Leaf Village learned of Hans's acceptance of the commission from the land of fire to wage war against them, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained unperturbed. Instead, he leisurely dispatched individuals to inform Chen An, as well as his three disciples and Kakashi Hitaki, to once again assemble the team that had previously engaged in battle with the Sand Ninja of the Wind Country. Chen An, the team is ready for you. You may set forth towards the Hidden Rain Village at once. Remember to put on a splendid display at that time, lest the other four great ninja villages underestimate our strength and take action against our Leaf Village. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, said with a reassuring pat on Chen An's shoulder, expressing his unwavering trust in him. Indeed, Chen An, you must seize this opportunity to eliminate that old coot, Hanzo of the Salamander. This time, we cannot afford to merely settle for a stalemate as we did previously, exclaimed Shimura Danzo, who stood excitedly beside the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, Elder Danzo, rest assured, my prowess is more than adequate to deal with Hanzo of the Salamander, Chen An replied with a smile, reassured by the words of the third Hokage and Danzo. After all, he is merely a small ninja village, and my current strength is more than sufficient to handle Hanzo. Very well, since you are all prepared, let us embark. I shall arrange a celebratory feast for you upon your triumphant return to the Leaf Village, promised the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chen An and Tsunade, along with others, respectfully bowed to the third Hokage before swiftly leading the ninjas of Konoha towards the borders of the Land of Rain. Upon arriving at the Rain Village, Hanzo of the Salamanders seethed with anger, realizing the treachery of the Fire Country's minister. The Fire Country had cunningly positioned him at the forefront, turning him and the Rain Village ninjas into vanguards against Konoha. If he failed to gain the upper hand in battle against Konoha, the other four great nations would undoubtedly refrain from engaging, leaving the Rain Village to bear the brunt of the losses. Should he falter, not only would the mission remain unaccomplished, but the promised funds from the Fire Country would also vanish. Meanwhile, the Fire Country could simply soften its stance towards Konoha, maintaining their collaborative relationship. This conflict was merely a manifestation of the power struggle between the Fire Country's daimyo and the Hokage, not a life-and-death struggle. Ironically, it was he, the outsider, who faced the most formidable threat from Konoha, a misstep leading to ruin. Master Hanzo, what should we do next? Inquired one of Hanzo's loyal subordinates. Bewildered by the predicament, we must engage in a fierce battle with Konoha, Hanzo declared grimly. Otherwise, the reputation of our Rain Village will dissipate, and no one will come here to seek our services. We must rise to become the sixth great ninja village. With a scowl of determination, Hanzo instructed, gather all the ninjas of the Rain Village. Bring everyone capable of harnessing chakra. This battle is a matter of our village's survival. Even the children who have just begun to harness chakra? His subordinate asked incredulously. Indeed, everyone who can wield chakra must join us. Not a single one can be left behind. We will deploy the full might of the Rain Village on the battlefield, Hanzo replied, his eyes reflecting his deep-seated fury. I understand, Master Hanzo, the subordinate said, taking a deep breath before resolutely making his way outside. Unbeknownst to many, the situation had devolved to such dire straits that even children were being conscripted onto the battlefield. This revelation stirred a profound sense of indignation within Hanzo of the Salamander's loyal retainer, who also harbored a trace of resentment towards Hanzo himself. Nevertheless, as a devoted confidant, Despite the inner grievances, he complied with Hanzo's orders and gathered all individuals capable of harnessing chakra. The rain ninjas, summoned by Hanzo, swiftly set forth under his leadership towards the borders of the land of rain and the land of fire. Chapter 75. Before the battle, Chen An led the ninja squad of the Hidden Leaf Village, opting not to rush directly to the borders of the land of fire as they had previously. Instead, they halted at a considerable distance from the land of rain. The rationale for this choice lay in the area's open terrain. Should Hanzo of the Salamander wish to confront him, he would first have to traverse a canyon to reach the Hidden Leaf ninjas. At that moment, Chen An could unleash a barrage of large-scale Rasengan, enveloping a significant portion of the rain ninjas within its range, thereby enabling him to swiftly engage Hanzo in a decisive battle and ultimately triumph over him. Good day. Must we truly establish our encampment here? Can we not advance a little further? Tsunade Senju inquired, accompanied by Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi Hitaki, as they approached Chen An. We cannot proceed any further. After all, we remain in a state of hostility with the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Although our primary target is Hanzo, we cannot dismiss the possibility of a covert assault from the daimyo's forces assisting Hanzo against the Hidden Leaf Village. This location is spacious and well-connected, devoid of excessive foliage, providing no cover for the forces of the Land of Fire, thus rendering it an ideal site for our encampment. Chen An heard the inquiry from Senju Tsunade and gently shook his head. Addressing Senju Tsunade, he replied, I see. I shall descend to make arrangements, instructing the reconnaissance team to pay closer attention to the direction of the Fire Country's daimyo to thwart any potential ambush. Upon hearing Chen An's response, Orochimaru nodded in understanding and said to Chen An, Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Orochimaru. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Chen An smiled and replied, It is of no concern. Good day to you. With your presence, we serve merely as support on the battlefield. It is precisely because of you that we face each battle with utmost confidence, untroubled by the leadership issues that may cost our comrades their lives. Orochimaru, upon receiving Chen An's gratitude, gently shook his head and remarked, Often, I find myself pondering silently whether, had you been a bit older during that fateful battle, your parents might have escaped the clutches of sacrifice. Alas, such daydreams remain forever unattainable. However, each mission shared between Orochimaru and Chen An instills a profound sense of assurance, for regardless of the mission's outcome, at least those entrusted with its execution can return safely to the village of Konoha. Shwomo, please keep a vigilant eye on Hanzo of the Salamander. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Tsunade need only focus on the shinobi within the borders of the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Chen An merely shook his head slightly and issued orders to Kakashi Hitaki and Tsunade Senju. Rest assured, we shall accomplish the task splendidly. Upon receiving Chen An's command, Kakashi and Tsunade straightened their postures and responded affirmatively. Following this, the four departed to carry out their duties with vigilance. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander, accompanied by all the ninjas from the Land of Rain, hastily arrived at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, only to be astonished to find that the ninjas of Konoha were not stationed at the border of the two nations. Someone immediately investigate and ascertain where the ninjas of Konoha have concealed themselves. Hanzo commanded sternly, gazing at the empty border. Yes, Lord Hanzo, the Rain Ninja replied. Upon receiving the order, a Rain Ninja swiftly darted into the territory of the Land of Fire in search of intelligence regarding the Konoha ninjas. Before long, a Rain Ninja hurriedly returned. Lord Hanzo, I have discovered that the ninjas of Konoha are stationed 20 kilometers away, he reported, kneeling before Hanzo. Is that so? I had assumed that the ninjas of Konoha would shy away from battle and act as cowards. Everyone, halt and establish a camp here. Hanzo laughed heartily upon hearing the report from the Rain Ninja. However, inwardly, Hanzo began to feel a rising tension and uncertainty. Although they were merely 20 kilometers away, and according to the Rain Ninja, the Konoha ninjas should have already arrived, it was unclear why they chose to stop at that location. Could there be a hidden plot at play? Hanzo could not fathom the answer, but his unease persisted. To err on the side of caution, Hanzo ordered the Rain Ninja to hold their position and observe for the time being. A camp was quickly established for the Rain Ninja, and Hanzo, along with his subordinates, commenced discussions regarding the absence of Konoha ninjas at their location, but rather at a distance of 20 kilometers. Now then, you have all seen the previous intelligence. Speak. What do you believe is the purpose of Konoha's actions? Hanzo inquired with a serious expression directed towards his confidants. Lord Hanzo, I believe that Konoha's choice to station themselves there is likely to seize the advantage of terrain. Please observe. This is the location of Konoha's encampment. And if we are to engage them in battle, we can only enter through this canyon. If at that moment, the ninjas of Konoha collectively employ large-scale fire release techniques, complemented by wind release, even our rain ninja, despite their water affinity, would suffer devastating losses. One of Hanzo's confidants confidently stepped forward, pointing to the mountains and Konoha's encampment on the map. Indeed, your assessment is quite accurate, Hanzo acknowledged, recognizing the validity of the observation. After meticulously examining the map, Hanzo of the Salamander smiled and addressed his trusted confidant. Are there any additional thoughts? Everyone is welcome to share. Upon hearing his words, Hanzo's confidant responded with a smile. The others present nodded in agreement. However, when Hanzo inquired once more, silence enveloped the group. Very well. In that case, how shall we unravel the schemes of Konohagakure? Hanzo, sensing the quietude, spoke solemnly to his loyal subordinates. Lord Hanzo, if we position ourselves strategically and retreat 300 meters, though the gorge narrows considerably here, we can effectively counter the fire techniques of Konohagakure. Our current cadre of water-style shinobi from the Land of Rain can collectively utilize the water release, water barrier technique to thwart their fire attacks. Once you, Lord Hanzo, engage with the Konohagakure ninja, we can infiltrate their ranks, rendering their fire techniques futile. One of Hanzo's subordinates stepped forward confidently, articulating the plan. Excellent. All but the sentinels should rest and prepare for the battle against Konohagakure tomorrow, Hanzo commanded, rising to address his confidant. Chapter 76. Spiraling Shuriken cleanses the field the following morning. Hanzo of the Salamander swiftly led the shinobi of the Land of Rain to the encampment established by Chen An and his comrades outside of Konohagakure. Unbeknownst to them, the ninja of Konohagakure had already transmitted information via summoning beasts, well aware of Hanzo's impending approach. Chen An had arrived early, waiting alongside Jiraiya and others outside the Konoha village encampment for the arrival of Hanzo of the Salamander. When Hanzo, accompanied by the ninjas of the Rain Village, approached Chen An and his companions, he raised his right hand. The ninjas from the Rain Village halted in unison, their gazes fixated warily on Chen An and the ninjas of Konoha. Both parties maintained a vigilant watch over one another, while Chen An and Hanzo, exhibiting a remarkable rapport, slowly advanced towards the front of their respective groups. As for the young Hyuga clan members, if you heed the commands of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, I shall spare you today. Chen An and Mackerel Fish Hans stood in opposition, with Mackerel Fish Hans speaking first, exclaiming, "Ha! The relationship between my Hidden Leaf Village and the daimyo of the Fire Nation has never been one of subordination. The daimyo of the Fire Nation lacks the authority to command a Hidden Leaf Village to undertake any actions." Chen An gazed at the pepperfish Hanzo, his tone devoid of emotion. "Oh, is that so? Since you refuse to heed the commands of the daimyo, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Upon hearing Chen An's refusal, Hanzo spoke coldly, drawing forth his ninja blade, poised to strike. "Kill," Hanzo bellowed, leading the Rain Ninja towards Chen An and the ninjas of Konoha. Multiple shadow clone technique. In response to Hanzo and his allies, Chen An shouted, conjuring hundreds of shadow clones. A flicker of delight crossed Hanzo's eyes as he observed the emergence of 100 clones. Although the technique produced a multitude of duplicates, it also divided the caster's chakra among them. Hanzo was certain that Chen An could not possess chakra several hundred times greater than his own. However, before Hanzo could revel in his thoughts, he witnessed all of Chen An's clones and his original self raising their right hands. A colossal shuriken composed of wind chakra emitted a resonant hum. With a swift motion of his hand, Chen An unleashed 101 wind-style supergiant spiral shurikens, sending them hurtling towards the Rain Ninjas. With a resounding buzz, the 101 wind-style supergiant spiral shurikens erupted in an instant. The immense wind chakra coalesced into 101 gigantic tornadoes, ensnaring a multitude of Rain Ninjas within their grasp. In the blink of an eye, the Rain Ninjas were torn asunder by the ferocious winds, transforming into a mist of crimson. "No!" Hanzo exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed his comrades being consumed by the vortex, reduced to mere blood mist. He could scarcely fathom that in a single encounter, such devastation had befallen the Rain Ninjas at the hands of Chen An's wind-style supergiant spiral shurikens. Trapped within the narrow confines of the canyon, the Rain Ninjas found themselves densely clustered, and many who might have escaped were drawn back into the tempest created by the explosive shurikens. As the tornadoes generated by Chen An's technique gradually dissipated, scarcely a few Rain Ninjas remained standing. Those who survived were often left maimed, having lost limbs in the onslaught. "Lord Hanzo, a fortunate Rain Ninja, barely escaping, approached Hanzo, his voice choked with emotion, gazing at him in confusion. Meanwhile, Chen An, astonished by the devastating results of his own ninjutsu, realized he had been misled by the phenomena witnessed when the original character, Naruto Uzumaki, employed this very technique. To my astonishment, the technique of the spiral shuriken, developed by Naruto Uzumaki, is not merely a singular ninjutsu, but rather a formidable area of effect attack. Remarkably, after only a single imitation, he managed to annihilate a multitude of ranged shinobi, showcasing a terrifying might. Yuzong, you must immediately escort all the ninjas from the village of Rain back to our homeland. Secure the entire village and refrain from engaging in further conflicts with any other villages, said Hanzo of the Salamander, his eyes glistening with tears as he spoke to his trusted confidant. What about you, Lord Hanzo? Yuzong inquired, and upon hearing Hanzo's words, he instantly realized that Hanzo intended to seek vengeance for the fallen ninjas of their village and had no intention of returning alive. Accepting a mission from the Land of Fire must come at a cost. You must return home now, Hanzo said, suppressing his inner turmoil of anger and regret. Raising his voice to his loyal aide, Yuzong. Yes, Lord Hanzo, Yuzong responded emphatically, tears streaming down his face. He then rose and rallied the remaining Rain shinobi to hastily retreat to the Land of Rain. Chen An did not impede the retreat of the Rain shinobi. Instead, he seized the opportunity while Hanzo of the Salamander engaged in conversation with his confidants to swiftly dispel his shadow clone technique. He quietly commenced the circulation of his chakra, diligently replenishing the energy he had just expended. Are we truly allowing them to depart like this? Should I rally others to pursue those Rain shinobi? Tsunade Senju swiftly approached Chen An, inquiring earnestly. No need for that, Chen An replied. You must lead the Leaf Village's forces to withdraw immediately. I am about to engage in a fierce battle with Hanzo, and you must keep your distance from this area. With a serious expression, Chen An addressed Tsunade, affirming, understood. I shall lead my comrades in retreat. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Tsunade swiftly turned and, accompanied by the ninjas of Konoha, began to withdraw. Meanwhile, Hanzo of the Salamander, witnessing the remaining Rain shinobi hastily retreating to the Land of Rain, turned to Chen An with a gaze filled with hatred, slowly unfastening the respirator he had always worn. Hinata, you shall pay for this, Hanzo bellowed, charging at Chen An with his sword drawn. In the face of Hanzo's direct assault, Chen An had no intention of dodging. He promptly activated his ninjutsu, Creation Rebirth, 100 Healings technique. He then concentrated and formed a Rasengan, clashing it fiercely against Hanzo's ninja blade. Hanzo, this is merely the consequence of your own actions, Chen An retorted with a cold smile in response to Hanzo's furious outcry. Summoning technique, Salamander. Having been repelled by Chen An, Hanzo immediately employed his summoning technique, calling forth his summon beast, the Salamander. Dream on if you think you can harm my comrades. Shadow clone technique. Chen An observed the spirit beast, the mountain pepper fish, summoned by Hanzo, and let out a cold snort. He then created a shadow clone and charged towards the mountain pepper fish. Chapter 77. The death of Hanzo in the face of Hanzo's relentless assault. Chen An did not evade. Instead, he adopted a confrontational stance and launched a counterattack against Hanzo. He understood that Hanzo had succumbed to madness, intent on perishing alongside him. Utilizing the technique of wind release, super large Rasengan, the shadow clone conjured the most formidable Rasengan and hurled it towards Hanzo's spirit beast, the mountain pepper fish, which had been furiously spewing poisonous mist moments before, was instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist by the overwhelming power of the super large Rasengan. Witnessing the transformation of the mountain pepper fish into a vapor of blood, Hanzo's fury only intensified. Many times, instead of clashing his ninja blade with Chen An's Rasengan, he deliberately evaded the attack, determined to drive his weapon deep into Chen An's flesh, even if it meant taking the brunt of the Rasengan. Fortunately, Chen An possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Throughout the battle, he consistently scattered kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal and inscribed the seal onto various objects surrounding him. Even when Chen An managed to evade, Hanzo did not pursue. Rather, he redirected his attention towards the ninja forces of Konoha. In order to safeguard the ninjas of Konoha, Chen An resolved to strike decisively and silently. Chen An meticulously prepared the Flying Thunder God mark, opting for the path of the Salamander Hans and the Leaf Village team, and positioned the Flying Thunder God mark with precision. Ice release, ice marking century. Chen An let out a cold snort and unleashed a vast ice-style ninjutsu. Ice mark of the century. In response, Hanzo of the Salamander swiftly countered with fire style, exploding flame array, launching an attack toward Chen An. As flames surged, Chen An deftly evaded the onslaught and silently created a shadow clone, concealing himself. Forced to utilize the body flicker technique due to Hanzo's fire jutsu, Chen An evaded the attack, although his ice technique halted abruptly. Observing Chen An's retreat, Hanzo quickly pursued the Leaf Village team. As Hanzo stepped into the range of Chen An's Flying Thunder God mark, both Chen An and his shadow clone executed the Flying Thunder God technique in unison. Two Rasengan struck fiercely at Hanzo. One collided with his face while the other slammed into his chest. With a resounding impact, Hanzo was sent hurtling backward. His internal poison pouch ruptured, leaving him momentarily blinded and collapsing to the ground. However, Chen An remained vigilant, acutely aware that the toxins within Hanzo would soon be unleashed. Fire style, great fireball technique. With a resounding clap of his hands, Chen An enveloped the formidable Hanzo of the Salamander in a colossal fireball. The intense heat of the great fireball technique swiftly reduced Hanzo to mere ashes. Oh, Lord Rian has triumphed. The ninjas of Konohagakure, witnessing Hanzo's fall, erupted into joyous cheers. It is worth noting that Hanzo was a semi-divine being. Thus, Chen An, having vanquished him, was destined to become the next ninja god. Observing Chen An's victory, Tsunade Senju and her comrades, who had been leading the retreat for the Konohagakure forces, abruptly halted and raced towards Chen An's location. Rian, are you unharmed? Tsunade and her companions approached him, their expressions filled with concern as they inquired anxiously. Tsunade, the antidote. Chen An gazed solemnly at Tsunade, addressing her with gravity. Although he had recently triumphed over Hanzo the Salamander, the battle had inevitably led to the inhalation of the toxins that Hanzo had released into the air. Despite possessing the abilities of creation, rebirth, and chakra control, which had simultaneously safeguarded him, a portion of the poison had nonetheless infiltrated his system through his breath during the confrontation. You have been poisoned. Here is the antidote. Tsunade, taken aback by Chen An's condition, urgently retrieved an antidote from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to him. Chen An injected the antidote into his body, then began to sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling his chakra to perform the technique of regeneration, thus gradually expelling the toxic venom of the mountain pepper fish that had seeped into him. Everyone, we have achieved victory. Let us prepare to return to the village for a celebration. After expelling all the toxins, Chen An rose from the ground, smiling at the ninjas of Konohagakure surrounding him. Long live Lord Rian! A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd, prompting all the ninjas to joyfully echo, Long live Lord Rian! Lord Rian, the god of ninjas! Countless voices cheered for Chen An. For this time, they had merely come to partake in the festivities. Aside from their roles in vigilance and intelligence transmission, they had not engaged in the battle at all. Haha, Rian, you truly are formidable. You single-handedly defeated the war against the ninja village. Jiraiya, standing aside, remarked with a hint of envy as he heard the cheers. Growing up alongside Chen An, Jiraiya felt a mix of admiration and longing for his remarkable friend. All right, Jiraiya. Let us tidy up. We should prepare to return to the village. Orochimaru, a close friend of Jiraiya, patted his shoulder and then turned to join the group. Meanwhile, Kakashi, standing nearby, gave Chen An a thumbs up before also moving to organize the team for their return to Konohagakure. All right, Rian, you rest here. We will manage the team. Tsunade said with a smile, pressing her hand on Chen An's shoulder. You should return to your tent for a while. Seeing everyone else attending to the team, Chen An initially intended to rise and join Tsunade and Jiraiya, but he accepted Tsunade's kind gesture with a nod and slowly made his way to his tent. The earlier collision with Hans the Salamander using the Rasengan had indeed placed a considerable strain on his right hand and arm. Chen An intended to return to the tent to employ medical ninjutsu for recovery, awaiting the others to organize the team before jointly heading back to Konoha. With the diligent efforts of Tsunade Senju and others, the group was swiftly prepared. Under Chen An's leadership, they commenced their journey back to Konoha. Chapter 78. A shockwave in the ninja world. After the ninjas from Konoha had evacuated, a contingent of Umbu from Sunagakure arrived at the battlefield. The scene was dire. They were taken aback by the formidable strength of Hinata Hayashi from Konoha. One Umbu, gazing at the devastated valley, spoke in a tremor to his companions, "What a catastrophe! It's beyond imagination. Enough. Immediately scout the battlefield for any actionable intelligence." The Umbu captain, overhearing his subordinate's comment, turned sharply and reprimanded him in a cold tone. "Understood, Captain." The Umbu member responded promptly, acknowledging the captain's admonition. "Captain, we have yet to locate the body of Hanzo of the Salamander. They reported after multiple searches through the battleground yielded no results. It is likely that Hanzo has perished, the captain remarked gravely, surveying the deep black crater formed by a powerful fire technique. Everyone, return to the base at once. The captain raised his voice, commanding his comrades. Upon hearing the captain's call, the other Umbu of Sunagakure swiftly followed in his wake, hastening back to their stronghold. After the departure of Sunagakure's Umbu, the Umbu from Kumogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure arrived to inspect the battlefield of Konoha and Amigakure. Nearly all the Umbu discovered the massive black crater utilized by Chen An to incinerate Hanzo, confirming that Hanzo had indeed fallen at Chen An's hands. Lord Kazekage, I have urgent news to report, the Sunagakure Umbu captain proclaimed upon returning to the base. Standing outside the tent of the third Kazekage. Enter, came the calm voice of the Kazekage from within the tent. Lord Kazekage, Hanzo of the Salamander has been slain by the Konoha ninja, Hinata Hayashi, the Umbu captain said, kneeling on one knee upon entering the tent to deliver his report. What? What did you say? The third Kazekage, taken aback by the report while attending to paperwork, stood up in disbelief, inquiring with astonishment. Lord Kazekage, Hinata Hayashi of Konoha employed a massive wind-release ninjutsu to eliminate numerous ninjas from Amigakure, and during the confrontation, he successfully defeated Hanzo of the Salamander. The ninjas of Konohagakure have completely withdrawn from the borders of the Land of Rain, returning to their village. Upon hearing the words of the third Kazekage, the captain of Sunagakure's Umbu reported with precision. Could it be true? Once again, the mention of Hanzo of the Salamander's demise at the hands of Chen An emerged from the lips of the Sunagakure Umbu. The third Kazekage muttered in disbelief. Is it true that the ninjas of Konohagakure have returned to their village? After calming his emotions, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him, and he gazed intensely at the captain of the Sunagakure Umbu. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, all ninjas from Konohagakure have retreated from the borders of the Land of Fire and are making their way back to the village, the Umbu ninja replied solemnly. Excellent, splendid. Quickly, notify Elder Chiyo and Elder Ibis. Instruct them to lead their teams without delay, scour the entirety of the Land of Rain. The third Kazekage commanded excitedly to the Umbu captain. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Upon receiving the third Kazekage's orders, the Umbu captain too was invigorated. With the departure of the ninjas from Konohagakure, the heavily weakened Rain village, devoid of its leader Hanzo, would pose no challenge to Sunagakure. If they thoroughly combed through the Land of Rain, it would undoubtedly facilitate significant development for Sunagakure. In the third Kazekage's view, the resources acquired from the Land of Rain would bolster Sunagakure's strength, while they might not rival Konohagakure. Surpassing Kirigakure and Iwagakure was certainly within the realm of possibility. Soon, news of Hanzo's death reached the Rain village, as well as Kirigakure and Kumogakure. The third Tsuchikage, the third Reikage, and the third Mizukage. Though reluctant to believe that a demigod like Hanzo could be slain by the younger Hinata Hayashi, upon verifying the accuracy of the information, promptly dispatched additional ninjas to the Land of Rain to seize its resources and sustain their own villages. Chen An has long since returned to the Hidden Leaf village. However, ever since his return, he has dedicated himself to rigorous training. This unexpected focus left the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had hoped to reap substantial rewards from the Land of Rain, at a loss for direction. Uncertain about his next steps, the third Hokage sought out Chen An. Chen An, he began, while other major ninja villages and even some smaller ones are tirelessly scouring the Land of Rain for resources. Should we not also partake in this endeavor? With a hint of hesitation, Hiruzen inquired further. Lord Hokage, Chen An replied. It would be prudent for us to refrain from intervening. The wealth of the Land of Rain is not a necessity for our village. In fact, rather than burdening ourselves with bringing back those riches, it would be far more beneficial to focus on assimilating the common people of the Land of Rain, thereby expanding the territory of our Hidden Leaf village. Our priority should be to transform the Hidden Leaf into a flourishing city, which would serve us far better than scavenging for riches. Chen An gazed at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and spoke to him with a smile. In Chen An's eyes, recruiting commoners from the Land of Rain and nurturing them over 2 or 3 generations could lead to their descendants joining the Konoha Ninja Academy for shinobi training. After a sufficient number of years, this would result in the cultivation of a formidable army capable of confronting the entire ninja world. It is noteworthy that in the original story, Konan and Yahiko from the Land of Rain were potential candidates for the rank of Kage. Now, these children had exceeded the age of 6 or 7 if they could be gathered into Konoha. The sheer number of Kage-level ninjas could easily allow Konoha to dominate the entire ninja realm. Furthermore, at this stage, Konoha had yet to reconcile with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Should they engage in the territories contested by the 4 major ninja villages of the Land of Rain, new wars could potentially arise. Very well. I shall inform Danzo to continue recruiting commoners into Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remarked, reluctantly setting aside his aspirations to invade the Land of Rain. Rest assured, Hokage-sama. We must also strategize to gain control over the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. Once we have the entirety of the Land of Fire supporting us financially, why would we still need the trifling resources of the Land of Rain? Chen An said, observing the dejected expression on Sarutobi's face. Oh. So you mean we should take action against the feudal lord of the Land of Fire next? Very well, your foresight is commendable, Sarutobi responded, feeling invigorated by Chen An's words. Hokage-sama, I am pleased you understand. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Chen An said with a smile as he departed from the Hokage's office, noticing the third Hokage's renewed spirits. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Land of Rain with the Demise of Hanzo of the Salamander. The 4 great ninja villages dispatched their shinobi to commence plundering within the borders of the Land of Rain. Initially, the leader of Amigakure, adhered to the orders of the semi-divine Hanzo and refrained from leading his ninjas into battle, remaining quietly within the village. However, as time passed, chaos erupted among the territories of the Land of Rain due to the conflict between the ninjas of the 4 great nations. The common people of the Land of Rain suffered grievously, with countless casualties inflicted by the skirmishes of the 4 ninja villages. To ensure their survival, a significant number of the Land of Rain's populace, including merchants, began to migrate towards the borders of the Land of Fire, joining Konoha and becoming part of the village. Within Amigakure, a voice rose in protest. Amigakure, you dare not act against the ninjas of the 4 great villages, yet you must not hinder our actions. The ninjas of these villages have wreaked havoc on our territory. Countless civilians and ninjas have perished amidst their chaos. As the ninja village of the Land of Rain, we bear the responsibility to protect our homeland and must not allow others to trample upon our soil. In the village of Rain, the elite Jonin Yuhao shouted angrily at Yuzong. During this period, many of Yuhao's relatives, who were not ninjas, could not reside within the confines of the Rain village, resulting in their demise at the hands of the 4 great ninja villages. This deeply saddened Yuhao, who was resolutely intent on leading his subordinates in a decisive battle against the ninjas of the 4 great villages to avenge his deceased kin. Enough, Yuhao. If you wish to die, do so alone, but do not drag the ninjas of Rain village with you, Yuzong coldly retorted, his gaze piercing. Is that so, Yuzong? Then who among you is willing to join me in confronting the ninjas of the 4 great villages to defend our homeland? Those who are willing, come with me. Yuhao proclaimed loudly to his comrades, locking eyes with Yuzong. I am willing. I am willing. One by one, the ninjas of Rain village, who had lost their loved ones, stood up and shouted in response to Yuhao's call. Very well. Those who wish to accompany me, follow me. Seeing his comrades rallying behind him, Yuhao excitedly waved his hand and led them out of Rain village. Under his command, they swiftly vanquished several scattered ninjas from the 4 great villages. However, news of Rain village's mobilization soon reached the ears of the leaders of the 4 great villages. How audacious of Rain village. Even without Hanzo the Salamander, they dare to strike at the ninjas of Sunagakure. Truly, they are bold beyond measure, remarked the 3rd Kazekage of Sunagakure, his cold eyes revealing a murderous intent as he examined the intelligence report. Dispatch orders to annihilate this band of rogue ninjas from Rain village. Ensure that not a single one returns, the 3rd Kazekage commanded icily to his subordinates as he set the report down. Yes, Lord Kazekage. The ninjas of Sunagakure quickly assembled in response to the orders. A force of over 100 began to hunt down Yuhao and his contingent of Rain ninjas. Soon, Yuhao and his group perished under the onslaught of Sunagakure. Meanwhile, when the news reached the IWA ninjas, Yuhao's party had already been wiped out. Damn, that 3rd Kazekage. He struck swiftly. It seems the resources on those ninjas have already fallen into Sunagakure's hands, grumbled Inoki, the Tsuchikage, with a cold smile. Summon Shuri and instruct him to lead the IWA ninjas. We must strike directly at Rain village. We cannot afford to lag behind Sunagakure. After receiving the orders from Inoki, the IWA ninjas swiftly gathered, ready to mobilize against Rain village. The journey towards the Rain ninja village commenced. Simultaneously, the Mist ninja village and the Cloud ninja village. Upon witnessing the movements of the Rock ninja village, took it upon themselves to organize and advance towards the Rain Ninja Village without awaiting orders from their village leaders. What? What did you say? The Rock Ninja Village, Cloud Ninja Village, and Mist Ninja Village are exhibiting an inclination to attack the village. Within the Rain Ninja Village. After receiving alarming intelligence from a Rain Ninja, Yuzong stared in shock at the information in his hands. Damn you, Yu-Ho, your reckless actions have jeopardized the entire village. Had I known, I should have eliminated you the moment you spoke of leaving the village. Yuzong slammed the intelligence onto the table, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Lord Yuzong, you must make a decision swiftly. What shall we do next? One of Yuzong's subordinates, observing his fury, spoke up. The order was given for everyone to assemble. Prepare their ninja tools and supplies, and get ready for an escape. Facing the onslaught of 3 of the 4 great ninja villages. Yuzong understood that survival for the Rain Ninja Village was no longer feasible. They could only sever ties and lead the villagers to flee. Just as Yuzong finished speaking, another ninja from the Rain Village burst into the room. Lord Yuzong, it's dire. The ninjas from the Rock, Cloud, Sand, and Mist villages are all advancing upon us. The Rain Ninja, upon entering Yuzong's office, urgently relayed the news. Quickly, notify the ninjas of the Rain Village to abandon everything and escape the village at once. Yuzong shouted, charging out of the room towards the village's outskirts. However, upon reaching the village entrance, he found himself intercepted by the ninjas of the Cloud Village, rather than the larger forces of the Rock or Sand Village. In a matter of moments, Yuzong was struck down by the Cloud Village ninjas. Lord Hanzo, you should not have taken action against Konoha, Yuzong reflected in his final moments, recalling the events that transpired. As the 4 great ninja villages invaded the Rain Ninja Village, a vast array of resources began to be seized. A fierce battle ensued among the 4 villages over the spoils, each eventually retreating with their plunder. With the fall of the Rain Ninja Village, the Land of Rain descended into chaos, the turmoil escalating dramatically. It was unclear who had struck first. Even the feudal lord of the Land of Rain fell victim to the conflict among the 4 great ninja villages. With the loss of this final line of defense, the 4 villages no longer held back their aggression. The land was engulfed in slaughter and destruction. In the end, apart from the commoners of the Land of Rain who fled to Konohagakure, the entire Land of Rain was reduced to a barren wasteland, devoid of any inhabitants. When the 4 great ninja villages discovered that the resources of the Land of Rain had been completely plundered, they did not withdraw from its territory, and the Land of Rain officially declared its demise. Chapter 80. The early conclusion of the Ninja World War within the encampment of Sunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage was engaged in discussions with Elder Chiyo, Elder Hyras, and others, tallying the resources acquired during their incursion into the Land of Rain. Lord Kazekage, we have amassed a total of 1.2 billion ryo in resources from the Land of Rain. However, when compared to our prior investments and the reparations owed to our properties, this is utterly insufficient to maintain balance, reported the financial officer, his expression laden with despair as he approached the 3rd Kazekage. What did you say? Such a vast amount of resources is unable to compensate for our expenditures? The 3rd Kazekage, upon hearing the financial officer's words, was instantly filled with fury. Indeed, Lord Kazekage, it is wholly inadequate. Whether it be the pensions for our personnel or the mission rewards, these resources are entirely insufficient for disbursement, the financial officer replied, bracing himself against the wrath of the 3rd Kazekage. How can this be? This is the wealth of an entire nation. How could it fail to cover our losses? The 3rd Kazekage slammed his hand heavily on the table, a profound sense of dejection washing over him. Lord Kazekage, in fact, the resources we previously acquired should have sufficed. But due to the interference of Awagakure, Kirigakure, and Kumogakure, we lost much of what we could have collected, which was instead seized by the other 3 villages. The financial officer stated, furrowing his brows as he reviewed the statistical reports. What? That schemer Inoki from Awagakure. While we charged into battle, he stealthily usurped the resources belonging to Sunagakure. This is utterly intolerable, the 3rd Kazekage exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table in fury, addressing the financial staff, Elder Hyras, and Elder Chiyo. Regardless, we still possess a fair amount of resources. Let us engage in combat with Awagakure. We shall demand that they compensate Sunagakure for the portion they seized. What do you think, Elder Chiyo? The 3rd Kazekage stood, his demeanor grave as he directed his attention toward Elder Chiyo. Lord Kazekage, if we intend to wage war, I advise against a large-scale conflict. It would be best to send elite teams to intercept the materials obtained by the Rain Ninja from the Land of Rain. This approach is the most prudent. Elder Chiyo comprehended the words of the third Kazekage instantly. The third Kazekage was reluctant to shoulder the burden of instigating conflict with the Wagakure, yet unwilling to relinquish the abundant resources at stake. Thus, he sought counsel, aiming to absolve himself of blame should the impending war result in failure. Upon hearing Elder Chiyo's remarks, his eyes flickered with acknowledgement. Indeed, Elder Chiyo of Sunagakure grasped his intentions in a mere moment. Very well, let us heed Elder Chiyo's counsel. All Umbu, summon the elite Jonin of Sunagakure to convene in the tent. Swiftly, under the coordination of the third Kazekage and Elder Chiyo, the elite Jonin of Sunagakure formed their ranks. They launched a fierce assault on the IWA shinobi who had yet to withdraw from the Land of Rain, reclaiming all the spoils that had been plundered from Sunagakure. Meanwhile, 2 days' journey away in Iwagakure, Inoki, the third Tsuchikage, slammed his palm upon the table in fury upon receiving the news from the Umbu. Cursed Sunagakure, they dare to steal from us. Send reinforcements into the Land of Rain immediately to assist our IWA shinobi. Bring back every last item they have confiscated. None shall be spared. Despite the plundering by Sunagakure, Inoki was reluctant to escalate the conflict into a full-blown war. Thus, he dispatched elite Jonin from Iwagakure to confront their counterparts from Sunagakure, striving to safeguard the resources collected by their ninjas from the Land of Rain and transport them back to Iwagakure piece by piece. After all, Inoki recognized that the burden of this conflict would weigh most heavily upon Sunagakure, and while he was reluctant to leave any resources for their shinobi, he understood that initiating a war could render Iwagakure vulnerable to the scrutiny of other ninja villages, complicating matters further. Thus, both Sunagakure and Iwagakure hesitated to escalate the conflict, yet neither wished to relinquish the coveted resources. The two villages engaged in a relentless contest within the Land of Rain, each plotting against the other in a battle of wits for the spoils they had secured. This skirmish persisted for 2 long years, culminating in Iwagakure successfully transporting the majority of resources back home, leaving only a meager remainder, those items that were neither palatable nor entirely worthless. To alleviate the mounting tension with Sunagakure and prevent further escalation once all resources were returned, Inoki proposed to use the remaining supplies as reparations and negotiate a peace treaty with Sunagakure. Meanwhile, after 2 years of contention, Sunagakure had already amassed a significant bounty of resources. The third Kazekage has also resolved to return to the village, allowing Sunagakure to develop in peace. However, Elder Chiyo is unwilling to engage in peace talks with Iwagakure, instead continuously inciting the third Kazekage to wage war against them. The reason is quite simple. During the past 2 years, Elder Chiyo's son was tragically killed by 3 elite Jonin of Iwagakure while battling against the ninja of Kumogakure. Faced with the devastating news of her son's death, Elder Chiyo is clearly reluctant to abandon the fight against Iwagakure. Thus, she has been covertly urging the third Kazekage to escalate the conflict, seeking vengeance for her son. Nevertheless, the third Kazekage has disregarded Elder Chiyo's counsel, instead steadfastly promoting peace talks between Iwagakure and Sunagakure. In the 33rd year of Konoha, propelled by the third Kazekage and supported by the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, both parties convened for discussions within the borders of the Land of Rain. After securing a supply of resources, the third Kazekage and the third Tsuchikage signed a peace treaty. The Second Great Ninja War, which was originally expected to conclude in the 29th year of Konoha, was prematurely ended due to the emergence of Chen An. In this conflict, Konoha experienced no losses and indeed emerged even stronger. With the war's conclusion, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire finally recognized the reality of the situation and personally visited Konoha, accompanied by a ninja escort, to forge a new agreement with the third Hokage, Yuan Fury. From that moment on, the relationship between the Land of Fire and Konoha shifted to one where Konoha took the lead, with the feudal lord playing a supportive role. This development raised the awareness of the leaders of the 4 great nations and other countries regarding their respective ninja villages. Chapter 81. The astonished Uchiha Madara. Not long after Chen An's return to Konoha, beneath a colossal rocky mountain not far from the Kanabi Bridge, there exists a vast cavern. Madara-sama, Madara-sama, I have important news to report, exclaimed the whimsical voice of Zetsu as he appeared within the cave, playfully addressing Uchiha Madara. Oh, Zetsu, what is it? Uchiha Madara inquired coldly, lifting his head to gaze at Zetsu. The one called Hanzo of the Salamander has perished, slain by the Konoha ninja Hyuga, Zetsu announced with a mischievous tone. Humph. In a ninja world devoid of Hashirama, anyone dares to claim divinity, Madara scoffed. Uchiha Madara let out a cold chuckle and chose to disregard the matter at hand, for in his eyes, Only Shinja Hashirama was worthy of battling him. Everyone else was merely a jester. In Madara's perception, the Hyuga clan appeared as a troupe of ridiculous buffoons, rendering their gentle fist technique utterly insignificant. The so-called demigod, Hanzo of the Salamander, meeting his demise at the hands of the Hyuga clan, was a testament to the fact that such a title was far from merited. Have you found a suitable vessel to host the Rinnegan? Madara inquired icily, regarding the white Zetsu. Ah, yes, Lord Madara. Currently, both the Senju and Uzumaki clans are situated within Konohagakure. Their defenses are exceptionally tight. Although we have located a candidate, we are unable to extract the child without alerting others. The white Zetsu responded awkwardly, scratching his head. Who is it? Madara's heart leapt with delight upon hearing the Zetsu's words. It was astonishing that this creation of his, born from Hashirama's cells, had managed to swiftly find a child capable of hosting the Rinnegan. The child belongs to the Uzumaki clan. His name is Uzumaki Nagato. His sage body is remarkably powerful, and he is even considered for the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the white Zetsu explained with a grin. Good, your ability to locate him is sufficient. I shall take it from here, Madara said, a glimmer of excitement gracing his features. The awakening of the Rinnegan had significantly drained his life force. At this juncture, he could only temporarily entrust his Rinnegan to a body from the Uzumaki or Senju clans that possessed sage abilities. Once he arranged everything, he could temporarily enter the Pure Land. When the time was ripe, he would use the Rinnegan's technique, the samsara of heavenly birth, to re-emerge in this ninja world, ushering in everlasting peace. Madara was determined to prove to Shinja Hashirama that his course of action was indeed the righteous one. The ninja villages established by Hashirama could never bring true peace to this world. Only he, Uchiha Madara, could be the harbinger of tranquility. As he spoke, Madara reached up and carefully extracted his Rinnegan from its socket, placing it into a prepared nutrient solution. Before retrieving a pair of Sharingan with 3 tomo to implant into his eye sockets. It's still somewhat uncomfortable, but it will suffice, Madara remarked, reopening his eyes to feel the diminished power of his vision, expressing his dissatisfaction to the white Zetsu beside him. Let us proceed, white Zetsu. Lead the way. Madara gently raised his hand, grasping his ninja blade, and employed the earth release technique. Rushing across the ground, I swiftly made my way towards the Hidden Leaf village. This time, my objective was not only to retrieve the child who bore my Rinnegan, but also to witness the evolution of the village I once helped establish. After Uchiha Madara escaped from the village, he vented his wrath by mercilessly slaying several Leaf Village ninjas and orchestrated the demise of Shinja Tobirama in the Cloud Village. Subsequently, Madara devoted many years in a dark and desolate cavern to awaken his Rinnegan. This marked his first venture outside since the awakening. With his formidable strength, Madara and the vortex entity, White Zetsu, soon arrived at the Hidden Leaf Village. Observing the expansive residential districts and the vibrant life of the village, Madara felt a surge of excitement within, though he remained silent. It was astonishing to witness the transformation of the village he had once founded with Hashirama into such a magnificent entity. Standing atop a high hill, he gazed down at the bustling settlement, a smile gracing his face. Although he believed that Hashirama's system of the ninja village could not bring true peace to the ninja world, the sight of the thriving community filled him with a sense of joy. Lord Madara, should we not proceed with our actions? White Zetsu whispered, noticing Madara's hesitation. After casting a glance at White Zetsu, Madara swiftly infiltrated the village. Thanks to the presence of Hashirama's cells, their stealthy entrance went unnoticed by the other ninjas. However, Chen An, who was deep in meditation, sensed 2 distinct chakra signatures approaching the Hidden Leaf Village. In an instant, he opened his eyes, pondering whether such a powerful chakra could belong to Uchiha Madara. In his heart, Chen An silently pondered, and in an instant, he executed the Flying Thunder God technique with a single hand seal, teleporting to one of the numerous Flying Thunder God marks he had established in the Hidden Leaf Village. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Harnessing the unity of man and nature through his keen perception, Chen An swiftly positioned himself before Uchiha Madara and Uzumaki White Zetsu. Lord Madara, why did you return to the village so quietly without informing the others? Such stealthy actions are not characteristic of your usual style. Chen An smiled as he intercepted Uchiha Madara and Zetsu, addressing Madara with a grin. From the Hyuga clan. You must be the little one known as Hyuga Hinata. Upon seeing the figure blocking his path, Uchiha Madara, with his distinctive white pupils, responded to Chen An. However, beneath his composed exterior, Madara's heart was filled with astonishment. It is well known that with his formidable strength, ordinary shadow-level warriors would be utterly oblivious to his presence. Moreover, the integration of Hashirama's cells within him significantly enhanced his concealment abilities. To his surprise, within such a short time of entering the village, he had been detected by this young individual. It seemed this little one possessed a strength that was far from ordinary. Chapter 82, Confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Lord Madara knows my name. I am truly honored, as a mere junior. Upon hearing that Uchiha Madara was aware of his name, Chen An smiled and remarked to him, young one, since our paths have crossed, I shall test your prowess. Uchiha Madara gazed at Chen An, a glimmer of anticipation evident in his eyes. With such an air of leisure and grace emanating from Lord Madara, the young man was more than willing to oblige. However, it would be difficult to unleash their full potential within the village. Perhaps it would be better for us to venture outside the village instead? Chen An surveyed his surroundings and realized the constricted space left him little room to engage in combat freely. During this period, due to the incessant influx of residents from various small nations into Konoha, the village's structures had become increasingly dense. Compared to the past, the current population of Konoha had surged to several dozen times its previous number. Uchiha Madara cast a glance at Chen An before turning and making his way towards the outskirts of the village. Chen An observed Uchiha Madara sprinting towards the outskirts of the village, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Uchiha Madara harbored some semblance of affection for the Hidden Leaf village, likely stemming from his bond with Senja Hashirama. However, he pondered just how significantly his own prowess paled in comparison to that of Uchiha Madara. Watching Madara swiftly advance ahead, Chen An hesitated not, following closely in his wake until they reached a considerable distance from the village, where both came to a halt. Little one, we have ventured far enough from the village. You may now unleash your full strength against me, Uchiha Madara remarked, a subtle smirk playing upon his lips as he addressed Chen An. Then, I humbly request your esteemed guidance, Lord Uchiha Madara, Chen An replied. Chen An smiled faintly, lightly tapping his right foot on the ground before swiftly dashing towards Uchiha Madara. As a member of the Hyuga clan, coupled with his dedicated practice of Tai Chi and various forms of Leaf Village's martial arts, Chen An considered his physical prowess to be among the finest in Konohagakure. However, upon engaging with Uchiha Madara, he was taken aback to discover that his martial skills were insufficient to contend with Madara's formidable abilities. In order to stand his ground, Chen An was compelled to employ the might of the strong fist to enhance the power of his techniques, allowing him to hold his own against Madara's martial arts. You're not bad, kid, but you still fall short compared to me, Uchiha Madara remarked with a smile as they exchanged blows. Your skills are merely adequate. If you cannot integrate your so-called abilities and continue to rely on fragmented techniques, you will never be able to compete with those of us who have survived since the Warring States period. After a period of sparring, Uchiha Madara effortlessly deciphered Chen An's fighting style. With a slight smile, he unleashed a swift strike that sent Chen An reeling. Truly impressive, Lord Madara. Your martial prowess is indeed remarkable. Chen An retreated 5 steps, barely managing to stabilize his stance. He gazed at Uchiha Madara, who remained leisurely in place, and with a smile, addressed him. Ha ha ha. If you truly understand Hashirama, you would realize that my taijutsu pales in comparison. Hashirama's physical prowess is formidable. After each encounter with him, my arms ache. None of you can rival him. Upon hearing Chen An's commendation, a hint of a smile graced Uchiha Madara's face, and he retorted with a touch of mockery, that is undoubtedly true. However, I do not believe my future will be any less illustrious than that of Lord Hashirama. Listening to Madara's words, Chen An felt little dismay. In the entire era of ninjas, there were none more powerful than these 2 titans. One inherited the might of Indra, while the other bore the strength of Ashura. When compared to them, ordinary ninjas indeed fell drastically short. Oh, young one, you possess quite the audacity. It seems you have other means at your disposal. Then, by all means, unleash them. Madara, intrigued by Chen An's words, urged him on. Then, prepare yourself, Madara. Upon hearing the words of Uchiha Madara, Chen An discerned a hint of excitement in his tone. With a smile directed at Uchiha Madara, he clasped his hands together and declared, Ice Release, Ice Age. Chen An clasped his hands together, and in an instant, an endless chill emanated from his body, radiating outward. The Ice Age technique was an advanced form of ice ninjutsu developed by Chen An, building upon the Ice Scar technique. This formidable jutsu was designed as a countermeasure against the Thousand Hands World Birth technique employed by Hashirama Senju. Not only did it encompass a broader range than Ice Scar, but its spread was also remarkably swift. Ha ha, little brat, Your ice ninjutsu is quite impressive. Uchiha Madara chuckled, observing the rapid advance of Chen An's ice technique towards him. With a mere hand seal, he unleashed a powerful fire ninjutsu. The blazing flames surged toward Chen An with tremendous force. Ice release, crystal coffin. Chen An remained still, merely indifferent as he clapped his hands once more, enveloping himself within a colossal coffin. The diminutive ice crystal sarcophagus, though not particularly large, successfully withstood Uchiha Madara's fire release technique. Quite impressive, young one. Your ice release possesses a certain intrigue, Madara remarked, observing that Chen An had encased himself within the icy coffin, reminiscent of the first Hokage's would release. Great forest technique. Now, it is my turn to strike. Ice release, ice dragon technique. In response to Madara's commendation, Chen An refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he clapped his hands again, summoning a massive ice dragon that surged forth toward Uchiha Madara. Yet, when confronted with Chen An's icy serpent, Madara merely widened his eyes, summoning a formidable Susanoo arm beside him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he shattered Chen An's ice dragon into countless fragments. The scattered ice crystals transformed into powder, dispersing in all directions. As the icy powder settled upon Madara's form, he suddenly felt an astonishing chill infiltrate his being, threatening to freeze his chakra along with his very blood. Remarkable, young lad, your ice release exhibits such formidable power. Truly impressive, Madara remarked, dispelling the encroaching cold from his body with a surge of chakra, regarding Chen An with a hint of unease. Haha, Lord Madara. All of Konoha's denizens idolize the first Hokage, yet they have never envisioned developing other release techniques akin to his would release. However, I am different. My aspiration is to surpass the first Hokage. Thus, if the first would release can absorb and suppress chakra, why should my ice techniques not possess similar capabilities? With a smile, Chen An explained to Uchiha Madara. Chapter 83, The Ice Giant. Young one, your strength is indeed commendable, but the game ends here. After exchanging a few moves with Chen An, Uchiha Madara believed he had thoroughly grasped Chen An's capabilities. He sneered at Chen An, his Sharingan flashing. And then a third-stage Susanoo, standing upright like a human, materialized before Chen An. I shall unleash my full power now. Take care to evade, lest you meet your demise. Uchiha Madara gazed at Chen An with a smile, and the Susanoo's hands suddenly produced two spear-like swords, which swung fiercely toward Chen An. With a thunderous roar, the vast frozen expanse created by Chen An was instantly obliterated under Madara's assault. Lord Madara, such words only belittle me, Chen An retorted, effortlessly dodging Uchiha Madara's attack through the flying thunder god technique. Chen An slightly raised her head, gazing at Uchiha Madara, who was entirely enveloped by Susanoo, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Oh, little one, do unleash any remaining techniques you possess. Ice release, ice giant technique. With a resounding clap of his hands, Chen An swiftly condensed his chakra for the ice release technique. In an instant, a towering ice giant materialized before Uchiha Madara, matching the height of Madara's Susanoo with remarkable precision. Ice release, ice winged dragon, Chen An declared, and simultaneously, two winged azure dragons emerged, circling around him in graceful flight. Haha, little brat, your imitation is spot on. You've even managed to replicate Hashirama's wooden man technique. Quite impressive indeed, Uchiha Madara exclaimed, laughing heartily as he beheld Chen An's ice ninjutsu. As he spoke, Madara swung his sword toward Chen An's ice giant. However, Chen An did not merely stand idle. Waiting for the impending attack, he swiftly summoned an ice dragon to confront Madara's Susanoo, colliding fiercely against the sword. The shattered ice dragon transformed into a flurry of sparkling ice crystals, cascading around them. Subsequently, a vast ice-sealing domain emerged beneath Madara's feet. These ice crystals not only rapidly encased Madara's Susanoo in frost, but also caused the surrounding air temperature to plummet, though protected by the Susanoo. The chilling air caused the breath exhaled by Madara to gradually turn into white mist. Haha, let us intensify the thrill. In the face of Chen An's ice release, Uchiha Madara was utterly exhilarated, relentlessly attacking Chen An with the sword in his Susanoo's hand. Unfazed by the fierce exchange, Chen An retaliated by materializing an ice spear in the grasp of the ice giant, colliding with Madara's sword. Regrettably, Chen An's mastery of the ice release had yet to reach the level of Hashirama's would release. Throughout their clash, while the freezing effects briefly troubled Madara, he soon overcame the adverse effects with his formidable battle experience and strength. After dispelling these negative effects, Madara's Susanoo wielded its twin swords, swiftly dismantling Chen An's ice giant. Little brat, while you may have emulated Hashirama, you still have a long way to go compared to him. Let us call today's battle to a close. Although it wasn't entirely satisfying, I must say it was quite enjoyable, wouldn't you agree? Keep striving for improvement. I shall take my leave now, Uchiha Madara remarked with a faint smile before turning away and vanishing from sight. Good day. Who were you just battling? As Chen An caught his breath, Uzumaki Suiryu, accompanied by Saratobi Hizashi and several elite ninjas from Konoha, arrived at the battlefield. Observing the chaos around them, Suiryu stepped forward, his expression serious as he addressed the panting Chen An. My lord Suiryu, if I told you, you would never believe me. I was just engaged in a fierce battle with Uchiha Madara. After swiftly performing several rounds of chakra manipulation, Chen An regained a modicum of strength and a grimace appeared on his face as he addressed the nearby whirlpool of water. What? You mean Uchiha Obito? The whirlpool of water, taken aback by Chen An's response, inquired with astonishment. Indeed, Lord Waterhouse, it is unequivocally Uchiha Obito. After all, he has employed the unique ocular technique of the Manjiki Sharingan, Susanoo, and with his power, there should be no one else but Uchiha Obito. Chen An forced a bitter smile and addressed Uzumaki Suiryu. Previously, after triumphing over the demigod, the mountain pepperfish haunts, he had been eager to ascertain how far he remained from the likes of Uchiha Madara and Shinja Hashirama, those superlative ninjas of the Hokage echelon. To his astonishment, the opportunity for such a test arrived rather swiftly. In the course of their earlier confrontation, Chen An had acutely sensed the disparity between himself and Uchiha Madara. After developing the unique freezing aura of his ice release, Chen An believed that, aside from the difference in chakra reserves, his ice techniques were on par with Shinja Hashirama's wood release. However, following his battle with Uchiha Madara, he realized that his ice release still fell significantly short of reaching the caliber of Hashirama's wood techniques. It became evident that extensive training would be required to bridge this gap. Quickly, tell us about your battle with Madara, Uzumaki Suiryu implored, her anxiety palpable at the mere mention of Uchiha Madara's name. It was crucial to note that Konoha did not possess its own Shinja Hashirama at this moment. If Uchiha Madara were to set his sights on Konoha with determination, the village would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of a ninja of his caliber. Uzumaki Suiryu gazed at Chen An with earnest hope, yearning for reassurance. Do not worry, Lady Suiryu. The situation has not escalated to that level yet, Chen An replied, having regained some strength as he gradually rose to his feet, offering a reassuring smile. Oh, what do you mean? I previously employed the Byakugan during my skirmish with Uchiha Madara to observe his physique. I discerned that Madara's eyes did not align with his body. Yet under the immense power of his chakra, those eyes were slowly evolving. Furthermore, I noted the presence of the first Hokage, Shinja Hashirama's, power within him. However, his vitality appeared exceedingly frail, with the flame of life within him poised to extinguish at any moment. Chen An smiled as he spoke to Uzumaki Watergate. Oh, do you mean to say that Uchiha Madara's lifespan is drawing to a close? Is that what you imply? Upon hearing Chen An's words, Uzumaki Watergate became visibly excited and replied, Indeed, Lord Watergate. I believe Uchiha Madara's arrival in Konoha may be linked to his desire to acquire the forbidden jutsu developed by the second Hokage, the impure world reincarnation. To placate Uzumaki Watergate, Chen An continued in agreement, Yes, that is indeed a possibility. Let us return to the village first. With this reassuring response, Uzumaki Watergate exhaled in relief and proposed that they return to the village for further discussion. Chapter 84. The Vanished Uzumaki Nagato. Very well, let us converse. Lorden, how did you encounter Uchiha Madara? After returning to Konoha, Uzumaki Watergate took Chen An by the arm and led him to the conference room, where he sat down with a serious expression, inquiring about Chen An's experience. Lord Watergate, as you are aware, since my return, I have been focused on my training at home while the hospital, under Tsunade's care, attends to the patients. Today, during my practice, I sensed a powerful chakra silently infiltrating the village. At first, I suspected that a special individual had entered Konoha to gather intelligence. Thus, I discreetly employed the Flying Thunder God technique to intercept the intruder. To my astonishment, the individual turned out to be none other than Uchiha Madara himself. Fortunately, it appeared that Madara did not intend to harm the village. He seemed to have some plans and wished to keep his presence discreet. I proposed a duel with Uchiha Madara, and he readily accepted. Subsequently, we exited the village to engage in combat, and as we were fighting, you all arrived. That is the sequence of events. Chen An gazed at Uzumaki Naruto, meticulously detailing the events that transpired between himself and Uchiha Madara. Is that truly the case? Could it be that the fellow merely returned to the village to engage in such trivial matters? Uzumaki Naruto listened to Chen An's words, lost in thought as he murmured to himself. Uchiha Madara's return must have been for more significant reasons. I recall that he was accompanied by a rather extraordinary individual at that time. Though lacking in chakra, this person possessed would release chakra akin to that of Lord Hashirama. As Chen An listened to the words of Uzumaki Suebu, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to mention Uzumaki Hakuju. He quickly turned to Uzumaki Suebu and inquired, "Is it true that someone possesses chakra akin to that of Hashirama?" Upon hearing Chen An's words, Suebu looked at him in astonishment. "Indeed, my Lord Suebu has chakra identical to that of Lord Hashirama, though it is quite scarce. He possesses merely a quantity comparable to that of a standard nin, sufficient only to utilize stealth techniques of the wood release, but he cannot perform large-scale ninjutsu such as the birth of the world tree." Chen An nodded solemnly and addressed Uzumaki Mizuho with gravity. There is undoubtedly a sinister plot behind Uchiha Madara's arrival in Konoha. It is inconceivable that he would emerge from years of concealment merely to gaze upon the village. Such behavior is entirely inconsistent with Uchiha Madara's character. Mizuho asserted firmly to Chen and Lord Mizuho, if Uchiha Madara has returned to Konoha with ulterior motives, it is highly probable that he seeks to find a successor. I propose that we investigate the Uchiha, Hyuga, Senju, and Uzumaki clans to determine if any members, particularly young children, have mysteriously vanished. A thorough search should be conducted. Upon hearing the words of Uzumaki Mido, Chen An instantly grasped the situation. According to the original storyline at this juncture, Uchiha Madara should have transplanted his Rinnegan into the body of Nagato Uzumaki. However, due to his own unexpected arrival, the entirety of the Uzumaki clan had relocated to Konohagakure. The most plausible reason for Uchiha Madara's infiltration into the village was to seek a host capable of bearing his Rinnegan, while it remained uncertain whether it was still Nagato. A meticulous search among the 4 clans that could accommodate the Rinnegan should reveal whom Uchiha Madara had abducted. You are absolutely correct, Sarutobi. Quickly instruct your Umbu to relay a message to the members of the 4 clans, urging them to conduct a thorough search within their households for any missing individuals. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Uzumaki Mido nodded swiftly and addressed the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was seated nearby. Understood, Lord Mido. I shall convey the orders at once. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, promptly dispatched an Umbu member towards the 4 clans upon receiving Mido's command. Bad news, Lord Mito. A child from the Uzumaki clan named Nagato has inexplicably vanished. Shortly thereafter, an Umbu member rushed into the conference room, reporting to Uzumaki Mido. What? It can't be Nagato. Hearing the Umbu's words, Uzumaki Mido anxiously rose to her feet, only to lose her balance and collapse back into her chair. Are you all right, Lord Mido? The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting beside Mido, hurriedly moved to her side, cautiously supporting her and softly calling out to her. It appears that Uchiha Madara indeed came to the village to execute his nefarious schemes, Uzumaki Mido said wearily, leaning against the back of her chair. One cannot deny that the Nagato from the original work was truly a prodigy. Even in this world, his ninja talents remained exceptional. Over the years, Uzumaki Mido, as she matured, began to select a successor from the Uzumaki clan to inherit the mantle of the Jinchuriki for the 9 tails. Among all the children of the Uzumaki clan, both Nagato and Kushina Uzumaki were the most suitable candidates for this role, with Nagato's potential far surpassing that of Kushina. Having endured the harrowing experience of nearly allowing the 9 tails to escape during childbirth, Uzumaki Mido chose Nagato as the next Jinchuriki, considering that a male would pose no risks of childbirth. Over the years, Nagato had remained by Uzumaki Mido's side, and she held deep affection for her innocent and understanding nephew. Little did she expect that the descendant she cherished would be abducted by Uchiha Madara. Lord Mido, there is no need for you to grieve excessively. I believe that Uchiha Madara's abduction of Nagato was not intended to end his life, but rather to have him assume a particular role or task. Observing the sorrow etched upon Uzumaki Kushina's face, Chen An promptly rose and approached her side, softly offering words of comfort. Is it true? Is it really happening? Kushina implored, grasping Chen An's hand with urgency. Rest assured, Lady Kushina, he replied. Consider this. Uchiha Madara must be several years your senior. I have previously utilized my Byakugan to observe him, and his vitality appears to be waning, with death looming at any moment. Therefore, you need not fear for Nagato's demise at Madara's hands. We must remain vigilant in the shadows. Should Madara intend for Nagato to undertake any task, if our entire Hidden Leaf village unites, we shall undoubtedly shatter Uchiha Madara's nefarious plot. Chen An gently patted Uzumaki Water's hand and spoke reassuringly, "Indeed, Lord Water. Rest assured, Dian is quite intelligent and will undoubtedly assist you in retrieving Nagato." Standing nearby, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, also offered comforting words to Uzumaki Water. After alternating reassurances from the third Hokage and Chen An, Uzumaki Water finally felt a sense of relief, alleviating the tension that had gripped her heart. "Dian, I must trouble you with this. Please exert every effort to bring back the door." As she prepared to leave the conference room, Uzumaki Water held onto Chen An's hand, repeatedly expressing her concerns. "Certainly, Lord Water, you need not worry." With Chen An's persistent comfort, Uzumaki Water was able to return to the Senju clan's territory, supported by the clan members. Chapter 85, The Vigilant Village of Konohagakure Dian. I truly appreciate your help. However, what shall we do next? After Uzumaki Water's departure, the third Hokage let out a long sigh of relief. In the presence of his esteemed mentor, he dared not oppose her and felt compelled to offer constant reassurance. After all, she was not only an elder but also the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, should her emotions spiral out of control. The power of the Nine Tails could potentially seep from its seal. The strength of a tailed beast is formidable, and if not carefully managed, it could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Thus, both Chen An and the third Hokage refrained from discussing unfavorable outcomes, focusing instead on comforting Uzumaki Water. "Rest assured, Hokage-sama. I shall assemble a team with Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to specifically search for Uchiha Madara's whereabouts. As you are aware, when facing a ninja of Uchiha Madara's caliber, numerical advantage becomes far less significant." Chen An cast a glance at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and calmly addressed him. "Do you require the presence of those three individuals? Very well. I shall arrange for them to be informed." Observing Chen An's tranquil countenance, Hiruzen felt a wave of reassurance wash over him, dispelling the initial trepidation in his heart. Chen An had always exuded a sense of strength and reliability. For reasons unknown, his words seemed to carry an inherent accuracy. However, standing beside the third Hokage, Chen An's own emotions were far from serene. Although the original narrative indicated that Uchiha Madara had a hidden base, its precise location was never disclosed. It was only known that the site of Uchiha Obito's incident was near the Kamigawa Bridge. In the original tale, after escaping from this location, Obito was not far from where Rin had fled the Mist Ninja's experimental facility. Yet, the exact coordinates remained a mystery. Nevertheless, Chen An was not anxious. With his heightened sensory abilities, he believed that upon reaching the vicinity of the Kamigawa Bridge, even if Uchiha Madara concealed himself deeply, there would invariably be a presence of white Zetsu in the area. While he might not be able to sense Madara directly, he was confident that he could detect an ordinary white Zetsu if he concentrated fully on his perception. "Thank you, Lord Hokage," he continued. "However, I would recommend upgrading the village's protective barriers and placing all Umbu on the highest alert level." With a grave expression, Chen An addressed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Understood. I shall enlist the Uzumaki clan along with those adept in barrier jutsu from various families to enhance the village's protective barriers." The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nodded solemnly in response to Chen An. By the way, Hokage-sama, should you find yourself short-staffed, you may consider selecting children from among the common folk you have recruited from the smaller nations to enroll in our ninja academy in Konohagakure. However, it is imperative to verify the blood relations between these children and their parents. Otherwise, there exists a significant risk of infiltrators mingling among us. Upon graduation, these children could be integrated into the Umbu, alleviating the strain on our operatives who were under prolonged vigilance. Chen An suddenly realized that if the Umbu remained on high alert for an extended period, the members would become quite fatigued. After Konoha village had spent considerable time recruiting civilians from other small nations, he ventured to propose to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. You should return and prepare diligently. Depart with Tsunade and the others at the earliest opportunity." The third Hokage responded thoughtfully to Chen An's words. "There is no need for such vigilance, Hokage-sama. Since they have joined our Konoha, we should treat them as our own villagers," Chen An continued. "However, during the selection process, we must ensure that our ninja ranks, especially in critical areas, are safeguarded against the infiltration of spies from other villages. After all, even if we were to encounter a single nin among these individuals, it would not be a loss for our village. Moreover, I believe that those gathered from other small nations could potentially augment our ranks with over 30 elite jonin. Upon observing the lingering hesitation in the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An smiled and elucidated. The ninjas, Anbu, and spies we previously dispatched were mere machinations of deceit. Such tactics cannot foster the growth of our village. Nurturing ninjas and expanding the number of our shinobi are strategies of overt strength. As long as our village possesses a sufficient number of ninjas and formidable warriors, we can decisively overpower others. Just as the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Uchiha Madara exemplified, their prowess was the epitome of overt strategy. Had Hashirama shown a bit more ruthlessness in the past, we would not have the 4 great shinobi villages and numerous nations today. The entire ninja world would have been unified under his command long ago. Chen An smiled as he gently advised the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You are absolutely right. Hiruzen replied, coming to a sudden realization after hearing Chen An's words. He nodded with a smile. I am truly pleased to hear you say that. I shall leave the remaining matters in your capable hands, Hokage-sama. I will prepare to set out with Tsunade and the others tomorrow morning to pursue Uchiha Madara. Seeing that the third Hokage had accepted his suggestion, Chen An smiled and spoke to him before turning to leave the Hokage's office. Chen An had never placed much importance on Hiruzen Sarutobi. He believed that the limitations imposed by the Elder Council prevented Hiruzen from wielding the significant authority depicted in the original narrative. Once he ascended to power, Chen An planned to reform Konoha village in a manner reminiscent of a nation from his past life. Only a complete political system could aid Konoha in unifying the entire ninja world. After Chen An departed, Hiruzen swiftly ordered the assembly of a barrier team, primarily composed of the Uzumaki clan, with support from various other families, to commence the upgrade of Konoha's defensive barrier. It must be noted that the barrier techniques of the Uzumaki clan were indeed advanced, and their clan members possessed remarkable talent in this area. When Chen An and Tsunade were preparing to leave Konoha for the vicinity of the Kaminaraman Bridge, located at the border of the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, the barrier team had already outlined the upgraded barrier and was in the process of refining other details. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninjas began a round-the-clock shift rotation. At Chen An's suggestion, several foreign children who had been taken in were now joining Konoha's Ninja Academy, embarking on their own paths of ninja training. Chen An, you truly are remarkable, Jiraiya praised, giving Chen An a thumbs up upon hearing that the third Hokage had begun recruiting the children of ordinary villagers. Chapter 86, The Search for Uchiha Madara. Good day. Where are we headed? Tsunade inquired. Do you possess any intelligence regarding Uchiha Madara? She, along with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, followed closely beside Chen An, their expressions grave as they sought his insight. To be honest, Tsunade felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of confronting someone as formidable as Uchiha Madara, who could rival her grandfather, Hashirama Senju. I am uncertain. I only have a general location to work with, and we can only attempt to search, Chen An replied, his tone subdued. After all, you are aware that Uchiha Madara is no ordinary ninja. At his level, evading our surveillance is quite effortless. Noticing Chen An's despondency, Tsunade refrained from pressing him further. Do not worry, Chen An. I believe that as long as we work together, we will surely rescue that young member of the Uzumaki clan from Uchiha Madara's grasp. Upon overhearing the conversation between Chen An and Tsunade Senju, Jiraiya approached them with a smile, addressing Chen An. Do not underestimate the situation. This is Uchiha Madara we are dealing with, not the adversaries we have faced in the past. Orochimaru, standing nearby, cast an exasperated glance at Jiraiya, responding with utmost seriousness. You know, your words are merely an attempt to uplift the spirits of Rian and the others. If we approach Uchiha Madara in such silence, their confidence will be utterly depleted before we even make contact. At this, Jiraiya, feeling irked by Orochimaru's remark, retorted sharply, Humph. Your reassurances are utterly ineffective. It would be best if you simply stayed behind and did not hinder our progress. Orochimaru, unfazed by Jiraiya's comment, scoffed disdainfully and replied, Humph. We shall see who ends up holding back whom. After all, Jiraiya, the esteemed master of the prophesied savior from Myaboka Mountain, will certainly not be a hindrance to anyone. In response to Orochimaru's derision, Jiraiya let out a cold huff, choosing to disregard him. The group hastened their pace, and soon, through their collective efforts, they began to close in on the Kamui Bridge. Rian, are we nearing our destination? Chen An inquired as he gradually slowed his pace to a halt. Now 10 kilometers from the Kamui Bridge, he activated his Byakugan in Sage mode, intently scanning the surroundings. Tsunade, please refrain from speaking, I must meticulously examine everything around us. Chen An abruptly interrupted Tsunade's words. With the keen perception of his Byakugan in sage mode, he exerted himself fully to sense everything in the surroundings. However, under Chen An's diligent scrutiny, no trace of Uchiha Madara could be found. After searching repeatedly 3 times, Chen An reluctantly deactivated his Byakugan in sage mode. So, what is the verdict? Does Chen An have any clues? Tsunade inquired excitedly as she approached him, noticing that he had closed his Byakugan. No, I haven't detected anything. It seems we must broaden our search area, he replied. Chen An shook his head, indicating that he had not sensed anything. How about this, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade? The 3 of you will be in charge of the surrounding caves or any underground areas. I will solely focus on utilizing my Byakugan and Sage mode to meticulously perceive the essence of this land. Chen An pondered for a moment, then, gazing at the 3 members of the Senju clan, spoke coldly. Naidame, do you intend to undertake this alone? Would you not prefer Senju Tsunade to accompany you? Orochimaru and I are sufficient for ourselves. Jiraiya, who had been listening to Chen An, scratched his head and replied, There's no need, Jiraiya. You should join them instead. The might of Uchiha Madara is formidable, Chen An continued. If you 2 were to encounter him alone, it could prove perilous. While my strength may still pale in comparison to Madara's, my sensory abilities are acute. I can detect his approach, and should he draw near, I will promptly alert you. Remain vigilant. If you do come across Uchiha Madara, signal me without delay. Chen An shook his head, dismissing Jiraiya's words, and instructed him, Very well, Chen An, I understand. I shall take good care of the 2 of them. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Orochimaru seized Tsunade, Senju, and Jiraiya, embarking on a separate search. Observing Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru depart, Chen An swiftly approached the Kaminaraman Bridge. Chen An intended to center his search around the Kamigami Bridge, spiraling outward in his quest. Given that Uchiha Madara's underground base was in proximity to this location, he was confident that this method would undoubtedly lead him to Madara. Meanwhile, in a cave, Uchiha Madara had just implanted his Rinnegan into the eye socket of Uzumaki Nagato when a white Zetsu stealthily infiltrated the cavern. Lord Madara, that brat from Konoha, Hinata-rian, has come with Tsunade, Senju, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to track us down, exclaimed the cheerful Uzumaki white Zetsu to Uchiha Madara. Tracking us? How could they arrive here so swiftly? Upon hearing white Zetsu's words, Madara felt a surge of panic. He had resided at Kamigami Bridge for many years, and he never anticipated that those individuals would come searching in this very spot. I have no idea. That fellow, Hinata-rian, did not deter anywhere along the way. He headed straight for this location. Perhaps he possesses some unique ability, replied Uzumaki white Zetsu, playfully addressing Madara. With Nagato just having received the Rinnegan, Madara realized it was time to relocate. White Zetsu, return immediately. We must change our base, he commanded. After contemplating, Madara understood that engaging with the boy named Hinata-rian could potentially expose him and raise the alarm among the major ninja villages. Thus, for the sake of his plans, he resolved to conceal himself for the time being and settle accounts with the boy once his objectives were achieved. Understood, Lord Madara. Upon receiving Madara's order, Uzumaki white Zetsu utilized the art of floating and descended into the depths, silently making his exit. After watching white Zetsu depart, Uchiha Madara quickly moved in the direction of the Land of Water, accompanied by the recently implanted Rinnegan of Uzumaki Nagato. He intended to find a small island there to establish Nagato, and once they arrived, he would summon the Outer Path Golem. Although Madara's Rinnegan had been implanted in Nagato, he still possessed Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, enabling him to summon the Golem. Chapter 87. Mission Failure. Uchiha Madara stealthily slipped away with Nagato and the Outer Path Golem, evading Chen An and his companions as they searched. At that moment, Chen An was oblivious to the chakra fluctuations indicating Madara's departure. He continued his spiral search from the Kamigami Bridge for any signs of white Zetsu. This is perplexing. In the original tale, weren't there numerous white Zetsus? The Akatsuki organization relied heavily on them for intelligence. Why have I not encountered a single one despite my prolonged search? After dedicating 10 arduous days to his quest, Chen An had finally scoured a radius of 10 kilometers around the Shimubi Bridge. Yet, he still found no trace of the chakra fluctuations associated with Uchiha Ibito or White Zetsu. This left him in a state of bewilderment. Was it not suggested in the original narrative that Uchiha Ibito's base was situated in proximity to the Shimubi Bridge? If he could not uncover any signs of Uchiha Ibito here, he would have no choice but to wait until Nagato, the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, began his collection of the 9-tailed beasts to retrieve him. However, by that time, It was quite possible that Uzumaki Mido had long since departed this world. Surely, he could not, in pursuit of fulfilling this promise to retrieve Nagato, exhume Uzumaki Mido from her grave to obtain her flesh and blood cells, only to then use the reanimation jutsu to bring her back to life. Ah, alas. Chen An scratched his head, letting out a frustrated roar. Despite his relentless efforts, he still could not locate Uchiha Madara, which left him exceedingly vexed. How about you, Rian? Have you found anything? Perhaps having heard Chen An's exclamations, Tsunade Senju arrived alongside Jiraiya and Orochimaru to inquire. No, not a trace has been found. Chen An sat on the ground, feeling utterly dejected, and shook his head as he spoke to Tsunade and the others. It's a fine day. Since we haven't found anything, let's return. There is no need for sorrow. After all, we faced Uchiha Madara. Losing to such a formidable opponent is not a failure. Tsunade, noticing Chen An's despondency, approached him with a smile, gently placing her hand on his shoulder. All right, give me a little more time, Tsunade. I wish to search once more. If we still cannot find anything, then we shall head back. Chen An stood up, gazing at Tsunade Senju, and reluctantly addressed her. Tsunade exchanged glances with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, each nodding in agreement. Very well. Then, good day. We shall extend our search for another 5 days, and if we do not succeed by then, we shall return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Tsunade nodded, turning to Chen An and saying, Thank you for your understanding. Chen An nodded slightly, once again activating his Byakugan and Sage mode, fervently scanning the surroundings. As he continued his meticulous search, by the following noon, he swiftly discovered a vast cavern approximately 7 to 8 meters beneath the surface. This expansive chamber lacked any outward passages, yet bore unmistakable signs of having been artificially excavated. The moment he stumbled upon this hollow, Chen An immediately employed the earth release technique to conceal himself. Damn it. It seems my arrival has stirred the serpents from their grass. Uchiha Madara has indeed departed from here. Chen An entered the cave, meticulously surveying its interior. He not only discovered the imprints left by the external demonic statues but also discerned signs of a surgical procedure performed upon a stone bed. Furthermore, on the ground lay 2 eyes, seemingly excavated and devoid of vitality, having been discarded merely days prior. Regrettably, these eyes had already lost their potential for transplantation to another host. It is highly probable that after Uchiha Madara had implanted the Rinnegan, he abandoned the original eyes of Nagato here. Taking a deep breath, Chen An opened the cave's passage that once connected to the outside world and exited at a leisurely pace. He then released a signal flare into the sky. In the distance, Tsunade Senju, upon spotting the signal, excitedly rushed towards Chen An, accompanied by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Good day. You found a clue, Haven to you? Tsunade inquired eagerly as she approached Chen An. Indeed, I have found something, but Uchiha Madara is no longer here. Chen An nodded slightly, his expression indifferent as he addressed Senju Tsunade. Has something occurred? Why do you appear so unhappy? Senju Tsunade inquired cautiously. Take a look at this. Chen An extended his hand, revealing the 2 eyes of Nagato to Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Could these truly be Nagato's eyes? Tsunade, astonished by the orbs in Chen An's grasp, inquired with great curiosity. Indeed, these are the very eyes of Nagato, and I have begun to surmise the reasons behind Uchiha Mido's abduction of him. Chen An nodded, his expression grave as he addressed Tsunade. Good day. You are aware of some extraordinary matters, are you not? Standing nearby, Orochimaru observed the 2 orbs in Chen An's hand and inquired, Indeed, I believe the confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Lord Hashirama was not a quest for death. Rather, it was an endeavor to acquire Hashirama's cells. That was Madara's ultimate objective. Chen An nodded in agreement, his demeanor serious as he spoke to Orochimaru. Thus, there exists a connection between the sage's eye and the sage's body, correct? Upon hearing Chen An's words, Orochimaru's lips curled into a faint smile as he confidently replied, You are indeed quite astute, Chen An. Chen An gazed at Orochimaru with profound admiration. Truly, he was a master of core technology. Although the extensive research on numerous techniques had yet to commence, Orochimaru had already managed to glean certain truths from merely a few simple words spoken by Chen An. Speak plainly. Dian, do not resort to riddles. Tsunade said with evident displeasure as she observed the exchange between Chen An and Orochimaru. Very well, I shall divulge the information, Chen An responded. The sage body represents the pinnacle of yang release. However, not all sage bodies can attain such a level. Only the sage body of Lord Hashirama has reached its utmost potential. My own physique has similarly achieved this tier. As he spoke, Chen An produced a kunai, and sliced a shallow wound across his palm. Yet, with the power of the sage body, the injury rapidly healed. Your regenerative ability is not solely attributed to the creation rebirth, mitotic regeneration technique, but rather it stems from the innate power of your sage body, Tsunade remarked. Astonished by Chen An's revelation. Indeed, he affirmed. As for the sage eye, it epitomizes the pinnacle of release. The Uchiha clan, upon awakening the Meijiki Sharingan, requires a transplant from a blood relative. This grants them access to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, endowing them with the ultimate release power. When the apex of release merges with yang release, it can unveil the strength of the sage of six paths, thus allowing the awakening of the Rinnegan. Although Uchiha Madara possessed only the ultimate release, he activated the Rinnegan with the aid of Hashirama's cells, resulting in the absorption of considerable vitality. Consequently, he sought to abduct Nagato, an exceptional member of the Uzumaki clan, to house his Rinnegan. Once the opportune moment arose, he intended to utilize the Rinnegan's rebirth technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara in his prime. With a serious expression, Chen An elucidated the capabilities of the Rinnegan to Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. However, he deliberately concealed the significant possibility that Uchiha Madara awakened the Rinnegan due to his reincarnation as Indra. What? It can truly resurrect? The trio gazed at Chen An in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. Indeed, the Rinnegan possesses the ability to bring individuals back to life. However, to perform this technique, the caster must utilize their own chakra and vitality. Chen An nodded and addressed Tsunade and the others. To think it requires the life force of the caster. Such formidable ninjutsu indeed. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Orochimaru's face broke into a look of astonished amusement. So, Chen An, what shall we do next? Jiraiya scratched his head, gazing at Chen An in confusion, uncertain of their course of action. With Uchiha Madara having departed, locating him again would prove exceedingly challenging. Let us return to the village for now, Chen An suggested. We shall allow the village to devise a strategy to uncover relevant clues. And then we can resume our search for Uchiha Madara. Chen An shook his head, indicating that he had no means of locating Uchiha Obito and could only return to the village. He hoped to rally the strength of the entire village in an attempt to find Uchiha Obito. However, in truth, Chen An had already relinquished the hope of tracing Uchiha Obito's whereabouts. His sole desire was to safeguard the parents of Nagato Uzumaki, so that when Nagato re-emerged in the future, he could draw upon the bonds of kinship to bring him back to Konohagakure. Much like in the original narrative where Uchiha Obito could have avoided becoming a villain had he successfully rescued Rin Noera, Chen An believed that as long as Rin existed, he could find a way to lead Obito back to the village, regardless of Obito's misdeeds. The same reasoning applied to Nagato, as long as he protected Nagato's parents. Even if Uchiha Obito were to seal Nagato's memories, Chen An was confident that preserving Nagato's parents would ultimately allow him to undo Obito's seals and restore Nagato to Konohagakure. By then, a Nagato wielding the Rinnegan would undoubtedly be far more formidable than the current version. Well then, let us return to Konohagakure. We have no further leads, Chen An declared. Tsunade Senju nodded in agreement upon hearing Chen An's words, and the group swiftly made their way back to the village. Upon their return, Chen An and Tsunade, along with others, proceeded to the Hokage's office to report the mission status to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ah, you have returned. Were you able to find any trace of Uchiha Obito? Hiruzen inquired, rising to greet the returning Chen An and his companions. Lord Hokage, we did locate the base where Uchiha Obito had been hiding. However, regrettably, he had already moved before we could reach it, Chen An replied, stepping forward with a sense of resignation as he spoke to Hiruzen. I see. So, it means the young one, Nagato Uzumaki, could not be rescued, Hiruzen said, his voice tinged with a raspy sorrow. Indeed, Lord Hokage, I am deeply sorry for not being able to save Nagato, Chen An responded, with a profound sense of regret. Chen An addressed the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. It's all right. There's no need for you to feel guilty. After all, Uchiha Madara is a formidable presence, rivaling even the first Hokage. The mere fact that you were able to uncover his whereabouts is indeed commendable. I shall ensure that the ninjas of Konohagakure remain vigilant regarding any signs of Uchiha Madara. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage lifted his gaze towards Chen An and his companions. Now, you need not linger here any longer. Go home and rest. Observing the guilt-ridden expressions on Chen An and Tsunade Senju, he managed a faint smile and encouraged them. Yes, Hokage-sama, we will take our leave. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Chen An and the others promptly responded and turned to exit the Hokage Tower. Once outside, Chen An waved farewell to Tsunade and the others before returning to his own abode. Lying on his bed, Chen An began to reflect on whether he had been too lax during this period. As a transmigrator, and one endowed with a system no less, he pondered the disparity in strength. It was noteworthy that Naruto Uzumaki, upon awakening his potential, achieved 6 paths level power at merely 16, capable of sparring with Uchiha Madara, who had become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, Chen An found himself unable to contend even with a version of Madara devoid of the Rinnegan, a clear indication of his own indolence. Moreover, he was well versed in numerous dungeons that could enhance his capabilities, yet he remained stationary in Konohagakure, failing to seize the opportunity to harness the treasures within those realms to bolster his strength. This was indeed a grave oversight. Resolute in his decision, Chen An sprang from his bed and approached his desk, determined to organize the narratives of the Naruto series he had previously absorbed, seeking insights that could elevate his prowess. When contemplating the Byakugan, his thoughts immediately drifted to the moon. On that celestial body resided the descendants of Tsutsuki Kagaya, the Tsutsuki clan, who were distantly related to the Hyuga clan. Based on the timeline, the current Tsutsuki clan should be embroiled in a conflict between branch and main families. Instigated by Uchiha Madara's summoning of the Outer Path Golem with the Rinnegan, igniting a fierce war between the ideologically opposed branches. Presently, they were likely at the nascent stages of unifying the immense Tensigan. As long as one promptly arrives upon the moon, seizing the yet-formed eyes of reincarnation, one may absorb the ocular prowess of the Byakugan contained within, potentially unlocking the eyes of reincarnation ahead of time, thus attaining the formidable strength of the 6 paths. The second source of assistance lies within the Land of Wind, specifically the ancient city of Lulan. Within Lulan, there exists a vast dragon vein, rich in chakra, capable of traversing realms. While it remains uncertain whether this traversal pertains to time or parallel universes, the immense chakra of the dragon vein, coupled with the ability to journey into new worlds, promises to endow Chen An with considerable power. The chakra of the dragon vein can facilitate Chen An's rapid advancement in chakra manipulation to even higher realms. A new world signifies the presence of countless beings. Should his journey be through time, Chen An would exercise restraint, refraining from disrupting the original world excessively. However, if he were to traverse a parallel universe, he would endeavor to seize all that he could, thereby enriching the foundation of his own world. As for the fate of that original parallel world after his departure, Chen An remains indifferent, believing that once he leaves, he need not concern himself with the ensuing chaos. Chapter 89. New Cultivation Techniques. In pursuit of swiftly locating the unique spatial passageway to the moon, Chen An ventured to the library of the Hyuga clan, a repository of an extensive collection of texts. As a testament to the Hyuga clan's long-standing heritage, the library houses a vast array of literary works. Chen An discovered that many of the books in the library had sustained subtle damages. In order to prolong their lifespan, he began meticulously transcribing and organizing the texts while simultaneously searching for the information he needed. He particularly focused on books predating the establishment of Konohagakure. With his relentless perusal and updating of the literature, the entire collection within the Hyuga clan's library underwent a complete transformation. One day, as Chen An was engrossed in his reading, a small scroll unexpectedly caught his eye, piquing his curiosity. This particular tome did not contain powerful ninjutsu, rather. The title inscribed on the scroll read Pure Lotus Meditation. Upon seeing this name, Chen An surmised that it might be a tranquil mindfulness technique derived from Buddhism, specifically designed for cultivating one's inner peace. If his system could indeed upgrade cultivation techniques, could this lotus meditation also be practiced? With a mindset of experimentation, he gently unfurled the scroll and examined its contents. To his astonishment, the scroll detailed a unique Buddhist practice that employed the visualization of a lotus flower to enhance mental and spiritual strength while soothing one's emotions. This revelation left Chen An in awe. He realized he had been ensnared in a misconception, forgetting that the world of ninjas could indeed encompass various forms of power. Buddhism existed, and within the Temple of Fire, there was a force known as Senjutsu. It was entirely plausible that other cultivation techniques could also be found. Chen An hurriedly examined all the cultivation techniques, then closed his eyes and began to practice the method known as the lotus observation. In truth, the pure lotus observation is not particularly esoteric. The technique involves repeatedly depicting a three-dimensional, vivid lotus within one sea of consciousness using mental strength. By embodying the form of the lotus, one can suppress their soul, thereby ensuring that one's state of mind remains perpetually serene and harmonious. even when faced with emotional upheavals. The lotus gently wards off disturbances, akin to ripples in water, preventing interference with the heart and making it less likely for inner demons to arise. As Chen An continued his practice, an ethereal lotus began to manifest slowly within his sea of consciousness. Success. Haha, it truly worked. Name: Hinata Rian. Age: 21. Physique: 107. Spirit: 80. Bloodline: 1. Awakening White-Eye Beginner Celestial Spirit Body Intermediate Ice Escape Beginner Magnetic Escape Technique Chakra Circulation Technique 432181000000 Pure Lotus Observation 2110000 Skills: Eye Technique, Pressure Eye Technique, Illusion Energy. Chen An gazed in astonishment at the appearance of the cultivation technique regarding the Pure Lotus visualization on his system panel. It seemed that the level of the Pure Lotus visualization technique was quite high, as it possessed the same experience points as the previous chakra manipulation technique. Chen An gazed at the experience bar behind the Pure Lotus temple, his heart brimming with delight. Originally possessing but a single cultivation technique, he now found himself endowed with two. With these newfound methods, he anticipated an accelerated growth rate surpassing his previous endeavors. Moreover, given that the monks of the Buddhist sect possessed such a technique, it was conceivable that a warrior, whose lineage had preserved its practice through the ages, might also have related techniques to enhance physical strength. However, to uncover such martial practices, he might need to seek out the enduring samurai families in the Iron Country. Elated by the discovery of a new cultivation method, Chen An meticulously combed through the entirety of the Hyuga clan's library. Unlike his previous endeavors of mere transcription, he now sought the profound knowledge embedded within the texts. Indeed, the Pure Lotus Temple proved worthy of its reputation as a unique method for cultivating the mind. Since he embarked on this practice, he felt the turmoil that had consumed him following the failure of his mission to rescue Uchiha Obito and Nagato gradually subside. His formidable mental prowess allowed him to absorb a greater amount of natural energy during chakra cultivation, facilitating a more adept control over the Senjutsu chakra he produced. Despite the smooth progress of his training, after 3 exhaustive months of thoroughly updating the library's collection, he still found no trace of information regarding a journey to the moon. This was perplexing. It seemed implausible that there would be no record of such a significant matter pertaining to the Tsutsuki clan. Standing at the entrance of the library, Chen An murmured to himself, what could possibly be missing? At that moment, his grandfather, Hyuga, approached, wearing a warm smile as he observed Chen An's troubled expression. What troubles you, my dear? You seem to be searching for something, he inquired. Grandfather, it's nothing much. I was merely seeking a particular item, only to discover that our clan's library holds none. Do you know of any other places within our family that might harbor secret collections? Chen An lifted his head and beheld his grandfather, Hinata Chingmu, gazing at him with a benevolent expression. He approached with a smile, offering his support as he spoke. Our family possesses some rather secretive tomes. If you wish to see them, grandfather can take you. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Hinata Chingmu chuckled and gently patted Chen An's hand. Is that truly the case, my dear? Then let us go at once. The previously bewildered Chen An brightened instantly at his grandfather's words, expressing his excitement. The Otsutsuki clan, being a branch of the Hinata lineage, is regarded as a forbidden subject within their family. It is no wonder he could not find any records regarding the Otsutsuki clan in the library. It appears they are concealed in the special place his grandfather mentioned. Had he known sooner, he would have directly inquired with his grandfather. Under Hinata Chingmu's guidance, Chen An soon found himself in a concealed chamber that exuded an air of secrecy. The tomes housed within were of a clandestine nature, generally reserved for the family's eyes only during exceptional circumstances. Quickly, see if you can find what you seek. I shall take my leave now, Hinata Chingmu said with a smile before turning to depart. Rest assured, grandfather, I will leave once I have located what I need. Chen An watched his grandfather depart, smiling as he bid farewell. Once his grandfather had completely left, Chen An began to examine the documents stored within the secret chamber. As he unfurled the first scroll, its contents astonished him instantly. Indeed, the chamber was intricately connected to the Tsutsuki clan on the moon, as the opening line revealed, Ancestor Tsutsuki Yumamura. This seemingly simple statement ignited a spark of excitement within Chen An's heart. Chen An began to swiftly search through the scrolls for information regarding the special passage to the moon. Chapter 90, Journey to the Moon. Within the secret chamber of the Hinata clan, Chen An successfully located the whereabouts of the passage to the moon. It was situated in the area that originally belonged to the Hinata clan. Amidst the rolling hills, a small mound concealed the extraordinary passage leading to the moon. Chen An meticulously reviewed all the materials. Once he comprehended the entirety of the passage's circumstances, he organized all the books and departed from the hidden chamber. Upon returning home, Chen An began to pack his belongings in preparation for his journey to the moon. "Ah, my dear Chen An, have you resolved to venture to that place?" His grandfather, Hinata, unexpectedly appeared behind him, his expression grave as he inquired. "Yes, grandfather. I intend to take a chance at that location. After all, you are aware that with my current abilities, I am utterly unable to contend with Uchiha Madara." Chen An paused his actions, turned around, and smiled at his grandfather. "Hinata, if you wish to go, then go ahead, but do ensure your safety. I will be here at home awaiting your return." Upon hearing Chen An's words, his grandfather, Hinata, let out a long sigh, expressing a sense of helplessness as he responded to Chen An grandfather. "You need not worry. With my abilities, even if I cannot acquire anything from that place, I can certainly ensure my own safety." Observing the deeply concerned expression on his grandfather's face, Chen An stepped closer and reassured him. "Rest assured, grandfather." Hearing these words, Hinata nodded with a smile. Chen An meticulously prepared an abundance of flying thunder god kunai, alongside a selection of soldiers' rations. After equipping himself with the necessary tools, he turned to his grandfather, and together they ventured towards the outskirts of the village. As they approached the point of departure, his grandfather, Hinata, incessantly cautioned Chen An to prioritize his safety, advising him to return to the village for assistance if the situation became dire. Although the strength of their clan was overshadowed by that of the rival Hyuga clan, the entirety of the Hyuga family stood as Chen An's unwavering support, urging him to avoid confrontation and retreat promptly in the face of danger. As Chen An walked, he comforted his grandfather, parting ways only at the gates of Konoha village. Upon exiting the village, Chen An devoted himself wholeheartedly to racing towards the ancestral lands of the once illustrious Hyuga clan. In the past, the Hyuga clan was renowned throughout the Land of Fire, managing to secure a vast territory amidst the rivalries of the Senju and Uchiha clans, though they lacked the unparalleled prowess of figures like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Any ordinary member of the Hyuga clan could ascend to the rank of elite jonin after diligent training in the gentle fist technique. Moreover, during the Warring States period, the gentle fist was accessible to all members of the Hyuga clan. As long as one met the prerequisites for learning, any clan member would earnestly impart their knowledge. However, following the establishment of Konoha village, certain branches of the clan began to restrict the transmission of the gentle fist secret techniques, consolidating their teachings within the main family and prohibiting their dissemination to the branch family members. Fortunately, with Chen An's arrival, such prohibitions have been lifted, bringing a new era for the Hyuga clan. Chen An made no prolonged stops along the way and swiftly arrived at the ancestral land of the Hinata clan. Remarkably, although the Hinata clan had relocated from this territory, the surrounding area was now occupied by numerous civilians from the Land of Fire. The vicinity was filled with newly cultivated fields, and the verdant crops appeared vibrant and full of life. Chen An did not linger excessively. He swiftly made his way towards the nearby mountains and forests of his clan, delving into the thicket. Chen An traversed the verdant woods and soon arrived at the small hill described in the ancient texts, which was said to possess a unique passage. After an exhaustive search, he discovered a cave. It was identical to the one depicted in his clan's records, and he swiftly entered the passage. Within the cave, Chen An stumbled upon a small lake. This very lake was the gateway to the passage leading to the moon. Unbeknownst to anyone, concealed at the bottom of the lake lay a passageway to the lunar realm. Chen An cautiously traversed the lake, and as his surroundings illuminated before him, he found himself on the surface of the moon. Is this truly the moon? How extraordinary it is! Chen An stepped on the moon's surface and was astonished to discover that the moon in the Naruto universe possessed gravity, remarkably similar to that of Earth. This revelation intrigued him, leading him to ponder whether the moon's gravity was a result of the sealing technique, the tintails, employed by the formidable Kage Otsutsuki, who was sealed within. Chen An lightly leaped twice, pondering silently, just as he was still questioning the origin of the moon's gravity. The Otsutsuki clan on the moon had already sensed his arrival. "Ah, an intruder has breached the moon." The clan leader, Otsutsuki Zonjing, through the reincarnation I left by Otsutsuki Yutsuin, distinctly perceived that an outsider had traversed the passage between Earth and the moon. "Come, everyone. Follow me to investigate who dares to intrude upon the moon." With a cold snort, Otsutsuki Zonjing summoned numerous members of the Otsutsuki clan to hasten after him towards the moon's exterior. Byakugan, activate. After several attempts, Chen An finally opened his Byakugan, beginning his search for the entrance to the moon's interior. Surely, He could not simply bore a hole into the moon to gain entry. While Chen An was in pursuit of the passage leading within, he noticed a group of Otsutsuki clan members, led by Zongjing, racing aggressively towards him. How bold! Who dares to invade my Otsutsuki clan? Otsutsuki Zongjing approached Chen An with menace, raising his voice in anger. Oh, you are the Otsutsuki clan of the moon. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chen An did not feel surprised. Instead, a joyful smile graced his face. Through the lens of his Byakugan, he observed that while the chakra of these Otsutsuki members was considerable, it paled in comparison to his own, rendering them incapable of matching him. With his chakra reserves, he felt confident in easily defeating them, thus harboring no concerns. You are from the Hyuga clan of Earth, one of the branch families. Otsutsuki Zongjing suddenly recalled something upon seeing Chen An's Byakugan, exclaiming in astonishment. Indeed, I am Hinata Hyori of the Hyuga clan. You must be the leader of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. As Otsutsuki Zongjing lowered his battle stance, Chen An smiled warmly at him. Greetings, distant relative. I wonder what brings you to the moon. Recognizing Chen An as a member of the Hyuga clan, Otsutsuki Zongjing approached him with a smile and inquired. Hee. Greetings to you all. I have come specifically to gather some information. Observing Zongjing's friendly demeanor, Chen An relaxed his combative stance and responded with a smile. Seeing that Chen An no longer exhibited hostility, Otsutsuki Zongjing grinned and led him toward the entrance to the moon's interior, entering together. Chapter 91. The Otsutsuki Clan. Branch Family Clan Leader. Who is this person? Why have you brought an outsider into the moon? As Tsutsuki Zongjing led Chen An into the moon, another individual, resembling a family elder, along with a multitude of Tsutsuki clan members, obstructed their path. This figure confronted the clan leader, Tsutsuki Zongjing, with a stern inquiry. Enough, Tsutsuki Jiro. I am the rightful leader of the Tsutsuki clan. The decision of whom to bring into the moon rests solely with me, and I require no input from you. Tsutsuki Zongjing, glaring at the obstructive Tsutsuki Jiro, spoke with palpable anger. Humph, the moon is the dwelling place of the descendants of Tsutsuki Yufu. Do you not fear violating the wishes of our esteemed ancestors by bringing outsiders here without consent? In response to Zongjing's reprimand, Tsutsuki Jiro remained unfazed, instead invoking the name of their ancestor, Tsutsuki Yufu. Observing the confrontation between Tsutsuki Zongjing and Tsutsuki Jiro, Chen An quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that Zongjing was not only the head of the main family but also the leader of the entire Tsutsuki clan, while Jiro represented the head of the branch family. In the original narrative, it was under Jiro's leadership that the entire branch family contributed their Byakugan, which were subsequently fused into the Rinnegan, thereby enabling them to vanquish the main family led by Tsutsuki Zongjing. Chen An originally arrived on the moon with the intention of winning over the Tsutsuki clan residing there. However, given the current attitudes of the two individuals, it seems that there is a slight possibility of persuading Tsutsuki Mujin, since the goal is to gain the favor of the Tsutsuki clan. Chen An cannot remain silent and passive. Your Excellency claims that the moon belongs to the descendants of Tsutsuki Yuki. Might I inquire whether our Hyuga clan is considered among those descendants? Chen An stepped forward with a cold smirk and addressed Otsutsuki Jiro, saying, You belong to the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Jiro narrowed his eyes slightly and replied with a light chuckle. Indeed. I am a member of the Hyuga clan. Is there a problem with that? Chen An cast a cold smile towards Otsutsuki Jiro and remarked, Well, your timing is impeccable. Otsutsuki Jiro repeated the word well 3 times before turning away, leading the branch family of the Otsutsuki clan to depart. However, Chen An perceived a glimmer of greed in Otsutsuki Jiro's eyes, as if he believed there was some treasure upon him. Distant relative, you must exercise caution. After Otsutsuki Jiro's departure, Otsutsuki Zongjing approached Chen An's side, expressing his concerns with a tone of resignation. Be careful. Has something occurred? As Chen An listened to the disjointed words of Otsutsuki Zongjing, he was immediately filled with doubt and turned to Otsutsuki Datong, inquiring, Your Byakugan is remarkably pure, and the power of your eyes is exceedingly formidable. If it were to be transplanted onto one of our Otsutsuki clan, there would be a significant chance of merging with our chakra, awakening the eyes of our ancestor, Otsutsuki Yumura's Rinnegan. It is important to note that the Rinnegan possesses the ability to rival the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Yui. Hence, I urge you to exercise caution, as Otsutsuki Zyro may very well attempt to seize your eyes. Otsutsuki Zongjing gazed regretfully in the direction where Otsutsuki Zyro had departed, speaking to Chen An. Ha. Rest assured, Zongjing, that fellow, Otsutsuki Zyro, harbors dreams of claiming my eyes. It is utterly fanciful. Upon hearing Zongjing's words, Chen An couldn't help but chuckle. During their previous conversation, Chen An had discerned that among the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Zongjing was the strongest, yet he held confidence in his ability to surpass Zongjing. Thus, he was equally assured of triumphing over Otsutsuki Zyro, unless the latter were to successfully integrate the Rinnegan ahead of time, which might present a genuine challenge. However, as a descendant of Otsutsuki Yumura himself, should Otsutsuki Zyro succeed in merging the immense Rinnegan, it was conceivable that Chen An might possess a greater claim to control the newly awakened Rinnegan. At that juncture, regardless of whether Zyro could integrate the Rinnegan, Chen An would effortlessly prevail over him. By the way, Zongjing, since you mentioned that merging with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan could awaken the Rinnegan, if I were to merge with your chakra, would it not also allow me to awaken the Rinnegan? Chen An smiled as he patted Tsutsuki Zongjing's shoulder, cheerfully expressing, it seems truly feasible. Upon hearing Chen An's suggestion, Tsutsuki Zongjing immediately grasped the implication. If the Tsutsuki clan could awaken the Rinnegan by merging with the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, then conversely, the Hyuga clan might also awaken the Rinnegan by integrating the chakra of the Tsutsuki clan. Cousin, you are remarkably astute. We should certainly give it a try. However, if you believe the Rinnegan can assist me in suppressing the branch family, preventing them from incessantly contemplating the idea of propelling the moon to collide with the ninja world. Tsutsuki Zongjing spoke with deep respect towards Chen An. Rest assured, Zongjing, I was contemplating inviting you to explore the ninja world. Once you awaken the Rinnegan, I shall help you seal the chakra of the branch family members, allowing them ample time for introspection. Chen An smiled at Otsutsuki Zongjing and said, very well, let us proceed inside. Once we reach a more tranquil location, we shall make our attempts. Otsutsuki Zongjing, hearing Chen An's words, smiled back and accompanied him to the residence of the clan. It is truly unexpected that amidst the moon's embrace, there exists such a vibrant world. Chen An followed behind Otsutsuki Zongjing, marveling at the entirety of the lunar realm. With a deep sense of nostalgia, he remarked to Otsutsuki Zongjing, it is indeed so. Our ancestors, as brothers of the Sage of Six Paths, wielded the formidable power of yin-yang release. Transforming a lunar space with the creative prowess of yin-yang D is quite effortless. Alas, we descendants have not inherited our forebears' might. Otherwise, we could have rendered the moon far more prosperous. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing smiled and replied. Meanwhile, on another front, Otsutsuki Jiro summoned the youngest and most beautiful female member of the Otsutsuki branch family, Otsutsuki Yayue, and earnestly instructed her, Yayue, pay attention and approach that member of the Hyuga clan from Earth. Determine if he is of the main family. If he is indeed a member of the main family, find a way to seize his Byakugan. Yes, clan leader. Rest assured, I shall succeed in obtaining the Byakugan from that Hyuga member, Otsutsuki Yue fervently responded, kneeling before Otsutsuki Jiro. Very well, you may go, Otsutsuki Jiro gestured, signaling her departure. After Otsutsuki Yayue left, Otsutsuki Jiro cast a gloomy gaze towards the direction of the main family. Chapter 92. The awakening of the Byakugan. Otsutsuki Zongjing brought Chen into the reception hall of the main family, where a sumptuous dinner had been prepared. After their meal, Otsutsuki Zongjing personally escorted Chen into his guest room for rest. Upon returning to his own home, the elders of the Otsutsuki clan awaited Otsutsuki Zongjing. Clan leader, do you truly place your trust in that member of the Hyuga clan? Inquired an elder of the main family, furrowing his brow as he regarded Otsutsuki Zongjing. What else can I do if I do not trust him? Otsutsuki Zongjing replied flatly, his expression betraying displeasure towards the elder. The faction led by Jiro has grown increasingly restless. Ever since the Outer Path Golem went missing, the Otsutsuki clan on the moon has not known a moment's peace. Though I am reluctant to place my faith in that distant relative from the Hyuga clan, it is likely he came to the moon after learning of the information regarding the Rinnegan. If we can assist him in obtaining the Rinnegan this time, we may at least gain his favor. This could prevent Jiro and his faction from instigating a coup against us. Additionally, members of the main family could escape to the shinobi world through the passage, ensuring the continuity of our bloodline. However, we have not lived in the shinobi world for quite some time. With this distant relative from the main family of the Hyuga clan present, our descendants may find greater safety in their lives within the shinobi world. Otsutsuki Zongjing fixed his gaze upon the elder of the Otsutsuki clan. With a heavy heart, he addressed the elder of the Otsutsuki clan. Patriarch, why don't we simply seize the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan by transplanting it into you? You could awaken the Rinnegan and lead us to defeat Otsutsuki Jiraiya. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Zongjing's words, another elder of the Otsutsuki clan spoke with deep sorrow. Enough. Do not utter such thoughts. Our clan has always upheld the prophecy of our ancestor Yumura. If we, like Otsutsuki Jiraiya, resort to unscrupulous means to achieve our goals, do we still deserve to be called descendants of Ymira? Otsutsuki Zongjing retorted disdainfully to the elder. Yet, the true reason remained known only to Zongjing himself. Just before he intended to intercept Chen An, he had unexpectedly received a prophecy from Otsutsuki Ymira, who revealed that aiding Chen An would save the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. It was this message, conveyed through chakra, that led Zongjing to place his faith in his ancestor-esque guidance to assist Chen An. Early the next morning, Otsutsuki Zongjing arrived at the guest room where Chen An resided. Distant relative, how did you rest? He inquired with a smile upon seeing Chen An awake. Patriarch Zongjing, thank you for your care. I rested quite well. When shall we begin attempting to awaken the Rinnegan? Chen An responded with a smile. Haha, you are quite eager. Let us have breakfast first. Afterward, we shall begin the process of merging my chakra with yours, Zongjing chuckled, signaling for breakfast to be served to Chen An. Once they had finished their meal, Zongjing led Chen An into a secret chamber. Distant relative, I will now attempt to inject my chakra into your body. You must merge your chakra with mine and nurture your eyes to see if they can evolve into the Rinnegan, Zongjing said seriously as they sat facing each other. Very well, Patriarch Zongjing. I am prepared. We can commence at any time. Chen An nodded, gathering his thoughts with utmost seriousness as he addressed Otsutsuki Zongjing. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing extended his right hand, resting it upon Chen An's body, and gradually infused his chakra into Chen An's being. Anticipating this moment, Chen An began to circulate his chakra the instant Otsutsuki Zongjing's energy entered his body, seamlessly integrating it and initiating its flow within him. As Otsutsuki Zongjing's chakra coursed through Chen An, he directed it towards the moon seal upon his forehead. Once Otsutsuki Zongjing's chakra penetrated the moon seal, Chen An's Byakugan flared to life, akin to water reaching a vigorous boil, rapidly refining his gaze within the confines of the moon seal. Chen An's ocular power began to ascend rapidly. In just a fleeting moment, he felt that his perception had improved by a significant margin. In truth, Otsutsuki Zongjing's chakra was rather limited, and after a mere 15 minutes, it was entirely depleted. Cousin, what do you think? Has there been any change? Otsutsuki Zongjing retracted his hand, his expression fraught with tension as he inquired of Chen An carefully attuned himself to the Byakugan power sealed within the moon, casting a joyful glance towards Otsutsuki Zongjing. Indeed, I sense that with 2 or 3 more attempts, my Byakugan shall awaken once more. Chen An expressed his delight as he spoke to Otsutsuki Zongjing. Have you experienced fetal movement once already? Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing immediately responded with astonishment, saying, Indeed, I have felt fetal movement once before. Should I experience it again, it would mark the second occurrence. Chen An smiled at Otsutsuki Zongjing and remarked, No wonder our ancestors proclaimed you to be the savior of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing cast a gaze filled with complexity towards him. Previously, he had pondered what qualifications a member of the Hyuga clan possessed to become the savior of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. To his astonishment, Chen An had managed to induce a fetal movement in the Byakugan without relying on the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan. It was no surprise that Otsutsuki Yutsuin had previously communicated to him that the savior of their clan was indeed Chen An. Ah, Yutsuin's ancestor. You mentioned that your assistance stems from the guidance of the Yutsuin ancestors, did you not? Upon hearing Otsutsuki Zongjing's words, he suddenly realized. Initially, he believed that Otsutsuki Zongjing's ease in trusting him was due to the prolonged time spent on the moon, which might have rendered his thoughts somewhat naive. Little did he know that this trust was actually rooted in the command from Otsutsuki Yutsuin. Indeed, distant relative, when you first arrived in the village, the ancestor of Otsutsuki Yutsuin sent word to me, stating that you possess the potential to transform our Otsutsuki clan on the moon, which is why I have endeavored to assist you so fervently. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing did not refute but rather smiled and replied. Chapter 93. The second fetal movement. Upon hearing that Otsutsuki Zongjing not only refrained from rebuttal but also readily acknowledged the situation, Chen An was momentarily rendered speechless as he gazed at Otsutsuki Zongjing. However, now that he comprehended that Otsutsuki Zongjing was wholeheartedly assisting him due to the directives of Otsutsuki Yutsuin, Chen An decided to forego any further pleasantries. Zongjing, please expedite the restoration of your chakra. Let us proceed. Chen An smiled as he addressed Otsutsuki Zongjing. Initially, Chen An had intended to suggest that a daily infusion of chakra from Zongjing would suffice. However, given that Zongjing was acting on the orders of Otsutsuki Yutsuin, Chen An felt no need for pleasantries and directly commanded him. Zongjing, who had been anticipating Chen An's astonishment, found himself twitching at the corners of his mouth upon hearing Chen An's words. Nevertheless, recalling the orders from Yutsuan, Zongjing could only sit silently to the side and begin restoring his own chakra. Once Zongjing's chakra was fully replenished, he again directed the energy within him into Chen An's body. Meanwhile, under the orders of Otsutsuki Jiro, Otsutsuki Yayue arrived at the Zong family. Searching for any trace of Chen An, something felt amiss. Where could this Hyuga clan member have vanished to? Wasn't it said that he was at the residence of the Otsutsuki Zong family? Otsutsuki Yayue searched diligently within the Zong family for any sign of Chen An. But no matter how hard she looked, he was nowhere to be found. Even Zongjing, the head of the Zong family, had disappeared. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Yayue returned to the branch family, filled with confusion. Master Jiro, I have returned, she said, kneeling on one knee before Otsutsuki Jiro, her disappointment evident. Yayue, why have you returned so soon? Otsutsuki Jiro inquired, gazing down at Yayue with a hint of resignation. Master Jiro, I searched the Zong family thoroughly, but the member of the Hyuga clan who arrived from the ninja world is nowhere to be found. With no other options, I could only return to report to you. Yayue responded, feeling a deep sense of shame as she knelt before him. Is that so? It seems our esteemed clan leader has done an excellent job of protecting this distant relative from the Hyuga clan, Jiro remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips upon hearing Yayue's words. As the head of the branch family, Otsutsuki Jiro was far from naive. He suspected that Chen An's disappearance was likely orchestrated by Zongjing, who might also be plotting to seize Chen An's Byakugan to secure victory for their branch. It appears we can no longer afford to wait. Yayue, notify all the members of the branch family to come to me, Jiro resolved after a moment of contemplation. Yes, Master Jiro. Upon hearing Tsutsuki Jiro's words, Tsutsuki Yayue nodded excitedly before turning and departing. Tsutsuki Jiro gazed longingly at her retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Should Tsutsuki Zisei truly execute his intentions to seize Chen An's Byakugan, he would soon possess the Rinnegan. Coupled with the Rinnegan they already controlled from Tsutsuki Y village, they would wield 3 Rinnegan in total. If his lineage hoped to rival Tsutsuki Zisei, it was imperative that they also acquire a Rinnegan. Although the Rinnegan from the ancestral line of Y village had long since depleted its power over the years, merely sustaining the space of the entire moon. If Tsutsuki Zisei were to merge Chen An's Byakugan and absorb the ancestral Rinnegan from Y village, the newly acquired Rinnegan would be immensely formidable. This realization compelled Tsutsuki Jiro to unleash a trump card, employing forbidden techniques to merge the Byakugan of all branch family members, hoping they could transform into Rinnegan, thus enabling them to contend with Tsutsuki Zisei. Simultaneously, on another front, after 3 days of diligent training, Chen An's Byakugan finally experienced another awakening. Ha ha ha, distant kin. Your talent is indeed remarkable. To achieve such a transformation in such a short span is truly impressive. Tsutsuki Zisei exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing the awakening of Chen An's Byakugan. I must express my gratitude, Zisei. Had it not been for your dedicated assistance these past days, I could not have expedited the second awakening of my eyes so swiftly. Chen An closed his eyes, savoring the gentle movements of the fetus, while smiling at Otsutsuki Zongjing. Haha, it's nothing to worry about. It is merely the command of our ancestor, Yu village. Otsutsuki Zongjing replied with a smile. Zongjing, how many days will the fetal movements take? Let us exit the secret chamber for now. It would be a perfect opportunity for you to rest during these days. Chen An smiled as he proposed to Otsutsuki Zongjing. All right. It's a perfect time for us to step outside. I can also introduce you to some members of my family. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing chuckled and rose to his feet, accompanying Chen An out of the secret chamber. Patriarch, you have finally emerged. Just as Otsutsuki Zongjing and Chen An exited the chamber, an elder from the Otsutsuki clan eagerly approached, addressing Zongjing. Elder Qingtong, what has transpired? You seem quite anxious. Zongjing inquired, furrowing his brow at the elder's urgency. Patriarch, it is dire news. Recently, Otsutsuki Jiro has summoned all the branch family members to the forbidden grounds of the branch family, and they have not come out for many days, Elder Qingtong reported. His expression grim. If they choose not to emerge, so be it. What is the issue? Zongjing replied with confusion, looking at Elder Qingtong. Patriarch, this is no trivial matter. You must understand that the branch family possesses a forbidden technique capable of merging a substantial number of Byakugan, allowing them to evolve into the Rinnegan, Elder Qingtong urged, his urgency palpable. What? The branch family has actually developed such a terrifying forbidden technique? Zongjing's complexion darkened as he responded to Elder Qingtong. Everyone, assemble immediately, Zongjing commanded. His expression grave. Yes, Patriarch. Elder Qingtong promptly rose to gather all the clan members upon receiving Zongjing's order. Ladies and gentlemen, this individual is the prophesied savior of the moon, as designated by our esteemed ancestor, and I require your assistance, Zongjing declared from the platform. His demeanor serious as he addressed the clan members. Chapter 94. Rinnegan what? Patriarch, are you claiming he is the savior of the moon? This is inconceivable. The members of the Otsutsuki clan below sprang to their feet, passionately refuting Zongjing's assertion. Silence. This distant relative is indeed the prophesied savior of the moon, appointed by our esteemed ancestor. He has, without any reliance on the chakra of our Otsutsuki clan, initiated the first awakening of his Byakugan. Within these past 3 days, he has merged my chakra, prompting a second awakening of his Byakugan. As you all are aware, the individuals from the branch family have gone mad. They have gathered all the Byakugan from the branch family, attempting to merge them to create the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan of our ancestor has lost its combat efficacy after so many years of use. Thus, to contend with the branch family, we must cultivate a new Rinnegan. Now, all members of the noble clan, with pure bloodlines and formidable chakra, have joined me in the secret chamber to assist our distant relative in awakening the reincarnation I swiftly. So we may confront the branch family. Otsutsuki Zongjing raised his hand, silencing all voices among the clan members below, and then proclaimed emphatically to them all. Patriarch. Is there truly no other way? Elder Otsutsuki Qingyu, standing nearby, expressed his helplessness to Otsutsuki Zongjing. If there were any alternative, I would not be lingering here with you. Zongjing replied, his gaze laden with complexity as he looked at Qingyu. For now, we can only place our faith in our ancestor Yutsuin and our distant relative, Elder Qingyu. Reading the depth of Zongjing's expression, let out a long sigh. Very well, Patriarch. I support your decision. He opened his eyes, his gaze resolute as he fixed it upon Zongjing. Distant relative, we entrust the next steps to you. After reassuring all members of the Otsutsuki clan, Zongjing turned to Chen An, bowing deeply before him, and spoke. Zongjing, rest assured, I stand to gain the most from this endeavor. There is no need for you to feel gratitude towards me. Chen An gazed at Otsutsuki Tsunetomo, smiling as he spoke to him. Just moments ago, had Otsutsuki Tsunetomo chosen to forcibly seize his eyes, Chen An, despite his Byakugan still being in the early stages of awakening, possessed means to contend with him. However, since Otsutsuki Tsunetomo opted to place his trust in Chen An, he vowed not to let him down. Under Otsutsuki Tsunetomo's guidance, a significant number of pure-blooded members of the Otsutsuki clan returned to the secret chamber alongside Chen An. Only one particularly elderly elder remained outside, preparing sustenance for Otsutsuki Tsunetomo and the others, enabling the Otsutsuki clan members to swiftly restore their chakra, thereby hastening the evolution of Chen An's eyes into the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, a faction led by Otsutsuki Jiro had commenced the extraction of their Byakugan, merging them under the influence of forbidden techniques. Chen An was not idle either. He tirelessly refined the chakra originating from the Otsutsuki clan, allowing it to continuously nourish his dual eyes, thus enhancing their power through metamorphosis. Both parties were engaged in a contest, with the first to achieve the Rinnegan destined to wield dominion over the entire lunar landscape. The branch family comprised a total of 300 members. Under the influence of proximity, the branch could amalgamate 20 Rinnegan each day. Therefore, within a month's time, the branch family would be able to forge the most formidable Rinnegan, equipping them to confront the main Otsutsuki lineage. Under the relentless and fervent indoctrination of the Otsutsuki clan, Chen An experienced the second awakening of his Byakugan after 3 days. With the completion of this second awakening, he commenced an even more diligent effort to refine the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, fervently hoping that his Rinnegan would soon herald its third awakening. After 20 days of absorbing the chakra from the Otsutsuki clan, Chen An's Byakugan finally encountered its third awakening. Should he successfully navigate this phase, his Byakugan would evolve into the Rinnegan. Name: Hyuga. Rian. Age: 21. Physique: 140. Spirit: 102. Bloodline: Rinnegan. Awakening: Elementary Sage Body. Intermediate Ice Release. Intermediate Magnet Release Techniques. Chakra Circulation Technique: 4921810000. Pure Lotus Viewing: 458100000. Skills: Eye Technique, Pressure Eye Technique, Illusion Energy. Taking advantage of the inattention of the Otsutsuki clan members, Chen An discreetly opened his system panel to examine his attributes. During this period of incessantly practicing chakra manipulation, not only was his Byakugan on the verge of evolving into the more advanced Rinnegan, but his chakra control had also reached the threshold of a significant breakthrough. Chen An firmly believes that with relentless effort, he may achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation techniques and chakra manipulation when he awakens his Rinnegan. As time passes, the atmosphere on the moon grows increasingly oppressive. The Tsutsuki clan and its branch family have become completely isolated from one another. Members of the main family dare not approach the residents of the branch family, while the latter remains holed up in their stronghold, hesitant to venture outside. After all, many members of the branch family have already lost their eyes. Should they be discovered by the main family, they could face a tragic fate at their hands, or worse, be captured. If the main family were to learn of their plans prematurely, those involved would be branded as the greatest traitors of the branch family. Both sides toil to safeguard their secrets, refraining from initiating conflict at this precarious moment. At last, with the efforts of Tsutsuki-jur, the branch family successfully merges their Rinnegan. Tsutsuki-jur, harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, feels the immense strength contained within, and a joyful laugh escapes him. All branch family members, join me in the assault on the main family, he commands, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, revered clan leader. A branch family member responds with enthusiasm, following Tsutsuki-jur toward the stronghold of the Tsutsuki clan. Simultaneously, after a 10-day gestation period, Chen An's Byakugan successfully evolves into a Rinnegan. Distant kin, I entrust the next steps to you. Tsutsuki Zisei, weary yet hopeful, smiles at Chen An, gazing into his sky-blue eyes. Rest assured, Zisei. Chapter 95. Rinnegan Chakra Mode on the Moon. Tsutsuki-jur leads the members of the branch family, commanding the colossal Rinnegan as they advance toward the stronghold of the main Tsutsuki family. Boldly audacious, Tsutsuki-jur, how dare you invade the Tsutsuki clan? Surrender at once. An elder of the main family shouts, having rushed outside after receiving reports from the clan members. Rinnegan, repel. Upon hearing the elder's reprimand, Tsutsuki-jur remains unfazed, subtly controlling the Rinnegan to unleash a powerful repulsive force that violently sends the elder crashing into the clan's territory. Esteemed members of the Tsutsuki clan, we are the noble Tsutsuki family, chosen by the prophecy of our ancestor, Tsutsuki Waimura. We possess the formidable strength to rectify the errors of the ninja world. I sincerely hope that all members of the main family will heed my command and join me in creating a better world. With his eyes firmly shut yet a smile gracing his lips, Tsutsuki-jur addresses the assailing members of the main family. Impossible. The ancestors of the Yumura clan were individuals who cherished peace. They would never resort to the cruelty of hurling the entire moon against the ninja world, as you suggest. For such an act would inflict tremendous damage. Otsutsuki-jiro, cease your distortion of our ancestor-s intentions. A member of the Otsutsuki clan, upon hearing Jiro's words, stepped forth from the crowd in a fit of rage, vehemently addressing him. Why must there always be those who fail to recognize their place? Jiro, incensed by the clan member's comments, retorted sharply. With that, he harnessed the power of his Rinnegan, employing its might to unleash a simple yet forceful repulsion, sending the Otsutsuki clan member flying once more. This time, however, Jiro's strength was markedly greater. The once youthful clan member crashed heavily to the ground, incapacitated by the sheer force of the blow. Ah, you truly are cruel. Just as Jiro was poised to speak again, a figure suddenly appeared beside the elderly member of the Otsutsuki clan. A vibrant green medical chakra swiftly healed the elder's injuries. Once the elder was treated, Chen An approached the grievously wounded clan member, restoring their health in a mere breath. It is you, a member of the Hyuga clan. Initially puzzled by Chen An's voice, Jiro gradually recognized him as the Hyuga clan member who had come from the ninja world as he drew near. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the clan leader Jiro to recognize me. You, a mere scion of the Yumura lineage with such inferior bloodline, dare to oppose me? Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, Jiro arrogantly addressed Chen An. Oh, I am curious to see what nobility you possess. Rinnegan Chakra Mode, activate. Upon hearing Tsutsuki-jur's words, Chen An was consumed by fury, and in an instant, he activated his Rinnegan, simultaneously entering the Rinnegan Chakra Mode. The Rinnegan? This is impossible. You, a mere member of the inferior Hyuga clan, cannot possibly possess the right to awaken the Rinnegan. Upon hearing Chen An's assertion, Tsutsuki-jur became flustered. In a fit of rage, he wielded the immense power of the Rinnegan to launch an assault on Chen An. Under Tsutsuki-jur's command, a chakra-infused mental orb hurtled towards Chen An. However, undeterred by Jur's attack, Chen An remained composed, patiently awaiting the approach of the chakra mental orb. As it neared his form, he gently raised his hand and grasped the orb within his palm. With your Rinnegan, born from the fusion of numerous Byakugan, You are still inadequate to contend with my authentic Rinnegan. With a cold chuckle, Chen An exerted a slight force, effortlessly shattering the chakra beads in his hand into a fine powder, which then transformed into torrents of reincarnation I chakra absorbed into his being. No, this is impossible. How could your reincarnation I surpass mine, which has assimilated the Byakugan of 300 members of the Otsutsuki clan? Exclaimed Otsutsuki Jiro, incredulously addressing Chen An as he sensed the destruction of the chakra beads. Ha ha ha, of course, it is because I am a genius. Chen An laughed heartily, reveling in Otsutsuki Jiro's despairing and helpless outcry. Reincarnation I dismissed. Chen An raised his hand, aiming at Tsutsuki Kenshiki, and unleashed the repulsive force of the Rinnegan, sending him hurtling through the air. In an instant, Chen An found himself before the enormous Rinnegan, placing both hands upon its vast surface. Merely a fleeting moment of contact allowed him to successfully seize control of the colossal Rinnegan. Indeed, it was clear that this Rinnegan was a fusion of numerous Byakugan, and the ocular prowess of the Byakugan was undeniably considerable. Chen An sensed the immense ocular power contained within the colossal Rinnegan and nodded in satisfaction. Although the ocular power of this magnificent Rinnegan did not quite match that of his own, which had evolved through 3 distinct stages of rebirth, the potency of its Byakugan was remarkably comparable to his own. However, much of the Byakugan's power within this grand Rinnegan remained as it originally was, lacking the transformative evolution into Rinnegan's prowess that his own had undergone. With a sharp command, Chen An summoned forth a spatial vortex from the center of his right hand, swiftly enveloping the colossal Rinnegan and drawing it into the alternate space he had created. Everyone, go and capture them. They are now devoid of the ability to resist, he instructed, a smile gracing his lips as he deactivated his Rinnegan chakra mode and addressed the members of the Tsutsuki clan behind him. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the clan members erupted in joyous laughter, eagerly advancing with ropes to bind each member of the Tsutsuki branch family. Curiously, the female members of the Tsutsuki clan seemed particularly vigorous in their binding of the branch family women, employing pig snare knots with considerable force. This sight left Chen An bemused, pondering the depths of animosity that could incite such harshness. Distant kin, I truly appreciate your assistance, he expressed, noticing that the Tsutsuki clan leader had approached him, beaming with delight. It is no trouble at all, clan leader. This is merely my duty. And I must also thank you for aiding me in awakening my Rinnegan, Chen An replied, waving his hand dismissively at the leader's gratitude. Is that so? Would you care to accompany me to pay respects to our ancestor, Yuzuru? The clan leader asked, no longer holding back his invitation. Certainly. I owe him my gratitude as well. Without his guidance, I would not have gained your trust so swiftly and unlocked the Rinnegan. Chen An responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement to the clan leader's proposal. Chapter 96. The Seizure of Tsutsuki Yuzuru. Chen An did not accompany Otsutsuki Tsunetaka to visit the so-called ancestor, Otsutsuki Yumura, at the earliest opportunity. Instead, he assisted Tsunetaka in sealing away the chakra of all branches of the Otsutsuki clan. That night, the main family of the Otsutsuki clan held a grand celebration, during which many members of the clan came forth to express their gratitude to Chen An. Ever gracious, welcomed every toast from the members of the Tsutsuki clan. However, after countless rounds of toast from hundreds of guests, he ultimately succumbed to intoxication. When he awoke the following day, the sun was already high in the sky, signaling noon. Good afternoon, my lord. A splendid morning to you. Greeted the members of the Tsutsuki clan joyfully upon his awakening. Good morning, he replied, slightly bewildered. Wait, what time is it now? Upon hearing the greetings from the members of the Tsutsuki clan, Chen An instinctively wished to respond. However, upon glancing outside, he noticed the peculiar light and inquired of the Tsutsuki member, what time is it? It should be around noon, I presume. The member contemplated for a moment before chuckling and replying, Indeed, it is noon, yet you still greet with good morning? Hearing this, Chen An felt a sense of resignation within. Ah, yes, Lord Rian. The clan leader has asked me to inform you that if you are awake, you may find him in the reception hall, where he awaits your presence. The Tsutsuki member perceived nothing amiss in his words, smiling as he spoke to Chen An. Very well, I understand. Chen An, upon hearing the words of the Otsutsuki clan member, rose from his bed. He retrieved a pristine outfit from his sealing scroll, turned, and exited his guest room, making his way towards the reception hall. Cousin, you are awake. How do you feel? Are you unwell? Otsutsuki Zongjing inquired with genuine concern upon seeing Chen An's arrival. Despite the members of the clan's toasts the previous day, Zongjing felt it inappropriate to intervene. Yet he was taken aback that his clan members had managed to intoxicate Chen An so thoroughly. It's nothing, Zongjing. Although I still feel a hint of a hangover. I am not suffering from any headache, Chen An replied with a smile, appreciating Otsutsuki Zongjing's concern. Very well then, allow me to introduce you to our esteemed ancestor, Yutsuan. With Chen An's assurance of his well-being, Zongjing rose with a smile and addressed him. All right. Chen An nodded and followed behind Otsutsuki Zongjing as they approached the ancient ruins on the moon. These ruins, referred to as ancient, were actually the tomb built by the Otsutsuki clan for their ancestor, Otsutsuki Yutsuan. They were situated remarkably close to the center of the moon. The location was likely chosen by Otsutsuki Yutsuan to guard the seal of the outer path divine tree and his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Distant kin. The hall ahead is where Yutsuan's ancestor resides. You may enter alone. I shall not accompany you, Otsutsuki Zongjing said gravely as he led Chen into the ancient hall. Understood, Zongjing. Please wait for me outside. I will enter alone, Chen An replied with a smile, slowly making his way toward the venerable hall. Ah, you have arrived. Descendant of the Hyuga clan. As Chen An stepped into the grand hall, an elderly figure gradually turned towards him and spoke. You are the ancestor of the Yutsuan. Are you not? I, Hinata-rian, pay my respects to the ancestor. Accompanying the aged voice. Chen An observed a faint blue chakra silhouette slowly materializing in the center of the hall, addressing him. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Had you not appeared, the descendants on the moon would have suffered greatly. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the elder of the Otsutsuki Yutsuan nodded slowly in acknowledgement. The ancestor is being too courteous. I, along with these distant relatives, are merely fulfilling our respective needs. In response to the elder's statement, Chen An gently shook his head and smiled, saying, Haha. Such a modest individual. As a token of my gratitude, I would be delighted to impart some knowledge regarding yin-yang release, in hopes that it may prove beneficial to you. Upon hearing Chen An's offer, the elder of the Otsutsuki Yutsuan smiled with great satisfaction. He gradually raised his right hand, pointing towards Chen An's forehead. Initially, Chen An had no intention of resisting. After all, as an ancestor of the same caliber as the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Kagaya, the elder's mastery of yin-yang release should be formidable. However, as the elder's finger drew closer to him, an inexplicable sense of impending danger manifested within Chen An's heart. Chen An was just about to evade when Otsutsuki Yutsuan's finger swiftly reached his forehead. In an instant of contact, Otsutsuki Yutsuan's figure rapidly penetrated into Chen An's consciousness. Ha! Little one, I shall take this vessel of yours. Fear not, for I shall not extinguish your soul. Instead, you will witness how I wield your body to dominate the entire shinobi world, Otsutsuki Yutsuan proclaimed, laughing heartily as he delved into Chen An's mind, gazing upon his soul. Damn it! Otsutsuki Yutsuan, dreaming of seizing my body? Not a chance. Chen An exclaimed angrily, confronting Otsutsuki Yutsuan's essence within his consciousness. Ha! You, a mere child. Dare to contend with my soul of the Six Paths? Otsutsuki Yutsuan scoffed, launching an assault towards Chen in spirit. Instinctively, Chen An attempted to retaliate by channeling his chakra against Otsutsuki Yutsuan's attack. However, before his chakra could reach Otsutsuki Yutsuan, it merely brushed past him. Haha. Descendant of the Hyuga clan, you must realize that your chakra is originally derived from me, though your chakra possesses exceptional quality. To think you can rival me is sheer folly, Otsutsuki Yutsuan jeered, moving to strike Chen An with renewed vigor. As Chen An confronted the onslaught of Otsutsuki Yumura, he discovered, to his dismay, that his chakra was utterly ineffective, plunging him into a profound despair. However, when the attack from Otsutsuki Yumura collided before him, a lotus flower gradually enveloped Chen An's soul, effectively shielding him from the assault. Otsutsuki Yumura exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the lotus that encased Chen An's spirit. So it is. It appears to be the monk's lotus visualization technique. You, young one, are fortunate indeed. With a smile, Otsutsuki Yumura observed the protective lotus surrounding Chen An. Nevertheless, this lotus is still too feeble. Allow me to shatter it. With a sinister chuckle, Otsutsuki Yumura advanced towards Chen An once more. Yet, within the sanctuary of the lotus, Chen An felt a surge of hope as he witnessed the flower successfully thwarting Otsutsuki Yumura's attack. He had not anticipated that the family's teachings regarding the monk's lotus visualization technique could not only cultivate the spirit but also safeguard the soul from malevolent forces. Chen An immediately settled into a meditative posture. Although he was uncertain of the efficacy of his practice, he resolved to earnestly cultivate the lotus visualization technique, as it would be pivotal in overcoming Otsutsuki Yura. Chapter 97. The Lotus Manifestation Subdues Yura Youngster. Is it not a tad too late to commence your training? Otsutsuki Yura chuckled mockingly as he observed Chen An's meditative stance, taunting him. With that, he unleashed his power to assault the lotus manifestation that Chen An had conjured. In response to Yura's onslaught, the lotus manifestation emitted a cacophony of shattering sounds, disintegrating almost instantaneously. Yet, just as the lotus began to fracture, a flicker of violet light emanated from Chen An's brow, and in a mere heartbeat, the lotus manifestation was restored to its former glory. Impossible! How did your lotus manifestation suddenly heal? Yura exclaimed in astonishment, his incredulity palpable as he beheld the rejuvenated lotus. Enraged, he continued his relentless assault on Chen An's manifestation. Each time Yura's attack left the lotus marred with cracks, it would miraculously return to wholeness in the next moment. Although each shattering of the lotus inflicted a sensation akin to the tearing of his very soul, a gentle force would swiftly mend the broken manifestation. At first, Chen An approached the situation with a mindset of seizing each fleeting moment, diligently practicing the pure lotus visualization. However, as time unfolded, he discerned that the potency of Yura's assaults was waning, the intensity of the pain inflicted upon him growing ever more negligible. Chen An's mindset gradually became more tranquil, while the cultivation speed of the pure lotus observation continued to accelerate. In stark contrast to Chen An's serenity, Otsutsuki Yumura, who initially brimmed with pride and arrogance, began to grow increasingly anxious as his attacks on the lotus manifestation proved increasingly futile. However, Chen An refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. Although his cultivated pure lotus observation was now capable of withstanding Otsutsuki Yumura's onslaught, Chen An understood that retaliating could potentially allow Yumura to escape from his body. At that juncture, confronting Otsutsuki Yumura would likely entail facing the entire Otsutsuki clan. Even the members of the Hyuga clan within the ninja world might turn against him due to Yumura's influence. In pursuit of a decisive victory, Chen An meticulously retracted his lotus manifestation, continuously honing it through the barrage of Otsutsuki Yumura's attacks, hoping to strengthen his lotus manifestation sufficiently to eventually subdue Yumura beneath its power. Curse you, little brat. I am your ancestor. You cannot defeat me. Surrender your body willingly, and perhaps I shall show you mercy and reshape your form using yin-yang release. Otsutsuki Yumura exclaimed in frustration as he witnessed the diminishing efficacy of his assaults against Chen An. Chen An sneered. Is that so? Chen An cast a glance at Otsutsuki Yuki village and discreetly summoned his system. He discovered that in the skills section of the system, his pure lotus view had astonishingly amassed over 5,000 experience points. Sensing that the moment had come, Chen An smirked at Otsutsuki Yuki and said, Heh, someone like you dares to speak of ancestors? Which family's forebear would harm their own descendants? Chen An gazed at Otsutsuki village, mockingly addressing it. Do not waste your breath here. The entire Hyuga clan was established by me, you mere child. What of it if I have seized your body? Otsutsuki Yu, filled with fury, shouted back at Chen An, showing no signs of regret or shame. Haha, if that is the case, then let me bid farewell to you. Esteemed ancestor. Lotus suppression. With a hearty laugh, Chen An directed his gaze towards Otsutsuki Yu village and called out sharply. In an instant, the lotus avatar that had been shielding Chen An soared away from beneath him. The lotus avatar descended upon the soul of Otsutsuki Yu village, weaving countless fine threads that ensnared him firmly, suppressing him beneath its ethereal presence. Moreover, these threads did not merely bind Otsutsuki Yu village, they penetrated his very being, incessantly siphoning his soul's energy and diminishing the strength of his essence. No, spare me. I am the ancestor of your Hinata clan. You cannot treat me this way, pleaded Otsutsuki Yu village, witnessing the lotus avatar absorb his power, nearly imploring Chen An ancestor. I offered you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Do not blame me, your descendant, for taking action against you. As Chen An observed the struggles of Otsutsuki Yutsuin, he coldly remarked to him. In response to Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Yutsuin could only plead for mercy, hoping that Chen An might soften his heart and spare him. However, Chen An paid no heed to Otsutsuki Yutsuin's entreaties. He simply sat cross-legged upon the lotus, continuing his cultivation of the pure lotus view. As Chen An meditated on the lotus dharma form, he suddenly found his mind flooded with numerous memories that had previously eluded him. Upon careful discernment, he discovered that these memories originated from the suppressed Otsutsuki Yutsuin. Although the memories acquired through the lotus dharma form were fragmented and incomplete, Chen An was nonetheless able to glean many valuable insights regarding the cultivation methods of yin-yang ninjutsu from the chaotic recollections of Otsutsuki Yutsuin. Among these revelations, the most significant was a means to liberate himself from the influence of Otsutsuki Yutsuin and Otsutsuki Kagaya, rendering them incapable of inflicting harm upon him with their chakra. As a descendant of the Hyuga clan, please spare me. I can no longer pose any threat to you. I beg you, grant me my life. As Chen An continued to manipulate the lotus dharma form, absorbing the soul energy of Otsutsuki Yutsuin, the latter feigned a pitiful demeanor while addressing Chen An. Haha. It would be best if you remained silent, ancestor. Such behavior could be quite embarrassing. After all, I am firmly committed to the principle of eradicating evil to the last. As Chen An listened to the desperate pleas of Otsutsuki Yuzin, he opened his eyes and coldly addressed him, casting a frosty gaze downward. After uttering his words, Chen An closed his eyes once more, resuming his practice of the pure lotus observation, hastening the absorption of Otsutsuki Yuzin's power through the lotus manifestation. Upon hearing Chen An's response, Otsutsuki Yuzin, completely shedding any pretense, began to hurl curses at him incessantly. Yet, Chen An remained impervious to the vitriol, engrossed in his own meditative state as he absorbed Otsutsuki Yuzin's strength. Time slipped by, the duration unknown, until a piercing scream escaped Otsutsuki Yuzin's lips. As his soul rapidly disintegrated into pure essence, which was thoroughly consumed by the lotus manifestation. Chapter 98. Subjugation of the Otsutsuki clan. Once Chen An had completely absorbed all of Otsutsuki Yuzin's power, he took a moment to organize the energy within his body. Refraining from immediately expelling the wills of Otsutsuki Yuzin and Otsutsuki Kagaya from his chakra. How much time had truly elapsed? Chen An slowly opened his eyes, acutely aware of the profound fatigue enveloping his body. The sensation of hunger was so intense that it felt as though it had ascended from his stomach to his throat. Chen An gradually began to speak, feeling an intense raspiness in his throat. Weakened throughout his body, he cautiously raised his right hand and formed a simple seal. In that moment, moisture began to coalesce in the air, and a gentle stream of water materialized, slowly pouring into Chen An's mouth, soothing his parched throat. After the water flowed into his throat, the utterly exhausted Chen An finally began to regain a semblance of strength. It was indeed a harrowing experience. Who would have thought that I would survive the hands of Otsutsuki Kinshiki, only to narrowly escape death by starvation and thirst? Chen An collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Murmuring to himself, Chen An eased his fatigue and retrieved 2 specially crafted military rations from the unique sealing space on his wrist, swiftly consuming them in one go. He was now determined to seek out Otsutsuki Zongjing and ascertain whether he was aware of Otsutsuki U Village's machinations. Should Zongjing be cognizant of U Village's schemes, yet still have led him into this grand hall, he would not hesitate to eradicate the entire Otsutsuki clan residing on the moon. With a semblance of restored strength, Chen An lowered his head and strode purposefully toward the exit of the hall. The ancient edifice creaked open under his influence, and he stepped forth. One deliberate footfall after another. Dear relative, you have finally emerged. I was dreadfully worried, Otsutsuki Zongjing exclaimed, rushing forward with a beaming smile upon seeing Chen An exit the hall. Upon hearing Zongjing's words, Chen An felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Zongjing had indeed been aware of Otsutsuki U Village's schemes, he would not have dared to approach him in such a cheerful manner after witnessing his dignified emergence. It seemed clear that Zongjing was oblivious to the plots of U Village. Zongjing, I appreciate your patience in waiting here. How long have I been inside? Chen An quietly relaxed, casting a complex expression towards Otsutsuki Zongjing, inquiring about his well-being after spending a full 10 days inside. Are you hungry? I had the clan prepare some food for you. Otsutsuki Zongjing, noticing Chen An's pallid complexion, expressed his concern. Yes, and please prepare some water as well. Chen An eagerly nodded in response to Otsutsuki Zongjing's words, unable to contain his excitement. Haha, having spent 10 days inside, you must have learned a great deal. Otsutsuki Zongjing chuckled, leaning closer to Chen An with an inquisitive glint in his eye. Well, there wasn't much, just a bit about yin and yang. However, utilizing the rebirth, I would make it far easier, Chen An replied, modestly waving his hand as he smiled at Otsutsuki Zongjing. You've even grasped yin release. That's truly impressive, Otsutsuki Zongjing exclaimed in astonishment. When I first stepped in as the successor leader, I only learned a bit about yang release from our ancestor, Yutsuin. In just one day, my strength surpassed that of Otsutsuki Jiro. To think you've mastered yin release, your talent is indeed extraordinary, Otsutsuki Zongjing remarked with a sense of admiration. Zongjing, our ancestor Yutsuin instructed me to inform all members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon upon my return. He expressed a desire for me to lead the Otsutsuki clan and find a way to reclaim the malevolent entity that was spirited away by the descendants of Yui, and to reseal it on the moon. I hope for your support in this endeavor. Upon hearing Otsutsuki Zongjing's words, Chen An perceived a profound respect that the Otsutsuki clan held for Otsutsuki Yui. With a shrewd glint in his eyes, he smiled and addressed Otsutsuki Zongjing. So the Outer Path's deity was summoned by the descendants of Yuhua. Is that so? Zongjing, upon listening to Chen An's remark, did not question the command that granted Chen An authority over the Otsutsuki clan. Instead, he was taken aback by the revelation that the Outer Path's deity could indeed be summoned by the descendants of Yuhua. Indeed, much akin to our Rinnegan. The Uchiha clan, descendants of Yuhua, awakened the Rinnegan after merging with the sage body of the Senju clan. Once the Rinnegan is awakened, the descendants of Yuhua possess the ability to summon the Outer Path's deity from the moon. Furthermore, as a member of the Hyuga clan, I have greater experience in the shinobi world. Thus, for the safety of the Otsutsuki clan, our ancestors from Yuin entrusted me with the task of informing you. I shall lead the Otsutsuki clan to the shinobi world to search for the Outer Path's deity and retrieve it. Chen An nodded with certainty and addressed Otsutsuki Zongjing. No problem, my distant relative. Rest assured, I will ensure that the members of the Otsutsuki clan heed your commands and accompany you to the shinobi world in search of the Outer Path Golem. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Otsutsuki Zongjing nodded earnestly and replied, Is that so? Then I am truly grateful to you, Zongjing. Chen An, upon hearing the words of affirmation from Otsutsuki Zongjing, smiled and addressed him. By the way, Zongjing, I possess a unique sealing technique that can assist you in purifying the Byakugan. Please take it and allow all members of the Otsutsuki clan who are capable of learning to do so. Observing Otsutsuki Zongjing's attentive demeanor, Chen An cheerfully retrieved a small scroll from the sealing space and handed it to him. The Curse Seal of the Moon? Otsutsuki Zongjing read the title inscribed on the scroll aloud, almost instinctively. Indeed, this is the very seal. It not only safeguards the Byakugan but also aids in the accumulation of ocular power, thereby facilitating its evolution. The reason my Byakugan was able to evolve without the infusion of Otsutsuki chakra is entirely due to the efficacy of this seal. Chen An gazed at Otsutsuki Zongjing, smiling as he addressed him. Distant kin, please indulge yourself first. I shall deliver this sealing technique to our clansmen. Otsutsuki Zongjing, noticing that the food had already been brought by the clan members, excitedly replied to Chen An before turning to impart the moon sealing technique to all members of the Otsutsuki clan. Chapter 99, Successful Alliance. Chen An observed Otsutsuki Zongjing hastily making his way toward the clan, clutching the moon sealing scroll, a subtle smile gracing his features. Ever since the moon sealing technique was developed, the branch members of the Hyuga clan, aided by this newfound power, not only remedied the damages inflicted by the original caged bird seal, but also fostered the emergence of numerous exceptional branch members. Their Byakugan's observational range even surpassed that of some main family members. Furthermore, the moon sealing technique not only enhances the ocular prowess but also allows for the sealing of the Byakugan upon the host's demise. Unless another possessor of the Byakugan were to intervene, none could unlock the moon sealing technique. Although Otsutsuki Zongjing had pledged to send members of the Otsutsuki clan to assist in the pursuit of Uchiha Madara, the consensus among other clan members remained uncertain. However, upon revealing the moon sealing technique, even without disclosing his ability to wield Yin-Yang release, the Otsutsuki members perceived his generosity. If he could aid in locating Uchiha Madara, they might be inclined to learn from him in return, given their desire for strength. The majority would likely agree to accompany him into the shinobi world upon his proposal to lead them in the search for Uchiha Madara. Once they arrived in the shinobi world, Chen An could present himself as a member of the Hyuga clan, guiding them to familiarize themselves with the landscape of the shinobi realm, thereby facilitating interactions between the Hyuga and Otsutsuki clans. As their exchanges progressed, it was inevitable that some Otsutsuki members would develop a fondness for their Hyuga counterparts. Coupled with the chakra flow techniques he imparted to the Otsutsuki clan members, it was conceivable that the descendants of the Hyuga clan might one day attain the coveted Rinnegan. As Chen An savored his meal, a sense of contentment filled his heart. Once he concluded the delightful repast provided by the members of the Otsutsuki clan, he was escorted back to the guest quarters of the Otsutsuki main family. Meanwhile, Otsutsuki Zongjing returned to the land of the foot with the moon sealing mark and immediately summoned all the elders of the Otsutsuki clan. With palpable excitement, he presented the moon sealing mark, which Chen An had entrusted to him, to the elders. Upon witnessing the mark, the elders of the Otsutsuki clan were instantly electrified. It was no wonder that this distant relative of the Hyuga clan possessed such remarkable talent. He had developed an astonishing sealing technique, truly a genius. After all the elders of the Otsutsuki main family examined the moon sealing mark, Elder Otsutsuki Chingyu, brimming with enthusiasm, addressed Otsutsuki Zongjing. The distant relative has entrusted this sealing mark to me, expressing a desire for our Otsutsuki clan members to accompany him to the shinobi world in search of the descendants of Yui who have traversed the path of summoning. What do the esteemed elders think of this? Observing the excitement among the elders, Otsutsuki Zongjing smiled as he responded, "Are we to retrieve the Outer Path's magic figure? If it is indeed this distant relative of the Hyuga clan, I see no issue." One elder from the Otsutsuki main family, upon hearing Zongjing's words, pondered briefly before solemnly addressing him. The clan leader may agree to his request, but he must ensure that our clan members venturing into the shinobi world will not partake in the Great Shinobi War. Elder Otsutsuki Qingyu considered this and inquired of Otsutsuki Zongjing, "Are these the only two stipulations? Are there any others?" Zongjing, casting a glance at the other elders, smiled and asked for their input. The elders exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating that there were no further demands. "Very well, in that case, I shall represent everyone in consenting to this distant relative's request. Subsequently, I will communicate your stipulations to him and see how he intends to proceed." He continued, "Our primary objective henceforth is to master this moon sealing mark. It is imperative that all members of the Otsutsuki clan acquire this technique before our departure." Standing, Otsutsuki Zongjing addressed all the elders of the Otsutsuki clan. "Yes, clan leader, we shall make the necessary arrangements at once." The elders responded with palpable enthusiasm. Zongjing smiled and turned to seek out Chen An. Distant relative, I happen to have matters to discuss with you." Upon entering the guest room and spotting Chen An, Zongjing approached with a warm smile. "Zongjing, if there is something you wish to convey, please feel free to speak directly." Chen An observed as Otsutsuki Zongjing cautiously approached him. He poured a cup of tea, smiling as he handed it to Otsutsuki Zongjing. Addressing him, Otsutsuki Zongjing carefully relayed the conditions previously outlined by the elder to Chen An. "Not a problem at all. Ensuring everyone's safety is my responsibility," Chen An assured him. "Rest assured, at the appropriate time, I will have members of the Hyuga clan elucidate the intricacies of the ninja world to all members of the Otsutsuki clan. They will not be drawn into the conflicts of the ninja realm. While I cannot guarantee with absolute certainty that they will remain unscathed, I can assure you that no member of the Otsutsuki clan will lose their life." Chen An assured Otsutsuki Zongjing with a smile. "Aha, distant relative. Your words bring me great comfort." Upon hearing Chen An's reassurance, Otsutsuki Zongjing expressed his joy. The distant relative before him, capable of developing such a formidable technique as the moon seal, undoubtedly possessed exceptional talent. Once he fully mastered the power of yin-yang release, he might even devise a specialized method for training related to it. By cultivating a close relationship with him, even if he only grasped the rudiments, the power of yin-yang release would far surpass that of ordinary ninjutsu. It is important to note that being able to control even a minuscule amount of yang release was already regarded as an extraordinary feat within the Otsutsuki clan. "Very well, Zongjing, you should go and organize all members of the Otsutsuki clan to study the moon seal. I do not require your company any longer." Otsutsuki Zongjing had been gazing at him intently, which made Chen An feel somewhat bashful. Consequently, he spoke up, addressing Otsutsuki Zongjing. All right, I shall take my leave now." Distant relative, realizing his prolonged gaze had made his relative uncomfortable, Otsutsuki Zongjing stood up and departed with a light-hearted stride. In the days that followed, the members of the Otsutsuki clan were simply ecstatic. As soon as the introduction of the moon seal was released, everyone nestled in their homes, wholeheartedly dedicating themselves to its study. Fortunately, with the presence of the branch family members who had been released from the seal that restricted their chakra usage, they were tasked by the main family to manage the food supplies for everyone. Meanwhile, all members of the main family remained focused on mastering the moon seal. Chapter 100. Return to Konoha village. Chen An has spent another month on the moon. Distant relatives, these are all our powerful kin from the moon clan. I entrust them to your care, and you must ensure their well-being. Otsutsuki Zongjing said with a smile, accompanied by more than 50 members of the Otsutsuki clan, all possessing strength at the level of elite ninjas. "Zongjing, rest assured, I shall bring them out just as I shall return them. I will absolutely not allow a single member of the Otsutsuki clan to be lost." Chen An gazed at Otsutsuki Zongjing with an expression brimming with hope and smiled as he addressed him. "Cousin, your words bring me great assurance. I shall entrust them to you. Having been away for such an extended period, you must be longing for home. It would be wise to return sooner rather than later." Otsutsuki Zongjing, witnessing Chen An's reiterated promise, smiled in response. "Very well, I shall take my leave now." Chen An nodded and said to Otsutsuki Zongjing, "Elder Qingyu, please follow my lead closely from here on." Chen An approached Otsutsuki Kiyumi, smiling as he addressed her. "Good day, my lady. Please rest assured, I shall remain closely behind you." Otsutsuki Kiyumi gazed at Chen An with a serious expression and replied. Upon hearing Tsutsuki Chingyu's words, Chen An smiled gently and swiftly leaped into the special passage. With Chen An leading the way, the members of the Tsutsuki clan quickly surged forth from the passage. Thanks to Tsutsuki Chingyu's presence, the clan members emerged from another side of the lake, subsequently following Chen An in silence as they made their way towards the cave's exit. Is this truly the shinobi world? It feels markedly different from the cave. The view beyond the shinobi world is far more splendid than that of our moon. After emerging from the cave and gazing upon the scenery that starkly contrasts with that of the moon, the members of the Tsutsuki clan joyfully engaged in animated discussions. Lord Chingyu, remember to stay close to me. We have quite a long journey ahead. Chen An gazed at Tsutsuki Kiyomi, his expression solemn as he addressed her. Rest assured, Lord Hayashi, the most significant distinction between our Tsutsuki clan and the Hyuga clan lies in our superior physical prowess. Upon hearing Chen An's assurance, Tsutsuki Kiyomi smiled and replied, In that case, I shall be at ease. Everyone, stay close. Upon hearing the words of Otsutsuki Kiyomi, Chen An smiled and nodded in acknowledgement before swiftly making his way towards the direction of Konohagakure. Under Chen An's leadership, their group quickly arrived at the outskirts of the village. Who goes there? Halt. The ninja stationed at the entrance of the village, upon witnessing the approaching group of over 50 individuals, immediately assumed a defensive posture. While signaling for reinforcements from within the village, they prepared for a potential confrontation. Shouting at Chen An and the others, It is I. Chen An swiftly employed the body flicker technique, arriving at the entrance of the village in an instant. He called out loudly to the Leaf Village ninja guarding the gate. Lord Rian. Upon recognizing Chen An, the tension among the ninja guarding the entrance immediately dissipated. Curiously, they pointed towards the group behind Chen An and inquired, Oh, who are they? They are distant relatives of the Hyuga clan, Chen An replied. They have come to assist us in locating our adversaries. Chen An gazed at the ninja stationed at the entrance, his expression grave as he inquired, Who dares to invade the hidden Leaf Village? Just as Chen An was conversing with the sentinel, a boisterous voice erupted from within the village. Welcome back, Rian, the newcomer exclaimed, a smile gracing his face as he greeted Chen An. What are you making such a racket for, Jiraiya? Chen An gazed at the swiftly approaching Jiraiya and, with a smile, remarked, Oh, it seems someone has invaded the village. I came to take a look. Jiraiya, smiling back at Chen An, inquired with curiosity upon seeing the crowd behind Chen An, Could these invaders possibly be you? To which Chen An replied, What do you think? I merely discovered some distant relatives of the Hyuga clan within the shinobi world and invited them to visit our Konoha village. With a smile, Chen An addressed Jiraiya. Good day, have you returned? Just as Chen An engaged in casual conversation with Jiraiya, two familiar figures approached from the direction of Konoha village. Greeting Chen An with a smile. Uncle Mooping, you have arrived. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Upon seeing Hinata Mooping and the third Hokage arrive, Chen An joyfully spoke to the clan leader, Hinata Mooping. As he spoke, Chen An walked over and pulled the clan leader aside. What is the story behind the individuals you brought back? They possess the Byakugan, just like us. Hinata Mooping looked at Chen An with a puzzled expression. Uncle Mooping. These individuals are distant relatives from our Hyuga clan, the Otsutsuki clan. With a smile, Chen An addressed Hinata Mooping. Subsequently, he introduced the Otsutsuki clan to Hinata Mooping and meticulously explained the method to awaken the reincarnation eye. Are you implying that the fusion of our clan's Byakugan with the Otsutsuki lineage can indeed lead to the awakening of the reincarnation eye? Hinata Mooping inquired. Astonished as he gazed at Chen An precisely, Uncle Mooping, Chen An responded, his excitement palpable upon realizing that Hinata Mooping fully comprehended his explanation. Splendid, splendid. Chen An, you have made a significant contribution this time. Hinata Mooping exclaimed joyfully, patting Chen An on the shoulder. Uncle Mooping, it would be prudent to refrain from further elaboration and instead focus on arranging matters for our distant relatives. I recommend that you seek out some unmarried individuals of a similar age to take care of them. If they can find love, even if it's just one couple, it would be a tremendous boon for our Hinata clan. Chen An gazed at Hinata Mooping, his excitement palpable as he spoke. Very well, no problem. However, you must first introduce me to them. Thereafter, I shall leave the arrangements to my uncle. Hinata Mooping nodded, smiling as he replied, Certainly, no issue at all. Uncle Mooping and I shall accompany you. Chen Anhui waved his hand, signaling Hinata Mooping to approach him. Elder Chingyu introduced, This individual, Hinata Mooping, is the chieftain of our Hinata clan. He will subsequently guide you into the domain of our clan. He will arrange for members of the Hinata clan to elucidate certain knowledge pertaining to the ninja world. We hope you will make every effort to cooperate. Chen An gazed at Otsutsuki Aoyuki and, with a smile, introduced himself. Greetings, I am Otsutsuki Aoyuki. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing Chen An's introduction, Otsutsuki Aoyuki turned to Hinata Makuhai and smiled. Hello, Elder Aoyuki. Please follow me. I shall ensure everything is arranged for everyone. Hinata Makuhai, looking at Otsutsuki Aoyuki, replied with a smile, Lord Hokage, I will now attend to these distant relatives. You may enjoy a leisurely conversation with Chen An. He then glanced at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with a smile, said, Makuhai, you may proceed with your tasks. This space is sufficient for Chen An and myself. Hearing Hinata Makuhai's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand with a smile, indicating that Makuhai could be on his way. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent, Hinata Makuhai led Otsutsuki Aoyuki deeper into the village of Konoha. Chapter 101. The third Hokage's desire to abdicate Chen An. Come, let us converse, called the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, observing Hinata Makuhai escorting members of the Otsutsuki clan into the heart of Konoha. Certainly, Lord Hokage. I shall join you at once. Chen An observed the members of the Tsutsuki clan entering Konoha village and smiled as he addressed the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. In truth, ever since the moment Sarutobi Hiruzen laid eyes on Chen An's return, his gaze had been intensely fixed upon him. Chen An speculated whether the arrival of the Otsutsuki clan might have stirred any ill intentions in the mind of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He intended to engage in a thorough conversation with the third Hokage to allay any suspicions. How was your recent expedition, Rian? Are you capable of contending with Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage asked Chen An with a serious demeanor as they moved to a relatively secluded corner. Lord Hokage, my current prowess is on par with that of the esteemed Uchiha Madara. In fact, to a certain extent, I could even overwhelm him with my strength. Chen An had not anticipated that the primary reason the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, sought him out was not due to the Otsutsuki clan, but rather to specifically inquire about his own capabilities. Chen An pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts directly to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Oh, is it true that your strength can rival that of Uchiha Madara? The third Hokage, taken aback by Chen An's assertion, inquired with astonishment. He had initially believed it remarkable for Chen An to possess the capability to contend with Uchiha Madara. However, the notion that Chen An claimed he could overpower Madara left him utterly bewildered. Lord Hokage, allow me to elucidate, Chen An continued. Uchiha Madara possesses the most formidable ocular technique, the Rinnegan, awakened through the simultaneous mastery of both Yan and Yin release. I too possess eyes of the same caliber, the Rinnegan. However, due to his advanced age, Madara abducted Nagato, implanting his own Rinnegan within the body of the sage body Nagato. This act allowed Nagato's sage body to nurture the Rinnegan, preventing it from deteriorating after being severed from Madara's original form. In contrast, I remain youthful and wield a powerful Rinnegan. If I were to confront Uchiha Madara now, I am confident that, with the Rinnegan's formidable powers, I could indeed vanquish him, even with his Rinnegan transplanted elsewhere. Chen An observed the slightly skeptical gaze of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and hastily began to elucidate the concept of the reincarnation eye. Reincarnation eye? Rinnegan? Upon hearing Chen An's explanation, the third Hokage was momentarily enveloped in confusion. While he was aware that the Rinnegan originated from the Sage of Six Paths, the term reincarnation eye left him utterly perplexed. Noticing the bewildered expression on the third Hokage's face, Chen An promptly elaborated on the relationship between Otsutsuki Kagaya and the Otsutsuki clan. To his astonishment, their village boasted 4 formidable clans, and now it had expanded to 5. After absorbing Chen An's insights, a satisfied smile graced the face of the third Hokage. This young lad had ventured forth and managed to forge such powerful connections for the Hidden Leaf village, encompassing the Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, Hyuga, and the newly arrived Otsutsuki clan. As long as these 5 clans persisted, the strength of the Hidden Leaf village would undoubtedly eclipse that of other shinobi villages. Dian, since your power has ascended to such heights, why not assume the role of Hokage for the Hidden Leaf village? The third Hokage regarded Chen An with a sense of pride and suggested earnestly, Hokage? That seems rather inappropriate. Your tenure has not yet concluded. Initially, I made numerous requests to ensure that you would not be displaced from your position, thus allowing others the opportunity. It was all meticulously planned for me to take over as Hokage once you retired. Is it truly proper for you to step down so soon? Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chen An gazed at him in astonishment. In the original narrative, the third Hokage had, in his quest for power, dispatched the heir of the Senju clan, Senju Rope Tree, to the battlefield at a tender age. He even refrained from intervening when Kakashi Hatake faced public scrutiny. Thus, it was utterly inconceivable for Chen An to hear him propose that he assume the role of Hokage, especially in the context of an early abdication. Ha ha, good day, Hiruzen. To be candid, when I was just appointed the third Hokage by my mentor, the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, I was indeed eager to wield authority over the entire village. After all, Konoha is the foremost hidden village in the ninja world. However, following the establishment of the Elder Council, I gradually realized that the power of the Hokage is not of paramount importance. The true fulfillment lies in witnessing Konoha grow and prosper, a feeling that is beyond words. I am also a member of Konoha and aspire for its strength. Yet, I am acutely aware that my abilities do not suffice to propel the village forward. In truth, my greatest capability as Hokage is merely to uphold the policies of my predecessor, Tobirama Senju, and I cannot elevate Konoha to the heights achieved by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who instilled awe throughout the ninja world. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Currently, we are confronted with the machinations of Uchiha Madara. Only by demonstrating formidable strength can you assuage the villagers' fears and ensure the peaceful and prosperous development of our village. The third Hokage spoke to Chen An with a serene gaze fixed upon the Hokage rock in the distance. Chen An, standing beside him, fell into profound contemplation upon hearing his words. In the original story, the third Hokage's various actions clearly indicated that he placed great value on power. Yet, when faced with Orochimaru's plan to dismantle Konoha, he resolutely employed the Reaper Death Seal, showcasing an undeniable love for the village. The establishment of the Elder Council, which limited the third Hokage's unilateral authority, inadvertently highlighted his deep affection for Konoha. Hokage-sama, I accept your abdication. I shall strive to make Konoha even stronger. However, at this juncture, I have certain plans yet to be realized, so I must ask you to endure for a little while longer. Chen An gazed at the third Hokage and, with a smile, addressed him. Chapter 102. A consultation. What? You actually have matters to attend to? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Chen An in astonishment, inquiring with genuine surprise. He never anticipated that, even as he contemplated stepping down from the Hokage position, Chen An would not immediately acquiesce, but instead defer with claims of personal obligations. This led Sarutobi to suspect that Chen An was merely evading the responsibility, still hoping to agree to the role only upon his imminent abdication. Ah, dear Chen An, I sincerely wish for you to succeed me as Hokage, and I implore you to reflect on this matter. Moreover, I hope you might consider my disciple, Tsunade Senju. Ever since you proposed that the next Hokage should not emerge from the Senju clan, Tsunade has harbored deep affection for you, but has been too timid to confess. It is common knowledge that you are the most suitable candidate for the next Hokage. The third Hokage, with a serious expression, spoke earnestly to Chen An. My lord Hokage, I assure you, this is not an evasion. I genuinely have two small matters yet to conclude. As you are aware, my previous encounter with Uchiha Madara left me unable to secure a victory, prompting me to scour my family's archives for methods to enhance my strength. In my search, I indeed uncovered information related to the Hyuga clan, including one distant relative from the Tsutsuki clan. Additionally, I discovered details about Lulan in the Land of Wind. I now wish to visit Lulan to discern the practical value of the information recorded in my family's texts. Furthermore, I seek to learn about the warrior traditions of the Land of Iron, hoping to develop some techniques that may augment physical prowess. The chakra circulation techniques of the Hyuga clan and the moon seals were innovations I previously devised. I aspire to create methods suitable for all ordinary ninjas and even civilians to cultivate. Chen An gazed steadfastly at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and resolutely declared, I see. It appears I have misunderstood. The third Hokage, observing Chen An's unwavering expression, recognized that he was not evading responsibility. He nodded and replied, Since you have articulated your position so clearly, I shall acquiesce to your words. I will prepare the ceremony for your succession as Hokage within the village. Upon your return from Lulan, it will be the moment you ascend as the fourth Hokage. I shall not concern myself with any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. As soon as you return to the village, the ceremony shall commence without delay. Although the third Hokage understood the validity of Chen An's reasoning, he nonetheless issued a directive, insisting that upon Chen An's next return, irrespective of his reluctance, he would be elevated to the position of fourth Hokage. Ah, are you so eager? However, If it is your insistence, Hokage-sama, then I find myself with no alternative. Listening to the rather crafty approach of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An could only respond with a resigned expression. Upon hearing Chen An's words, the third Hokage smiled with satisfaction, for this statement had already implied an agreement. Upon his next return, he would assume the mantle of Hokage in the Hidden Leaf Village. However, he added, esteemed Hokage, should I take on the role of the next Hokage, I envision implementing substantial reforms throughout the village. I sincerely hope for your support at that time. Chen An gazed intently at the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with a solemn expression, posed a question. Reform? What actions do you intend to undertake? Upon hearing Chen An mention the notion of reform, the third Hokage became alert, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity as he regarded Chen An. Lord Hokage. You are aware that although our relationship with the Fire Country's daimyo has become somewhat amicable, a rift has nonetheless emerged. The daimyo will no longer place their trust in us. Indeed, to a certain extent, they will impose stringent restrictions on the development of our entire Konoha village. Therefore, I propose to transform the governance structure of our village to mirror that of the Fire Country, establishing a more cohesive national governance system. Chen An gazed at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and solemnly addressed him. Is it feasible for a nation to operate in this manner? The governance of Konoha village predominantly rests upon the shoulders of ninjas. If it were to function as a nation, we might face a significant shortage of personnel. The third Hokage, furrowing his brow in confusion as he listened to Chen An, replied, indeed, relying solely on our ninjas, we cannot transform the entirety of Konoha village into a national administrative framework. Therefore, it is imperative that many ordinary citizens be integrated into this process. Their involvement will inevitably require your esteemed support, Lord Third Hokage. Upon hearing the words of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Chen An chuckled and replied, what? You truly intend to complicate matters by involving ordinary citizens? The third Hokage, taken aback by Chen An's remark, shot him an irritable glare and retorted, haha, rest assured, Lord Hokage, with my capabilities, I could indeed impose such a measure by force. However, in the interest of future tranquility, I must secure the support of the majority. Only in this manner can the political framework of Konohagakure evolve towards a state of peaceful progression. Chen An gazed at the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and smiled as he addressed him. Although Chen An intended to leverage the method of sharing chakra through the ninja religion to enable the common folk of Konoha to become ninjas, he recognized that it would not be feasible to transform all civilians into ninjas within a short span of time. Therefore, when establishing the system, it was imperative to incorporate ordinary citizens as well. While the initial phase might present certain challenges, Chen An believed that, armed with his current capabilities, he could forcibly promote this initiative in Konoha. However, such an approach would encounter significant resistance. Some individuals might outwardly acquiesce while harboring dissent within. Chen An's policies could potentially engender a rift between the civilians and the ninjas. Should a class struggle arise, even if these civilians were to eventually become ninjas, they might not identify themselves as such, but rather forge a new class, the new ninjas. Consequently, once a division emerged between ninjas, new ninjas, and civilians, addressing the situation would become exceedingly arduous. Rather than allowing this to unfold, it would be far more prudent to obliterate these class distinctions from the outset, ensuring that both ninjas and civilians could enjoy equal rights. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your plan. However, you must be prepared to execute it diligently. Ensure that no errors arise in the end. You are, after all, the fourth Hokage of Konoha. If your actions jeopardize the interests of the village, even your formidable strength will not suffice to garner the villagers' approval, and the situation will prove exceedingly challenging, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stated gravely as he regarded Chen An. Rest assured, Lord Hokage, I am fully aware of these considerations, Chen An replied confidently. Chapter 103, The Transfer of Hokage Authority. Chen An gazed at the third Hokage, smiling as he addressed him. As long as you are aware of these matters, the rest is yours to decide. I shall inform the Elder Council and the heads of the various clans to expedite the confirmation of your succession as the next Hokage. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cast a profound glance at Chen An and earnestly inquired, is there anything specific you require me to do regarding this matter? Chen An followed closely behind the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and spoke softly to him. There is no need for that. During the last Ninja World War, thanks to your cunning strategies and meticulous planning, our Leaf Village not only suffered no losses but also reaped significant benefits. It has been mentioned within the village that you deserve recognition for your contributions. However, The sudden attack by Uchiha Madara delayed these discussions considerably. After much contemplation, I have finally decided to address this matter. As they walked side by side, the third Hokage responded, "Very well, then. I appreciate your diligence, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave and return home." Hearing the explanation of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chen An smiled and nodded, then turned to walk towards the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage gazed at Chen An's spirited figure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Compared to Chen An's generation, they seemed to lag considerably. However, it mattered little. After all, they were all descendants of Konoha village. And as long as they could fortify Konoha, these were mere trifles. "Please, inform Shimura Danzo, Mito Gaiden, and TJ Koharu that I am awaiting them in the Hokage office." The third Hokage gestured to summon a Konoha Umbu ninja, issuing his command. "Yes, Lord Hokage." The Umbu responded solemnly after receiving the order. Under the third Hokage's directive, the Umbu swiftly gathered Sarutobi's classmates. "Sarutobi, you summoned us. Have you already reached an agreement with Hyuga Hinata?" Danzo inquired eagerly upon entering the Hokage's office. "Indeed, Danzo. I have spoken with that young lad, and he has consented." Sarutobi Hiruzen replied with a smile as he regarded Danzo and the others. "Time flies. In the blink of an eye, a new Hokage will soon take office." TJ Kohara remarked cheerfully to the group. "By the way, we've mentioned Hinata inheriting the Hokage position, but how's his strength progressing?" Akimichi Torif, observing the group's sentiments, decided to inquire about Chen An's prowess, which had yet to be discussed. "Torif, do you truly believe that if that young Hinata's strength were inadequate to contend with Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi would so readily relinquish the Hokage title to him?" Mito Gaiden placed a hand on Akimichi Torif's shoulder, chuckling at his query. "Hinata is not merely someone whose strength can be measured against Madara. He has now far surpassed the legendary shinobi, Uchiha Madara." Sarutobi Hiruzen interjected, grinning at the two. "What? Surpassing Uchiha Madara?" The four were taken aback at the third Hokage's declaration. "Indeed, that young lad's current strength has transcended that of Uchiha Madara," Sarutobi Hiruzen affirmed, nodding and smiling at the group. To bolster his credibility, he also shared the existence of the Rinnegan and the evolution of the Sharingan. Who would have thought that the Rinnegan is an evolved form of the Sharingan, and that the Byakugan can evolve as well? Danzo exclaimed in astonishment after hearing the third Hokage's words. "Yes, indeed. Initially, I believed that the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan was prevalent due to its relatively high awakening rate. Thus, the Byakugan, in terms of power enhancement, pales in comparison to the Sharingan, despite the latter's arduous awakening process." Upon hearing the words of Shimura Danzo, Mito Minion promptly concurred. "However, I perceive that the capabilities of the Sharingan are not as convenient as those of the Byakugan," remarked Nara Shikamaru, casting a glance at Danzo and Mito. "All right. Enough of this discourse. Let us turn our attention to the succession of the Hokage," interjected the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as he noticed the group's conversation drift away from his original intent. "This matter is beyond our individual control. Perhaps it would be prudent to convene a meeting in a few days to reach a consensus." Mito Minion furrowed his brow at Hiruzen's words, reluctantly responding, "Very well. I shall propose this at the upcoming meeting, and I trust you all will support me." The third Hokage, upon hearing Mito's statement, smiled reassuringly at the others. "Fear not, Sarutobi, this minor issue is well within our capabilities," chuckled Akimichi Choza, thumping his chest confidently. 3 days later, the third Hokage convened a council of elders, during which he proposed the transition of the Hokage position to the esteemed Jonin, Hyuga Hayashi, for the stability and continued prosperity of Konoha village. The announcement that Hiruzen intended to abdicate in favor of Hayashi left the assembled clans in shock. As the elders regained their composure, they urged Hiruzen to reconsider and continue his tenure as Hokage. However, Hiruzen elaborated on the matters concerning Uchiha Madara and Hayashi's awakening of the rebirth eye. Ultimately, he concluded that his strength was insufficient to safeguard the village from Madara's disturbances. Furthermore, in light of the anticipated challenges posed by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Hiruzen deemed himself incapable of addressing these formidable issues, leading him to seek the transition of Hokage to Hayashi. In the wake of this revelation, the clan leaders engaged in fervent discussion but ultimately reached an accord, agreeing to Hayashi's succession as the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Nevertheless, upon being summoned, Hayashi expressed his inability to assume the role immediately, indicating that he would require a month or two to resolve certain matters. In light of Hayashi's feedback, the council decided to postpone the Hokage's succession for 3 months, allowing him the necessary time to attend to his affairs. 3 months hence, one must return to Konohagakure to assume the mantle of Hokage, becoming the fourth Hokage. In response to the Elder Council's final resolution, Chen An expressed his willingness to comply. Thus, Chen An's designation as the fourth Hokage was firmly established. Chapter 104, Addressing the Hidden Threat. At the moment when the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, along with the heads of numerous clans within the village, confirmed the identity of his successor as Hokage. In the sanctuary of his home, Chen An was diligently addressing the latent dangers that resided within him. Previously, during his confrontation with Otsutsuki Yuki village within the realm of consciousness, he was astounded to discover that the formidable chakra cultivated through his mastery of senjutsu had no effect whatsoever on Otsutsuki Yuki. The inability to inflict harm upon Otsutsuki Yuki left Chen An in a state of shock. It is crucial to acknowledge that his chakra constituted his most potent source of power, with many of his offensive capabilities derived from it. Once his chakra was rendered ineffective, his overall strength plummeted by a staggering 80%. It was only due to the fact that Otsutsuki Yuki's physical form had perished, leaving behind only his soul, that Chen An was afforded the opportunity to turn the tide with the assistance of the Pure Lotus Temple. In the vast ninja world, aside from Otsutsuki Yuki, there existed the formidable chakra ancestor, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Should he fail to expeditiously eradicate the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya embedded within his chakra, it was conceivable that in a future battle, he might find himself unable to harm Kagaya, potentially leading to a tragic loss of life. Fortuitously, he had unearthed a method from Otsutsuki Yuki's memories that could facilitate the expulsion of foreign wills lurking within his chakra. Thus, Chen An resolved to immediately attempt the purification of his chakra, eliminating the wills of both Otsutsuki Yuki and Otsutsuki Kagaya, to avert any unforeseen misfortune in the future caused by their interference. Yin-Yang Release, Yin-Yang Transformation. Chen An directly activated the Rebirth Eye, conjuring a chakra bead infused with both Yin and Yang Release attributes. This was a manifestation that could be summoned by the descendants of the Tsutsuki clan, akin to the truth-seeking orb. Subsequently, Chen An began to internalize the Yin and Yang chakra contained within the truth-seeking orb, converting all the chakra within his body. He meticulously detached the consciousness of Tsutsuki Kagaya and Tsutsuki Hamura that was embedded within the chakra. Who are you? A descendant of the Hamura clan? As Chen An gradually peeled away the consciousness within the chakra, a spectral figure materialized beside him. This apparition gazed at Chen An with a distant demeanor, coldly addressing him. Greetings, Ancestor Kagaya. I am indeed a descendant of the Tsutsuki Hamura. With a smile, Chen An addressed Otsutsuki Kagaya, expressing his astonishment at discovering such formidable strength among the descendants of Hamura. Otsutsuki Kagaya, gazing at Chen An, responded with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, as her consciousness began to dissipate without the support of Chen An's chakra, he expelled not only her awareness but also the consciousness of Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Yui from his own chakra. However, the presence of the latter two was minimal. In the moment they manifested, Chen An swiftly acted to forcibly dispel their awareness. As he completely eradicated their consciousness, Chen An felt a profound elevation of his soul in that instant. Both his chakra and physical form seemed to attain newfound strength. To validate his suspicions, he promptly accessed his system panel. Name: Hyuga. Age: 21. Physique: 280. Spirit: 260. Bloodline: Rinnegan. Intermediate Sage Body. Advanced Ice Release. Intermediate Magnet Release Technique. Chakra Circulation Technique. 5002510000000. Pure Lotus View. 81021100000. Skill: a technique. Divine Vision Energy. Within the system panel, his chakra circulation technique had advanced to the 5th level, and his previously basic Sage Body had now evolved into an intermediate one. Although Chen An perceived that the growth of his chakra was not as explosive as during previous breakthroughs, he felt assured that he could still manifest chakra beads even without activating the Rinnegan chakra mode. The quantity, however, might be less than when in Rinnegan mode. After eliminating any potential physical hazards, Chen An resolved to depart from Konoha once more, seeking opportunities in the ninja world. In the Senju clan's territory, Tsunade lay lazily on the sofa when Uzumaki Mito remarked, "Tsunade, I've recently heard that young man from the Hyuga clan plans to venture out for training again. Would you like to accompany him?" Tsunade, reclining on the sofa, replied indifferently, "Let him go. After all, I cannot compete with his position as Hokage." Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly. "Are you certain? I've already had Hiruzen inform Rian that you've been harboring feelings for him." Tsunade, upon hearing Mito's words, sprang up from the sofa. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Enough, little Tsunade. You needn't be so obstinate. Vortex Minato gently guided Tsunade to sit upon the sofa. You grew up alongside that little one from the Hyuga clan. Your performances, both of you, have not gone unnoticed by this old grandmother. That young lad is not devoid of emotion. Rather, he is simply overly rational, much like your great-grandfather. As Vortex Minato stroked Tsunade's hair, he softly encouraged her. His position as Hokage has been relinquished. Henceforth, you may sever ties with him. There is no longer a need to maintain a deliberate distance due to his title. With a smile, Vortex Minato assured Tsunade. Grandmother, is it truly permissible for me? Will he reject me? Tsunade inquired, embracing Minato's waist and leaning against him. Her voice tinged with uncertainty. Ha, as long as you are willing, I shall seek out that young man's grandfather. During this period of training, you will remain by his side. I refuse to believe that my granddaughter, so exquisitely beautiful, cannot capture the attention of a mere boy, Vortex Minato remarked, examining Tsunade's features with a smile. Then I must trouble you, grandmother, Tsunade replied. Her cheeks flushed under Minato's gaze, yet she spoke softly. Upon hearing Tsunade's acquiescence, Vortex Minato nodded with a smile before rising and exiting the room, leaving Tsunade alone in the house. Chapter 105. Journey to the Land of Iron. After establishing his position as Hokage and resolving internal concerns, Chen An spent an additional 2 days at home. During this time, he managed the affairs of the Otsutsuki clan members residing in Konoha while imparting the complete chakra control technique to his grandfather, Hyuga Simu. Chen An encouraged his grandfather, Hinata Simu, to impart the chakra circulation techniques of the first 3 layers to the members of the Otsutsuki clan who had come to Konoha village. His intention was to enable the members of the Otsutsuki clan, aligned with him, to remain in Konoha village. Once all matters had been attended to, Chen An departed from Konoha village once more. Chen An has resolved to depart from the Hidden Leaf village, with his first destination being the Land of Iron. He aims to procure knowledge regarding the training methods for samurai that enhance physical prowess from the future leader, General Mitsuba. Previously, Chen An had sought counsel from Kakashi Hatake to inquire about this topic. Regrettably, since the Hatake clan relocated to the Hidden Leaf village and became its ninjas, the methods pertaining to the physical augmentation of samurai were clandestinely concealed by Kakashi's father, leaving no written records behind. Otherwise, Chen An would have been able to self-study through the available documentation. However, on this journey to the Land of Iron, he found himself accompanied by someone unexpected. Tsunade, who had long suppressed her emotions, decided to no longer stifle her feelings for Chen An, having recognized his potential to become the next Hokage. Consequently, in front of a large audience, Tsunade boldly declared her intention to pursue Chen An and to marry him, thus becoming his wife. In response to Tsunade's proclamation, Chen An's grandfather, Hyuga Kayamori, unexpectedly appeared, expressing his full support and sternly commanding Chen An to keep Tsunade close, forbidding him to abandon her. Faced with his grandfather's decree, Chen An found himself reluctantly obliged to keep Tsunade by his side. Sigh, do you particularly despise me? On the journey to the Land of Iron, Tsunade, walking beside Chen An, noticed his silence and cautiously addressed him. Tsunade, I harbor no animosity towards you. It is simply that for an extended period, I have not contemplated marriage. I implore you to grant me some time to adjust to this new reality, if you would be so kind. Chen An listened to the cautious voice of Tsunade Senju, which subtly carried a hint of sorrow. With a sigh of resignation, he gently rubbed his forehead and softly replied to her, Very well, good day. I have faith in you, and I shall await your response. Upon hearing Chen An's words, Tsunade Senju let out a slight sob, then revealed a serene smile, earnestly addressing Chen An, accompanied by Tsunade Senju, embarked on a journey towards the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, he pondered the underlying reasons for the tension between himself and Tsunade. To speak candidly, in the realm of the two-dimensional, there are no unattractive women. When it comes to Tsunade's appearance, she is undeniably striking. Chen An contemplated thoughtfully, realizing that his aversion towards Tsunade Senju stemmed primarily from his tendency to project the character of Tsunade from the original series onto the present-day version. In the original narrative, Tsunade harbored affections for Dan Cat, and even Jiraiya held feelings for her. Yet, after observing Tsunade over the years, he noted that she had remained steadfastly devoted to him, never accepting the affections of others, and had persistently followed in his wake. Chen An suddenly pondered that if he could not return to his previous world, then the prospect of having Tsunade Senju as his wife was not entirely unacceptable. Upon coming to this realization, his gaze towards Tsunade softened gradually. Good day. Will you accept me? He inquired gently. Tsunade, noticing the warmth in Chen An's eyes, leaned closer to him and smiled. Indeed, Chen An, once I return and become Hokage, let us formally unite in marriage. Chen An gently pulled Tsunade Senju into his embrace, leaning closer to her ear and whispering softly. Tsunade responded with a quiet acknowledgement. However, the keen-eyed Chen An noticed a faint blush blossoming on Tsunade's neck, indicating her evident shyness. All right, Tsunade, let us be on our way. The land of iron is not far from here. Chen An gently released Senju Tsunade's hand and swiftly grasped it, leading her towards the land of iron. From here on, Chen An needed to quicken his pace, striving to accomplish his objectives with utmost urgency. Chen An, accompanied by Tsunade Senju, arrived in the land of iron. As a nation predominantly composed of samurai, the land of iron boasts the largest number of blacksmiths in the entire shinobi world. Chen An and Tsunade walked through the streets of the land of iron, where a blacksmith shop could be found roughly every 10 meters. While not all of these establishments were dedicated to forging samurai swords, 3 out of every 10 specialized in crafting exquisite blades. Good day. Where shall we head next? Tsunade inquired with a smile, keeping pace beside Chen An. We have come to the land of iron in search of methods for warriors to enhance their physical prowess. Thus, I intend to seek out some renowned samurai in this country, Chen An replied. I see. Have you identified any particular targets? Tsunade nodded, her curiosity piqued by Chen An's words. Indeed, I have established a target, the samurai who was previously defeated by Hanzo the Salamander. I believe his name was Mifune. Am I correct? Chen An pondered for a moment and realized that his only acquaintance with the land of railways was Mifune, who had been defeated by the formidable Hans the Salamander. After enduring rigorous training and relentless effort, Mifune ascended to the rank of general in the Iron Country. Indeed, I am aware of that individual. He was the sole warrior who dared to confront Hans in order to safeguard his comrades. Are you aspiring to leverage your renown from vanquishing Hans to procure the methods for enhancing a samurai's physical prowess from Mifune? Upon hearing Chen An's intentions, Tsunade chuckled and remarked, well, it seems you have such aspirations. Upon hearing the words of Tsunade Senju, Chen An pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, hee hee. You truly are mischievous, good day. Tsunade, amused by Chen An's unabashed reply, playfully tapped him and remarked, what else could we possibly do? It is hardly feasible to exchange our ninja techniques for the samurai's training methods. After all, they have no need for our skills. With a smile, Chen An addressed Tsunade, the legendary Sanmi. After speaking, he swiftly navigated through the surrounding samurai, seeking information regarding the whereabouts of Mifune. Fortunately, due to Mifune's prior actions in intercepting Hanzo the Salamander to protect his comrades, he had garnered considerable esteem among the warriors. Chen An successfully obtained the location of the 3-ship training from the warrior. With this knowledge, he swiftly made his way to the site of the 3-ship training alongside Tsunade Senju. Chapter 106, The Iron Country's 3-ship. Chen An, accompanied by Tsunade Senju, swiftly arrived at the residence of the esteemed Sanbian in the land of iron. Upon their arrival,